Welcome back to Blast Open Rotterdam, where we are kicking off day 2, and we have some treasures in store for you. I'm Darth Mike. Joining me here on the desk, I've got some treasures of my own. Mr. Jacob Pimp Winicky, anyone ever called you that before?
A treasure? No, not at all. And I don't think anyone agrees with you, Mike, but let it be.
It's okay. They can have their opinion, I can have mine. And Vu coming on in here, the king of great takes.
That's one way to put it. Yeah, I mean, I think I have some pretty good ones. I've had some questionable ones. You know, it is what it is, Mike. It is what it is.
Maybe more of the latter than the former, but you know, we like jokes here on the desk. We like games. We like Counter-Strike, and there was a whole lot of Counter-Strike yesterday as well. So we're going to take a look back on some of these games, catch you up to speed in case you weren't watching. What did we get yesterday, Jacob?
I mean, we got a Falcons looking pretty good, despite playing with a stand-in. Obviously, for them, unfortunately, the csgo can't be here. Kind of puts an asterisk to whatever results may happen for Falcons, but they got the job done yesterday, Vu. It was very convincing. It's pretty much anything you'd expect from Falcons, especially considering it's a group stage game, and Nucleons even had a pretty good game as well. So overall, good job by Falcons. NRG, on the other hand, didn't really show me anything whatsoever, so I'm curious to see the next time they play in the lower bracket.
I think I'm willing to give NRG a little bit of time before I question them too much. Grim has to get slotted into the roster, but still, everything you want to see from Falcons, and Nucleons looked like a solid player. I mean, NRG tried to test them. They couldn't get anything out of them except great gameplay from Nucleons.
And that's the thing, right? For NRG, you're not really going to test yourself against Falcons. That's too big of a step, you know? That's too big of a team to take down. In the lower bracket, against teams on their own level, sort of, that's where I want to see what NRG is all about.
We will see indeed, but that wasn't the only game. That wasn't the only game. There were more coming through as well. We had Na'Vi taking on Bait. Always a fun matchup. A little bit of a tough one there for Bait, but they showed some sauce.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think the biggest takeaway for me was MongolZ.CET continuing his EPL form. You know, the MVP of Pro League, the champions of Pro League Na'Vi. We expected him to win the game, maybe in a slightly more convincing fashion. I think that second map, double overtime, you felt Na'Vi probably could have done more, should have done more, should have closed it out. But at the end of the day, they got the job done, Wu, and I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, we can say it's a tough one for Bait. I think it's a bit of a tough one for Na'Vi. I expected them to bring that one home 2-0. The maps are pretty solid for them. You have MongolZ.CET going off in the third map to actually close it out. I thought Na'Vi were going to look a little bit better than they did. We wanted to close it out. We wanted them to close it out a little bit more one-sidedly, and they struggled against the Bait team.
And how about that Sissy kid? Maybe something there, maybe a little bit of sizzle. We'll find out. That's one for the future, perhaps, but the one for right now is the one we had after that. Aurora versus FaZe. FaZe not yet dead.
Not yet, you know, and that's the biggest issue, because I think yesterday they actually played some of the best Counter-Strike FaZe has played in a while. Jacob, in particular, the first 2 maps were firing on all cylinders, and yet they still lose, right? That's the issue for FaZe. They've gotten themselves into a point now where even playing well and losing is not a positive sign, because they need the wins desperately. So, by all means, it was a better showing for FaZe, per se, but not getting the W, that's the only thing that matters right now for them.
I think if FaZe go 0-2 in this, I think they're almost guaranteed to miss the major if they're
down to like 30% or something like that.
It's terrifying for them. And I mean, you can say Jacob had a great game, but he's had a few of those in the past, and he doesn't seem to build on that. It's not like Jacob has a great game and then goes in. He maybe has a solid event, and then he just goes right back to the Jacob you've known before. So great game from Jacob, but I'd like to see that a little more consistently if I want to have any hope that FaZe are gonna, if they make the major, gonna do anything at the major.
Well, we know how you feel about Cobbs in general, so maybe a tough one for Jacob there. Our last game of the night, this one was burning the midnight oil. We got quite late with it, and the fires were fierce. Furia coming out on top, but that one got interesting.
Yeah, it got interesting, especially on the second map. Tyloo almost pushing it into overtime, almost making a comeback, and almost pushing it to a third map. I think Furia are super, super happy that first and foremost they got the W. More so, they got the 2-0. Like we spoke about it with Na'Vi, we expected them to win 2-0. We also expected Furia to win 2-0. And as you said, Mike, it was a very late night game. So if they had to go to that third map, it would have been all-nighter almost for some of these guys. So I think Furia is super happy they got the job done fast.
Tyloo's one of those teams that come in with a solid game plan. They prepare really effectively, and they can catch teams off guard. It's often you see them go to a third map. It's often you see them test teams like that. So, I mean, Overpass gets close, but you have to be happier if you're Furia. Just close it out in 2.
I'm still a little curious about Furia, right? It just doesn't feel like we've seen that same team that we ended last year with, that we haven't quite seen that same danger out of the Panthers yet.
I agree. You know, yesterday was another great example as well. There's two ways of going about it, Mike. MongolZ didn't have his best showing yesterday, didn't really find too much impact, yet you still win 2-0. So once MongolZ comes back into action and once Furia is going to figure it out, I still believe they can be as good as they were in 25, but I very much buy what you're saying right here. We haven't seen the best version of Furia in 26 yet.
I think we haven't seen the best version of Yuri on Furia. I think that's where, you know, you look at the stats of all of their players, they've all dropped from every player, but when you really look at it, Yuri was this kind of unsung hero for that roster last year. You go for incredibly aggressive plays from Molodoi and Yakindar, and if it goes wrong, you fall back on Yuri. He hasn't played terribly this year. He's still been a solid piece, but he's not this star that you were seeing him turn into as the 4th best player on that roster at times.
Speaking of stars, some of us are stars, and I'm talking about the Gaming Malta Blast Fantasy. You can participate yourself at Blast.tv, and apparently, oh geez, Pim might know something. First in a leaderboard? What is this? Can this be allowed?
I mean, in all honesty, you know, considering that I'm leading the leaderboard and also holds the title of being the worst analyst of all time and never knowing anything about Counter-Strike and having the worst knowledge of the game as well, I don't know if it says more about me or the rest of you guys that you can be arguably the worst in the business.
That's crazy.
I wish we could scroll down to the bottom of this, because I tried to make the worst roster possible, and if I was near the top, that would be a failure for me, but I think I've successfully put myself on the bottom of the list.
You are successfully a failure, yeah? That is what you are, Wu. That is what you are.
Succeeding at losing. The VOO story. Let's take a look at our schedule today, because some of these teams will be succeeding at winning. Some of them will probably be succeeding at losing. That's the nature of competition. It's got to be that way. We're starting off with NIP v PARIVISION. Liquid take on Spirit after that. The debut of MOUZ in a Liquid jersey. MongolZ v MOUZ. And 9Z versus Vitality to wrap up the day. What do you think is our barn burner game? What are you guys tabbing as the most exciting one on that schedule?
I'm super curious to see MongolZ play MOUZ, to be completely honest. The MOUZ of EPL, I think that was not a great showing, not a confidence boosting event for them. And the MongolZ are doing better than I anticipated with their new roster as well. So that could be a close one.
MongolZ MOUZ is an interesting one to look at, but I'm actually looking forward to the first one here. I think this one has potentially some of the most VRS implications. It's the most obvious one where the stakes really matter. It's a double bracket tournament. You can drop in the lower bracket, but I think NIP really need this win.
They need this dub to make the major, and PARIVISION would like to secure their spot in Stage 3 as well. So a lot on the line, certainly, as we'll be getting into it. Me personally, I can't wait to see Liquid MOUZ. I might be the #1 MOUZ fan outside of Guatemala.
Are you sure you don't hate him? You just want to see him get stomped by Donk?
Hey, I think he might surprise you.
Mike doesn't
We'll
strike
find
me
out.
as a hate watcher.
That'll be for the future. I'm definitely not a hate watcher. I am an optimist watcher all the way through. But for now, it's time to dive into that first matchup. The stage has been set nicely, so let's hear from some of the players. Now, Shush, you've had a long journey in this team, right? A year and a little bit now, climb up the VRS ranks, taking a project from nothing to something. Does it feel like the journey's paying off now?
I feel like we're closer and closer. I don't feel like we're fully there yet. I mean, obviously, you can also see it in our games. We need that kind of practice, and we need people to know how to play the same as in practice as well. But I feel like we're getting closer and closer.
And a LAN win just so recently. How much does that do to build the confidence, to build the momentum coming in here at the Open?
I mean, it's definitely going to give a lot, because I feel like we also showed that we can actually play some good CS. I mean, we have our ups and downs. It wasn't the best start of the tournament, but we slowly pulled back and actually played some good CS. So we definitely know that we can play well.
And coming into this event, how dangerous do you think you guys are? What's the objective here at Blast Open?
I think as long as we just play like we do in practice, then I think every single team here should be afraid of us.
What about your opponent, PARIVISION? Should they be afraid of you today?
I think they should. I feel like at the major when we played them, we should have won, but we threw the game, and I think everyone knows that we threw the game. I think we had like 3 or 4 after plans that we threw, but this time we're gonna own them.
Last time we played major, they had lead, they had control, I think, but we won because they throw some advantages. But now we are still. I don't think that we are at like one level. We are pretty same level. And they have upgrade with Kairne. He's a really good player. And I think it's 50-50 match. Because now they are on win streak. We lost last tournament in group stage. It all depends how we start, how we will feel. I don't know what to expect from my guys. What in their mind? Will they handle the pressure or not? I think game will show.
Fighting words coming out from Shush and a much more tempered tone from Dastan. Not what you would necessarily expect if you were tabbing an underdog and a favorite here.
No, it's quite a contrast to considering where the two teams are at right now. As of recently, everyone knows that PARIVISION have seen a lot of success, you know, a lot of, I guess, unexpected success as well, playing Counter-Strike at an incredible high level and really have established themselves, as you said, as a team that could go into Stage 3 directly at the major. Whereas for NIP, they're fighting to even get to the major. So in terms of the confidence levels, it doesn't make sense in that regard. I have a problem with Dastan and PARIVISION by now, in the sense that I feel like we have seen enough now from PARIVISION to place them, right? They are a top team. They are a team within the tier 1 scene. So, you know, hiding behind let's manage our expectations, don't really know what to expect. We're still a young team. We're still developing. I get it. You know, I get where he's coming from, and he's trying to protect the team. He's trying to protect them from expectations. But from the outside, I think it's fair that we by now look at PARIVISION as a top dog, as a top contender, which means we can't use the excuse anymore that they are young, inexperienced teams, especially not going up against NIP. This is a game they're supposed to win, no excuse.
I think I respected it after Bounty when they said manage expectations. We had one good event. It's a kind of an odd format for an event. And you think, okay, we'll see where they can go from there. Then they go on and they immediately go into another event and do amazing at that event. And then you're thinking, okay, I'm thinking we don't manage our expectations. We expect a little more from PARIVISION. I think we can start to expect a little bit of consistency, or we should hope that we can expect some consistency, because we're not yet seeing it. We're not yet seeing them find the ability to stay at a tier 1 level. And they talk about this in interviews. They talk about, you know, we just brought these kids. James said they brought these kids off the street, off the Face-It streets. So I understand the reasoning for it, but if they really want to solidify themselves as a tier 1 team, we need a level of consistency where they can beat a team like NIP, and then we're starting to see some confidence.
Nobody who goes directly into Stage 3 of the majors should be managing expectations. That means that you are a top dog, that means you're a tier 1 team, and that's where I look at PARIVISION right now, which is also why they need a bounce back, because the way they ended Pro League just a couple of days ago was disappointing.
It feels like Dastan's in that position where he's got a fast car at the front of the pack and he's still not sure the engine's not going to explode. But it's nice when you can have faith in your driver. And the driver over for PARIVISION is one that we've had a lot of faith in over the years. We've got Jame, and on the other side, sure pair of hands in Snappy as well. The IGLs here going to be a big headline of this particular matchup.
Yeah, you know, Jame, you said it yourself. Obviously, he's a big catalyst behind this whole project that is PARIVISION. Going up against Snappy, I find it quite interesting. Jame is one of the few players who's still AWPing and in-game leading in modern day and age Counter-Strike. Snappy has been around for forever. For people who don't know, played 1.6, been a pro player for, they say, almost 20 years, right? He's very, very, very old in that regard. So he's also holding up to some of those, you know, old ways of calling and old ways of setting up the team, which is very simplistic sometimes, which is out of spawn calls, which is making sure that you have certain strats and everyone know exactly what to do in those strats. Whereas for Jame, it feels like he's adopting a little bit more, you know. He's also a guy who's been around for a long time, but given he's the AWPer, given he's the in-game leader, he's given a bit more freedom to some of these young players, and I like that contrast between the two.
Yeah, I think when you look at these two teams, you can't deny that this is Snappy's NIP and this is James' PARIVISION. They just go about it in completely different ways. James has the kind of aura where he's the one with all of the ideas. He's really just microing the pieces along the board. Snappy, I agree, the early round calling does feel like kind of an old school CS style. I'm more happy with what I see from James recently. I think they're moving in the right direction, and I want to see PARIVISION, and I want to see their style actually find success going into the major, find some success at this event as well.
I think that's been the most fascinating thing with Jame and this PARIVISION team is, right, if you looked at Jame in VP, you would have said he's one of those IGLs who's the least likely to really change up his philosophy, right? He seemed very stuck in his ways, seemed like the tiger had his stripes. We've seen a lot of reinvention with this PARIVISION roster, changing up pace, changing up the way that they want to play, and mixing things up with his younger pieces. And these young pieces as well have been delivering for him.
Yeah, I think that's the greatest compliment you can give to Jame, the fact that he knew that in VP he had, you know, different muscle, you know, different horsepower to play with, and maybe he tried in a different ways to activate that. Now coming into PARIVISION, as you said, you brought 4 kids into the team, you know, from the streets, so he was well aware that if he doesn't change the approach, that's not going to work out. You can't call in the same way. So admitting that and figuring out so fast how to get the most out of these new players and still developing them as well, I think that's a great compliment to Jame and Dastan, who seems to be working in tandem in that relationship.
You look at the VP removal for James when they took him out of the roster, and you can think of that as a mistake for VP, but I actually think it was a net positive for James. I think he needed that wake-up call. I think he needed to go back to a lower level, reinvent himself, reinvent the way he wants to work with his players, and he's found an unbelievable amount of success out of that. They've just had unfortunate, inconsistent success, but they found an unbelievable amount of success given the players that they're working with.
This is something I was actually chatting with Dastan a little bit off camera. When we consider expectations in Counter-Strike, right? If you look at where this team was 6 months ago and what they've achieved now, it would be beyond your wildest expectations for this team. But now, because they've had that success, because they have a trophy lift at the Bounty, because they have a second place in Cluj, you're looking at this and saying, well, now this is where we expect them to be.
Sort of, you know, but that's kind of what I was trying to say before as well. Those expectations are constantly fluid, right? Sometimes you look at a team and you're like, okay, let's wait a couple of months before we build up the expectations. I think PARIVISION has been around for long enough now. You know, it has been a team for quite some time. I also think expectations arise when you sign a player like Sway, came from Team Spirit. Yeah, he didn't really work out within that lineup, but he's still a great capacity to sign to your team. So when you make moves like that and you make results like that, naturally expectations are going to raise, and that's something you have to deal with even as a young team.
Speaking about Sway, he's had this weird trend in his career where he joins a team and then they immediately lift a trophy, right? Happened in Spirit at Cologne, mostly unexpected. Happens here in Bounty, the honeymoon phase coming in from Sway, but do we think it's going to be sustained success this time around?
I think when you actually look at the way Sway won the trophy with Spirit, he wasn't a major factor of their success at that event. They won despite Sway in that event. When you look at him winning with PARIVISION, I think he was a major factor in their success. I think you can attribute a lot of their success to him standing up and playing these anchor roles in a really aggressive, really effective manner that you didn't see out of him on Spirit. I think this is an incredible change, and I don't think you can draw a parallel the same way you can to Spirit.
Let's draw a parallel to the other team then. Let's draw a parallel to NIP, talk about some of the additions that they've had, starting with Kaspersky. He's been a huge piece for this team, been a huge piece of their growth up the VRS as well.
I think he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player, and I think he's, for now, it's okay to be in NIP, but if NIP as a team doesn't figure it out, he needs to move on, because he's way too good to be playing at a team that is potentially not making the major. I know there's a lot of Polish players out there, and they are a very proud nation of Counter-Strike. They're very loud on social medias as well when you talk about their players. Instead of focusing on the players who's not doing so well, I think they should focusing on the guy who's actually putting some prideness to their country right now. Kaspersky, to me, is one of the most interesting emerging talents. I think he's way, way, way better than he's, you know, even showing in NIP. I think it's one of those players that if you put him in FaZe, or if you put him in G2, or if you put him in a better team, we'd get to see even more of him. So, if anything, that's the one guy we should be focusing on coming out from Poland.
Kaspersky is really the guy that you expect to be on a better roster. He's honestly better than this NIP roster as a player. I think he could make the next step to a higher level really comfortably. He's the player that should be on every team's list for if we could buy him out, could we get him? But as a factor on NIP, I think Snappy uses him incredibly effectively, really effective strats to set him up for aggressive entries, and he's just looking like he could arguably be the best Polish player out there right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. What's the competition? That's the thing, yeah.
Jacob?
We won't get into that right now. We don't need any spicy tweets going Jacob's way here. Let's focus on the other new addition, right? Karen coming in, Space Taker for this team. He's only had a couple months on, but it's already netted them at least one LAN win over at the Imperium Cup.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They're coming in with recent success or recent confidence, beat OG in a close final. Again, beating OG in a close final. I'm not sure if that gives you any confidence in this context. You know, now you're up against some of the best teams in the world, but a win is a win, a trophy is a trophy, and as you said, Kane, I wouldn't say I've been disappointed, but I thought he was going to add a little more. I think when he came in, you know, there was, again, a name I looked towards. I looked him up, you know, watched some of his stuff, and I think, okay, that's a very aggressive player. That's a player who could potentially lift NIP up to the promised level, but maybe he's still settling in a little bit. Not bad, not good. There's more in store, I think.
I think as a replacement, it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Ujurx wasn't having his best CS on NIP. I can see why they wanted to put Karen in, and Karen comes in with a lot of expectations. I see him doing well, but I agree with you. I think he needs a little more time to slot in.
A little bit more time perhaps, but he won't have more time before this series because it's time to find out what the veto is. Anything weird that could happen here?
I wouldn't say so. I think it's two teams who play a lot of Counter-Strike and haven't really had time to update their map pool whatsoever coming into this tournament. So nothing weird happening so far, nothing weird will be happening. It's also two teams, you know, Wu, that has played quite a lot against each other. And as they both referenced in their interview, last time around, NIP ended up losing a game they probably should have won.
Yeah, this is one where PARIVISION just has a huge upper hand. They ban NIP's only comfortable pick. You know, it really is a situation where NIP, they want to go a certain direction, but instead they have to play into PARIVISION's 2 stronger maps. They have to play into Ancient and Mirage, both maps where PARIVISION should be the favorite.
Yeah, we've seen PARIVISION play a lot of Ancient against good teams. We saw it at the Bounty. Big part of the reason why they ended up winning the tournament was that they were so successful on Ancient. So I agree, it's tough for NIP, but that was always going to be the case given the permaban coming in. No overpass. Probably a good idea for NIP. Also a very strong map for PARIVISION, and that leaves us with the third deciding map being Dust 2. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. I think PARIVISION have a 2-0 cut for them right now. If it goes to a third map, then I can see the game open up completely 50-50. But in terms of the first 2, I'd slide with PARIVISION.
If I was to predict, I would say it's a 2-0, and if it was a best of 5, I would say it's a 3-0. I think all 3 maps lean PARIVISION's way.
Everything leaning PARIVISION's way, but sometimes Counter-Strike gets out of hand. 2 guys who like to get out of hand. Anders and Henry, take it away.
Oh, thank you very much, Michael. Anders, you feeling it today? You're a bit of a James Glazer yourself.
I do have a lot of respect for James. I think he's great. I think this team is looking to go really far. I think that they're looking more dangerous all the time. Even if the stand doesn't know what to expect, I expect big things, Henry.
What about NIP? Where's your kind of thoughts going towards them?
I hate to boil it down to one person, because I'm certainly not going to be one person, but I want to see Wrinkle play really good Counter-Strike.
Okay.
I really was so excited about this guy when he came up first to join NIP. I think he's a big hype person. I think he's good for the sort of the glue of the team in that sense, but the consistency.
Yeah.
Always the consistency.
When he's on, he's a world-class sniper, right?
Yes.
And he can dominate the server by himself, win them games single-handedly. Sometimes, though, it has to be said, he does go missing. I hope today he does turn up. He's going up against James, the old master, and he's going to look to put him inside his pocket right now. I've got PARIVISION as the favorites, but NIP off the back of a local LAN victory, maybe they're feeling it, and I think we're ready to go live. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Group B, opening game for PARIVISION and NIP. Buckle your seatbelts. This one could be a long ride, not necessarily a bumpy one. PARIVISION will be running that clock right down.
Oh, let's get into it. We don't want to delay any further. NIP on the T side, PARIVISION, they're going to be on the CT side, and we are on Ancient to begin with. A fantastic battleground, and already look at the pressure being applied. PARIVISION, they wanted to see if they could catch somebody up, but Kaspersky, everybody's talking about it, and for good reason. He'll take down Beltranok to start this match with.
Exciting starts, and we'll see whether PARIVISION can recover this. As mentioned, it's going to be James defending this A bomb site. Plenty of smoke to deal with here, and it's going to be a swarm of NIP players making their way towards the A side. The flashbangs are absolutely perfect. Nota goes down with nothing. Bomb is planted, and now we're in a 3v5 retake, which looks nigh on impossible for PARIVISION.
It really does. Zilio going to come up with 1 kill there, but Wrinkle, he gets 1 in return, and things are just getting worse all the time. Sway is out. Asilo, the last one left in a 1 versus 4. I doubt if there's much you could do here. He's just going to get chipped away by the Glocks. No real headshots at the end, just a lot of bullets.
I feel like PARIVISION are going to struggle this season. They had obviously a flying start, a couple of tournament victories. They showed the world that they can compete at top-tier CS. But now, as usual, the tape's out there, the targets on their back, they're being taken very seriously. We saw them in EPL crash out in the group stages, like an embarrassing crash out by their standards. Losing to teams like Monty, Legacy, Heroic with Youngster on the AWP as well. It wasn't a good look. So yeah, I feel like they need to bounce back. They need to show that they can reinvent themselves and bring some new ideas to the table. The NIP are hungry, and they're riding the wave of success right now. So a good start for them. It's their map pick, T side, up against the full eco right now. We're going to have the B stack coming in from PARIVISION. The snake has been set up towards the B bomb site. And we'll see if they can do anything with it. Is there a flashbang to work with? I don't think so. They're coming into the stack, but it's only the MAC-10.
Yeah.
Snappy's just investigating what's on this side of the map. He's going to get a lot more than he bargained for. One will do. You've only offered up the MAC-10 and confirmed there's multiple players on that side of the map.
Yeah, successful investigation in that sense.
Absolutely.
He kind of got what he wanted there. Gives over the MAC-10, but...
I guess it's worth noting we're not playing on the new patch.
We're not, yes. You can keep your bullets even if you reload.
I have
be fine.
not played CS for a while. I haven't had a chance to try out this patch. It seems like it's not the end of the world. I feel like not being able to spam smokes and waste bullets, speculating who could be behind them, I think that's probably a good thing overall. It'll take some time to get used to it.
I think it could be. I think that's exactly the issue. Is in the beginning there are going to be so many mistakes where people will just by default they'll spam a wall 3 times, you'll reload, and then you're just throwing, 27 bullets away. And like people are going to do that a lot in the beginning. It'll be funny. But after a while, I think people are going to get used to it.
I think we'll see like a resurgence of the P2000 as well. It has more reserve bullets than the USP, so I feel like it might actually come back into play.
Strong prediction. I like that.
Yeah. And the M4A4 as well. Like that has 30 extra bullets compared to the M1S.
This is how you get the auto sniper in. Why would you reload on the auto sniper?
Yes, that's a really good point. The auto sniper, this could be its moment.
You did the monkey paw thing. You wished for the auto sniper to come back, and Valve said, all right, fine. We'll change the game for you, Henry, if that's what you need.
Well, there it is. The Felico comes to its logical conclusion, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, opening game of Group B today. We've got 4 best-of-3s once again. Non-stop Counter-Strike action, as you might expect. We've got some great games. We're going to be commentating Spirit versus Liquid. That's going to be game of the day, right? With MOUZ coming into Liquid, you've got to be excited for that.
I am always excited at the beginning of Liquid games. Usually doesn't end with a lot of excitement for me, but I always want to see something. I want to see them do something great, like Belchinok has been doing in the middle here. Flips around after dodging all of the flashbangs. So definitely not easy in the middle because they're being thrown from T-spawn like that. And then he takes down Ken right at the start. So beautiful entry into this round for PARIVISION. Obviously, in their minds, they would love to win this round. So first spy round that they've got, they need to do something with it.
It's a nice opening kill here. PARIVISION in the 5-on-4. 3 players outside the A-bomb site for NIP. They haven't taken too much damage otherwise, but they are operating with the Galils.
How many teams would keep the MAC-10 on the CT side?
No, almost none. You very rarely see the MAC-10 being brought into a gun round on the CT side. You try and get rid of it. You'd prefer a 5.7, honestly, but we'll see if Zelo can make it work. He's got the MAC-10 and a flashbang. Big grenade towards the red room. Nota, one of the absolute star players of this squad, taking the brunt of the damage. We are going to have Kaspersky. He's actually got some decent territory under his belt right now. 5-on-4, sure, but this will be a B finish. And in terms of the Utilanders, they've got a smoke. They'll use that towards shore. Molotov at long. Flash in. And I suppose we just hope for the best, but they have to push the CT smoke themselves. Are they feeling brave?
Oh, they're going to go right through. And I think PARIVISION have already decided we're just retaking this one. They've got a long flank coming through T-spawn, so they're saying, we are happy to let you have the bomb plant, you get the bomb side even. We just want to make sure that we have enough people alive to retake it afterwards. And, oh, the timing is magnificent. Belchinok gets another one, and that is really going to upset this T side.
And he just disengages as well. There's still plenty of time, allowing his teammates to step up next, and step up they shall. It's James with the backstab from hell, and it's a very clean round there from PARIVISION. Perfectly played. Great teamwork, amazing comms there. Like I said, disengaging from that scenario, not losing your life at 20 HP, just remaining a threat in the back of their minds. That's so well played.
It's the kind of discipline that a lot of, bigger and more brand-heavy teams are lacking.
Yeah.
They don't have the troops under control like that. I feel like that's one of the cool things about this PARIVISION team, because they are, like, some of these guys are really young, but James, he's got them, he's taught them well already.
Oh, he's in the James system. If you follow her, you will win. It's very difficult to play against stifling CS, frustrating. And now NIP with a decision to make here. Tactical timeout, or maybe technical by the looks of things here, as we will see Snappy discussing things with the admins.
Well, I'll tell you what, in the meantime, I didn't get to play the patch either, Henry. That's because I was playing Deadlock with Nitro. So
you were playing with Nitro from NRG fame?
Yes.
Okay.
He was carrying me, obviously. That's, is how it is.
Did you guys win?
We did win, yes. Nitro has a mean doorman.
So a doorman, okay.
A doorman, yeah.
Okay.
So it's good
What was
times.
the stack? You, Nitro, and who?
Devil Walk.
Wow.
So an eclectic mix of
old school
random people.
Exactly,
just random people thrown into there. It's good.
I would say I could play with you, but I've got my MacBook with me. Don't think that's going to work.
You can install Windows on the MacBook. It'll be fine.
Yeah, just do that.
Yeah, you get to work.
Jailbreak my MacBook.
Exactly. Get to work.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the MAC-10 out. This time on the T side, it's going to be a mixture of AKs, Galils, and SMGs. Nota, Belchinok. They want nothing to do with this. It's going to be shutting it down early. They're looking like they are more than ready to take these fights towards middle. Significant damage towards Shush as well. But here comes Kaspersky. Not going down without a fight. Brings it back to a winnable situation at least. 4-on-3. Nota's low. What a shot that is. All right, the round is back on.
They really weren't lying on the desk when they said that there's a good chance Kaspersky is just better than NIP.
Yeah.
And you see it in some of those moments. He is so efficient.
Doesn't even take any damage there. Super confident with his crosshair placement. Perfect taps. And now It's going to be PARIVISION on the back foot. They're the ones starved of information. They're pushing towards A main. Jane will be shutting down the red room, but they're going towards Donut. The timings could elude PARIVISION here. It's a really nice call from NIP. If they can get in towards A, they are onto something, and Kaspersky gets himself a hat trick.
It's so sick, and I think because Nota's moving into T-spawn, he's essentially, it's not his fault, but he ends up miscomming the round. They have no idea what's happening. They think, oh, they might be outside of B, and they only find out way too late that it's the other way around. Sway's got some health here. Nota, he's sneaking up. It's great if he could find the opening. Oh, it might be two, in fact. They line up for him. That is disastrous. Out of all the work, it's now down to Kaspersky, a 1 versus 2 to try and get the ace clutch in this one. And he's in the donut just waiting. Incendiary to try and push him back here. They do have the kit on the other side, so tricky for him. One more headshot. He has to swing right now, but the defuse is already in. It is the ace, Henry, but it's all for nothing.
It feels good you get the ace, but just milliseconds away from winning the round. Fantastic work. A hollow victory, though, for PARIVISION. All 5 players going down. You can see the tactical timeout called, knowing the finances are going to be in ruins right now. Kaspersky, a statement round. Sure, he doesn't win it, but he lets them know he's turning up today, and he's looking razor sharp. Unreal from him. Single-handedly gets all 5 kills, literally milliseconds from winning the round there. I think he could have justified swinging a little bit earlier, going through the flames potentially. Sure. But yeah, it's really unlucky. Great round. And you can see Dastan wants to calm everyone down. The money's going to be in tatters going forward. A great opportunity for NIP to strike back here after losing a couple of rounds in a row. Getting the bomb planted. There will be some resources there, but this is a very, very important round. It'll be indicative as to which way this half is going. So they have to buy. I think NIP have no choice. They know that they're on breaking point on the CT side, but the money is actually still pretty good for PARIVISION. They still have the AWP. They still have 4 rifles. So sure, you're forced by, but you need Kaspersky once again to step up and go above and beyond. We saw a lot of battling towards middle at the start of the previous round. This one's more default. Going to be going through the B lanes here. Kaspersky dodging and weaving the utility, making his way towards the cave. Very passive, tentative hold from PARIVISION. They don't want anything to do with these initial duels. 3 players stacked in the B bomb site. It's a calling card of PARIVIsion.
Yeah, NIP are going to investigate, and NIP... Oh, he's done it again, Henry. How does he keep getting away with that?
No. He gets shot as well with the orb, and it's no problem. Opening kill for NIP. Kaspersky yet to miss a shot.
That's outrageous. He's got to be looking at his teammates by now, saying, if anybody else wants to help out, now's the time. Like, I've delivered so much in these last couple of rounds.
I can't get an ace every single round, but perhaps he can. Another kill, this time a wallbang. He's going to be a real problem for PARIVISION. They're looking like they're playing better Team.CET, but the individuals are shining bright for NIP. Snappy will swing in with the Tech 9. Kaspersky will get his 3rd in the round. Belchenok shuts it down, and we got a 1v1. Wrinkle, Belchenok resetting the situation, 30 seconds remaining. And Belchenok actually peeling away. He's going to go for a reroute through middle by the looks of things here.
Just so sick, and I wonder how many 1v1s he's been against Wrinkle, because he immediately read that Wrinkle was going to spend the time here to go search. He might actually go for the A bomb side instead, Wrinkle. I think he might just keep going into CT spawn. Is he going to...
I don't think he has the time.
Yeah, he would probably have to run, but now he's very, very exposed. I think Belchenok's absolutely outplayed him. Not about aim here, just about the position alone. That is sick.
Yeah, really nice play there from Belchenok, understanding what he was up against. The threat of the CT being on the bomb site. He had to check every crevice of the bomb site. Belchenok's already vacated, made his way through middle. Back towards that B ramp. You've got zero idea. It's just a very good call. And shout out to Kaspersky again. What the hell is that? Taking down the AWP with just a dry peek. And then, of course, you get the wallbang cleanly as well. He gets himself 3 kills once again. So he had an ace in the previous round, 3 here. And it's still not enough to win a round, Anders. Tactical timeout, yeah. The coach is feeling the pressure. These rounds are dangerously close. So bear in mind, it comes down to a 1v1 again. Lost bonus accumulating, and now you can buy once more. It'd be more of the same, and you can break through. You win one of these rounds, you're in charge of the finances at that stage. But if you take the full eco, you allow PARIVISION to build up their resources. So it's a very important moment once more.
That's got to be the conversation in the NIP camp here. We've got them right on the edge. We just need a little bit more, and we'll be fine. We'll be right back on track.
Well,
but
back-to-back 1v1s, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going for a strange one. We've got the UMP for Shush.
Okay.
Double Mac 10s, couple of rifles, and you can see average damage per round. I don't think the graph even goes high enough here for Kaspersky. He'll be off the screen soon.
Yeah. We're entering the...
Nice grenades, dude.
That is actually pretty...
They triple naded towards the red room, and look how much damage they've done.
Devastating, isn't it? Yeah. Nota and Belchenok not enjoying life for the moment. Kaspersky's thinking about cooking something else. This time he's on the B ramp. I don't know if he could do anything. The smoke is up here. We'll see how the discipline holds up on the PARIVISION side. If they're going to keep their eyes on that B ramp, or if they will let go even for a second here. Look at it. He's thinking about it. The opportunity. They're going to re-smoke it here, but he really wants to find something. Oh! That is a ridiculous headshot. Takes down Cello and now tries to push forward here. Wrinkle's going to fall next, but the bomb is being planted. What is Kaspersky on today?
I have no idea. It's Kaspersky versus the world right now. He might have done enough to win them this round. It was a risky force buy, but we have got the backstab of Nota. It's been a thorn in their side here. They don't have much to defend this retake right now. The bomb's going down, and it's about at the halfway point as well. This kill could decide things, and it will be Ken to pick it up.
It's huge. I don't know if Yeah, he's real far away. He's looking to do another wallbang here. If they try to push up, he might be able to. But I think PARIVISION already realized with the low money, they had the 0v1, they had the 1v1. It's not worth it to go for it. They don't have the cash in the back here on the CT side. Kaspersky, I mean, this is the round that he wins by that opening kill. He almost won the other two. He's almost responsible winning 3 rounds alone.
Finally rewarded for his efforts on the server. Commendable shots here going into the bomb site. That is absolutely outrageous, Anders.
But it's also, because he's set up behind the smoke, he knew they were going to re-smoke it.
Yeah.
He knew he had that one moment. It's like 2 seconds where he has the opportunity, and he saw that coming 15 seconds before.
Well, we got a game on our hands. This one's going to be a barn burn-up. We'll see whether the reinvestments here from PARIVISION will be enough. Concessions for sure. Not able to purchase all the utility they would like, and we're changing the pace once again. NIP going for a contact play in towards A main. We have got one player setting up with the utility, can smoke off towards Donut and CT spawn. It's exactly what Snappy's going to be providing for them. Flash in, deep breath, in we go. Belchenok to defend.
Yeah, he puts up a bit of a lurk smoke himself just to try and stop them from immediately swinging towards that donut position. Makes it a bit more uncomfortable here. We'll see if they can get a quick bomb plant. I think that's going to be key right now. Get that bomb planted right away, and then the pressure is on PARIVISION. If NIP win this one, they are back on track, and there's not going to be a lot of money left on the CT side either. Could he do it one more time? Kaspersky.
Oh, he definitely can.
Oh, he's locked in, isn't he? Just a couple of bullets let go. Gets one more headshot and sprays down a second. You're absolutely right, Henry. He could do it again. James and Belchenok. It might even be time to pack it up already.
Yep, it definitely is. Their money is completely busted. The one-man army, the one-man show is dominating the server right now. Kaspersky with aces, triple kills, double kills. So much impact across the board, and he's done it once again. Those 2 kills towards the temple secure the rounds. 13-4 right now. James, the only player to survive. As per tradition, he'll take the AWP going forward. But he looks ice cold out there as well. He's not even really celebrating. Kaspersky just taking this in his stride. Look at him go.
Such great understanding of every single moment. Transition from the burst into the spray. Just so good. It's not what the Star was hoping for, that they were going to run into this caliber of Kaspersky, but he's absolutely here now. 13 kills, I believe, and a timeout being called. I guess it makes sense. You've run into the same player a number of rounds. How do you stop that? How do you mitigate that? They were even very passive. They were far away. They weren't up fighting him. They're not dying to him in the middle or anything like that. He's out hunting.
No.
Snappy's cooking.
Just go through
He's got plans.
Just go through it. Whatever they do. What have they got? The AWP.
That could be that B Molotov, right? The B incendiary, like sometimes you can just smoke it and run through, and you don't have to care at all.
They only have to deal with James here. Easier said than done. He is kind of the master of this sort of round. I've said it over the years many, many times. 4 USPs and a J-Morb is more than enough to win a round. He knows where to position himself. Oh my God, nice shot from Zwei. Nullifies Kaspersky pretty early on. That's pretty massive.
Just slaps him away from the bomb site, but Snappy realizing, you know what, if the USPs are here, maybe James isn't, and that's a good call. He does get the kill anyway. I think you're right to be respectful of James AWP. He's such an intelligent player.
Yeah.
Moving forward now. See if we find another kill from the backline. He's all the way back by CT spawn now, so he's going to try and see if he could find one more shot, but in theory, an IP should be able to just, you know, never step into his crosshairs and just kind of hold on to the site here for as long as they need. As long as they don't challenge James, I think they're going to be fine.
Well, they challenged him, and Shush comes out on top. He silences James. And Snappy looking quite sharp as well. That's a great round. NIP have turned out to play here. Bear in mind that, like we said, we got to briefly reference it. They're at the back of a tournament win. Not the biggest tournament in the world, but still, they took down OG, Cadian's new team, in the final 2-1 victory. I think that just builds some confidence for them.
Oh, yeah.
Coming into an environment like this where the big boys are present.
Yeah, I fully agree. And they need a bit of confidence like that. Kaspersky, he's fine, but like I said, I think for me, Wrinkle is the guy that I'm going to be looking for. I want him to turn up today.
When he first joined this team, he was the absolute superstar. And he's still good. He's just like not as impressive as he once was. It feels like he's still finding himself as a top-level AWPer.
Yeah, but you can feel the lack when they are playing the bigger teams. That's the issue, right? If you're playing a low-level team, it's probably going to be okay, but
he's unable to farm.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't envy him having to go up against James. Like I said, it's probably a nightmare because he's such a smart AWPer, James, that I don't think that's an easy fight. But so far, we haven't really seen that battle really come into play at all. We're in round number 9 here. James doesn't have the AWP this time because that's been the big problem for PARIVISION. They haven't had that much money to work with.
Well, here we go. A moment's respite from the carnage. The slowest round we've seen so far. Spread across the map. This might be the... Oh, we've got smokes and flashes going in towards middle, courtesy of Snappy. Smoke down towards red, flashes over, trying to gain some mid-control here. Molotov down towards Cubby. No one home on the CT side, but I tell you who is ready to fight. That's Kaspersky. Low HP on a few of these players as well. Huge advantage for NIP, and this is the shot he loves the most. This time not as clean, but follows it up with a good spray. Great grenade on Nota as well. He is the walking wounded. Isolated in the corner. We'll be hoping to get one kill. Not going to happen. Pre-fired in the corner. And that should be round, Anders. Spots one. Easy kill there towards Zwei. Belchenok will fight back, but you're already considering a save. You're too low to even consider this one. NIP are looking sharp, dude.
The confidence with which they take that cave.
Yeah,
you can tell the protocols are really... I mean, it helps that Kaspersky is, like you said, his favorite angle.
Yeah.
I even wanted to say, like, why are PARIVISION even standing there? At this point, you just
let him have it.
Yeah, just let him have that one. Not worth it.
Yeah, this is really impressive stuff from NIP. Spreading things out, waiting for the initial util, retaking that mid area, pushing the CTs back, regaining cave control, and just collapsing in towards that B-bomb site. James and Belchenok with no choice but to save here. Looking a little bit out of their depth.
It's so interesting, right? Because this is NIP's map pick, but the thing that threw me off a little bit about the veto is that Dust 2 became the last map. I thought Dust 2 was going to be the second pick for PARIVISION.
I would think so as well, but it's not going to be the case whatsoever. We've got a bit of Mirage.
Yeah, and that's a fine map for PARIVISION, but it doesn't feel like it's as strong as Dust 2. So maybe they've kind of made a trap for themselves here. If they end up losing this map, maybe there is a chance for 2 the other way.
Right, we need to go look up Kaspersky's res, crosshair.
Yes, you're right.
Sensitivity. I want to take it all right now. New model. He's my new go.
The thing is, it's not even a surprise. Everybody has been saying this for such a long time that like it's not like some new revelation. We all kind of know. This way, if he can build this project up with NIP, I mean, in a way that would be really, really commendable. But there's got to be a point. There's got to be a lot of teams looking at this saying this is what we need.
Here's a stat for you, Anders. He's currently 5-0 in opening duels on this map.
Okay. Is that a sign to just take more?
Yeah, I guess
until
so.
it stops working?
You haven't lost an opening duel yet. So, yeah, I would say keep going, quite frankly. Snappy's 2-0 as well. But we are off to the races. It's been a quick first half. You don't normally say that about PARIVISION games. And straight towards middle. No fear as Snappy vaults up and towards the heavens. We have got a CT player making their way through the smoke, but they are completely dismantled. This is starting to be a bit of a nightmare. This is another force by Anders, and the 2 rifles have gone. We've got a couple SMGs remaining and a 5-on-3, and Kaspersky, he's on the prowl, he's on the hunt. He can smell CTs all around, and there's one that's gone through the double doors. That's Zello, but I don't think there's much he can do with this one.
Yeah, he even heard him, but I think he might have mistook him for the one that just got killed in the bomb site. So
they're aware of this.
Yeah, they might be thinking about it, actually.
They're basing him in. Ken just stopped moving. They're hoping it would cause a swing, and he's ready. Really nice play. He's laughing, man.
I mean,
he made him look foolish.
Also, think about the difference, right? In the beginning, we were saying, well, who's going to help out Kaspersky? The team is helping him out now. They're actually doing real work. So now the team as a whole look terrifying. And I must say, the time to kill in the middle there for Ken on the first shot was so impressive. There was no time to react there. You either headshot him. Even the problem is they don't have the AKs on the CT side. I think even if you had headshot him, it wouldn't have mattered. He killed you right away. James saving a FAMAS somewhere in those A hallways, and they are looking for him, not with the most passion, but they're out there on the hunt. Okay. He actually sold the top of his helmet. That's pretty impressive stuff.
What a game we are being treated to here. An absolute masterclass on Ancient from NIP. I didn't think those words would be coming out of my mouth today, Anders.
It's been a very long time since you've
a maniacal laugh as well, knowing you've just absolutely owned him with the sound cue.
That is sick, though. When's the last time you were excited about an NIP lineup? Like, where you could say, this could do some damage?
When Wrinkle first joined, and I went to an event in, like, Abu Dhabi or something like that. They were playing on the stage against Mongols in the final. Wrinkle was like, wow, this kid is amazing. He's the future. Oh, no. Okay, let's see what happens here.
Fine.
That was the last time, and then they kind of fell off a bit. Right now, though, I am very interested. I'm noticing NIP.
Noticing. Kaspersky almost had a 3rd kill. He almost killed James trying to get around the corner. But there was a moment there where the 5-7 was doing dreadful damage. Now, it's all subsided just a bit here. Bomb planted. Oh, Kaspersky does go down. That's through the smoke as well. Belchinok just finding the right angle, and they kind of want to do some pressure here. I can't really blame them. I feel like PARIVISION need something, really anything. They don't have that much in the bank going into the next round. A little bit to buy with, but if they could do something here, it would be great. Belchinok with 1 more kill, and it leaves Wrinkle. Oh, another headshot. Belchinok, 3 kills. The first one through the smoke, and a very unlikely round there for PARIVISION to win.
And one they desperately needed. This is, I was going to say, have they actually got it? They do. It's a close defuse, but those opening kills from the 5-7 goes down to the 3-on-3, but they managed to pull through. Belchinok stepping up just when they need him. They need these last round as well, I would say. NIP looking way too comfy out there. It's the Cubby surprise. Nice weapons way. Belchinok getting kills through the smoke as well certainly helps out. Closing things down. Good pre-fire towards Snappy. Gets himself a triple in the end and finds Wrinkle. That's unfortunate. Sometimes the Cubby and the 5-7 can do unspeakable things.
Already at the last round of the half.
I know, right? Where did all the time go?
It's been very action-packed here, but I appreciate that. Not been a boring game so far by any metric. Oh, could be a strong headshot coming through here. Kaspersky, that seemed like it was a bit of a gift to him. He's going to just throw in a grenade and realize, 10 health, it's not enough, and he's going to be hunted down. He was alone out there. That's actually massive for PARIVISION. They don't find anyone else on this side of the map. They can pretty much see this is going to be a potential A hit, and NIP, I'm almost surprised they don't speed up more than this. Either they speed up right now, or they have to go back and reclaim the rest of the map. It's a very slow approach, I must say. PARIVISION not rotating that many people over. That's a big mistake. Nota goes down. Belchinok next. Okay. In spite of the fact that Kaspersky died early in the round, they're still very competitive here in IP. Looking to clear 8 rounds on the T side of Ancient. That's magnificent work. Shway and James, who's dead now, unfortunately can no longer contribute to the round. So, Shway, he's got 4 kills in total in the first half. Pretty much everyone has, except for Belchinok, who's up at 12. But the rest of PARIVISION have been very muted in this one. Wrinkle, great triple towards the end, and a massive performance from NIP at the start of the series.
Including me or no?
You could include yourself if you want.
Wow.
Honestly, gonna be pretty easy.
I just put the whole Vitality lineup.
My dream roster right now in CS would be IGL, definitely Apex.
I'm assuming I'm in there, so it's gonna be me.
You have Blitz, who is probably sharpest IGL, I would say.
If I had to make a squad to beat Vitality, I would make Nico IGL. Because I think isolated Vitality is really, really great players to have Saibu and then have really great role players. And if you want to beat them, I think you will have problems beating by the system, the way they play right now. So you have to beat them by raw firepower, just out of the gate.
I think it's a no-brainer to pick Saibu and Donk in your team. I think it's just unfair.
Yo, oh, it's the bend of that end of the scope is so ridiculous.
I don't think it needs any extra explaining, like they're not crossing each other's roles. Yeah, they're the best currently.
I have no idea how this roster might work in terms of relationships, like how they're gonna get used to each other and if it is even gonna work. But you know, Donk is Donk, Zaiwu is Zaiwu.
Upper, I would say Zaiwu. I would put Donk because I think he's probably the best driver in CS right now.
I will take MongolZ. I will take Donk.
Multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal! They're feeding Apex to him, and now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out!
And we have an Encher and Messi. At this point, he is like the best one, like past more than a year.
Robs, Apex, Zaiwu and Robs are playing for Vitality, which is by far the best teams in the last months, like even last 1 year, let's say.
Robs, for the sake of being one of the world-class anchors for such a long time, and right now in the top one team, and he's been in form for a long period of time.
And then we'll take Bit.
Kyosuke, I would choose him because I think obviously he's really young, but even though he doesn't have too much experience, he has shown how good he can be, and I think he definitely has a bright future.
Kyosuke. This is just Kyosuke. Everyone knows.
I think you also take Kyosuke.
And the last player, I would put MongolZ as a hybrid. I just think MongolZ just has the class, just has the talent. He knows all of the situational utility. He understands how to play clutch. So I just think it's an overall pretty tough team to beat.
If we're saying that current roster Vitality, we're all going to stay together and you can't have any of them, who would you take instead?
I would take the full roster of Team.CET.
You never know how a team connects. These players in Vitality seem to add something to the server and make the teammates better. I think that's unique, and I think we've only seen that in the Astralis era, where every player is really great and they're making each other better. And I think that is always the hardest when you make a team that has to compete for the finals on the first day, basically.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Blast Open Rotterdam 2026. It's day 2, it's Group B and the opening game for PARIVISION and NIP. The first half is concluded and NIP are firing on all cylinders. Kaspersky especially is running away with Ancient right now, Anders. I'm not sure if there's much runway left for PARIVISION to get back into this.
They're going to have to find a way to shut him down. He has been amazing. He's got the dualies going into the second half now. NIP on the CT side. And we'll find out if he can continue this mad run that he is on. An ace, multiple triples, endless amount of opening kills. He's done it all. And he's looking to see if he can double down now. Pushing forward, in fact. And almost catching a player there at the corner. But in the middle, James.
Here we go.
Very good work with the P250. That's smooth indeed. Wrinkle goes down. And it gives a lot of map control here. Just one person left defending Donut. Will force NIP to start to rotate a little bit back. You could see, I think Snappy wanted to stick around on the other side, but now he's doubting his original position. They are going for the B bomb size, it what seems like.
Still, this round is wide open. They pump the brakes of their man advantage, boosting up in-game leader James. P250 in hand, looking for his second. In terms of util, they have a Molotov, which has been deployed towards long, trying to flush them out from that position. Hopefully set up James for a headshot. Can't quite find it, but it's going to be the collapse in towards this B-bomb site. Shush to defend. Wrinkle down. 30 seconds remaining. Not too clean with the Glock, but the dualie's coming to life. James will take care of him, and this is looking very promising now. Shush dealt with, and we go down to a 2v1. Snappy with work cut out for him, Anders.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised that NIP stayed alive for this long, but Snappy, could he do it? The bomb is not even picked up at the moment here, and he read that very well. He knew that they were going to come looking for him. Now he peeks right in, and unfortunately, Belgian has stolen that USP, so he's going to be able to take him down very, very cleanly. Good work coming out, and honestly, PARIVISION needed this pistol round. If they wanted to stay competitive, I think they had to win this one.
Oh, absolutely true. Problem is, Anders, it's never that simple, is it? We all know what's coming in the following round here. A 4-spy, 5-7s, MP9s, always a dangerous, uncomfortable round.
Yeah.
And there it is, Deagles. MP9 for Snappy. And yeah, you need to get through this one cleanly first before you can breathe a sigh of relief. And we're going for an A contact play here. I'll be interested to see what utility they use. Snappy's getting a ton of information. Smokes down towards Donut, CT spawn. Molotov in towards the temple position. Belcher not leaving the charge, looking very promising. Unless they take massive damage through the smoke, I think they should be absolutely fine here.
That's always the big challenge, isn't it, at the A bomb site? Just knowing whether or not you can actually get that bomb planted in time. But so far, so good. Nothing is really connected with them, so they're just walking away from this. Bomb is planted, and now they can tuck in at the back of the bomb site, the back of those hallways. And they still, throughout all of this, they've had Cello just playing towards T spawn. He heard them outside of B as well. He's going to be found, but how much closer does it actually get them to doing anything? They might just look for exits.
He just looks for exits. Keep all 5 alive here. Contain them, sure. You're not going to save. You're trying to take them down like that. You cannot win this round, but you can make it very costly and very uncomfortable. As Ken will slip his way out of the donut room. Looks like a couple of kills will be found here. They might go down with a blast. Yes, they take 3 players down, Anders. They'll remain with an MP9, 5.7, I think a MAC-10 as well. So not a bad 4-spy. You'll have another opportunity to cause some damage going forward as well. So a slight hollow victory there. Sure, you get the round over the board, over the line, sorry, but there's still danger going forward, especially when Kaspersky's hitting shots like this. Brinkle, bit of a master with the Deagle as well. 3 in total as the blast that eluded his way.
One more Deagle connection there, and 2 more people might have died with the bomb.
Last time out for PARIVISION. They certainly are feeling the pressure out there right now. Hasn't been a great couple of weeks for them. EPL was an absolute disaster. One of the favorites to make it to the playoffs crashed out in the group stages.
That's what I thought. I thought they were going to be going really deep in that tournament.
Yeah, didn't happen.
Well, you'd be a fool to underestimate James.
Absolutely.
Hardworking. I'm sure he knows kind of what some of the issues are.
They can definitely bring this one back to life. They're making all the right moves so far, but again, just another dangerous round. They are still favored, don't get me wrong. But the shots NIP are hitting right now. Well, there is a missed red room smoke, just to know that. Shouldn't be a huge deal. They didn't really have the range to really punish it. Might have been blocked. I don't want to say missed. They might have been blocked.
Yes, it is possible indeed. We actually do have a MAC-10 once again stolen. Makes a little bit more sense to use it this time, I suppose, but they're really far back. I feel like with the SMGs and everything else here, it'd be fun to see them try to force a bit of a battle somewhere on the map. Smoking off on that ramp and stacking the B bomb site with 4 people. I mean, if they go A, then it's Can back there at the back of the bomb site, not much he could do. But if they somehow end up at the B bomb site, which does not look likely at the moment, honestly.
Now, this position is always quite interesting, isn't it? We talked about it yesterday. It's commonly Molotov, but it has to be a good Molotov. You have the bouncer, so it covers big box, and of course, this little cover. There's the molly. It's not going to reach.
Yeah.
So, I felt like he could have justified staying a little bit longer there, but let's see what happens here. The MAC-10 on the CT side, actually doing significant damage. 3 of them are very low, Anders. This round is not a foregone conclusion. With 25 seconds remaining, PARIVISION can fumble this one.
It's getting very hot in this round all of a sudden for PARIVISION. I don't think they enjoy this, trying to get the jump on over so they don't get spammed down. 15 seconds on the clock, and the bomb being attempted on the other side.
Oh, no!
Has come out, and he can't actually punch in the digits.
Guys!
9 seconds left, trying to see if they could do it again, but every time they're getting peaked, and finally they they get the last kill. They actually would have run out of time then.
They
you could see a couple of seconds left.
Oh, you don't want to leave your teammates hung out to dry. You want to join them in all the chaos, but if one player just waited in spawn, they would have won by virtue of the clock. Tantalizingly close there. Really great effort from NIP. Bear in mind, that's just their eco. They saved those previous weapons.
Right, sure.
So the fact that you take down pretty much everyone there, you've got them on the ropes here. His first gun rounds, you're in the driving seat. If you can reset them now, you run away with this second half. Very important round, number 16 here. Belchanok not wasting any time. Gets himself through the mid-smoke. Tucks himself beneath heaven. And what's the play here now? NIP, quite passive, not willing to take the challenge towards middle. I've called Snappy the caveman many times over my career. Very good at this position. The in-game leaders always seem to step up and understand the timings, the wall bangs, how to lock out their opposition. You're not going to beat him in a duel, my friend.
Not this time. I was going to say, Belchanok's the only one that's even had a bit of a chance, right? He's up to 14 kills. He's been keeping PARIVISION in this, but Kaspersky rocking up with 20 kills now. And Snappy back here, like you said, very strong position. Unfortunately, him and Shush were communicating then.
Oof.
You could tell they were sort of, you know, figuring out where do we want to be.
They were in transition, weren't they? Okay, that's not ideal. After getting the opening frag, they have a man disadvantage now. It's going to be Kaspersky, the last line of defense. But what a unit it is. See whether he can find heavy impact here. He's going to need at least 2 kills, Anders. There's the first. Has he got another one in him? He absolutely does. Leaving Wrinkle with the AWP in a 2 versus 1, but he couldn't be further away if he tried. I don't think this one's possible. He has no kit, 1 smoke. You're hoping you find a freebie towards the double doors, and then maybe you can go for it, but I just don't think there's any world he can win this.
Oh, they'd built such a great position for themselves in getting all those kills in the previous round. Like you said, the money just not looking good for PARIVISION. This was the opportunity, and Kaspersky almost delivered them again. Another round. He is up to 22 in total after this round. That's just outrageous. A Wrinkle can't do anything but look for maybe an exit kill if he's lucky, but we'll see if they actually go this way or through the middle. It seems like they're going to dodge him completely. Important work. In spite of the fact that they lost Belchanok at the start, who's been their key player up until this point, they still find a way through, and probably the majority of the issue here was that repositioning between Snappy and Shush in the cave position. You could see they were looking at each other. They were trying to figure out where exactly are we going to be standing here, and it just ended up backfiring, unfortunately. Nice attempt. Not good enough this time, unfortunately. It's going to tie up the game, 8-8. And now a big mid-control attempt here for NIP, but look at this speed here. They don't have the bomb with them, Henry. They're going to be taking the B-bomb site, but the bomb is in T-spawn. Somebody forgot a very important part of this. That's
okay,
so ridiculous.
Anders. It might be part of the plan. James has got this one covered. They just said, go kill everyone. We don't even want to plant the bomb in this particular round. We'll keep all 5 players alive, and I'll pick it up later. Don't worry about it. Dad's got this. And there it is.
It's worked.
Jokes aside, don't leave the bomb in T-spawn, but no harm, no foul, Anders. That's the motto of Counter-Strike.
That's for the next Counter-Strike update, where you have a certain amount of bombs, and if you plant them and, you know, like you run out on the T side, you just don't have enough of them. First it's bullets, then it's bombs. Wow, that's devastating. Didn't even need to plant the bomb, and they just completely wreck NIP.
Indeed, he is B-doors. This one's slipping out of their grasp right now. Even after a world-class superstar performance from Kaspersky, they've lost the lead. They go 9-8. The money is in the bin. They go for a partial buy here. Shush, the UMP specialist, brings the weapon out. It's going to take something quite special here for them to get this round over the line. AWP for James, of course. And this is the chance for them to really solidify their chances of taking their opponent's map pick.
It's obviously no such thing as deserve in a competition, but it feels like Kaspersky deserves for them to win this map. He's got so many kills. He's done so much work here. Snappy, part of playing this position sometimes is doing exactly what he just did. You see the shoulder, you fall back, you smoke it off, you just buy a little bit of time like that. Perfectly fine. NIP don't know if they could do more, but this is the kind of round where you'd love to see them take some kind of a risk. They just have so little utility, so playing this sort of more standard game feels very risky. Shush with the UMP. Instantly taken down. Great crosshair placement coming out from Cello on that side. Jame getting one in return as well, and now they're just sort of picking them apart one by one. Swinging for it here. UMP picked up, but it does nothing at all. Sway with 2 good kills.
It's a shame. You can feel it slipping out of their grasp now. Electrifying start from NIP. Kaspersky left in an unwinnable situation. Double digits for Jame and co. Looking comfortable now. Taking a tactical timeout as this. A moment to catch their breath. Readjust the troops. Work out how they fight their way back into this one on the CT side.
Temperature's really changed, hasn't it? It was for such a while, it was just, you know, we're excited, we're on that NIP party bus, and now it feels like slowly but surely, Jame has got his troops back in this game. The pressure is on NIP and they can feel it.
Exist will try and rally the troops, raise morale. We're looking at Kaspersky right now. He's up to 22 kills, 11 deaths. I don't want to say he's slowing down. Like, the way he entered the game was unbelievable. But he's certainly not having the same impact he was in that first half. He's currently 7-1 in opening duels. But now they are yet to pick up a CT round, Anders. They were 8-4.5, bear in mind.
That is true. Yeah, the math is easy. Anyone can do it. Jumping right into the Molotov there. Kaspersky starts the round with 75. That'll be the end of the world, but a bit annoying graps. And again, they can't really get the mid-fight here. NIP, they've been fishing to fight someone in here, and PARIVISION have not given them many opportunities. They've thrown in a couple of grenades, but mostly they've been staying away. Nota with a jump just to take a bit of a peek here. The bomb now slowly leaning back towards the A-bomb site. So they might try... see if they can create a bit of noise, or they might just run it back to the B-bomb side. Honestly, it's hard to say. Yeah, they've dropped it down. Classic kind of Jame round where you're spending a lot of time to set everything up.
So they will re-smoke that red room.
Is Wrinkle boosted back there? Or did they just get a little bit too close?
Well, he's going to be going aggressive with the AWP. I think he gets his kill. That's his kind of angle. Loves those close-range encounters, finds the opening pick. First advantage they've had in some time here. Surely you convert this one, a 5-on-3. Lose this round, I'm sorry, it's over. You've got to convert this. That's more like it.
Very good for that conversion right now. Kaspersky steps up. Wrinkle, obviously, the star of the show in this round.
Oh, no.
Belchinok, he's just so low on health. I was going to say otherwise, a 1 versus 3, I think it'd be doable the way that he's playing now, but with 13 health, I doubt it. Importantly, they win the round, but also they get 3 people alive here for NIP. It's very crucial that they keep this going.
Oh, absolutely. They've got the loss bonus on their side right now, but yeah, your first round on the board, you want to keep numbers up there. 3 players survive, and the money should be absolutely fine going forward. I think they had about $6,000 in reserve on each player going into this round. There was the boost, you're right. And like I said, that's his sort of angle, that's his play style, getting up close and personal. And we will see a 1-round game here, ladies and gentlemen. Burning through those timeouts. NIP are the worst tier 1 team at winning close games since July. Okay. Can't really break that down right now, but it doesn't sound good.
No, it seems like they run out of steam towards the end of it. That's not what you want to hear right now if you're an NIP fan. Ken's been burned in the middle. It's one of the few rounds. But again, even that mid-fight for PARIVISION, look how quickly they disengage from it. So many teams, they take mid heavy on the T side. They go, they push Donut, they push that red room, but more of a hit squad here, PARIVISION. They show up, they get a kill, they run away.
Well, that's the dream start. You get an opening kill, you don't take much damage for your troubles, and you can just group up, collapse into a bomb site, knowing you've spread the defense very thin indeed. But speaking of defense, we have got Kaspersky ready and waiting, playing the pixel gap. It's going to be dropping the smoke, looking to block here, Anders. Doesn't want to be part of the fight. Wrinkle certainly does, and he'll find Jame.
Ooh, they're going to be running through it. Yes, absolutely on top of him. Very, very smart move.
That could be enough to win the round. They're so far removed from this here. 4-on-3, you're smoked off. You have to go for the temple. Thankfully, there's no further T-side utility. They've got a couple of HE grenades, no defensive util.
They've got an AWP and 2 AKs. That's so much to give away as well on the CT side. I know that PARIVISION are getting close to winning the map right now, but at the same time, do you really want to throw it all away here? They're looking like they are attempting to get closer, but Snappy, one more pixel, and he might just be dead. Straight up. Good peek coming up from Sway, and Snappy, he's close enough, but it does not matter. Great work from Sway. And Wrinkle, I don't think this is it's doable any longer. He doesn't have the health for it. Oh, I feel like that was a sign of desperation, perhaps, for NIP. I feel like PARIVISION, for sure, in that moment, would have called the save and said, we're just fighting another round. They lose so much in this one, unfortunately.
Really nice work from Belchenok. You can see Kaspersky trying to play the block, but they are one step ahead of it, and Zwei with a masterclass there, close range encounter with the AK-47. It's going to be a very difficult recovery here now. You've gone all in, Anders. You've got the AWP of Wrinkle, but SMGs, pistols, a couple of M4s. Nota has helped himself some prime real estate towards middle, taking no damage for his troubles either. Smokes down towards Donut in the red room, and they are taking this mid space. No problem. Molotov down towards deep red. Makes things very uncomfortable with the CTs now. You're lacking a lot of information. Just making sure they flush out the close range proximity as well. Wrinkle, though, fancies it. Knows they need something here. He has to do the heavy lifting in this round. Peeks his head over, and James willing to rip it off.
But that was the bid fight that NIP have been fishing for quite a while, and they get it in the round where they just don't have the utility or the weapons to really do anything. You got to wonder if that's part of James' design here, to say, we're not going to fight you when you have all the weapons in there, but yeah, if you're down to SMGs, we'll try and give it a shot. Zillow walking up. It's not a bad idea, and somehow he does get the kill very cleanly. Snappy traded out James with the shot. It's fallen apart for NIP. It is a close game, but right now they can't put it together in spite of all of the efforts. Another great double kill for Kaspersky, really trying to get the job done.
Now you got to retake 2-on-1. It's possible, don't get me wrong, but you got no util, no kit, man disadvantage, and James looking down with his sniper towards your position. He actually takes him down. We've got a 1 versus 1, and Zwei is low. All of a sudden, this round becomes much more possible.
Zwei's repositioned very quickly, so he's going to be right away. Such a hard clear right now. You're going to have to tap that bomb, but it's a 10-second defuse, and already, Zwei. It's like a replay of what we saw earlier. Great movement.
Oh, absolutely dumpstered towards the end. You have zero information as to where the final player is. The last thing you're assuming is he's going for all around the world play. James, patient as ever, takes down Wrinkle. And bear in mind, Anders, that was the force fight with pistols and SMGs. Their money is going to be very low now. It'll be more of the same. Kaspersky is going to be gutted. They don't get this one over the line. He's 7-1 in opening duels, 25 kills to his name, and it's still not enough.
Those are stat lines that should win you the map pretty much every time. That's so many openings, but it's not been enough. They are putting some pressure on the A-bomb side, but again, the bomb is really far away, so they're not really fully committed here. Belchenok is checking it out, and he's saying, there's nothing to report. There's nobody in this site, it feels like. Marcelo's been playing outside of B pretty much the entire half. He's been listening for footsteps. He's been counting who's out there, so they can rely on that. Nice crouch and tap away. Wrinkle is dead. Doesn't really matter if they lose that fight too much because the bomb is surely going to be planted on this side. There is a double setup there in the donut, so I don't know if they could try and do anything. Maybe a little bit of a spam coming through. Nota goes down. The bomb interrupted. Could they keep it alive here, NIP? Maybe a chance for overtime if they could get this round. Quite a bit of money, or some money at least, on PARIVISION still, so not going to be easy, but this might be winnable.
Oh, certainly true, Anders. It's on a knife set right now. Belchenok down to 3 points of health. No further T-side utility as well. They're waiting for mistakes. They're waiting for the backstab to come through. We have got Belchenok making his way through towards middle. Will it be enough? Can his teammates survive? James goes down. And here comes Belchenok. Kaspersky, of course, one step ahead of him, and I think they have done enough to keep their head above water for now. Zwei, drop from spawn, and it's not over yet. They'll find double digits themselves.
That's just right at the end. They managed to get it through. I really thought PARIVISION had that bomb side, but the double setup there in Donut doing so much work. And again, they call upon Kaspersky. He just is a force of nature in this game. Stops the bomb right there. That was Nota trying to put it down. Gets this kill so he doesn't get backstabbed as well. What a beast he's been so far. 12-10.
Great opportunity to take us to overtime. Feeling the financial ramifications now are PARIVISION. Tech 9. AK given over to Jane. Looking to close things out right here, right now. It's going to have to be a set piece, Anders, if you ask me, with this sort of buy. The little you have, you're going to be smoking short, smoking towards long.
Okay, yeah.
Molotov, the cave entrance, flashing over. And you're hoping for the best, and that would be the ideal call right now. The B bomb site technically wide open. Smoke's being set up by Nota. You can do the one-man execute from here. See whether they want to go on it.
The only thing that could interrupt them right now, I think, is that mid position. Maybe if they could peek while they're in the middle of that. But otherwise, you're right. They do have a good setup for it here. Shush, just trucked as they come onto the site. Kaspersky, always good to get his, a bit of a wall bang to take him down. Kern's going to be dropping Silo, and the bomb is being planted even as we speak. So they're quick on that at the very least. PARIVISION, 3 versus 3. And this one could be almost for overtime. They're not going to have a lot of money left on the T side after this one.
The thing is, all 3 CT players are towards the cave now. They've got to reposition. Kaspersky, though, not slowing down. He's coming in all guns blazing with the AK-47. His weapon of choice finds James here, gives him the man advantage. It's down to Belchenok. They can't hold on, and we keep on going.
30 kills, Henry. We're not even at the end of regulation yet, and he keeps doing it. So triple in this round. The man is unstoppable.
Oh, just when you think they're done, Kaspersky drags you back in.
This is what he's been wanting. He's pretending to be on the T side here. He's the one retaking the bomb site, like as if he was attacking it. The graph is still really ridiculous.
It's off the scales. We need new graphs.
Oh, this is beautiful Counter-Strike coming out from Kaspersky. They need him one more round. They need to keep going here. NIP, just one step away from overtime.
And this is the easiest round of them all. No AK-47s to deal with. A couple of Galils, a few pistols. It will take a James masterclass to fight their way out of this. NIP have absolutely everything they need. AKs on the defense, a wrinkle AWP, and Kaspersky mowing them down. Only good for one, though. Does that come back to haunt them? It offers up another AK-47 here. 3 rifles now for PARIVISION, and they're going to try and pounce towards that A-bomb site.
Yeah, they know that Ken is alone. He's been anchoring this site for such a long time, so they need to get the pressure on. But a good spray down. He is headshot immediately afterwards. Nota will bring him down. And now the bomb plant to follow. They're very confident in this call, PARIVISION. They knew exactly what the setup was going to be. When they found Kaspersky in the middle like that, they could guess the rest of it. And now it's a 3v3. Plenty of kits, some utility as well. NIP, if they could get close here, they could work out. But the smoke, that's really going to slow them down. That's actually devastating. Moving forward, though. Not slowing it down at all, but they all had to rotate back into CT spawn. And now going for the A-bomb site. Shush trying to move forward here. Straight shot down. Nota with the amazing kill. And James on his own trying to keep it alive inside of the bomb site. I think time has run out here. Wrinkle is hunting, but it won't be successful. Nota to end it. And look at the devastation here on NIP. They thought they had this one in the back.
They thought they did. What a great game to kick things off here on day 2 of Blast Open. It was PARIVISION down and out. They were getting absolutely bullied by Kaspersky out there. He finishes the game on 31 kills, but it's nowhere near enough. James and co. get it over the line. We got Mirage coming up next.
Try as he might, Kaspersky could not carry his team into overtime, and that is going to be a PARIVISION victory that will sting just that much more for NIP. Tough one to see them lose here, Jacob.
Yeah, classic PARIVISION game. They have to fight for it. They have to make a comeback within the game. They have to rely on the team play. They have to rely on them, you know, having synergy in between each other. And then they had to overcome what was ex-Kaspersky playing some beautiful Counter-Strike. Good win for PARIVISION. Very solid way of doing it, you know, almost part of their DNA to do it in this fashion. For NIP, however, to lose a game where you have a player who is significantly and by far the best performer on the server and still, in theory, never really coming close to winning it, not good enough for NIP. That's an issue right here.
One of the stats we saw in the game was that NIP can't win close games this season. They lose almost all of them. The inverse of that is that PARIVISION win almost all of their close games. If you look at their players individually, they all perform when games get close. Unfortunately, ex-Kaspersky NIP. He was performing the whole way through, just couldn't pull him over the line. They couldn't find consistent output from the rest of the players on NIP.
I'm glad we spoke about him coming into the game, right? Saying that he's the one player you should look out for. If you're a Polish Counter-Strike fan, if you're a G2, if you're a FaZe, if you're any team out there who looks to upgrade your team, you look at this guy. I'd said it before, I'll happily say it again, and I want to restate it right here, especially now that NIP is one map away from losing this game. We speak about them as a team who desperately needs VRS points. This guy is way too good not to be part of the major. And NIP right now is a team that is on the brink of not making the major. So I think for his sake, you know, beautiful that he's able to pull off these performances for NIP. You're also looking at a team that not only in this game are they now, you know, potentially losing. Let's see, there's still a couple of maps to be played out. But if you don't find any terms of success, you're going to lose this guy. He's too good to be on your team if you don't back him up.
I don't think you need to be a FaZe fan. I think you just need to be a Counter-Strike fan to enjoy some Kaspersky gameplay. That was beautiful Counter-Strike coming out from him on retakes, on entries. He was dominating lane and Cheetah all T half. That's the reason that you saw such a dominant start from NIP, was him on his own, one-man army, clearing out areas, and then retakes on the CT side. Unbelievable play from Kaspersky.
I think there's one round in particular you wanted to highlight here, round 17 coming on Invu.
Yeah, round 17 was the lack of support that Kaspersky was actually getting. Look at the insta-B hit from PARIVISION. This is something, if you're NIP, you know is coming, and then you still have Wrinkle shot in the side. Why is that? Because Shuj smokes himself off when he gets mollied. He doesn't call that someone could cross long. You have Wrinkle looking the other direction, shot in the side. You know if you're playing PARIVISION on this map, they're going to be hitting B a lot. They're going to be hitting A a lot on Mirage. It's also going to be Shuj. He got one kill between round 2 and the last couple rounds of the half. He simply couldn't frag when they hit the B bomb site. He was alone, just dead or smoking himself off, and his whole team was dead before he even had a chance to activate into the round. He needed to be better.
And that's the classic Jame way of approaching games. We saw it during the bounty as well. Once he finds a weakness, he will continue to power on that weakness. He will go round after round after round, and then when you think you figured it out, that's when he reverts to the other bomb site. So in terms of Kaspersky playing well, sure. In terms of having the best caller in the team right here, I think Jame outcalled NIP quite significantly as well. He's well aware that he doesn't have the individuals to go toe-to-toe with Kaspersky, but he finds different avenues of winning.
I think this is also going to be a little bit of a flashback to that major matchup for NIP, because we saw a lot of man-up situations, advantage situations that wound up going the way of PARIVISION. We saw a few clutches in the first half that really broke their back. We saw the same thing in the second half here, Jacob.
they even got off to a good start in NIP, and as MOUZ said, you know, Kaspersky dominating in the first half, but even the rounds that were close, it was all PARIVISION winning them out. This is a clutch as well, you know, sticking the bomb right here, playing it very cool, getting the round win. It's very close. Fast forward to the round afterwards as well. NIP is somewhat in a winning position. Can't really get it over the finish line. It's a 1v1. And again, you will see PARIVISION pretty much every single time they find a way to win the round. So in that regard, Belchunok, well played right here, catching off the player, not aware where he's at. But if you're losing all the close rounds and you're still making the game close, as you said, it must be frustrating that you feel like that's the way you're losing pretty much every single time. Not only against PARIVISION, as we saw during the major, but in general for NIP.
Yeah, NIP just, they can't find success when you get into the later parts of the game. When you get into those moments, as you're saying, you think Jame outcalled. I have to agree with that. You get into the later parts of the half, Jame set up a really solid T side. He conditioned NIP, not aware of what they should be doing on the rotates, and then he just closes it out perfectly.
And I just want to add another layer to that, because I know there's a lot of people out there, we're saying that Jame is outcalling Snappy. I'd agree with that, but I also think that the extra layer people have to consider is that Snappy is probably well aware that if he gives too much freedom to his players in 2v2s, 3v3s, they don't have the capabilities, they don't have the communication, they don't have the sense of the game, which is why if you're Snappy, the more simple you make your game plan, the more out of spawn calling you're doing, the less you make it up to the individual to think exactly like he did with ENCE back in the day, exactly like Complexity, you know, the good Complexity. With Elise, they had the same problem. The calling from JT out of spawn, great. Whenever the team was left in a 3v3 and Halzerg and the boys, or Floppy for that matter, had to make a decision themselves, they would crumple. It's the same issue NIP is having. I don't think the decision-making in between the players is strong enough, so Snappy will have to call out of spawn in order to limit that as much as possible.
But isn't that such a credit as well to PARIVISION on the other side of this, where
100%.
you have 3-4 players that you really didn't have any expectations for before this roster that are still so fresh to this level of play, and meanwhile we're seeing them in those late round situations, in those clutch situations, playing beautifully off of each other, punishing those mistakes through from NIP. And we had a couple of those rounds in the second half as well, not just the first half we're going to take a look at here, but it is just, again, PARIVISION twisting that knife in these pressure situations. situations over and over and over again.
To me, it's a cultural thing. I think James from the get-go told these players as we're watching another clutch going their way, he told the players that, listen, guys, you're not good enough to just run around and beat a team like Vitality or beat a team like Fury if you just base it on your face-it skill and your mechanical skill. Listen to me, right? If you get smart about Counter-Strike, if you listen to what I'm saying, if you play all the scenarios to almost perfection, that's how you mitigate for the lack of firepower that we have or the lack of experience. So I think it's a cultural thing where James from the get-go installed that mentality into the players, whereas for Snappy, I mean, it's tough to stay to shoes that, listen, dude, you don't have the capabilities, right? A story player, ex-Kaspersky as well, such a strong individual. It's tough to tell him that, hey, dude, you need to play every scenario to perfection because he can get bailed out by his aim more often than not. So to me, it's just a different approach. Like we spoke about Snappy versus James, they see the game in a different way.
I mean, it's a different approach. You can also look at it as an international team against a domestic team. You know, this is 5 players from the same region. They're on the same page, the same ideas coming up with the way they want to play. And maybe this is all fostered by James. He's taken in the orphans, put them on a team, and he's just, you know, coached them all the way through. But also, it's a little harder for the international teams to be on the same page. They came up in different cultures of how you play Counter-Strike. So it's easier when you look at a Falcons, for example, you know, it's easy for them to be on different wavelengths of how you should play out a late round, a 2v2, a 3v3 comparatively.
Well, whether it's cultural differences or just raw power in the server, the result is the same. Ancient go the way of PARIVISION. We'll have to see if they can make it to 2-0 when we come back from this break. Now, Belchinok, we've had some up and down events recently for you guys, some really high marks, win at Bounty, second place in Cluj, and then a rougher event coming off of EPL. Where do you think the team is right now?
Hopefully
on the rise because we failed already one event, so now we have to play good, right?
And I was just talking to Dustin about it, right? Your expectations have now risen so much higher than like 6 months ago, a year ago for the team. Do you think that because you've already overperformed so many expectations that it gives you a little bit more grace, shall we say, a little bit of an easier time in some of these events where the struggles come in?
No, I don't think we overperformed, honestly, because we really hard working every time, so I think it's deserved. But we didn't overperform, but we're still not elite team. Like we're not consistent, you know. So, like you said before, we can one event trolling, one event playing very well. So, of course, we have now more high expectations. And this event, like Ermar for us for third stage, so it will be very important games, and I hope we'll rise, you know.
And for you, with that consistency, do you feel it getting better among your teammates, among yourself, or do you think it's still something that you're lacking?
Still something to work, you know. Still, it's a lot of things to improve. Yeah.
And for this matchup, NIP on the other side, you played them in the last major. What do you think of them?
They have not default playstyle, you know. Snappy, experienced agile. He's always calling, you know, fast rounds, always force, something like this. So they are not usual team. And Kaspersky, like it's prospects or something like this. I think they're a good team, and we'll be ready.
Put him on the desk. He's giving the same analysis we are on NIP.
Pretty much nailed the entire thing, right? Kaspersky, prospect, snappy, you know, fast-pacing, force buying. Yeah, end of the deal.
End of the deal, indeed. But I mean, I think it's interesting he's having that same conversation we are with the pursuit of consistency, right? It's that dragon to chase for so many teams, and especially for this PARIVISION team that have seen themselves catapult up standards of competition so very quickly. It can come at you fast.
It can, you know, but it's around stabilizing. I think the way they exited Pro League was a bit of a worrying sign. That wasn't a great tournament, but I don't ring my alarm bells because it's happening. Because as he's saying as well, we just have to do slightly better this tournament, and we're good. I'm not looking at PARIVISION. I'm not expecting PARIVISION to be a stable top 5 team for the rest of the year. I think there's too many teams out there with too much financial power, with too many star players that will figure it out eventually. But if they can stabilize around being 5, 6, 7, 8, that's more than good enough for this team. It's just a question of whether or not they're going to stay up there, you know, within the top 10, which by what we see right now, you know, with a trophy and a grand final at Cluj, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, we think about ceilings and we think about floors, and their ceiling is quite high. Obviously, they can win an event, but their floor is in the basement. It's below anything you would expect from a team that's, I think they're ranked 5th in the world right now. Yeah. I think we are right to say that it needs to be better.
And I mean, I think James understands these challenges. Dastan as well. We see this quote from him that you just, with the pace of these events that they're now in, now that they're qualifying to all these top-end events, you don't really have that time, that luxury to take your time and really go back and analyze every single mistake. So it's about adapting those preparation schedules as well to the demands of their new calendar.
It's a tough balance, right? Because obviously you wanna be there now that you finally broke into Tier 1 tournaments, that you get invited to all of them. You don't want to skip any of them, but we also had a scenario last year where Aurora did the same thing, kind of came out of nowhere. No one really expected them to be as good as they were, ranked number 3, 4, 5 in the world, and they played every single event to a point where they talked about being jaded, couldn't really practice, couldn't do anything, and you saw the results follow as well. So I hope that they will be willing to skip something, because I also do believe a team like PARIVISION, they benefit a lot from preparing, and as Peltunok said, work hard coming into events.
Yeah, and the follow-up from that quote, I'm not sure we caught it, is that these players, they're used to playing at home, playing tons of FACEIT, having thousands of hours of practice between games. You know, they can take all the time in the world. They don't have that. You play at these events, you're traveling, you've got media day, you sit down, you have to practice, you go into a scrim, you go right into a game. You don't have that time to keep your wits sharp, your aim, your mechanics at the top level the same way they're used to. And they're probably not used to having a solid B and C game when their mechanics aren't on point.
Another question is, will they need those in this map, right? Because we head into Mirage. This is comfortable ground for PARIVISION.
Yeah, I think NIP have what it takes in order to make it competitive. I'd still side with PARIVISION, as we spoke about. They're the favorites to win this series, whether that's going to be 2-0 or 2-1. Again, Kaspersky, a player you have to look out for. What worries me is that he played such an impactful game on Ancient. Like, he was everywhere. As you said, he kept them alive in the first half. He was the only player coming out in the second as well. 31 kills in regulation wasn't enough for him. So what makes me believe NIP is going to beat PARIVISION? It will require something extraordinary from Kaspersky, one more, and then someone else to help him out.
Well, it always requires something extraordinary, and two guys I think are extraordinary. Anders and Henry, take it away.
Set your bar higher, man.
Oh, it was going so well. They were being so nice, and Pimp had to ruin it.
Yeah, he always does that. It's kind of his brand, though. I appreciate it. You know,
it's okay. I love them all. Yeah. Especially Michael. He's a nice one. Pimp, we're going to work on him. Yeah. But we have got the next map coming up. It is going to be Mirage. Anders, you got some stats for us. Looking at the pistol conversions, it looked like NIP do very well on their CT sides here on Mirage.
Incredibly well. 80% pistol round win rate on the CT side of Mirage. And for everybody else, it's, you know, T side or CT side. It's not looking good for PARIVISION. It's like 30-some% on both sides there. So there is a chance that NIP could have a bit of a hotter start, but at the same time, I think the desk is right. Kaspersky, he was so red hot on Ancient. Surely he can't keep doing that on a second map.
I think he might be able to.
Oh,
it's a fragger's paradise, and it is the pick of PARIVISION, admittedly, but we'll see what they can do with it. Kaspersky with a world-class performance to kick things off here. It wasn't quite enough. We'll see if he can keep it going here as we get into the first round here of the second map. Opening game for these two in Group B here at Blast Open Rotterdam. A lot of Counter-Strike coming your way today. 4 more best-of-3s to play out. But for now, it is going to be Nota setting up the early utility Anders with a decoy, but it's all a ruse.
Oh, I love it.
You can see the bombs over towards B. They're showing heavy presence this side of the map, but they're going to be pouncing on the other side any second now.
Kaspersky's the only one there to hold them back. He's got the dualies, but that is a really big job. Even with 2 pistols. Let's see if he can do it again. They do drop right past James with a spin-around headshot. That is so well played. And the fact that he managed to jump, you know, into the ceiling like that makes him very, very hard to hit. Nice shot onto Cello, but is it really going to make a difference? They're so far away. Snappy, he might be able to catch him as he comes through. Nota goes down, and that sets them up. Maybe they can keep that 80% win rate alive here, because the retake is looking pretty damn good right now. Snappy looking to come in and attack that bench from the high ground. He does see the head, running headshot as well. Snappy, that's a great shot. James gets taken down, and I can't believe it. Somehow, NIP have found a way to win the round.
The war cry fills the arena. It looked like they had no chance there. The perfect fake coming in from PARIVISION. It had all the bells and whistles, double smoke, decoys, Molotovs, 2 players showing presence. They get the opening kill. They take down the star player. Look at this. How you don't win this round, I will never know. Everything was going fantastically well, but the retake was sublime, and NIP somehow make it work. It's all about that backstab coming in from Snappy especially. He disrupts the defense, and all of a sudden Shush arrives, and they manage to find every single kill and the defuse, but they are not out of the woods just yet, Anders. There is going to be a force buy and an A execution off the bat. You're going to see a lot of this on Mirage. They're going to be deploying everything they've got. There'll be no fakes here. There'll be no double pumps. They're going in.
I love it. All you need is one opening here. If you can take down Shush, then you're onto something already. But he's been pushed back. And I do like that from Shush. I think it's the smart way to play it instead of sticking around and dying for the course. Just wait, go for the full-on retake. You know, it is a little bit deep, and the bomb is going to be planted now. Let's see if PARIVISION can find some after-plant positions that actually make sense. There's not a defuse kit in play either. So the pressure is already on NIP to begin with. Ken and Shush with a couple of kills here. Snappy bursting away and taking down Nota. Oh, they're so quick with it. Never mind the defuse kit. They've got all the kills in a couple of seconds. And Jane back here. What could he really do? That smoke is up on top. Yeah, it's a 10-second defuse, but he's got no chance to stop it at all. That is efficient for NIP.
Very nice, Anders. Gonna need more where that came from. The problem is, sure, you get the bomb planted again, but not many kills coming in there.
True.
It should be not a force buy, but there'll be some investment going forward into this next one. They'll have $2,400 plus the bomb plant. I'm expecting Tech 9s and Kevlar going forward. Probably no rifles, but I've been wrong before. Maybe there is a chance they go all in. I don't think they will. I don't think you have to. Let's take a look. So yeah, Tech 9s, smokes, and we're just doing the same thing again. Why not? You got the bomb down before?
I mean,
give it another go.
we'll see. You could see the plan for NIP was not to contest it, but to just fall back. But this time, Shush is a lot more committed, so falling back is no longer an option. He has to fight to the death here. So already taking two of them with him. That's not bad at all. That M4 in the back, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to pick it up, but they'd love to do that. Throw the smoke, Kaspersky. That's just James being unlucky, but it slows down the bomb plant as well. And maybe NIP will just be jumping on them. The flank is coming in as well here. Belchinok right in their face, but he's about to get shot in the back, unfortunately. Yeah, there's Wrinkle showing up. Sway in the back. Against 4, I doubt there's much you can do here. Grenade on his head. He does spray down one more, but he's down to 12 bullets here, hiding in the corner. They're not going to give him a fair fight either.
I thought there was a well they lined up from there, but the HP was just too low. Still, these rounds are competitive. They're getting the bomb down. They're finding at least 3 kills each and every time. So the money's going to be nice and strong for PARIVISION going forward. You can't really say the same for NIP. These reinvestments in the weaponry are going to be expensive. And it could cost them if they get reset in this first real gun round now. Great work from Kaspersky. If you're just joining us, managed to post 30 kills in that first map of Ancient. They don't win it. I don't think he could have played any better if he tried.
That did look like a lifetime kind of performance.
Yeah.
So many openings.
So let's see then. What have we got? No orb for James, but it might not be required. Is that a missed window smoke? I didn't catch if it was blocked. Yes, it was. Thank you.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was blocked or not, but it is certainly missed.
It's not ideal when you got the AKs out. But so far, all they're doing is in a bit of a holding pattern at the top of mid anyway.
Yeah. All right. A moment's respite. The carnage comes to a close. We're going into a more traditional round here. Pretty big miss there by Wrinkle. Felt like that was his all day long. Doesn't quite convert it. Still, again, Anders, no harm, no foul. No one died. It's okay. We can recover from this. Another window smoke. Does this one land? It's James, of course he's going to.
He's going to say.
He doesn't miss you, Till.
He's got that on lockdown. That's good work.
So we're going to go for a B execute here. Maybe just a B contact play. We'll see what they've got left. Couple of smokes. Ideally, you want to be smoking towards the window and towards the arch. I think they only have 1 smoke remaining. So we'll see what they've got up their sleeve here. Nice position for Kaspersky. He's going to be baited in by Snappy. I say that Snappy's been dislodged. It's down to Kaspersky now to step up.
Oh, they're right on top of him. It's not an easy fight when they're running over you. What a blinding shot from Belchinok as well. I can't believe he hit that so rapidly. But they're gone. Yeah, they can't do anything. They don't have the money in the bank either, NIP. So very well done. Like you said, low on utility for that execute there, but as soon as they got rid of Snappy by the bench, part of that setup kind of disappears. So it wasn't even about the smokes necessarily, it's the Molotov back there.
Oh, the Molotov is everything. That was the bait and switch setup. Snappy's supposed to take all the aggro for Kaspersky, and then he can get multiple kills there. Sure, he got 1, but Snappy being taken out of the equation made things very, very difficult indeed. Ideally, like Kaspersky, I think, taking that initial aggro and taking those first fights, but not meant to be, and it will be the first round on the board. As I mentioned, the money is going to be low for NIP, so saving these weapons are paramount going forward, especially the Wrinkle AWP, but there we have it. Zello getting it done, taking down Snappy, and then Kaspersky gets 1, but traded out very quickly by Belchinok. The baby squirrel stepping up.
Doesn't sound intimidating when you put it like that, but you put him in a server, though.
No, he is an excellent talent. Came out of nowhere, lighting up the scoreboard each and every time for PARIVISION. Did fantastically well at EPL, but they didn't win many games, but his individual form was wonderful. But we'll see what they can do now as we take the first tactical timeout. Exist knows the resources will be running low with the reinvestment. First time out of the game used. This is where James wants to know. He's got them scared. He's called nothing but set pieces, 2 A pumps, and a B execute pretty much off the bat there as well.
Right. So important, I think, early on to prove that you can damage that B bomb site, because it does kind of force the CTs to be more respectful.
It generally is the weakest part of the map. That's where your in-game leader normally resides. You think for FaZe, you've got Carrigan there, Alexi B. For Na'Vi, for example, is where the weaker player normally lies. And that's exactly true here. We have Snappy on this side of the map. So it is a common protocol to try and take that bomb site. That's why Wrinkle's going to be bolstering the defenses now, trying to dissuade them from that idea, that philosophy of targeting the weaker players.
Yeah, now that he's here, it does allow them to move Snappy all the way over in towards the middle. So big reliance on the sniper in the hallways.
We're going back to B, boys. Okay, this is a perfect call from Wrinkle. He should get 1, dismount, But the thing is, if he goes down with nothing, Anders, he is completely alone. The round is over if he gets one tapped here, which can happen. I don't think it will, but it can happen.
Yeah, you're right. One single shot here could end everything. Oh, they almost don't even peek him. That's such a narrow angle. He's got the first one, but they know what's up, and they're not going to give him another chance here. Great work.
Actually, a bit of a nightmare scenario. Might just be the same outcome.
Yeah. They actually he ran into the Molotov.
Oh, wait, hold on.
For no reason.
What has happened?
He ran into it, Henry.
I'm so confused. Why would you do that?
I can't. Well, that's going to be...
Now the round's back on. They weren't even considering this, Anders.
Yeah, we're going to have to call the psychologist to figure that one out, but unfortunately...
If they end up winning this round, they were not even going to think about going for this one. They think, you're going to kill yourselves? All right, well,
yeah,
we'll have a look.
Oh,
but it might have tempted them to something that wasn't possible in the first place.
Maybe it was psychological warfare.
Maybe it was, yeah.
James is on such a next level. He's sacrificing his own players just to get more rifles from the enemy team. All right, fair play to Snappy, but at the end of the day, yeah, they did lose more rifles than they otherwise would have there in IP. What a strange round. Well, not for PARIVISION, quite happy. Again, you know, even in spite of the fact that they didn't get the immediate headshot, their read of the situation is expert. As soon as they recognize the AWP is there, they know what the weakness is, and they hunt him down.
A change of setup, change of pace. Wrinkle, the thing is he took so much damage on the first interaction. That was the real problem.
Well, again, not
Okay, let's have a look here. Okay, it's unfortunate. Like, I guess he didn't realize how far he had leaped towards that bench. Like, they still win the round. No harm, no foul again.
He was so excited by the prospect.
He was doing so well. We do save an AK-47 in the hands of Snappy. M4 for Kaspersky. I'd say swap those weapons over. Give Kaspersky the AK, but what do I know?
It's not to turn it into too much of a, you know, of criticism against Wrinkle, but that's where having a really strong AWP makes a difference, because if it's m0NESY or Saiwu in that position, you're trying to hunt him down, there is a chance they're going to get one more kill.
Yeah, right.
And that makes a big difference in that moment.
So, difficult one here for an IP, but certainly possible to win it. In-game leader with the heavy artillery. Surrounding him are players with pistols. It's Shush and Wrinkle with no Kevlar. Jame with half HP. Snappy. Not the cleanest spray, but the fact he got a kill, I think we'll take it.
Oh, they're hugging the walls so that Ken can't actually find him. He really wanted to follow that up. I like the instinct of it. Kaspersky walking in here, but he loses Ken towards the ladder room. 50 seconds on the clock. The bomb's being found in T-spawn by Shush. What do you make of that, Henry? He's actually on a mission. He's discovered it.
That's a really good point. I think this next kill could decide the outcome of the round. It's going to be Zello to get it, but you're right. The bomb being down in such a precarious spot. No to have your gun out, my friend. Oh, he's dead. He's not going to check this. Okay. Yeah, they've done this. They left the bomb in T-spawn on Ancient as well, if you remember.
They did do that. You're right. Yeah, it's a good callback. Oh, shot in the back. You could see the confusion.
It's happened again.
Yeah, like, that's too much, isn't it? It's great to be...
Take the bomb with you.
Yeah, somebody, anybody.
That's some rookie shit right there, I'm afraid.
Oh, it's
happened twice in one series, and you got away with the first time, but you definitely didn't this time.
He's still trying, Belchadok. I mean, yeah, the thing is, without the smoke, he would have tried to just run straight through, and he would have, you know, tried to take the fight, but obviously not going to be possible. Okay, well, that's something we can criticize PARIVISION for.
Oh, absolutely. You're up against two rifles there, and you are trading them out, no problem. You had the man advantages, you had good space on the map, but you forgot the all-important C4, I'm afraid. That's a tilting moment. I think Dastan's not going to be happy with that. You don't love to see that at all. And like, this is what you're up against. That was the danger. And somehow the round falls apart. Like, no one's even considering they might be in towards T-spawn.
Wow, it's a devastating. If you ever make your way to the grocery store and you forgot your credit card, you can't, you know, you've already put everything in the...
I think they forgot the house keys at this point.
House keys.
Not getting back in.
Oh, no. It's not good. Round number 7, though.
Yeah, okay. I like that. Thank you, boys. The bomb's still there.
Let's have a permanent picture-in-picture. Just doesn't leave.
All right. Never leave home without it.
There we go.
Let's just keep that on, yeah. We'll have perpetual bomb cam.
Oh. So many things to juggle, though. And it is because James does like doing these very elaborate starts of the round where they have so many options. All right.
Okay, we've got it, boys. It's going to be the bomb recovered, thankfully, as we go into an A execution here. James on the AWP. We've got players towards the palace. Going to go for that traditional wall of smokes towards the steps and jungle area. Molotov towards the bomb site and shadow.
You like this forward position for Ken? Is he in a good spot right now?
I actually think that's a perfect spot for this, yeah. He's going to have to dodge and weave the flashbangs, but he needs his teammates to set him up. We need Shush to be providing shots through the smoke, setting him up.
Well, let's see if Shush can have a big enough presence to make this position efficient. All of the grenades down, he already went through them here. Counter grenade coming out. Yeah, he's really trying to soak it up, and it works perfectly. What a great setup that is. And they just need a little bit more. Kaspersky, unfortunately, I think he went down without even a chance to fight back here. Belchenok has opened up the bomb site. It's 2 big kills to begin with. Snappy and Wrinkle. Can they do anything to recover it? They do have the kit and some smokes as well. I think if they get 1 kill, it's on for the retake. Deep grenade. Oh, it's so close. That would have been a touchdown. They're going to do it the old-fashioned way instead. Snappy ducking and weaving back towards the bomb site. He re-engages and takes down Shui. Now, James, he is the master of these kind of clutches. He's got the Molotov as well. This is very dangerous. If they mess this up with timing, good flick, and now back in the corner. He goes for it. He's going to get 1 more shot, and it's a leg shot. How did he survive?
The leg shot from the no-scope. You would think that's enough to do it, but 85 damage. Didn't have time to deploy the Molotov. It's so close, but it's a couple of miracle rounds now for NIP. The bomb left in T-spawn. The no-scope that doesn't quite connect. And all of a sudden, this series is right back on. It was looking like a guaranteed round there for PARIVISION, especially with Jay hitting shots like this. The no-scope, and it's not quite enough. Yeah, nice indeed, boys. They're believing again. They were down in the dumps after a world-class performance there from Kaspersky on Ancient. 30 kills wasn't enough to win, but now they're in the driving seat, 5-2. The money should be weak. There's certainly enough for a partial buy. You could justify a force. Everyone's hovering around $4,000. And I say that because we're 3K on Nota, 3K on Jane, but 4K for Zello and Zwei. So you really need to pick your poison here. Do you try and punish the fact that CTs will be low on resources as well and go all in? It could be an absolute disaster, or you take the partial and keep running these set pieces.
I'm so glad you set that up for us, though, with the can set up for it. It was a very educational moment right then, because you could see how it works out. And Shush understood it. Like you said, he threw the grenade out. He's really making sure they know.
Spamming some bullets, taking all the aggro. As long as he gets one, provide some covering fire. And there we go, set piece again. James loved these little pop plays in towards the A side. It's going to be more of the same here. Tech-9's across the board. You might even try and play in front of the utility for the surprise element, deploy the smokes, and then make your way in with a couple of flashbangs before they bloom.
Well, let's see. Fuse has been lit. They are ready to go on this A pop as soon as they get James a little bit closer. He's going to be smoking up that window in the middle. And the rest of them, they're all set up to go. They have quite a lot of utility in this round, so quite curious if that's going to be enough to force at least a bomb plant. That would be the first step in the right direction here. Counter utility coming out already in the Palace, trying to hold them back as much as they can, but they're ready to go. They've thrown whatever they had. They've got a couple of Molotovs left right now, but that bomb plant is crucial. Nice spray down. Shush, again, being a valuable player towards that CT spawn position. The bomb is being planted in front. It's so close to connecting there on the spray, but not quite. And Nota, don't know how he manufactures that kill, but he does. Through the smoke, takes down Kaspersky. A 4 versus 4, and at range, that's a Tech-9. The 100 kilometers still makes it work. He finds one more shot, takes down Shush. It's outrageous what they've been able to do with the Tech-9 so far. 2 versus 2, and that bomb is now ticking. Yes, they've got kits, but you've got to be careful here. Don't want to be losing even one more player, and they might just be forced into that wrinkle. I don't know how he does it either. Sway's on a bit of a mission now. He's got 3 kills, but they're inside of the smoke, and it's an awkward angle. He doesn't quite guess it. The defuse is in. It's another very close round, but it goes the way of NIP.
Oh, so close, yet so far, time and time again. These rounds are getting beyond frustrating now for PARIVISION. That was the partial buy. It was the A execute. They apply a lot of pressure. They keep them very humble, but it comes down to the last couple of kills once again. And with the Tech-9 in hand, and there's a smoke down. Unless you get the instant dink there, you're not going to be able to deny that 5-second defuse. Great work. Decent effort there, but as I mentioned, you need the instant dink. Not going to happen. And I think he only had 2 bullets left in his Tech-9 anyway. So, we're not done yet, though. Sure, it's a great start for NIP, but 6-6 still possible. And they're on the breaking point of financial ruin.
Yeah, all the pressure. I mean, they've been winning the rounds here on NIP, right? 6-2 feels like a very good scoreline, but you've got to keep in mind the money. Shui, 9 kills. He's been doing well. Belchenok still. Oh, that is a big pickup. James catching Wrinkle. Yeah, he's put to sleep back there. That's not what they were hoping for at all then. It's not that PARIVISION are immediately in position, but that's also, you know, it tells you a lot about the math on the CT side when you find two people like that. And they are actually pushing a little bit on the ramp. I kind of like this. They must have known that it was a bit of a line of defense because of it.
Hello.
It's an opportunity right here. Shush gets one. He can't escape. He wanted the AK. He wanted to get back down into the shadows. Not going to be possible. 50 seconds now. And a 3 versus 4. The bomb is being brought in. This is looking like one of the best rounds possible yet for PARIVISION.
Oh, I think he might be onto something there, but they are not guaranteed to win it. They might be right now. It's going to be Snappy. Okay, yeah, they are. I take that back. It was a foolish thing to say. They are going to win this round. Snappy won't be clutching this with an AWP at B-bomb site.
You know what I realized? Because Ken, I think, was, you know, he was saying, good job, Wrinkle, but he was rolling the R's, and I realized his name sounds so much better when you can say it like that. Wrinkle, like...
Wrinkle.
Yeah, Wrinkle.
Wrinkle, man.
Sounds sick.
Nice work. But finally, PARIVISION have something to work with here. As I mentioned, Anders, the money should be in a very precarious spot going forward. These rounds have been very close.
End of the day, it is all about the money, isn't it?
It's all about the money. Always has been, really. It's what makes the world go round.
Shout out capitalism one time.
Yeah, it's done pretty well in the last 100 years.
Been on a good run. Might come to an end, but...
It feels like it might be, actually. It does feel that way. Yeah, here we go. This is the nightmare scenario. You have that great start, but the rounds have been so close. You're praying for a miracle here. Can you apply enough pressure with these SMGs to make them uncomfortable? You certainly have, but no real damage inflicted. Sway will be popping open smokes. Looking to pop open some heads as well. A challenge towards the window position from Ken, but... see what he can do with a Desert Eagle. Not the ideal weapon for the job.
It'd be such a treat for NIP if they could find a way. What is this crouching stuff, Snappy? That is an absolute rat play, if I've ever seen one.
Oh, you'll take it all day long. The rat taking down the baby squirrel.
That is, yes. That's probably, they probably would happen, wouldn't it?
The battle as old as time itself.
Oh, no. I can't believe he got away with it. Kaspersky.
Oh, they're doing it.
Bursting them down. How are they getting away? This is sick for NIP, though. And good calling from Snappy. He's let himself off the leash, but the team, too. He's saying, you know what? We're probably not going to win this round. Do whatever you feel like. And it's actually worked out very, very well at the moment. 2 players left here. Bomb is going to be planted. So that's at least a step in the right direction here. PARIVISION absolutely need to win this round. And as long as James is alive, I'm never really going to count them out. Let's see what he could do with the AWP. He's not going to be shot in the back here. All the fights are in front of him, and that's a big deal. Easy shot on the first one. But now they know. They have Molotovs. They can burn them out of this position almost forever. Start throwing those grenades, boys. There we go. There's one. Tap that bomb again. They can do it one more time. There's another Molotov on Snappy, and surely that's going to be thrown in. Wrinkle gets the job done, but wait a minute. There's a Molotov on top in return. And without the kit.
Can't do it.
Oh, no. There's no way to win the round.
Okay. It's not the cleanest finish. It doesn't feel great, but you got the round over the line there, Anders. The Molotovs do save the day. No kits in play. You can see some sacrificial players trying their luck there, trying to get on there in the last final couple of ticks. But great start. NIP managed to farm a couple of kills and had a massive man advantage. The big brain James does manage to come out on top there. Beautiful stuff. Closing the gap now. It all started with this little maneuver in towards T-spawn. MP9's causing a ton of damage, making things very uncomfortable. They pull it back. A 3 versus 1 for James, but he got the Molotov deployed.
Who threw the Molotov from the T side? We didn't see it on the replay.
I don't know. I was lost in the source myself. Chaotic round. And a timeout call by NIP. We go to a 2-round game here. We said 6-6 is still very possible. And that was the force by Anders.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not sure where the money's going to be at. It might be eco territory. There it is. So he just about got it off. He bounced it off the bomb side wall as well. Clutch moment in itself.
It is, yeah, it turns out.
Because they were low. They were isolated, locked out of the bomb site. And we have got MP9s, a FAMAS, a saved AK. That helps out quite nicely with the resources. Saving that AK is massive for them.
Yeah, that's... I mean, if not for that, they really would have been very poor in this round.
Oh, absolutely.
Trying to get that shot, but again, you're always going to be smoked up on this map. Look at the speed here. No helmet, I think, for Kaspersky. He's dead, and so is Snappy. They tested this bomb site earlier.
Oh, not again.
Another Molotov.
Dude,
kill?
it's the same kid as well.
I don't want to be seeing that. too much, but you know what? It doesn't matter once again. It's just they win so early taking that B bomb side. That's 2 rounds where, in spite of the fact that there's a double setup there for the NIP, they can't hold on.
I think it was Zello the first time. I don't want to spread false information around.
But it would be funnier if it was the same person. I'm not going to lie.
But still, they win the round. It's the only casualty they take. It's all fine. It's just a bit of fun.
I guess it shows the level of commitment and hype that they have.
Yeah.
You know,
they're throwing themselves into the battlefield, into the fire.
The absolute bloodlust.
Whatever James tells me to do, I will do it.
Yeah, because it's worse to disappoint him. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't baiting, James. I wasn't baiting. I was in there.
Oh, that's sick. I love it. I do love it.
We've got to get a replay of that.
I think this one was more excusable. I think he just probably, I think there was so much chaos there.
Yeah.
I think the first one was probably a little bit funnier, but we'll see.
Yeah, no helmet for sure.
Here's that one. Yeah, he has no idea.
Super unlucky.
Just could. All right.
Really, really unlucky.
Come on.
He was low HP. Got his kill as well. Yeah, indeed. The Flying Starlanders, they were 6-2 up. And now clutching at straws financially the last 3 rounds.
All in the past.
Down to the SMGs once again. The Deagle for Kaspersky. He is not lighting up the scoreboard in the same fashion he did on Ancient. He's currently 5 and 10. Maybe run out of gas here.
Well, it is the CT side. He did slow down on the CT side of Ancient. Maybe he could make a return on the T side.
He does do his best work with the AK-47.
Yes, okay.
That is absolutely fair. We've got an A finish here. An old classic for James. Should be no problem. I can't see a world where you can defend this with the MP9s. But I'd love to be proven wrong.
Yeah, those are the best moments, aren't they? Unfortunately, you might have been absolutely right here. It's blown open. James not really making this too elaborate.
Jump in the fire. Yeah, there you go.
Got to step into it, you know? Nobody died this time, but it's keeping them on edge, I suppose. 3 versus 5 with a bomb plant as well. Just not the start, not the ending they were hoping for here for NIP. Beautiful start, really, but they haven't been able to hold on. The money hasn't been there, and James has been warming up this team. Good kills, all on Wrinkle. A 1 versus 4. If they don't fight him, they cannot really lose this round. It's the only way they can do it. And even then, it's absolutely fine. Cut right down the middle of 6-6 here for map number 2.
Quite like Arena Counter-Strike. Let's get into this one.
Oh, a very loud and warm welcome here in Hong Kong. You like this?
Now the people here is amazing. It's insane.
Wouldn't it be cool if we open the show? Packed out Moody Center? Bro, I would kill this. All right, then. How would you do it?
First, I'd remind them where we are. Austin, Texas. This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
You know who's waiting for you backstage. They want to hear your hype. They want to feel it.
6 teams enter the arena, but there is only one prize waiting on this stage.
Lisboa, make some noise!
I hope that USA people cheer for us.
Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine. Counter-Strike lives within us. From the bottom of your heart, let me hear you!
First map of Ancient was an absolute barn burner. We had Kaspersky posting 30+ frags. He couldn't hold on. He couldn't maintain that level. He bottoms the scoreboard after the first half, going 5 and 10 unders. He needs to find that form once again because NIP were in the driving seat. They were 6-2 up, but PARIVISION have managed to claw their way back into it and are looking for that 2-0.
It was looking very, very good for NIP, but I still think there's hope. There's still a chance they can make it out. Do want to take note of that smoke kit combination that's on the PARIVISION side. It is a round winner, but PARIVISION themselves not good at winning pistol rounds on this map. We'll see if they can pick up this one. They're in position. They have so many people here already. Good headshot, Belchulok to start the second half, but the return is almost immediate. Kaspersky and Cairn coming in with the shots. Wrinkle to be added to the mix, and somehow, in spite of walking into a giant stack here, they've still found a bomb plant. Sneaking through James. That needed to be an instantaneous headshot, and it is not. Nota now. 1 versus 3 in a very awkward position. He does read it well. He knows where the next fight's coming, but he's down to 3 bullets. Come on, you're not even going to reload. You're trying to see if you can push forward. Oh my God! How close is that?
As close as you like. One more bullet would have done it.
He's already playing the new patch.
Exactly. You hate to see it, but it will be both pistols landing in favor of NIP. They managed to convert the second round 4 spies in the first half as well. See if they can do it once again. It was on a knife's edge, but no retake possible here. James had an opportunity for a double kill, but head on a swivel.
2 bullets.
Yeah, he needed 1 more. It might have been enough, but we are going to see the full eco here, which makes sense, but they are stacking the right bomb side.
They got an HE and a flashbang as well.
I've seen it too many times in the last couple of months. Full USP victories. It can happen. Trust me.
Oh, I don't want to believe it. I feel like NIP have fought so hard. They did on Ancient.
It can happen. I'm not saying it's going to, but the last month has been a bit of a nightmare for these sort of rounds and high-level CS. We'll start with Zello. Should be fine with that opening kill, but they are coming into the Lion's Den now, but those Lions are sleeping. Kaspersky finding some form here. Just 1 kill picked up. All is well in the NIP camp. They get past the pistol and the second round eco. Guns will be coming out in the third here.
You could see what happens, though, on that ramp if you lose the opening duel and then the grenade lands, and then like, it just gets worse and worse. But Kaspersky taking care of business. Like you pointed out, this is the side of the map that he's going to be a little bit better on. He's got the Galil for now, but when he picks up the AK, pretty dangerous.
Just getting those confidence frags. It might not seem like much, but it's getting 3 on the board and seeing your scoreline improve.
Yeah.
It does wonders for your mental as a pro player, especially one of the younger guys as well. Let's have a look. What have we got to work with on the CT side? Famous for Sway, M4's otherwise. Missing some key pieces of util, no defuse kits, and we're picking up the pace. It's going to be that Famous to be tested first. Takes down Snappy. Zello will join him as well. Man advantage, but not for long. Back to a 3-on-3.
I'm shocked that it is a 3-on-3. I feel like PARIVISION were really out of position for this play. That NIP, I don't know how they realized NIP, but they realized there wasn't going to be much of a defense here. They had to sort of stumble back onto the bomb side, PARIVISION. They still found a couple of kills. That's pretty impressive here. James, edge of the smoke. He's got the right idea, but unfortunately, Wrinkle stays tucked in behind the pillar, and he just can't quite find him. 2 versus 2. Bomb is planted, and they know that James is out there somewhere on top of the trash bin. In fact, Wrinkle, it's not an easy fight to take necessarily, and he can't follow it up against Nota. He's been alone this whole fight. Kaspersky's just here, playing for the after plant. Smoke goes up, but it's a 10-second defuse. You're absolutely right. It's a long time. Even though he has to try and spam it through, he repositions here, realizing someone's inside, and it could not have been any better. Kaspersky is right back in the mix.
Instant timeout call by Dash down there. It was looking so promising, the 2v1, but no kit. That's the real gut punch maneuver towards the end there. They managed to get the opening kill. The second as well, technically a 5-on-3, but then Ken came to life, gets himself massive amounts of damage there. Wrinkle going to town with that AK-47, and what a spray transfer straight to the head of the defuser. They extend their lead. They go up 3-0 in the second half, 9-6.
Think about how much it says about Kaspersky's mind that he repositions. He knows that the defuse is going to be happening on the other side of the box because they've already figured out where he is. So if he just stays up in the hallway and tries to spam through, he's never, ever going to be able to hit that defuser. But on the other side, he absolutely could. And he did that the second that smoke went down. It was so well played. Obviously, the spray to follow it even better. I don't know if Kaspersky is quite like, I think that when I think of someone who is so much better on the T side than CET, I always think of Centaurus. Centaurus with an AK,
Sure.
world class, but he sometimes disappears on the CT side.
That's a good point. We definitely saw that in the grand final over at EPL.
I know, tragic.
He was bottom fragger in that best of 5. You really hated to see that. But for now, quite significant investment, I would say. We have got Zwei down to $500. He's dropped the M4 for Zello here.
Okay.
So it's not a force buy, but they have got enough firepower here to make this one quite interesting. Normally you want to see some sort of boost, a gimmick play to try and get in the opening frag, like boosted towards short or underpass. But he's currently just burrowed away on the A side, hoping the cannon fodder can take the aggro away from him. Oh, well, that's not bad either. Actually doesn't take much damage for his troubles there. Gets the opening kill. Shush needs to be careful here. Starts to creep his way up towards that A ramp. Nice damage towards the M4. Should be enough for Shush to convert this kill.
Gotta be careful though. There is somebody right next to him as well. Yeah. Don't want to be giving a chance here. It felt like Shui, if he'd taken one step there, he might have been able to punish it, but now instead he's in trouble. What a headshot. That's ridiculous. He pushed himself off the ladder and still somehow found the kill. They keep going. Kaspersky now to take down Belchinok. And Nota and Jame, they don't have the weapons here. They don't have the health either. Nice headshot. All on Jame.
Nothing he can do, I'm afraid. USP only, saving up the AWP in the follow-up round here. Partial investment. Started off with man advantage, but couldn't hold on. Fancy footwork from Shush, getting himself close to the bomb site. Shut down the initial threat. Took a dink for his troubles, but overall pretty smooth sailing here as we go 4-0 now in the second half. Double digits for NIP overall. Maybe a kill here for James, being a nuisance as you might expect, but taken down in the end. Back to their winning ways or NIP. That's pistol and round conversions in both halves now. 4-0. That was the opening frag. Beautiful deagle shot here. God damn, that was good.
Scary moment. You thought maybe that could be rolled into something more, but it wasn't. Not this time. 10-6. NIP had this kind of a lead earlier, and then PARIVISION clawed their way back. Same thing kind of happened on the first map. This time, NIP would love to keep going. Just to the final map in this one. A map that PARIVISION certainly play quite well. So, could be an uphill battle all the way through for NIP if they want to keep going. But the fact that Kaspersky's come alive in the second half, I think, is a really good sign. Wrinkle also, I said at the start, I want him to be playing better. Really has been. He even was playing well on Ancient. So give him some credit for getting some good kills in this match. Kaspersky's navigating that mid position. They've got the bomb in the middle as well, so this seems like it's just destined to be that A bomb site.
I think he might be onto something there. I've got players boosted up.
Oh my.
And players taken down. It's a couple of kills on either side of the coin here, but Wrinkle continues his rampage in towards the A side. That's round over. Zwei so far removed from the scenario. Yeah, don't even look into this one. You need to save this rifle. That'll have maximum loss bonus next round, but if you save the rifle, at least you can invest around that on the CT side.
Those were some of the most synced up opening kills I've seen in a bit. They just happened exactly at the same time.
Yeah, really nice control of the map. And a beautiful shot there from Wrinkle. Finds multiple kills there. Massive amount of impact. Taking all 5 players down, as I mentioned, is significant. Now it is just going to be a partial buy with the max loss bonus. I was going to say, tactical timeout feels necessary at this point. This one's slipping out of their grasp.
Do you think Wrinkle on this team has the freedom to just keep playing with the AK? Like, would you need to pick up the AWP on the T side here if he's doing so well?
The way they're playing right now, I don't think so. It's very Wolfpack CS. They're just grouping up together and brute forcing bomb sites. If anything, while this is working, keep them on the AK.
All right. Yeah, I guess if they start to get challenged a lot by Jame AWPing on the other side, maybe you want to do something. But
and you know he's not going to have the AWP this round, so you don't necessarily need him.
I do like that. I think that would be good leadership on the side of NIP if they can sort of identify him. And this is really working for Wrinkle. Let's keep him in the space.
That's snappy as well, hitting that shot. Nice work. And you thought you were safe, kid, but absolutely not. 1 round away from map points. As mentioned, you will not have the AWP on the CT side. They've gone all in with the max loss bonus. Zwei has brought out the auto shotgun. You don't see many of those these days. They come in and out of fashion, but we'll see what he can do with it.
Get close enough.
Some open runway here for NIP to find map points. Take us to the third of Dust 2, where I think we all want to go right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a great game. Lots of excitement. Lots of players jumping into the fire, putting their bodies on the line.
Yeah, no one's been holding back.
Absolutely.
It's been a great adventure.
And plenty of clutches as well.
Oh, yeah.
Missed Molotov in towards that ladder room. Ideally wanted to get in there, but grenade at least tickles Zello down to 60 points of health.
They're investigating that A ramp all at the same time.
This is going straight in here. Smoke down towards jungle. They got pressure towards the A ramp as well. The A bomb site's pretty much wide open, Anders. You hate to say it, but you might be considering the save.
You're right, though. They are so far out of position right at PARIVISION. It's so strange to see. Normally, you always have at least one CT by that CT spawn position over by the ticket booth. You want to be able to hold on to that. Kaspersky's gone down. PARIVISION, they're meandering outside of the bomb site. I don't know if they want to commit. They nearly got canned through the smoke. Honestly, if they'd got that, maybe that's it. They might. I think they're going to recommit to this in the last second. I think they're going to try and just lightning defuse this one while maybe NIP think it's all over. They're still at the ramp
they are
here.
going for it?
Yeah, I think they are. Then they're going to slow down. Belchinok, he gets the first one on cam, but he was already low. Shush gets one, and now he knows they're all on the site. It might be a bit of a graveyard here on the A-bomb side. Unfortunately, the defuse not going to happen. Wrinkle with a great spray down. It's a nice attempt.
I mean, it's one of those moments you think if we lose this round, we go down 12-6. Like, there was a kid in play.
Yeah.
It didn't feel great going for it. It didn't look like they had much chance whatsoever, and you can see that reflected on the outcome. A scramble to get on top of the C4. A decent attempt, all things considered. If you find Wrinkle quickly there, maybe it's a different outcome, but Wrinkle holds his nerve, and we said, shall he keep the rifle? Well, the answer is the resounding yes, Anders, because he absolutely dominates with the long-range spray. Snappy's brought out the P90. We're going for a straight-up rush, boys. Lock in. You don't see this every day. The run and gun.
Up against the auto shotgun. I don't know. He's
what
been
year is
slowed
it?
down. I don't know, but the fact that he's already been discovered here is a bit awkward. Do you really want to commit to it now? I feel like the opportunity's kind of gone away now.
Yeah, like when you're buying a P90, you ideally just want to rush the bomb site, get in there, get information, because you can just run and shoot with the 50 bullets, and they do a ton of damage. You don't get the kill reward, but it can be a very versatile weapon. It's going to be Kaspersky, though, looking to close things down. He's got Nota and the man advantage.
Yeah, well, all eyes were on the P90, and suddenly Kaspersky sneaks in, he gets one more
back,
headshot.
baby.
He's absolutely back. He just needs the AK.
He was, what, 5 and 11 in the first half. He's now 16 and 15. We said the AK was his weapon of choice, and he's certainly showing us why.
Really impressive work. Keeping his mental in the game, not folding. Bottom of the scoreboard, like you think you said at the start of it. Shush going to be taken down. CeeLo was trying to find something there. James and Trey, they're far apart right now. And the auto shotgun maybe could be upgraded along the way, but James will have to do most of the work here, trying to slow them down.
Go on, give it to him. Give him the P90 kill.
Yeah, well, Snappy, I think, is unfortunately might just get killed getting this bomb down. He's waited a long time, sneaking it. It's a very, very nice kill, but 25 seconds here, and now they're all coming for James. They know exactly where he is. Great headshot. Well, he's trying to see if he can navigate this. It's a 1 versus 4 clutch that's being asked of him.
Got to push the smoke.
Yeah. We'll try and go through it. A little bit of an incendiary to try and push him out. It's such a great shot as well, but not enough here. NIP will pick up the map and push us onto a third on Dust 2. That's exciting.
It absolutely is, Anders. That was a great game. NIP showing some great mental resilience there. It was PARIVISION creeping back into it. They tied things up at 6-6, but a flawless second half from NIP with all the fun guns you can imagine as well. We had auto shotguns and Daft Mike's favorite, the P90. Mike, what did you make of that?
I thought it was downright shocking, Henry. Downright surprising, downright exciting as well. NIP making a series of this one, P90s, shotguns notwithstanding. The end result is that we are going to Dust 2, and I don't think this is the way we thought it was going to go here, fellas.
No, I expected a much closer fight. You know, obviously we had PARIVISION as the favorite heading into Mirage, and if NIP wanted to win the game, I thought it would have to be in a closer fashion. However, the second half was very, very good by NIP. I think the calling from Snappy, we kind of said it first map, it felt like James out-called Snappy. I think the same could be said here in this regard. We sometimes, you know, critique Snappy for saying that a lot of out-of-spawn calls is perhaps what's holding them back. I think this time around, you see exactly what happens to a team when they hit flow state. When every single call out of spawn is a good one, when every single idea is a good one. You even see it in the last round as well. He has a P90 because they wanted to go for a B execute. They wanted to go fast in towards B. They had to reword. They have to redecide and come up with a new plan. And even that they figured out as well. So I think overall from NIP, that was a good game of Counter-Strike and a very convincing way of taking down PARIVISION on MOUZ.
The one benefit I would say NIP had coming into the series, I said all 3 maps I leaned PARIVISION's way. NIP knew what maps were likely to be played. They knew they're going to pick Ancient. They know if they leave Mirage open, there's a reason the last time they played, they banned, I believe they banned Inferno, or Mirage first and then Inferno second round, because they knew they leave it open, it's going to get picked. So they knew this map was coming. They knew Dust 2 was coming. They could plan for it, prepare for it. And PARIVISION have a specific style on this map as well. They like to go for their own stack of out of spawn calls. They went for B hits, A hits, back to back to back constantly. And NIP knew it was coming. They saw it and they prepared for it really effectively.
And the individuals showed up as well, right? I mean, this goes to what you were saying in the map break. It couldn't just be Kaspersky. You need someone else to come along with him. Wrinkle certainly did that in spades this time around on Mirage.
Yeah, he found a lot of impact and did it in different ways, you know, with the rifle in particular as well. Obviously picked up the AWP from time to time as well, which is his designated role within the team. But I think he was efficient in more than one layer of gameplay, so to speak, even pulling out the pistols. I think also, you know, when you say that, yeah, Wrinkle performed from start to finish. Kaspersky had a very lackluster first half, didn't really get a lot of stuff done into the second one. Again, best player on the server. I think that's the one big advantage NIP have right now. They have the best player on the server, because if there's one thing that we can say for PARIVISION's sake so far in this series, none of the players individually have really stepped up. It's still PARIVISION playing as a team, playing with the synergy they have. It's not, you know, based on someone popping off, winning a couple of rounds by themselves. I think right now the biggest difference between NIP and PARIVISION is that NIP by far have the best player on the server.
You know, B-Trams put out one of those graphs he loves to put out on Twitter. Oppers with the rifle. Oppers with the rifle. And at the bottom right corner, it just says riflers, and there's Wrinkle in there. He's just better with the rifle, round swing-wise, than he is with the op. And this is a Mirage game where you're expecting the Oppers to perform really well. He pulled off some insane stuff with the rifle in hand, more so, I think, than with the op in this game.
It's kind of astonishing. It seems like a factor that we see more and more and more in CS2. Just the reality of the guns. Hey, now maybe they're not going to have enough ammo for the op. People are concerned about. We'll see if that actually winds up happening. Not in this one, certainly. But we also saw a lot of mistakes coming through from PARIVISION, right? And there were some rounds in particular that we wanted to highlight, that we wanted to lean into here, Jacob.
A fun one in the first half, you know, where we see the game being very competitive, very back and forth, and then we have a scenario where PARIVISION is executing in towards the B bomb side. Like, they feel they're very, very confident in going for that. They want to trade out Wrinkle here with the AWP. He gets the first kill. Instantly, they go for it, right? They're not afraid of this. Wrinkle gets caught off guard, gets traded. You think to yourself, 4v4, you lose complete control over the B bomb side. NIP, right here, they decide to save. They don't want to do anything about it. They can't do anything about it up until the moment where one of the PARIVISION players decides to kill himself, effectively, which makes it a 4v3, which then means NIP is going for the retake, which they would not have done. Of course, at this point, Rue, it's bound to fail. They don't have the utility to go in there. They don't really have the positioning. They don't have the time. And retaking that bomb side is very, very tough. Now, I'm not going to say Jay masterminded that, because I don't think the player killed him, you know, on purpose. But at the end of the day, it kind of played out to the advantage for PARIVISION.
If you're saying it's not a mastermind, why did they do it a second time, Jacob? Why did they do it twice in one game if it wasn't a devious plan from the mastermind, James? I mean, we were criticizing them a little bit for trying to get out of it, trying to say, well, it's because we're playing too many games. We're not there yet at the tier 1 level. This is what it looks like. This is why he's saying that, those types of rounds. And as well, we had round 6, I believe, I was pulling up, where they do something very similar. They leave, again, the bomb in spawn, guys. We saw that in the last map as well. They leave the bomb in spawn. It's an anti-eco. Off the back of the round you were talking about, they've got them on pistols and 1 rifle. They even take down the rifle momentarily here. This is a round they should be winning, but they've got Shush and T-Spawn killing someone in the back of the head because he saw the bomb down. They were able to pivot. I mean, credit to Nip to pivot in the way they did, to know the way those rotations were going to go. But at the same time, this ends up being a 6-2 game from this round. If PARIVISION win this, this whole game looks completely different.
I even said it to you in the green room, Rue. It felt like when it was 6-2 or 6-3 for NIP, the PARIVISION should be up, 7-2 or 6-3 in their favor. It felt like NIP were obviously capitalizing on all the mistakes PARIVISION made, but for my money, that game could have ended in the first half. If PARIVISION would have played up to par and not, messed around like they did right here, I think that game and this series would have been over by now. But unfortunately for them, they couldn't keep their focus, couldn't keep the level up, and NIP came back into it, punished when they needed to, and now they're very much alive in the series.
And these are the flaws. These are the things that are holding them back from that consistency that we know that they're chasing right over on the PARIVISION side. But it's also about NIP capitalizing. On Ancient, we saw all the clutches go the way of PARIVISION. It's kind of the opposite case here for NIP, no?
Yeah, I'd say so, capitalizing and making sure that you punish the mistakes. And, to NIP's luck, this was not one of the games where they made a big comeback because, as we spoke about, NIP have a habit of losing a lot of these comebacks. This round and the following round, round 7 and round 7 and 8, are a great example of clutches going the way of NIP. James hits a nasty shot right here. Maybe a little bit unlucky leg shotting the player right here with a no-scope, but at the end of the day, that's another round going the way of NIP. You go into the following round. Again, this is a 4v3 with the bomb down. It's a 3v2 with the bomb down. As you can see on the time, the timer on the bomb is halfway through already by now. For some reason, the player, Shello, I believe that is, decides to peek. For some reason, this player with a Tech 9 decides to not hit anything whatsoever. And you end up in a scenario where PARIVISION is also losing this round. So me and Rue have now showed you 3 rounds, in the span of the first 7 of the game, where PARIVISION are supposed to win. They're supposed to outright win the first half and win the game and close the series, but they kept on messing up. And as you said, you do that against Tier 1 team, you get punished. You do that against a Tier 1.5 team, you apparently also get punished.
I think we can call them Tier 2. Are they Tier 2?
Yeah.
I think NIP is
2.5 maybe?
Yeah, 2.5. I think NIP, they had an idea, I think, of what you were going to see from PARIVISION. They love the A hits, they love the out of spawn calls, but PARIVISION changed it up, and that's credit to James. They went for the back-to-back B hits right near the start. They set themselves up strategically for a win. They set themselves in the perfect position, but the players at the end of the day, you have to hit your shots, and I don't know why that guy Stairs decided to whiff. I think he maybe should be hitting those shots. He just decided to miss instead, and they decided to lose a whole bunch of clutches.
Well, whatever number tier you want to put them in, the only number that's going to matter to these two teams is number 3, because we're headed to map number 3, and that'll be all to decide when we come back from this break. One more map to play here to separate NIP and PARIVISION as the Niñas come storming back in to ruin the visions of Pari in this one. Dust2 and all to play for here.
Yeah, a couple of hours ago I said that it looked like a either 2-0 for PARIVISION or a complete 50-50 game if we got to the third map, and that's what I feel right now as well, especially with the fashion PARIVISION lost on Mirage. I'm not too confident in them heading into Dust2. I know it's a map they can play, and I know they're still, you know, on paper the favorites, but I think NIP and in particular csgo have shown today that they're up for the task. You know, recent history at the Major was also a very close game that NIP should have won, so I see no reason why this one shouldn't be close.
I think when you look at it, unfortunately at the Major, you still had AW on PARIVISION, and Sway is he's just an upgrade.
Just better.
He's just better. He's just a better player, unfortunately. So when you're looking at this from NIP's perspective, yeah, I think they played a great game on Mirage, but they relied on a lot of mistakes coming out of PARIVISION. I think it's going to be the same thing. They can play a great game, but I think this one is in the hands of PARIVISION. If they play their A game, it's their game to win.
I think that's a fair assessment. I also want to bring in a point in addition to what Vu said about Wrinkle on Mirage, you know, and his rifling capabilities. It's good that you have an AWP who can pick up a rifle, but if I'm playing Dust2, I want my AWP player to play the AWP, and I want my AWP player to find impact with the AWP. There's only so much you can do as an, I guess, an AWPing rifler on a map like Dust2. As I've said a couple of times throughout this tournament, Dust2 is AWPer's paradise. If you're Wrinkle, please do not buy the rifle. Buy the AWP, find impact, put up a fight against James. Otherwise, I think NIP is going to struggle as well.
And I mean, if we look at the stylistic change on the other side, James is going to be buying an AWP even when he probably shouldn't. They will find a way to get an AWP in
save his way
hands.
to an AWP, yeah.
And that's why it's so dang dangerous. You never know when there's just going to be an AWP lurking around a corner surrounded by 4 Glocks.
James is that guy that when you play matchmaking, you play Premier, somehow on round 2 he's got an AWP, and then you kill him, and then the next round he's still got an AWP somehow. Like, there's an AWP in his hand every round. It doesn't even make mathematical sense how he manages to hold on to that AWP the entire game.
I will say as well, another thing to note out and look out for, as I said, csgo so far in this game has been tremendous. He's the best player on the server. I think he's the most talented player on the server as well, and nobody from PARIVISION so far has had a breakout map, you know, or a breakout half where they took over the game or where they were individually the difference maker. I think that's sometimes needed. If you're PARIVISION, yeah, you can rely on your team play, you can rely on your synergy, and trust me, when we saw it in Inclusion, when we saw it at Blast Bounty, was absolutely fantastic. But in games like this, where you're not really hitting it, where you make mistakes, sometimes you need that individual powers to step up, and I'm having a hard time seeing who that is. It was Sway when he came in. Honeymoon, not really anymore.
Well, we'll see who will step up in the server, but the prowess on the microphone will be coming from Henry and Anders.
Oh, we'll certainly give our best job here, Michael. We'll give it what we can. It's going to be the third and final map, Anders. Dust2. I agree with the sentiment of the desk. PARIVISION's still the favorites, but NIP have turned up the play today. Even when Kaspersky was down 5-11, he brought it right back in their favor. That AK-47 is deadly in his hands.
You know he's going to be good on that T side. And the fact that Wrinkle's playing good, I mean, it's a really good baseline for the team. I think they could put them to the test. I think this could be a very exciting game. It's been all fire and fury up until this point. No one's really been playing boring Counter-Strike. You've got to give it to them. We head into this third map. I don't know. I feel like it's a 50-50 at this point. I really don't know who's going to win this one. It could go either way. Dust2 is coming up here to decide who goes on and who goes to the lower bracket instead. Nobody wants to be there.
Oh, I love the energy, Anders. Let's hope this game delivers and gives us another burner. PARIVISION on the T side here. I was about to say, most teams favor that long entrance point towards the A side on these pistols. We've got smokes down towards Xbox, Molotov to deny aggression. This seems to be a bit of a read because NIP were ready to swing. Players in towards lower, very effective flashbang, and the carnage continues here. It's going to be a couple of kills, make it 3 for NIP. Wrinkle going to town, but the round's still alive, and well, Zway and Zello working in tandem. Ooh. But now, just Wrinkle left. It's going to be a very convincing and yet another pistol victory for NIP.
I think PARIVISION got the count wrong on how many people were in middle because there was so much chaos in the smoke that Sway thought, okay, they're all in middle. I'm going to run B and try and flank them or something like that. And he just had his knife out and got shot instead. And there was a lot of chaos. Like, that Xbox smoke just made it impossible for anyone to really have good fights. But NIP come out on top. It's great work.
Full eco.
Wow. 1 SMG as well on the NIP side. They are respectful.
We talked about this yesterday, right?
Yeah.
The bonus is implanted. Your actual best approach is to bring out the rifles here. Deal with this, no problem. And you're going to have all the grenades. All 5 players should survive. We saw a team yesterday. I can't remember who it was, but they had 4 SMGs in this following round. And it's just not the right approach, in my opinion. I'm not saying they're wrong. to not have the firepower against the AKs in that first gun round.
Yeah, you make yourself vulnerable exactly one round later, which maybe not exactly what you're hoping for. Good cleanup, not a single casualty on the NIP side, so that's great news for them, especially when you already bought into those rifles. They're going to be off to a hot start here. But again, this is on the CT side. I think it's important to remember, one, Kaspersky's going to be more impactful. Again, very nice spray down. Again, unarmored pistol, so not really a big deal necessarily, but you'll take it. And they are going to be going into round number 3. AKs, single Galil. Some decent utility here as well on the PARIVISION side. And probably going to be playing a lot like they've done in the first 2 maps here for the T sides, where they spread out a lot, and they can do so many things with it. I think James is so good at reading once they have just a little bit of info.
Well, the Time Lord has got everything he needs to work with round number 3. AKs are out. Nota on the Galil to provide a bit of extra utility, and they make their way up towards short. Looks to be a B finish, though. You can see James joining the troops with his smoke and a couple of flashes. Mid to B smoke goes down. It doesn't necessarily land, but it still is more than serviceable. And this is the door smoke, courtesy of Belchanok. And I think they're just pouncing towards B off this.
Hopefully they wait until the smoke's actually popped. See so many teams that throw the smoke and then they run and they get killed because it just didn't pop yet. So don't want to be seeing those mistakes here from PARIVISION.
So they re-smoke CT spawn. And they're definitely ahead of that smoke, Anders. It doesn't seem to be a problem. There's a smoke towards double doors, and that's round over.
That worked out just fine.
The problem is, I know what you're saying about waiting for smoke to be popped, but that allows the CTs to drop the incendiary as they see it coming in. It actually is very viable to go in like that and have the surprise element and actually catch them with grenades in their hands.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to get this kill as well, Jamie. Easy. I just have this, like, nightmare scenario. I've seen it a lot of times at the pro level where there is a CT waiting out there in middle and the T's just kind of walk in and get sprayed down.
The thing is, though, they've kind of got that covered. You think about it, that mid to B smoke, even though it was in a mid to B split, you can't just be standing in the open looking for the double doors.
That's true, yeah.
Because you have to be aware of the presence of the mid to B backstab coming through. And it was a threat. There was one player there. So it's all kind of calculated in that sense.
They thought about everything.
Yeah. So that's what the mid to B smoke is designed to do, to make sure that player can't be in the open. The smoke will come eventually, but you want to catch the CTs with the pants around their ankles, nades in their hands, and it's perfectly played there. It's a really nice finish from PARIVISION.
And making that statement early on, saying we can take this B bomb site, that's going to force NIP to respect them a little bit more. They had 2 people there anyway, so it is a bit of a shame for NIP that they couldn't at least do some damage in return, but great flashbangs, courtesy of James, assisted on both those kills. He gets one of his own here on Snappy as well. PARIVISION don't wait long. Didn't win the pistol, but they bounce right back in that first gun round. That's what you love to see.
Rinko has a 78% opening duel success rate on Dust 2 this year, second only to Woxic. Woxic is the master of Dust 2, let me tell you. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen this guy in practice. I've sat behind him in his games. He is a beast. So the fact you're second to him is a great stab.
He'll take it. That's a great stat line to think about. And Jacob did say on the desk he wanted to see Rinko with the AWP a lot. He didn't want to see him, spend too much time with the rifle, have the presence on the map. I do like the idea. So upper B again.
Great little replay there, catching that upper take. Speaking of which, Rinko will find a second and third kill. NIP looking hot to trot today. I'm enjoying their output on the server. Everyone's turning up. And Rinko, we were saying he was excellent with the rifles in the previous map, but he reminds us that he can still get it done on that AWP. Fantastic sequence from him. Very confident round from NIP. The B bomb site shut down.
That's huge. And you had that little spray through in the beginning. You could see the bullets on the back of the wall, so they might not be expecting that the AWP is going to be that close when there's already been an M4 shooting into the actual hallway.
They had the safety net of the rifler in the corner as well. Wasn't even required.
Yeah.
Rinko knocks them all out. Great work with the AWP. He is known for those close-range encounters, fast flicks, no scopes. He can do it all. Very talented player, just has problems with consistency.
Oh, yeah. But it is a lot of fun. I think that's why so many people were so excited when he joined NIP to begin with. And it is really fun to watch. It's one of my favorite kinds of AWPing that exists out there. But, I mean, if you could do it right now, that's all that really matters. NIP, if they could take down PARIVISION early on in this group, that'd be a great headline for them. You said NIP coming off the back of a smaller land win, but a win nonetheless.
Winners of the Roman Empire or something it was called.
I believe so.
I think it was called something like that. As James opened things up, speaking of Wrinkle, he does go down.
It's not ideal. Shush, looking to see if he could recover that AWP.
Bear in mind, we have Spirit Liquid coming up next. The winner of this game will play the winner of that next game.
Yes.
So likely to be Spirit.
Unless MOUZ has something to say about it.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to write them off, but they've said they've had 1 day prac, and they weren't looking good before. So surely it's not going to be the miracle cure
I don't know.
Liquid.
Spirit are in a weird state themselves.
They don't look great.
They lost to Astralis, for God's sakes.
The Astralis look very good, Anders. Let's give them that. I know we like to have fun with Astralis, but I actually love that new roster.
Like, I am joking. This new look Astralis is actually kind of impressive.
I got to speak to Hooksy and the boys in the bar afterwards. After that tournament, got 3rd place, right?
Yeah.
But I said to him, this is the best Astralis roster since 2019.
It's actually true.
And it's the fact you've got rid of all the old recycled names. It's not the same old shit.
No.
And it's actually looking very promising. But that's neither here nor there. We have got a chance to find the saving players in towards the B-bomb side. The hunt is on. Oh my God, they're coming for you.
Such a quick save call here. Very aggressive. You've got to be careful at PARIVISION. They don't have a lot of money either. Look at the TCI. Oh, doesn't matter. They're getting the headshots. Oh, it's crumbled. NIP. That's one of the worst feelings, isn't it? You've already made the save call and you don't get to save anything at all. So you could have almost just fought for it anyway. And it's off the back of 1 kill in the middle from James taking down Wrinkle.
What a kill it was as well.
Yeah.
Shutting down Wrinkle before things get out of hand. He was feeling himself after getting that triple kill. Goes to the mid-peak against the old master and gets taught a lesson. Take a tactical timeout here. I assume it's NIP the caller. Finances will be a little bit precarious right now. Everyone goes down. They wanted to save 4 weapons. They leave with nothing. Great call to hunt them down as well. Managed to survive with a few players on the PARIVISION side of things. Let's get into it. We've got a great series here, Anders. On paper, you might not necessarily think NIP versus PARIVISION would be that exciting to watch, but it hasn't been slow. It hasn't been as tons of saves. This has had everything. It's had a magnitude of clutches, high-octane moments. We've had individuals like Kaspersky, Wrinkle stepping up. It's been a lot of fun.
Very hard to know where these two teams would meet because PARIVISION look a little bit weakened. NIP on a slight uptrend, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, who knows where those curves intersect, but it's been really great. I expect more of it here. Not quite getting the boosted shot. No one down below. Gonna just sound off on the AWP and fall back.
He's just trying to bait out some util on the CT side towards B there, and he's done it. They've actually dropped the smoke. They weren't feeling comfortable after 1 flashbang. That's exactly what they wanted, because now you're going to keep 2 players on that side of the map. All the meanwhile, you're getting ready to execute in towards A. You're going to pounce on this quickly, Anders. And Zelo might just be jumping down towards spawn, I reckon.
Yeah, they don't use any of the normal utility. They just go behind the smokes here. This is a lot of speed behind it. There's finally the shot from Wrinkle. It's a little bit late in the hour, but he will get the job done. Gets a second now. They're going to finally burn him out, but he did take 2 with him. Fantastic work. That Molotov had been earlier would have been a big difference maker. Spammed through the wall. He very nearly got Sway. But James just frozen on that site, waiting for Snappy to come out long, and it was worth the wait indeed. Kaspersky doesn't have the AK, of course. M4. It's not where he does most of his work, but maybe he could do this. Sway's already a bullet away. 1 jump here would get the job done. James, he's got the angle for it, and he's quick on the trigger as well. Very close round. I think Wrinkle very nearly got the defense down, but it wasn't enough.
Huge round. Was looking very promising there. The A side was looking rock solid. Wrinkle hitting some fantastic shots here. Gets himself a couple. The Molotov burns him out. This is where the round was, one of you asked me. Zway watching the extremities, catching the rotation of Shush, and then James, of course, reading the situation so well, aware of every possible outcome there. Hits that final bullet and sends NIP packing. We've got a full eco. Kaspersky will bring out a Desert Eagle, but they only get $2,400 in the next round, Anders. AWP's not available in the follow-up.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? So I think it could be very important if they could do some damage here. Oh, it's against the map 10. That's not a good look. So I was going to say, some of the money not looking great either on PARIVISION.
that MAC-10 going forward as well, because we know the money's so low, it's actually super viable going into that next round. Not only will they have no AWP, they're going to have to sacrifice helmets across the board. You can't even justify a helmet. You're going to be averaging like $4,200 per player, right?
Yeah.
So you have to go M4, no helmet, basic util. Now, if you call a fast strat with that MAC-10 at the front of the pack, you're going to find openers left, right, and center. It's going to be very difficult to contain. So that's a tactical purchase. It's going to be very worthwhile in this follow-up round. I can't wait to see what James calls of it. He knows the money better than anyone. And let's have a look at the helmets. Yeah, 0 helmets.
Yeah, you called it. That's absolutely right. Kind of devastating.
These are the small details that make a big difference.
Yeah, no kits either. Even utility somewhat limited.
Yep.
I mean, you could even make a case that NIP might want to try for some shenanigans of their own. This could be one of those rounds where if you can push long, if Snappy could do that, I don't know if he exactly is the kind of player that would normally try and go for it, but I feel like you might almost be forced into taking an extra risk here on the CT side just to avoid eventually getting out-dueled by all that utility as well on the PARIVISION side. But Catwalk, always the first place you want to try and control here on the T side. They don't even use the utility to clear Catwalk. They're so interesting. That's become default protocol for almost all teams to burn out that high ground. He did want to push long, but they were absolutely ready.
Such an audacious maneuver there. You're going in blind and hoping for the best. He gets a dink at the very least. It's not a complete failure. That's your in-game leader removed. There it is, the MAC-10 unable to find the head. Only a few body shots. So that threat has been thwarted. Hotel trying to bait out some util towards middle, showing some sound cues, but they are running out of time, Miranders. 30 seconds remaining. PARIVISION famously love to run the clock down, but they need to get the skates on here. Oh, they've actually called it perfectly as well. They've taken the bait. They think it's going to be a B play. Not a great position for multiple kills, but he certainly makes it work. There's the double, and that should be the round. 15 seconds remaining. Backstab from Wrinkle. Job done. Well recovered here from NIP.
Such a great off angle. You could see in the way that PARIVISION were navigating the stairs. They were not expecting for Ken to be there. A triple for him. He's up to 10, by the way. So very impressive impact that he's had on the game so far. They did have him alone on the bomb site. So if they would have traded him out, even just a 1-for-1 quick trade there would have been a very, very good chance for a bomb plant and a follow-up here. Impressed that he was sticking around for that kill, even on the catwalk to begin with. That was not an easy fight to win, but yeah. Great work. Nobody's thinking about it. He's always excited.
Playing behind those barrels can be such a scary prospect. Sure, you get the jump on them, but it's rare you see multiple kills from there. You have to have very strong aim, hold your nerve, dodge in flashes, and he did incredibly well, but they are still up against a very well-equipped PARIVISION here. Round number 9. It's been another quick first half. Not much saving, and anyone has tried to save, they get hunted down.
Yeah. Okay, there's the protocol Molotov that they've been sparing otherwise. Oh, he actually sees just the elbow. What a great pick off from James. I can't believe it. Don't think Wrinkle can believe it either. Snappy, he lost this fight earlier, but this time he comes out on top. But gets Belchinok of all people as well. That's a very nice pick-off. But they are very quick to follow it up. They want to put some pressure on here. Snappy trying to get back to help out Shush, but he's going to go down. Shot in the back. I can't believe Shush actually wins the fight and can. He comes in for the help. Takes down James. They're fighting from that CT spawn position right now. A minute on the clock.
Wow.
Great work from Silo. 1 versus 1, but he's at an enormous health disadvantage. No bomb plant. It's on the catwalk right now. He has to try and wait it out, but I don't think he's going to be able to do this. I think Kaspersky's going to be right on top of him. Look at how patient he's being. A very nice 1v1, and you could hear on NIP that means a lot. No bomb plant either, so the money on that T side is going to be under some pressure now.
Oh, a lot of pressure, Anders, that's for sure. They won't have the loss bonus built up either. It was James finding this opening kill. This has been a great duel between him and Wrinkle. Back and forth we went. Zella with his double kill. You thought that might be enough, but it is going to be Kaspersky once again dominating. You give him an AK, he will find some impact. Yeah, they're feeling it right now. We have been treated to a very special game of CS today.
I love the hype.
Yeah, everyone's turning up.
This
Both
is
teams have a lot to prove.
This is what you didn't get out of the, all Swedish NIP lineups. Swedes are a little bit more quiet.
Yeah.
I like the fact that Ken is getting into it here.
Well, interesting to see which way this one goes. I believe there is a buy available for PARIVISION. How strong it'll be is yet to be seen. So yeah, they get the rifles and the Khalil, but you can see a distinct lack of utility. 3 players. Oh yeah, that's why Zway's gone for an MP7. You see him change it in spawn?
Okay, yeah.
He needed a smoke and a flash. He'd realized we need to have some grenades here.
But you know what, Henry? They got Kaspersky on the AK now.
Oh dear.
That's got to put a smile on your face. If you're an NIP fan, you want to see this right here. Couple of rounds left. They could have it in both of them here. That would be a big deal. He is going to be playing up towards that B bomb site. So right in their face if they try to hit this site, which they have a couple of times to varying levels of success, I would say. One time they ran into Wrinkle and it wasn't good at all. This time it's Shush and Kaspersky that are playing very nice overlapping fields of fire there if anyone shows up. Just to push them back. They're not really trying to control Catwalk at the moment. Nota just wants to make sure that no one's going to be shooting him in the back when he goes out middle. They're going to go for it once again, Henry. And honestly, Kaspersky, I don't like the fact that he's moving around so much. I feel like he's putting himself at some risk here. Shush in the back. They don't have the Molotov for him. They can't actually burn him out. It's a whole execute on the A side, but all of this is just a fake right now. Shush, no Molotov. They need to hit the headshot or he's going to be able to live quite a long time in the back here. Incendiary, it's a bit of panic. Kaspersky, he goes down. Belchuk, a double headshot opening.
Bit of a panicked moment there. You could see trying to get out of harm's way. Fumbles the Incendiary. Teammate Kaspersky can only find one, and that is round over. Both of these teams in a very precarious spot when it comes to the finances, have to save once again, especially the Wrinkle AWP. And PARIVISION have been going on the hunt, but it looks like they'll just hold on to their AKs this time and allow NIP to save 2 M4s and 1 AK, I should say, and the AWP.
Oh, it's so frustrating to watch when we have so much more information than NIP do in this moment, but you could see it's just Nota on the catwalk, you know, a solo execute, and NIP buy it. They pull Kaspersky out of there, and unfortunately, Shush just couldn't keep it alive in the back. He probably thought they were going to Molotov him, so he probably didn't want to stick around in the back, but they actually had no grenades for him, so there was definitely an opportunity here. Great entries, though. Belchuk is wild couple of kills coming out. Shutting it down right there.
Brutal headshots. Great pre-fire toward the double doors. It ties us all up at 5-5, ladies and gentlemen. Penultimate rounds of this first half of the final map. And the UMP, the signature weapon of Shush, will be brought out here. It's actually pretty decent by all things considered. They do save 3 weapons. Smoke goes down towards those double doors. It's missed. It should be fine. I don't know. I don't think there's a gap at the top. Oh, yeah, there kind of is. I don't think that is serviceable. Thank you for pointing that out, boys. Not a great smoke. Need to be careful there. I mean, it's enough to get up towards shore. It just doesn't feel comfortable.
But there was a world in which somebody had been in the right place at the right time on the other side. You never know. Back with the protocols to take this catwalk position. 3 people at the B-bomb site for NIP. They're so worried, and James somehow read it perfectly. He's absolutely manipulated his defense. Kaspersky's gone down, but all the pressure at the moment is on Ken here, playing at the edge of the Molotov of the smoke. It is not working out for him. Nota with the headshot, and again, NIP probably going to be saving. I don't think you can justify this.
No, definitely not. Final round coming up next. Need to save the AWP, and Zway, he's heard you. You've made noise. He's going to get a guaranteed kill here. Is he? Okay, Wrinkle somehow reads it.
Okay.
He was running away. And that's an AK.
Like he was dead.
Lovely work. I guess it was a bit of a bait and switch there. Make the sound cue, see if anyone's nearby lurking.
Yeah, that's probably true. But here's, you could see how the 2 last rounds that we've had, they look very mirrored for NIP's point of view. It's catwalk control, and the first time it's catwalk control into the B-pop, and this time it's catwalk control into an actual A attack. But from NIP, it all looks the same, and because they're not forward on the map, they don't really know what's happening. They're not really at the catwalk, they're just hearing the grenades from a distance. Like, they're not there fighting them. I feel like maybe that's one of the potential criticisms you could leverage against the CT side is, where's the information? They're a little bit too far back on the map for my taste.
That's a good time after this final round of the first half. Nice spray down from Nota. Made light work of Ken on toward that A ramp. Fighting through the flames and smoke. Very difficult scenario for him. Last opportunity to post another CT round here. PARIVISION have woken up once again. Slow start for them. 3-1 down, but slowly but surely looking to tie things up 6-6 once again. Will it be enough?
Honestly, even at 5 rounds, I don't think I'm too panicked for NIP. It's not going to feel good because you have so much of a lead, but...
They've been winning almost all the pistols here.
Yeah?
Pretty much in every map. They won again in the first half of Dust 2. They went up 2-0. It was the 3rd round where PARIVISION came online. So yeah, I agree. Even 5 rounds, it'll be fine.
And again, Kaspersky's at 3 kills, you know?
Yes, that will change. He's got to give him the AK-47 on that T side, let him off the leash, and he'll certainly show you what he's made of.
Smoke attempted once again. This time it is flawless. Level of precision involved is definitely interesting. Oh, such great timing. They even had the flash to try to create a bit of an insurance policy for CeeLo to pick that one, but unfortunately goes down instead. 4 versus 5.
Well, this really has been the wrinkle show.
That's true.
And this CT half of Dust 2, it's an AWP's paradise for a reason. He's staying nimble, he's staying agile, he's showing us he can hang with the very best of them. But James is still alive, looking to shut down that prospect. 1 minute remaining, they're going to go for some mid-control here. No one home on the other side. James will be looking towards the B window momentarily. No one there, no one peeking. He'll continue trying to find any lurking CTs on the other side, but they are burrowed away in towards the bomb site itself.
Yeah, this has been the big problem for NIP, though. They have so little information. We'll see if James can actually use this. He can't because he's dead, but I think it's risky to give someone like James and a leader like that so much real estate to play with. They did shut it down this time, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the 6th round. There's only 30 seconds left. As they smoke and Molotov that CT spawn position. Shush and Snappy inside of the bomb site, but Snappy, I can't believe he's alive and might only be for a second here. The grenade is going to land right at his feet. 20 seconds. They try to get through the window. It's such a narrow choke point, and Shush, he has sprayed them both down. Nota, 1 versus 4 here, and Shush will take care of business. That is not bad at the end. They tie up the game 6-6 for the first half.
Dupree, he can't see a thing. They're right in front, defusing the bomb. The smoke. Oh my God! Dupree taking 2 and falling back, going for the shot. You've got to be kidding me! Dupree winning the round.
Hi, my name is Dupree. I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era. In the beginning with Astralis, no, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which is like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big, in my opinion. It rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't like specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just flew into a proportion that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think like the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. Getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, you know. I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. You know, we were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, you know. And then, you know, getting to the point where you need one more round. I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say like, guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, like let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, you know, everyone believed in it. there was so much chaos. Like it was just like people just getting killed left and right, but it was just like one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed like we were getting closer and closer and closer, and then that final kill, which I believe I got when I hit that last Tech-9 headshot on test, that was like crazy. Like the feeling is just like we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I'd actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
One of the best series so far. We're only on day 2. It's PARIVISION taking on NIP. And of course, Anders, we split it right down the middle. We wouldn't have it any other way. It's another slow start from Kaspersky, but we know once he gets on that T side and gets the AK-47 in his hands, all hell can break loose. He's currently 3-7, but let me tell you, that's going to change very shortly.
Yeah, we'll check back in with that number in a couple of rounds and see what is going on there. A bit of a failed jump, but they're still going to be pushing the middle. 3 of them trying to see if they could follow up. Doolies in front to lead the charge, and what a great headshot. Kaspersky not going to be part of this round. Ken and Wrinkle, they come back immediately. James at the distance, he was there to just supervise the troops, and he's going to get a kill as well for his efforts. 3 versus 3, and the bomb is out long. They are going to be having the smoke here for the cross, so that is definitely something, but with everyone from PARIVISION already in place, this is dangerous. At this range, the USP will have all of the advantage.
You'd like to think so. And there it is, Jane putting it to good use, and we have got a 2v1 advantage. Down to in-game leader, Old Head, Snappy. To pick up the pieces here. He's 2-8 right now. 67 HP, bomb on his back. 1 flashbang to work with. And this is very PARIVISION. Let him play the round. Don't bring it down to separate 1v1s here. Sure, he'll get a plan out of this, but they're looking for the round victory.
Snappy's got 2 kills.
Yeah.
Imagine the impact he could have on the game if he could somehow clutch this one. That's all his team needs of him right now. Definitely a big ask, but you are exactly right. They let him plant the bomb. They say, we don't care about the rifles you're going to have in the next round. We just want to make sure we don't screw this one up. But he's already relocated a bit, takes the fight against the first, gets the goosh on the second, and he's done it! Snappy doubles his kill score and does it for the Boomers.
He certainly does. That was a thinking man's clutch. That's when the in-game leaders really do shine. In those sort of scenarios, you're given enough time and space to work out the best possible post-plant position. And my God, does he absolutely nail it. It was looking like a bit of a disaster here, but yeah, maybe they give him too much space, Anders, allowing him to plant, getting that strong position, and the Glocks come out on top. Yeah, you can't believe it.
I was going to say, that doesn't seem like that seems like a I can't believe it kind of laugh.
He actually pulled it off. Oh, the Zeus is out. We don't see many of those these days. Maybe for good reason. Down he goes.
That was a friendly grenade.
Yeah, I think the idea was to say, oh, if we're nading it, there's no way no one's going to be in that corner. It's actually pretty smart.
It is, but I wonder if the blood splatter...
Oh, maybe. I don't consider that. I don't know how the blood works with grenades, to be honest.
I'm actually not sure if that's client or server side. Okay, it's on the wall.
It's on the wall, so they wouldn't have given it away. I think it's still a cool idea.
It is a really cool idea, yeah, of course.
Like you're nading a teammate down to 20 health, but there's a chance of a Zeus kill.
Oh, that's worth investigating, isn't it? Smoke goes up. Bomb out on long, or at least near long at the moment, so anything could still happen here. Good work, Shush. They take care of Belchinok as well. Oh, wait a minute. Cello, how has he managed to do that?
Okay. All of a sudden, the round's on. Oh, James got such a ratty position as well. Could be overlooked. He's quite low as well. 1 USB headshot and a body shot would do it, but good pre-fire.
Wait a minute. Does he have another one? I was going to say, I thought he was going to challenge it. You hit such great kills already. Now, an AK.
You'll give this a look in for sure, but saving the AK going forward is massive. Maybe to see if you can find some residual grenades across the map. Anyone drop their utility. He won't be winning this one, that's for sure now. But try and contain them. You can go towards T-spawn and look towards the tunnels. Just hunting for any bits and pieces across the map. He's already got a deagle, got a smoke, and yeah, saving the AK. And to be fair, dude, it's another NIP pistol victory. I think they've won pretty much every pistol in this series.
Yeah, even the ones that start badly, they still turn it around somehow. I mean, this one was the snappy 1 versus 2. I can't believe that even happened. Nobody else could either, but Yeah, saving the AK. It's not a bad call. In spite of the impressive deagle shots. If J-Mac got that kill in the middle, though, it was going to be a different round entirely. But it's NIP once again. The pistol's been picked up here, and that puts them in a bit of a driving position. Okay, no blood spatter. Nope, they just checked it. Such precise kills. That's wonderful to see, but PARIVISION, they haven't been easy to put away. They always find a way to sneak their way back into these games.
They are the hardest team to close out a game against, I would say, in the entirety of CS2. Just when you think you've got them, when you think they've got nothing left, they're down and out, they'll somehow win a full eco, take it to overtime, grind you down.
James always has one more plan. He never runs out of ideas.
Like, he really has turned things around. It felt like his career was over. At the start of last year, you thought he was done.
After Rio, like, they won the Rio Major, and then he disappeared. And, like, the team crashed out and just did, like, it was so bad. I thought maybe he was going to be gone too, but...
back in a big way.
Definitely.
Got the AWP this round. Looking to recover now. Managed to inflict serious damage in the previous eco. Plenty of grenades and spawn. You're doing good work.
Very nice on that one. They've dropped down. I think James heard it, so he's trying to disengage just a bit. Kaspersky, strong position, but the spam's coming through. Oh, he hits him, but it doesn't matter. How do you keep your cool in that moment?
You get dinked yourself and still recalibrate for the perfect headshot of the AWP. That is wonderful work. Ken, though, nice backstab. He's on for a double. Brutal aim, perfectly controlled. All of a sudden, the round's back on.
15 kills on Ken. That second one was disgusting. Bomb not planted yet. Shush takes a little bit of a moment to get that one. James in the middle will find it. And now it's down to the 1v2 here, but Shush, he's got the health advantage. If he can dodge the bullet at James, then he has a very, very good chance to win this one. Out on long, he just takes a peek, but he's got no idea they're right in front of him there. A bit dangerous. 22 bullets as well. Didn't even bother reloading. James, the first obstacle to overcome, but look at how patient he's being on the other side. He's waiting for Nota to get just a bit closer here. The communication has to be perfect. And he's waiting, Shush. Just deep breath. Oh my God, didn't even get a chance. You didn't see James for the longest time on short, and the 1 second that you turn your back, he's already there.
Oh, James might be the GOAT. How is he always so good and always so well positioned? It's such a good read of the game.
It's the level of patience that he has in those clutches. It's like he's got to be one of the worst people to be up against when time is low.
Yeah.
And it's just, you feel like the panic is setting in. Like, he's never going to be panicked.
He's just in the right place. Perfect angle. Hitting the craziest shots. No problem. This is all 25 HP. He gets 3 kills.
Yeah.
Dumpsters them. Brings PARIVISION back to life. Shuts down the finances, and they're left with nothing. A Galil and a Scout, of course, is in the hands of the in-game leader. Not your sniper. That would make too much sense.
Yeah. We can't explain it, but
that's why. What is going on?
It's just a thing. Nobody can explain the science behind it.
As the replay, oh my days.
It's insane work, production.
Sit down. Yeah, you might as well keep the pace going, Anders. They can win this round now.
Yeah, hell yes. Try and see if you can put some speed behind it. Kaspersky with the Galil does get the kill there, but they're flooding in. The defense is looking pretty good at the moment here. Nota, strong headshots to shut down the push on Catwalk. But there was a moment there. I like the call.
Full-on drive-by with the Scout.
IGLs and Scouts.
It's something about it. We'll never know why. We need to do like a documentary on it.
Yeah.
If you're a YouTuber, look into it. Look into the history of in-game leaders and Scouts and try and understand why it's a thing. I think that's a good subject matter to cover.
So we need real theories we can even investigate. It's so random, but it does seem to work out a lot of the time. The score is tied once again. Going into round number 17 here. And more of a default this time for NIP. Don't blame them. We'll see if they can find the relevant information here. Going to be probably looking to take that mid-control, and then after that, clear out Catwalk, and we'll see if they are happy with the info they got at that point. They do have some utility on the T side, but it's not enormous amounts. Oh, he's thinking about it. Wrinkle He lost this exact fight to James in the first half. He wants some revenge, but James is right on the other side
It looks like Rinko has the advantage right now, but whenever you discount James in these sort of angles, he always surprises you.
Yeah.
He does go for this peak. He's going to get the kill. I'm telling you.
That's
Depends
what I'm
where he
feeling
fancies
too.
it.
So far, he's just waiting for somebody to peek the doors on the other side, but what a long standoff. This has been like 15 seconds of them just looking at each other or near looking at each other through the wall. 15 seconds down again, it seems like. How long have they been stood here? We need like a timer for this alone. We're sub 40 seconds, and this mental battle's just been happening. Now he's going to disengage, but that's a long time off the clock here for NIP.
Really nice smoke from James as well. Dissuades him from middle, sending them in towards the setup in towards A, but it's the jump down from Snappy. They didn't see that coming, but the round is still on. In towards B we go. It's going to be Zello and Nota working in tandem here, looking very comfortable, surrounded. No time remaining. Wrinkled is hoping for a couple of frags before he goes down, and he does have to go down. And it will be PARIVISION taking the lead here. Very convincing one, especially. Just wasted too much time there towards middle. James smoked them off. They have to collapse in towards the B bomb site, and it's an absolute disaster for NIP.
I'm surprised that round didn't go better when they get the kill on James there, but I guess it's
just got all the protocols in place. You can see they've smoked off mid doors, and as soon as they want to commit towards B, they smoke the tunnels as well. So you're running through smokes into rifle setups there. Sure, you got James, but you have so much intel as to what's happening. Rotations come through spawn. There it is. You want to play his game, he's more than happy to oblige. Was that the scouts of Wrinkle? I didn't catch it. Did he buy one? I guess he did. His Snappy picked it up.
All right, yeah. So a bit of an unfair fight, perhaps. Oh,
come on, lads. Don't feed him.
He's warming
Who's next?
up.
Go get the scout. Let's go again.
Somebody else has to try now. Kaspersky hoping. Okay, that's a respectable fight to be winning. Deagle not going to follow it up, unfortunately, there. If they would have got that, it would have been a little bit of fun again. Oh, yeah, shush. Got your wish. He's picked up the scout, and James says, all right, let's go 3 for 3.
Okay, 3 shots. 3 kills, takes no damage. James is in the zone. That is a dangerous place to be if you're an NIP fan. He's feeding the game well, outmaneuvering them each and every time, and now nailing shots of the AWP, looking absolutely locked in, laser focus.
Yeah, that is not good news. And, you know, on the bad news front,
not doing it again, are they?
Scout again. But also Kaspersky, 5 kills.
He hasn't got going. If you are just joining, he's got 30 kills on the first one of Ancient. He looked unstoppable. Recovered his game on Mirage after a slow start, but, well, sent for an early shower once again. Zwei with the double spray down. That feels like round. You've got, what, Wrinkle on the scout? He's going to find an AK at least, I think. Nope, he's not. Oh, God. I couldn't go any worse, really.
No. You hate to see it.
See that spray down from Zwei. Very comfortable, while blind on the second as well.
Ah, sick.
So Wrinkle will have to make do with the lesser of the snipers. 5 on 3.
That could be another retrospective on this game. It's just the fact that they should have probably won Ancient NIP. If they do that, it's a 2-0 victory.
When you've got Kaspersky playing like he was, like, you feel like your teammates let you down. You got 30 kills.
Yeah.
And still, it wasn't quite enough. And it feels like this one is coming to its logical conclusion as well, I'm afraid. This is a significant round to win. They're going to be struggling for cash. I can tell you right now, they will not be getting the bomb down. They'll have maximum loss bonus, Anders, which is $3,400. But on top of 0, that's going to be Galil's and Tech9's. And you're getting nothing out of this one. Snappy is hoping he can find a kill. That's where we're at right now. It's 5 on 1.
It's not that James can't flick, because we've definitely seen him do that, but there are so many of these kills that are just, he's in the right position. He's got the crosshair.
Positioned himself so well, he doesn't have to.
Yeah, it's not necessary.
Having nice flicks is great, but having fantastic positioning is much better. It's more sustainable.
Could even, if you wanted to be really wild, you could even go as far as to say a flick is what you do when
you're actually in a bad position.
Yeah, when you're in a bad position.
No, that's a good take. If you're having the flick, it suggests you haven't read the situation well. It's impressive when they land.
Oh, it's the most fun. But there's something cold and calculated about the way that James approaches this. Like, you feel like you never stood a chance to begin with. Like, oh, he's already one step ahead.
The go. Really nice little spray down there. Second kill while blind, as mentioned. Belchnok He's always so good. He holds onto his smoke until the very last moment that he feels they're committing, and they're always having to run through with a grey screen. You know you've lost. You can't fall back. Your teammates have committed. You just have to go through to your inevitable death. Yeah, it's got to be some hell of a speech you've got now.
Even after that Belchnock smoke, right? He has more bullets. He doesn't continue to spray through the smoke. Like, there's a scout on the other side, so they're probably quite tempting to say, wow, what does it matter? Like, I might as well. But, like, the discipline is so high on PARIVISION. They really don't make a lot of these type of mistakes right now, making it hard for NIP to just, you know, find some lucky shots through or whatever. Like, it's tempting to do it, but good discipline. Belchnock's been playing a very good series overall.
Last chance Saloon here, really looking for series points. They're up against the pistols here. Wrinkle can't even justify much more than some Kevlar on the Glock. He's hoping one of his teammates goes down. He gets an upgraded pistol or that AK. Kaspersky, my friend, we need something from you here. He's got the hero AK, and he's going to have to step up and go above and beyond, and it's kind of a messy little boost. Doesn't really matter. No one was there either way, but doesn't bode well for the confidence of the round.
I still want to believe just a couple of good rounds here, Henry, and we can ignite him again. I think there's a chance, but we do need that one starting round. James almost offering himself up. That's a nice grenade in return. My God. That hit all 5 players.
That's what it's all about. Execution towards A. Oh, where does that smoke off to? Did it land?
Nope.
Not really. You're not supposed to jump on that one. You just throw it with a middle click.
Bit of a mistake, perhaps. Another grenade on top this time of 3 people. That is just so much damage to begin with here. But Kaspersky's still alive. We'll see for how long as he swings out towards that fight. It's not going to be happening.
This was a mess.
Nothing they could do, unfortunately. My
One
God.
of those rounds you're like, yeah, we didn't deserve to win that one. We completely fumbled up. Missing your grenades, fumbling the boost. No one really had a chance for a kill. That's GG in my book.
Yeah, the best they had was like a pixel of James' helmet showing at the start.
Yeah.
That might have been it. But yeah, once they get past that, it's not working out here. Great utility use as well. Good night.
Yeah, if you're going to make those sort of key errors when it's do or die time, yeah, that's going to be the result, I'm afraid. 4 rounds to put this one to bed, and PARIVISION aren't the sort of team that struggle to close out games. They're actually the ones who are always fighting back.
True.
They should be the ones to find a clean and concise finish, but time will tell. What have NIP got left in the tank? What we've seen in the last couple of rounds suggests they have run out of gas, but let's see what they can do.
Had the great stat line from earlier, how they're not that good at winning these close kind of games.
True, yeah, so good point. Good throwback.
That might be something to think about as well. And we knew that they were going to be good. I mean, again, we were both shocked that PARIVISION didn't pick Dust 2 as the second map instead of Mirage. So I think this is a very comfortable map for them at the moment. They really do enjoy it. Play it quite a bit. Looking to blow open the smoke here.
Didn't spot them, but you can see the comms coming through. They could be up.
Yeah. And there are 2 people waiting on the other side. This flashbang is so hard to deal with, isn't it?
The CTs have got 4 AKs, Anders. They should be closing this out right here, right now.
They might just do that. It's one more headshot. Takes down Wrinkle. Canis in the middle, but the bomb is lost on the catwalk position. 50 seconds here. Shush, you're going to have to be activated. You're going to have to do this on your own with no help at all. But they don't respect him at all. They just go and fight him. 2 versus 1. As Ken did get the first one, shooting him in his tippy toes down there. Has to back on out.
You'd love to like think he could do something with this, but with 35 seconds, where's the bomb down? Towards short. Have they got another smoke?
Got a Molotov.
Oh, hold on.
That missed, I think, completely. Oh, wait a minute. That could have given an opportunity. And now he's going to burn it out. Shui going to have to move out of position in the open, but he still gets the kill. A great quad for Shui in this round. And PARIVISION, they survive a bit of a scare against NIP here.
I think this was a statement performance from PARIVISION, Anders. They crashed out in the group stages at EPL, but they've been in the lab all week, and it's reflected on the level of performance they're bringing today. Fantastic Dust doing a great series, and hopefully we see much more where that came from.
I've got to say,
fantastic performance indeed coming through from PARIVISION. Nicely shown in the victory. Took 3 maps though. Got a little bit of wobbles in there. Still, they right the ship. They make it work. We don't see the same mistakes we saw in Mirage cropping up here. And it's enough to get the dub, Jacob.
Yeah, good way to bounce back for PARIVISION. I think over the course of all 3 maps, they were the better team. Didn't necessarily have the best player on their team, but I think as a unit and as a team right now, they're kind of showcasing why we, I guess, all consider them to be ahead of NIP in the whole progress of moving up via S ranking and establishing themselves. Good good win for PARIVISION. Unfortunately for NIP, a lot of frustration shown, and another missed opportunity to take down Sway and the boys.
Another missed opportunity to take this man down. He's joining us here on the desk. Zway, welcome on in. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's talk. We'll just do a little bit of housekeeping first. Mirage, we'll start with. There were some mistakes we saw. Some rounds where you guys were fumbling utility, fumbling the bomb, some weirdness going in, people dying in the Molotovs. What was going on?
They just outplayed us by a game plan on Mirage on T-side. We didn't get any round, I guess, yeah, right? They just had a great plan. We couldn't do anything about it.
Okay. Now we'll leave that one behind for what was going well, right? You guys on Ancient, you guys on the Dust too as well. Even when we saw NIP having some success, you guys answered back. A lot of wins in the clutches as well. What do you think was clicking for PARIVISION today?
I guess it's because we were practicing a lot 2 weeks right now. Like, we didn't have any off days. We just practicing. Our individual skill is upgrading from ESL Pro League. It's so much better now, and we are hitting hard. That's why we always were winning, I would say.
We heard it from Jame and from your camp as well. You go from one tournament to another, and you constantly keep working hard, constantly keep practicing. Is it tough to keep the energy levels up as well and mentally stay focused?
Yeah, it's hard because maybe it's not that hard for them, for all of my teammates, because they were in this
like a lower level, sort of, yeah?
Like, they were playing like this for a year, and now after Spirit, it's so hard to like get used to it for me, and I'm just now I'm getting used to it, and it's getting easier for me right now.
Does it mean that you play way more Counter-Strike now than you did with Spirit?
I have 150 hours past 2 weeks, like every day.
Okay.
I wanted to ask about your performance. Obviously, you struggled a bit on Spirit. Is it that you're playing more hours? Because you're playing some of the same bomb sites. I mean, you play B on Mirage now. You're playing a lot of the same roles, but you're playing so much better. Do you get more freedom on PARIVISION, or are you just playing more hours? You feel more comfortable?
I don't think it's about more hours, because in Spirit I was playing obviously that much as I play now, but I was playing faces, not perks, you know. And maybe because of that, maybe because I have more freedom on T side, how you said, and also on CT side I have a lot much to like say inside the game, because we have 3 unexperienced players, and even me can say like a lot worse about the game inside.
You mean you can call them over and,
yes.
Get them to throw a flash, get them to support you instead of the other way?
Yes.
That's nice. That's always nice to have a little bit of supportive pieces. We talked a lot in the pregame interviews. I talked to Belchanok, I talked to Dastan about it, right? Like, the quest right now for you guys is consistency, right? Finding that consistent level. How do you think that's going? How do you think PARIVISION is right now? You guys are right now in terms of showing up every time at the same level.
We're still in the not best shape, and we still need a lot to improve, like individual and also macro game is still, we have some troubles in it, and we need to fix it as fast as possible. And maybe if we fix it, we can do some show on this tournament.
It's obviously tough to point out, right, but I'm gonna try anyway. Is there one thing in particular you feel you need to work on? Like, you speak about your individual level, you speak about communication. Is there one aspect in the game that you feel like you're lacking behind a bit?
For me, it's not about macro game, and it's for me it's all about individual skill, I would say, because I have a lot of moments to just I need to kill, and I'm not killing somehow. Okay. And because of that, I play a lot of deathmatch right now. I'm like top 2-1 one most.
Have you tried Refract by any chance?
I played it, but it's like I can't play it much.
Okay.
A lot.
Wow.
Not so much for you, but that's okay. Everyone gets a different flavor. But it's good to know that you're focusing on that individual form. I think we've definitely seen it come through at times in the server as well. Thank you for joining us. Any final thoughts on this matchup? Any final thoughts on what PARIVISION can do at this tournament?
I already said I hope we will do some.
There we go. put a show on. I mean, hey, you like a blast stage, right? You've had some good success here. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on that win today. Nice words coming through from Zwei. Appreciate him joining us here for this chat. The quest for consistency, the quest to raise the level for PARIVISION. It is funny that this is a team that continues to surprise, continues to pleasantly surprise, continues to achieve, and yet we're always having that conversation about what's that next step, what's that next improvement, what's that next development. It's almost like a Jacob Pimp-Winicki mentality.
Sort of, yeah, and I guess that's the only way to do it. We had Blade, joining us on the desk saying yesterday that you constantly have to move somewhere in order not to stagnate, and I think they kind of play with the same mentality. I will say I'm happy to hear that he's kind of sharing our sentiment that individually speaking, that's where they can maybe raise the floor a little bit or raise the ceiling, so to speak, as well. Because I look at the way PARIVISION play, I look at the way they prepare, I look at James as an in-game leader. I think all those aspects in terms of team play, synergy, how they conduct each other on the server, that's good. It's the individual skill level that sometimes you'd like to see a little more from each of the individuals, and seemingly that's what they're working on the most. So to me, it sounds great and gives me even more confidence that we'll see PARIVISION around in some of the playoffs as well.
Yeah, I think it requires mentioning when you're watching them play, when you're seeing multiple maps where they're dropping the bomb, leaving it in spawn, that's not a macro problem, that's not a system problem, that's someone forgot to do their job. That's an individual mistake. That's the type of thing that they need to work on if they want to increase their floor, which is, I think, what everyone is most critical of them for. They have really great heights, they can make really deep runs, but they need the ability to find consistent wins against teams below them before we can feel confident in them.
Which is what they did today. They beat NIP, consistently a team that is beneath them, and I think that's, I agree with your sentiment, it's just a step in the right direction for PARIVISION.
Even with Kaspersky playing as the best player on the server for 2 maps, they still managed to find a way to find the win.
That's the thing, right? And you saw what happened to NIP on the 3rd map when he didn't play well. He was nowhere to be found, didn't find any impact, and that's where you see the limitations of NIP as well.
Always the problem when you're reliant on one giant to carry you on your shoulders. I do want to touch on one more thing from this Zwei interview before we move off of it, which is I thought the conversation about how much time he's putting in on the server here versus when he was in Spirit is interesting. 150 hours past 2 weeks, more of it spent in practice or in individual training than just in FACEIT. I think that's quite interesting, right? It was a conversation with Spirit at some points last year, right, where maybe they wanted to play more, they wanted to be at more events. The younger guys in particular wanted to grind more, and some of the older elements maybe needed more time with family, more time at home, just to sustain life. This PARIVISION team, you've got James, who's living in the boot camp with his wife, and then you've got 4 young grinders who just want to play CS at every opportunity.
It's a delicate conversation, Mike, for the reason that, yes, that's the perfect way to integrate yourself. That's the perfect way to climb the ladder, so to speak, and get relevant. But it's not something you can sustain for a year or for 2 years. I'll give you a prime example. Prime Astralis, winning everything, being the best team in the world, maybe the best team to ever play Counter-Strike, depending on where you stand on that versus Vitality. They had periods in their era where they didn't play a lot of Counter-Strike, where they maybe had 30, 40, 50 hours. I think Dupree can attest to that as well later on the desk, that they didn't always practice the hardest, but they found a balance, work-life balance, and a way to stay motivated, stay hungry without overdoing it, without underdoing it, etc., etc. So yeah, I'm happy on behalf of Zwei right now that they're willing to put in the hours, but there's also a reality down the line that in 6 months from now, you cannot have 150 hours per 2 weeks and also attend every single Tier 1 tournament. You're going to burn out at some point, so they will have to find balance in that at some point.
It's easy to find balance when you're the best team of all time, Jacob. It's easy to find balance when you're Vitality and you go, oh, we'll skip this event and then just go win the next one. When you're PARIVISION, I think it's a very tough task to find that balance. You need to push when you have the chance, and then you do need to find at least some opportunity to find a break, but it's going to be tough for them if they don't just start winning a whole bunch of events.
See, that's a challenge, but it's a challenge for another day. For now, keep grinding, keep establishing yourself, and then 6 months from now, if you're part of all the Tier 1 tournaments, that's when maybe you can start to, take some time off once in a while.
You got to make hay when the sun shines, but balance is important too. To hear a little bit more about this, we asked some pros about their life, about their year as a pro Counter-Strike player. Let's give that a watch.
A full year as a esports player, especially Counter-Strike player, it is a lot of work, it is a lot of spending time with your team.
As a pro player, you need to sacrifice. It's not just going to tournament, having some fun, see a city, go around being a tourist.
It's pretty hard with all the travel and the boot camps and practice from home and all of that. But yeah, that's how it looks.
Travel days, it's always so tough. We are traveling all together, 5 players, coach, manager.
I mean, usually the year starts with a boot camp before the first tournaments.
In Navi, we are boot camping quite a lot. We tend to have a boot camp at the start of the season, at the end of the season, before the major. And sometimes we might even have a boot camp in the middle.
You have now grinded practice at home for 2 weeks with maybe 2 days off. Then you go into a tournament and you get met by extreme happy emotions or extreme sad emotions.
The best part of all of this is definitely a competition.
When you're making deep runs, especially if you're winning a tournament, you get the benefits of the hard work you put in. When you're losing constantly, even if you might go home a couple days earlier, you're thinking of what would have happened if we beat this team or win the tournament.
As a pro player, you need to fight to stay mentally strong. You have to fix mistakes, you have to adjust, you have to prepare for the next day. You go into the game and then you repeat.
This year was pretty hard for us, I would say, because we had a boot camp, tournament, just a few days off, then another tournament, then again just 3 or 4 days off.
Getting energy again is one of the most important things for me. I've done this for 25 years now. I have my family close, I have my wife close, and those are the people I see the most, but not a lot.
You're traveling a lot of countries, sometimes even back-to-back, without returning home. I'm used to it, I guess.
I think one of the most important things as a team is the team dynamic. We are 5 people on the server, and if one person is missing outside the game, automatically feels very less.
In Navi, we try to have the balance and not spending time 24/7 with each other. But I'm close with Ima, for example. I'm close with MongolZ. We might spend more time with each other. Overall, you're still gonna be in the practice room with all of your teammates for countless of hours a day.
When we, let's say, go out for a dinner or we go for a teamwork, we always try to be together, like the whole team.
Everybody has to commit to the same amount, sacrifice the same things, and only then you can reach the trophies.
What makes the whole year worth it is the majors. I always have the best feeling of my life when my parents were watching me and my best friends were watching me. So I just think that's the peak of the tournament calendar.
Everyone is looking for winning, and this is what makes competition being real.
I'm here for one reason. I'm here to win everything I can, and the day I stop, I have time for everything else in my life.
Joining us here on the desk to build on that topic, we have Snappy coming in. Snappy, appreciate you coming to join us. Commiserations on the loss, first of all, but let's dive into it. NIP overall, you guys have been on an odyssey over this last year, right? Sort of trying to figure out how to climb up the VRS, how to build a team in the modern era of Counter-Strike, how to take it to different levels, playing LANs of every level in every place that you could go. What is your overall reflection on 2025 in your life as a pro? What has it been like to be part of this sort of pioneering journey?
I think it's been, to be honest, it has been fun, but it's also been tough because family with 2 kids and a schedule that is full random at times. It can be a bit tough to balance everything out. And also I think in 2025 when VRS was introduced, there wasn't really any open LAN. So now it's pretty easy to understand what you need to do. You need to basically get a lot of preg in, get ready, and then attend tier 2 LANs and climb instantly, right? But when we started, the whole thing was kind of up in the air. There was no open LANs, and we tried this Jax thing, and those losses ended up haunting us for 6 months, because you then get the head-to-head penalty for a long time, and a lot of these teams we played was disbanding after, and so. I mean, there's been a lot of learning, but I think after the summer, I think it's been pretty equal for everyone in terms of how you climb it and all these open LANs popping up, right?
You've been around for a long time, Snappy, and as you said, when VRS were introduced, there was some question marks to how it was working out, but now reflecting on 25, 26, do you like the VRS system? Do you think it's doing the purpose it was created for?
I think it's good. I also think that there could be other ways. I wasn't necessarily against a partner system as long as it was still an open system. Whatever is the best system for the teams and the TOs to survive is probably the middle ground. Maybe there is one in between. But I think VRS is at least serving a purpose of kind of getting most of the bad teams out slowly, right? But then again, I think also as when you get in, you are also pretty comfortable unless you have a string of really bad results, right? So I think it's a fair system to a certain degree.
And I was going to ask about that because your experience, you've been around for a long time, 1.6 into the early days of CSGO as well. You weren't necessarily one of the partner teams with ENCE, which at sometimes also was a bit of a challenge. Is it extra stressful to constantly have to perform throughout the year, whereas before maybe even in ENCE, like you knew that regardless of how you did at a certain tournament, you would be at the next one and the next one and the next one?
I mean, there's extra pressure, especially in a team like ours. We have every single game is essentially a qualifier for like to get into tier 1, right? And until we break that, it is kind of hard to relax. But as I said, it is also fair that it is like this. But as you say, like the teams that are already in, they obviously play without pressure in most of these games. But a win for us means everything. So yeah, there's pressure on a lot of these matches.
Obviously, you grinded through a ridiculous amount of games online to get to the level that you're at now. Do you feel like that was like gave you some advantage in terms of having so many officials as you came into this top level? You feel like that was a bonding experience for your team, that it worked out that way?
Not really, because we didn't actually play that much. Because right after the start with Jax, we kind of realized that playing too much is very detrimental to your climb. So I don't think we have done that, and I actually think that has been one of the disadvantages here with the kind that we brought in, because we obviously wanted to get some officials in, experience, and I think we're getting better and better by the day. Now we won Roman, and I think we could have won this PARIVISION game if we were a little bit more ice cold on this CT side of Ancient, right? And I think we also pressured G2 well. So I think we're ironing out more and more mistakes, but when we kind of got Caen, we would have liked to play some officials, but it is just straight into Krakow, and then all the things that you maybe haven't realized yet, you kind of get that thrown in the face in a big tournament, right? So it's a balance, I would say.
I have to ask you, we just saw the ranking graphic here as well. Are you satisfied with where you're at right now, or are you a little bit disappointed that you're not doing better?
Yeah, no, we're not satisfied. I mean, I do think that it has been a process to kind of get to a team where we want to have it long term. So I think that now is just a time where we need to stabilize and play and grind, because there has been 2 roster changes. There has been last season 3 visa issues with Ringle. There has been me and XS being out for a week because of we got our children, right? So I mean, there's been a lot of instability, and I think now what we need is stability. And I think every game we play right now, we're never getting slaughtered pretty much. Like, we're always either putting up a close fight or winning, and I think that's I think we just need to build on it.
I think you might be the foremost expert on the world of Counter-Strike right now, to be honest. You guys have done the global tour, you've done Fragadelphia's, Draculans, Roman Imperiums, whatever else land that I'm forgetting right now. What do you think about the sub-tier 1 of Counter-Strike right now, the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4? Do you think it's the strongest it's ever been? All of this competition, the VRS climb, it feels like it's gotten so cutthroat.
I mean, I think in general, the level is just higher than it used to be. And I think there's one simple reason for that, and that is that there's much more opportunities and many more pros. I mean, when I played back in 1.6, what was there, like 10 pro teams? I was in one of them towards the end, but I was still doing school and work as a side gig. And then I retired for 2 or 3 years. And like back then, there just were, let's say, a player pool of maybe 50,000. Now there's millions. And when there's millions, the level will go up, and there's a lot more money, and there's a lot more teams that can play professional Counter-Strike. So that means that the whole level is way, way higher than it used to be. And I've been in multiple, I would say, eras, so I think I'm an expert on that. It is much higher, the level these days.
It's good to know. It's bright for the future, and hopefully bright for the future of NIP as well. Thank you for joining us here, Snappy.
Thank you.
Go ahead and pop that headset off, wander on out, because it's time for us to talk about whether we're excited about any of these teams. It's time for our Nova Wallet, NovaShot.io segment, where we're going to dive in to my handy-dandy iPad here. It's time to put some fictional money where our mouth is. I just noticed something.
Yeah? What did you notice?
We've got no points to spend.
You bankrupted us.
What happened?
No,
Wait, we only spent 220 yesterday. Did the other team go in?
The night shift, no?
Did the night shift go in on this?
They probably invested somewhere.
Those damn night
They probably invested
What are we rocking with right now? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. We might have to do this one a little bit later on. We're going to need to figure out what's going on with our points, consult our accountants, have a little bit of a conversation with our point management going on just there, but we'll come back to it. any final thoughts on what Snappy brought to us?
Yeah, I think it's interesting to hear about the whole VRS climb. You know, you have NIP, obviously, as you said as well, being the pioneers of it all. You have different organizations now, you know, playing and toying with the idea of coming back to Counter-Strike. The Thieves is a great example of a big investment with big players who are now trying to do the same climb. So far, not going too well for them. Maybe they can turn it around at some point. But let's be completely honest, I think it's a good thing. The system is open now. The partnership days are over as well. And it allows for big organizations to basically purchase a ticket into the race. And then the players and the teams will have to do the rest of the work on the server, which I'm a big fan of.
I think Snappy's conversation, we're talking with him, the way he's talking about it is like he paved the way. He was the pioneer, and now everyone understands, oh, you go to all these small lands, you've got this group of 4 or 5 lands coming right after this event that every team now is going for. When NIP started, when they did that, people were talking about, have they just collapsed? Is it over for NIP? Can they even get, is this even possible? And now every team is realizing, like you're saying, this is a way that you can buy a ticket in. You can get a roster that doesn't have a VRS core. If you're smart about it, you can actually make your way in. And as 100 Thieves are trying to do, if you find success early on, if you can find a win early on, you can jump up the rankings very quickly.
It does really feel like they were maybe the messenger pigeon, the first flight.
Somebody had to do it.
Yeah. Somebody had to do it. And I mean, last year, now we've seen more experts emerge. We've got our Oud Knud, we've got our Mischief, we've got, well, Messi also is signed to a team now, so he's not sharing his knowledge as freely anymore. But we understand the VRS a lot better 1 year in. But at the beginning, there had to be a pioneer. There had to be somebody to figure out, you know, this is what it should be on paper, but what does it actually look like in reality? If I do this, what variable does this tweak? And yeah, very much NIP, including all of their mistakes and stumbles last year, I think helped us learn a ton about what this new world of Counter-Strike actually looks like.
And I think that's the most valuable thing you can get away from this, is that VRS is constantly evolving. Like it's getting better, it's getting updates. People are getting to understand it even more so. You have more and more LAN tournaments, you know, understanding what rulings are at hand when you want to host a VRS event, etc., etc. So I really anticipate VRS to continue to build on what it is. Sort of like the game of CS2. I know a lot of people in Twitch chat and on Twitter, and shout out Loba out there, you know, calling for the game to be dead, you know, for ages. Counter-Strike is thriving. TOs are thriving. You're seeing Blast, PGL, ESL, they're putting out the calendars for 2013 or something like that, or 2027. It's good to see that everyone is sort of like buying into the project. And as Snappy said, sure, certain aspects of it can be better, but there's updates, there's constantly involvement, and I think we're only learning from this point onwards. So, you know, as much as I like to be critiquing and sometimes maybe be a bit negative towards things, I think VRS and the scene as a whole right now is in a very stable and a very good state, and that makes me excited not only for this year, but for 5, 10, 12 years to come.
And it kind of shows the way Valve works. I mean, I think when you saw this VRS update, a lot of people were talking about what's going to happen with Tier 2 CS. I think there was question marks about how this was going to impact TOs, but I think we're seeing TOs are kind of happy with this. It gives them a way in. It gives the Draculans a reason for top teams to go there. I think this has actually worked out far more positively than anyone really expected.
Feels like everyone is winning, which is nice.
Shout out to Fragadelphia one time. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. When we come back, more Counter-Strike to play, more action happening. Liquid and Spirit entering the server.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. Commentating, stressed, depressed. But look at me now. Headshots. Another headshot. Headshot again. It really is that easy. I'm here to teach you competitive Counter-Strike on maps such as Dust 2, the Power Plant, and of course, Meringue. And that's not all. We'll also cover advanced maps such as Infernio, the Egypt one, and Aztec House. With the Henry G system, you'll get your professional player certificate in no time. Have a look at mine. It's already arrived. Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning. For example, you throw the smoke, and now you wait. The enemy becomes confused. Come on, this is strategy. I've coached many players using this plan. Some of them improved, and some were already professionals. Now you don't need to memorize all of the smokes, of course, just the coolest ones, such as mid, the other mid, A room, and ban banana nana. This is a very strong flash. As you can see, it even blinded me. And this smoke will land somewhere near a bomb site. The enemy will not expect it, and will run away. And if the smoke misses, that's fine, because you are smarter than them. I personally don't use smokes. I simply know where the enemy is going to be. And if you do lose a round, remember, it's not your fault. The other team is cheating. Go to http://www.henrygspot.co.com. Sign up now.
In 2026 so far, one team that is really close to becoming a really strong team is, I would say, FUT.
Thus far, I think it might be FUT.
I think the team FUT.
FUT is the biggest underdog of this year, season, whatever.
The young team, previously Navi Junior, so a bit of a closer relationship to them than some other teams.
I played against them a few times, and I could see the way they're playing. They're playing with confidence, they're playing with a very nice structure, but they're also playing with aggressive and carelessness. When I looked at the team, I was like, oh, they're doing a lot of aggressive things, but it's all planned to a bigger macro call by their coach, I believe.
They're a group of players who are playing with each other for a long time, and they do have a coach who is making them playing together. They have a great individual skill, and also they have a structure. I feel like Julio is doing a lot for their success.
Overall, I just think that they're on the come up to making playoffs, making huge upsets in tournaments against even the elite teams. They won MOUZ Sports in the last of the playoffs they played, and I think that it's a dark horse type of team.
They show that they can play against anyone, so if they just do a little bit more, I think, as you said, they can become a really strong team.
I think they're going to be top 8 at the major. I think they're going to go to the playoff. I think them at the major will have so much motivation to showcase themselves that people miss out on them. I've seen them develop for past year. How they grind through the Tide 2 is reminding of what we saw in COVID times, the old Gambit lineup. Now they skyrocketed and stayed in the top, but they could never win. And I think FUT's way of grinding to the top is probably the most healthy, because they take step by step. By that, I think they enjoy the journey way more than them going straight into a final and they believe now they're the best.
To throw out some other names, how do we think about PARIVISION?
If you talk about PARIVISION, I wouldn't consider them really as underdogs. I think they already proved that they're a really strong team, so that's why I didn't mention it, because they already won a Tier 1 event and they made playoffs in some other Tier 1 events, so I would say that they were underdogs maybe a few months ago, but now I think they kind of proved that they're a real Tier 1 team.
I think PARIVISION is not underrated. I think this is to be expected for them to be deep in tournaments now. I know that players have lower name value, but when you win a tournament and you have grinded your way and you play pretty good CS, it is to be expected at this point. In my opinion, there's only FUT that will surprise people. Right now, I think there's a lot of teams that are interesting, but not enough for me to mention in the scenario where I think they can go top 8 at the major.
You're just coming off a big win yourself. Is this possible you could go on a run over the next few weeks, few months?
Yeah, I would say that we are a good contender. We didn't face the, so to say, elite teams. So I think the win we just had gives us the opportunity to, step it up a notch. And when we face the elite teams, to beat them as well.
I don't even think he saw him for a second there. The monster is back.
Let's play a game.
There are some players that are just born differently.
Some try to intimidate you.
He doesn't try to. Everything he does is deliberate.
You never really feel outplayed. You just feel late.
There is no
pattern.
And they can't find man, he's been so slippery.
He doesn't move faster. He's moved first.
He makes it look easy, and that's the scary part. He was made for this.
It's not about losing to him. It's about arriving at him.
I can't believe it. Oh, he stopped.
Beautiful work there from ZywOo.
It is ridiculous.
ZywOo doesn't need the help. Nails every single shot. Right here, right now on Mirage. Oh my God. ZywOo knows he's gonna fight right here, right now.
Most efficient player in Counter-Strike history. No wasted ammo, no wasted movements.
Where there's a chance, there's ZywOo.
If you try to, I will catch you.
Entering the arena, entering the server here. Spirit are rolling on up. On out of the shuttle and into the game, and we're rolling into our second matchup of the day. It's the same trio here on the desk. You know us well. We got myself, Darth Mike, we got Pimp, and we got DJP over here, Mr. Vu himself. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to watching Liquid absolutely get their hopes and dreams crushed. Like, are you looking forward to that as an NACS fan?
I don't like reruns. But this is a new dawn for Liquid. This is a new day for Liquid. This is a MOUZ day for Liquid. They have a new player in a player swap. Pretty unusual in the world of Counter-Strike that you have a straight player swap between two organizations. G2 sends over MOUZ to Liquid. Liquid sends Nerds over to G2. Kind of feels like it makes sense for everybody, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. I understand where both teams are coming from. Also, clearly, Twitch chat right now understands that you've been spending 25 minutes installing a bit of Cobium inside your system. Because I think it's gonna be rough for Team Liquid. It's gonna be rough for MOUZ. It's gonna be a transition period that I don't think it's gonna be a one-to-one swap where all of a sudden you unlock all of the potential Liquid are having. I don't see that change being the catalyst behind Liquid coming back instantly, but I do see it as a sign of them trying something new and then hopefully figuring it out over time.
I think there's also an element of just sometimes when the room stinks, all you need is a little bit of sunshine, right? To disinfect, to air it out just a little bit. You open the windows and something wasn't working. People weren't happy. Nerds probably wasn't happy himself. Just that little bit of change can sometimes make everybody a little happier. And I want to talk about that change. I want to talk about the agent of that change. So let's hear from MOUZ.
Now MOUZ, New Jersey, new fit, looking good. How are you feeling about it?
Really good, really excited, honestly.
Now, the changeover from G2, I saw the HLTV interview you gave. You were talking about getting back to the player that you knew you could be. What was going wrong in G2 for you?
I don't know, I felt like I was trying to be someone that I am not, and I ended up losing my confidence. And yeah, I'm just trying, with this new environment and everything, just trying to find myself again, basically.
Speaking about that environment, Shuei calling, you mentioned Elige as a voice as well. Do you think you can be that player here?
I hope so, yeah. I think they're helping a lot, and I can focus a little bit more on myself.
And with that focus, Spirit in the crosshair today. Their team you know well. Their team you've had some fun playing against in the past. How do you think it's going to go?
It's going to be tough because we haven't had like a lot of practice, but yeah, like they can't play good, but they need the man online, you know? So it's going to be fun.
When you're in these games where you really haven't had any time with the team, what are you focusing on? What's going through your mind? Or what's the priority for you?
I would say just having fun, just trying to enjoy the game and just the time being together, and just at the end of the day, it will end up as a practice for us, kind of just to see what we can fix and what mistakes we're having against like top tier teams and everything. And it would just be, even if we lose, if we win, it will be just a really good thing for us anyway.
A time to learn, a time to figure out where you are, a time to find your bearings as well. By the way, I did ask specifically how much practice they've had. 2 days. 2 days of prac, not a whole lot for MOUZ to get used to this team.
No, that's always going to be tough, especially in a best-of-3 scenario. But if anything, I guess we can... I mean, you were speaking about Cobium. You were trying to build a storyline here. How can Liquid beat Spirit? I think the best thing we can hope for is a bit of a honeymoon period, you know, for Team Liquid. As you said, maybe the room is less stinky, you know, some fresh air in there, and maybe that motivates all of them, and they're all of a sudden, you know, hitting the strides all together. But from what we've seen from Team Liquid the past 6 months, there's not a lot of stuff, you know, that tells me that they should be able to all of a sudden turn around the ship. However, their opposition in Spirit haven't looked great necessarily either. So it's not impossible, it's just not likely.
From the aspect of can Liquid beat Spirit, I feel like all hope is lost. But from the aspect of is this a good move for Liquid, I think it's a great move. It really fills a hole that they've been missing. Nerds had a little bit too much overlap with NAF. You bring in MOUZ, they need an entry. He can go in either first or he can go in second with Elige ahead of him at times. I think Elige can lead him in the right direction. JL was talking about his communication, how he can direct the flow. We were worried maybe a little bit MOUZ has too much of a voice. Maybe they have too many voices, but it sounds like he's happy to take a back seat. Everything looks positive except for the fact they're playing Spirit in their first game.
Yeah, I think highlighting one aspect of the MOUZ interview we haven't touched on yet, he talked about not trying to be somebody he wasn't, right? I think we know that after Nico and MongolZ left that G2 roster, there was a void, right? Nico in particular is kind of one of these players that elevates everyone around him. That's a huge voice within the team, has enormous experience, has played at a high level for so long. And I think when he left, there was a lot of pressure on MOUZ both to fill his roles in the server, to play like him in the server, but also maybe to try and be what he is outside of the server as well. And that is a very large presence, right? That's tough for a young guy like MongolZ, who it's just not really who he is necessarily, and I think that challenge maybe distracted a little bit from MongolZ being the player that he can be.
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair sentiment. And I also think that, you know, in terms of us giving up hope on MOUZ, that's not the case. We I guess all of us believe still that he's a great talent and has a future within Counter-Strike. But as you said, he needs to revert back to what he was before, which is a way more silent player, a player working by himself, you know, a player basically just telling or gets told what to do, and then Elise will take care of the mid-round calling together with Shue. So I think the less he talks, the less of responsibility he has in that regard of the game, the better he's going to function within Team Liquid. He's still a great, you know, individual player, still can shoot heads, you know, when he's finding his confidence, but that's my whole point, you know, when you lose as much confidence as he did in G2, usually it takes a bit of time before you get it back.
I think MOUZ could turn out to be one of the great role players out there. I don't think he's your star. You don't want him to be your #1 player. He's not your Nico, unfortunately, but if you have him on a team where you have a star player, you have a Liege, you have a strong IGL, you have a strong op, unlike Liquid, you know, he can be that really great third star on your team that can play anchor roles if you need him to. He can be the entry. He can facilitate everyone around him.
I feel he's hate watching Liquid before the game even is starting.
I love Liquid.
Yeah.
Also did get a little extra tidbit that the plan is for MongolZ, I believe, to play a lot of big side anchor roles again, so maybe shifting back to a little bit of what he was doing before that Nico change. It'll be interesting to see. Let's shift our conversation over to Spirit, and what better way to start it than with little words from Zontex.
Now, coming into this matchup against Liquid, right, they've just made a change. They're going to have some new energy, some freshness coming into it. What do you think about them?
I think they needed a change, and I think G2 needed a change, so this is kind of necessary for both teams, but I think it's good for both of them. But it depends what roles will MOUZ play here, because I think he should play anchor instead of the role he played in G2 last year or so after Nico left. So I think it's beneficial to both teams, and I think probably Liquid will play better because, from what I know, Nerds did not want to play there, so we'll see.
Always good to have people who want to be there. What should we expect from Spirit in this tournament?
I think we will make at least semifinals, and it will depend whether we are ready to perform our best against best teams. So yeah, we'll see.
We will see indeed. Semifinals, at least that's the mark for Spirit, according to Zontex.
I'm glad he's not sugarcoating it. That should be the, you know, expectations. When you have Dunk on your lineup, you're supposed to be part of the playoff every single time, and you're supposed to go deep in the playoff every single time. My big worry for Spirit is the fashion they lost in during Pro League. Losing to Astralis in that fashion, you know, that's... Yeah, you're laughing. You know, I understand as well, because I was laughing when I saw that game, to be completely honest. That's not a good sign. Also, I want to start a conversation, you know, as per Maui Snake, how he would say.
We're starting a conversation.
We're starting a conversation. Are we truly buying into Magix as an in-game leader yet? Have we seen enough from him, you know, in terms of his adaptations, his leadership, the way that they're playing right now, that a lot has changed within Team Spirit? Is it a new look coming out from Team Spirit, or is it a bit more of the same, you know, maybe relying even more so on Dunk? I'm not saying he's not going to be a great in-game leader down the line, but I think the learning curve for him is a bit steeper than probably he would have hoped for.
Yeah, I don't like the way his calling has gone so far. I don't like the way he's adjusted his roles as he's come in. They've adjusted things around. He's not playing exactly what he used to. And I especially don't like that he comes in an interview after that loss to Astralis and he goes, it was luck. Life game, Fuzi life game, it was complete luck. I don't like that from my IGL. If he's a player inside the team, I think you can accept that Fuzi had a bit of a life game. He had this incredible pop-off, but you want your IGL to be looking at ways that you have Donk and Shiro on your team. Buddy, you gotta win that even if he's having a life game.
I was just about to say, you're playing with the guy who's you know, theoretically speaking, is having a life game 9 out of 10 games in Dunk, right? He's carrying the ass out of you. He's saving you from a lot of different scenarios. That's not really your worry that Fuzi all of a sudden is having a good game, because I'm sure if Dunk had a life game, he would have been able to shut down Fuzi or at least match him on the server. So outside of that, I agree with you. I think there's a steep learning curve for Team Spirit. It's not that I've lost faith in the project just yet. Not at all. I'm just saying that it's probably not going as well as they would have hoped for when they brought Magic in as an in-game leader.
I do want to ask about Dunk as well, right? Because it feels like the silver bullet of Counter-Strike, the guy who just seemed to be the eternally top tier, top of the server, top of the board, every map, in and out. He'll drop 40 when you need him to, whatever you need. He's had just a couple of maps that, by his standards, really lackluster. We've had a couple of those wobbles that we just really haven't gotten from Dunk over the last 2 years.
I feel like last year there were a couple of games and a couple of Jesus Christ, there was a couple of games where he didn't do necessarily too well, but he will always bounce back. I've never seen Dunk have 2 bad tournaments in a row, and I don't expect that to be the case either.
I didn't realize Liquid was raiding the Opera Academy. We've got some pipes coming over from that Liquid huddle.
That's the loudest I've heard a cheer go so far in this event, and that's the loudest probably going to be. But discussing Dunk, I think the problem is they're relying too much on him now. With Magic as the IGL, they're as things go wrong, they see that was nothing like Liquid. that was what I expected.
That's the only thing they're gonna win today. Don't worry about it.
when Magix comes in, I think they're leaning more on Donk as their system is getting weaker and weaker. And you see Donk, I was looking at the stats earlier today on T-Sides, the only player that's ever gone for more opening attempts than Donk this year was Art in 2020. Over a full year, that's the only one.
Crazy.
He's always gone for a ridiculous amount, but he's going for nearly 40% of their openings right now. That's not sustainable, and you see it in his success rate, you see it in the stats. It's not working for them.
See, that's a usual volume for a huddle.
That's normal.
I want a decibel meter on the next Liquid huddle. I'm curious about what's going on here. But no, I think it's a very valid point, right? Which is, we know Donk has been that crowbar in so many situations, but sometimes when you overuse a tool, you start to blunt it, you start to dull it, and it becomes less effective.
Yeah, and if anything, it could also be a sign of Donk feeling that, oh, right now things are not clicking, it's not really working out, I have to do even more, I have to be even more aggressive, I have to overdo it per se. We saw that with Nico at times as well in G2, sometimes in Falcons as well, where you know you're the best player, you know you're the catalyst, you know you're supposed to do all the heavy lifting, and sometimes you do a little bit too much, you know, pick up a bit of an injury, you know, or overstrain yourself, and I think that's what's been happening to Donk as of late. Then again, I'm sure he'll realize, I'm sure he'll figure it out, and as said, I've never seen Donk have 2, there's a poor tournaments in a row by his standards, so I'm not worried on behalf of him, I'm worried on behalf of Team Spirit as a unit.
That's fair. Let's take a look at the veto, see where we might be going with these games. That's always the question. Anything that Liquid could do to maybe make this weird?
I think when you look at Liquid going into this one, the one place that you've seen Donk get shut down by a MOUZ in the past, we were thinking about the head-to-head MOUZ and Spirit, it's Ancient, actually. I'm interested in the Ancient idea, but otherwise, I mean, you're looking at a Liquid team where they've had 2 days of practice. I think they're going to try and keep it pretty simple, play it on the more basic maps.
We're going to get the Ancient and the Mirage as well.
Yeah, and it's even Spirit actively picking into it, you know, so 2 very open maps, 2 maps where you can allow yourself to be mega aggressive early on, and 2 maps where I bet you that Donk will have a 40% entry rate, because he's going to go for all those kills in the beginning if he wants to.
Dust2 is also the map. I was looking at this stat, someone posted it. Donk has a career 1.52 rating on Dust2.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable, man.
If you could play best of 3s on FACEIT when you queued up, that's the map pool that most players would want. You're having 3 open maps, you're having 3 maps where individuals get to express themselves, and you have arguably 3 maps where at times you can get away with maybe not having the best team play, having the best synergy, etc., because individuals can carry the ship. So I think that's good for both teams right here, but again, if I rate the individuals, you know, the Spirit going up against Team Liquid, I think in every single asset of the game, I would side with Donk, I would side with Shiro over the likes of Ultimate and Elish.
The problem is, as Liquid, you say you have 2 days of practice with your new 5th, you want to play, maybe you want to play a little more basic maps, so you go into Dust2 Ancient Mirage against Donk and Shiro and Tanir and Zontix. There's really no winning here.
I'm feeling a lot of doom and gloom from you guys on the Liquid side.
This guy.
This is realism. This is reality.
Blue is just a bastion of negativity.
Yeah, I agree, man.
I'm going to ask you to find something positive to say about Liquid. What's going to go well for Liquid here, Vu?
Good luck.
MOUZ is going to slot in really effectively as an aggressive player as they get absolutely stomped. He's going to look like he makes sense. So when he goes like 0-12, it's going to be, you're going to say, wow, he did everything he could. that team worked as a unit, as a team, while they got destroyed.
I want to apply a bit of pressure to Ultimate, because I agree. I think down the line, MOUZ is going to be a great signing for Team Liquid. They're going to figure it out. Role-wise, it's going to be better as well. But I think the biggest, dare say, issue within Team Liquid has been the lack of an AWP presence for a long, long time. Man on your screen, he's shown before that he can do it. Like, he's shown glimpses of that during majors, during elimination games. I'm not saying Ultimate doesn't have it. It's just his consistency, and dare say he's consistently worse than good, you know, which is an issue for Ultimate. I don't think Liquid is getting anywhere near the results that we expect him to unless he steps up as well. So maybe the MOUZ change of air can help him as well. To me, that's the guy I want to focus on.
I'm not saying Ultimate is the problem, but I am saying that Liquid, I think, is still one move away from being a competitor, you know, a trophy, a playoff level team.
And who would you remove then?
Yeah, who would that be?
Ultimate? Probably Ultimate.
Sounds like you're saying he's the problem. I want to put a different lens on this, on the MOUZ move in particular, because I do think it's something that Liquid now needs to justify. Because the cynical approach to this is that Liquid looked and said, holy crap, we're going to miss the major. How do we get back into the major? Oh, well, let's swap regions and go back to the Americas. And I know that that's ruffled a lot of feathers from North American orgs and America's orgs in general, who are now saying, what the hell is this? You know, you abandoned the region for years, and now you're just going to conveniently come back when it works for you. You haven't done anything to support the region. You haven't even been practicing or playing here. Now you're just going to kick another team out of a slot that they've been fighting for all season long. I know there's people who are pretty upset about that, actually, and I feel like Liquid needs to justify this move.
Sounds like you're pretty upset about that, Mike.
I'm actually not. I think that this is one of those moments where you've highlighted a problem with the VRS. We were talking about that in the Snappy segment. I think that probably should be fixed for the future. Can't really blame Liquid for taking advantage of an opportunity.
I don't see the problem, to be completely honest. If Liquid have abandoned North American Counter-Strike, I'm not even sure I buy into that case anyway. They kept a few of the players, Neff, out there for a long time as well. Brought back Elise, you know, still based in NA, still pay their taxes in America as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Not based in the Netherlands.
Well, sure now, you know, but they're based both places in that regard. All I'm saying is that I don't really have a problem with someone trying to game the system if that's what they need to do. Sure, you make rule changes, then they can't do it. If that's what you want to do, cool thing. But crying about it, you know, pick up some Kleenex, move on. You know, if North American Counter-Strike is not strong enough to beat a team like Liquid, maybe you shouldn't be at the major in the first place.
You could say that maybe they game the system, and you could make that argument, but the problem is this move just made too much sense. I mean, if you wanted to be mad at them for gaming the system, you would be looking at a move where they drop Nerds and they picked up someone from some tier 2 NA team.
Let me rephrase it one more time as well. If Liquid is your bar of making or not making the major, then, you know, what are your aspirations for that major anyway? We're talking about a team that probably wouldn't have made the major in Europe, so let's be honest right here. Sure, it's tough times for NA, but no need to cry about it.
There's one fact, which is that winning solves all things. And so if Liquid can come out into the server and win today, that would go a long way to making everyone forget any particular issues they have with this organization. I've got an issue, and it's that I haven't heard enough Anders and Henry G. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, Daft Mike might need the Kleenex himself if Liquid win today. Anything could happen, Anders. No one's sure what could go forward here. Team Spirit versus Liquid, a new roster. MOUZ joining the squad. Do you have any belief?
I do kind of have a little bit of belief. I feel like, you know, Spirit look a bit wounded. I think MOUZ is going to create the kind of space that Elige will thrive in. I don't know how much that's been talked about, but I feel like Elige needs a little bit of space around him. So I'm not going to rule this out. I think it could happen. And, you know, I think I've been disappointed in Liquid for a while. I would love for this to be the moment where they turn it around. I don't care about the NA European, you know, thing. I just feel like I want to see them play good Counter-Strike, and I think they got an opportunity to do that right now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this could be the game of the day. Maybe not for the reasons you're expecting. I want to see some drama out there. I want to see some fireworks. We're going to give this one the beans as we continue with Group B here at Blast Open Rotterdam. Team Spirit taking on Liquid. We've got a brawly map pool, and we're kicking things off here on Mirage as a T-side start for the North American squad, Anders. A very important distinction now. They are making it through to the major with that fact.
Yeah, we won't let you forget about that for sure. Doolies up close. They got a flashbang. It's so deep. It's behind them. I don't think that flashed any of them, so they're going to get the refrag almost immediately. Shiro goes down. It's a nice setup for Spirit, but it didn't give them exactly what they wanted. They wanted both those kills with the Doolies. Now they're going to try and see if they can stop that bomb from going down, but might not be easy. Good shot from Elige, and that gives the space. Naf, he's planted that bomb in the back line.
Here we go then. Nice advantage. Good smoke goes down towards CT spawn. This is looking very promising for Liquid here. Donk, though, still alive. He's got Julies, he's got Kevlar, and they've lost the lead on the Liquid side. The retake's certainly possible, but time is of the essence.
Yeah, there's no kit either, so you're absolutely right. There's going to be a 10-second defuse. Still alive. Sue finally goes down. There's a team kill. Donk is taking down Magix, and now he's hiding. Needs to buy another couple of seconds. My God, that's a quick turnaround for the defuse. He hit the shot and instantly spun for it.
Smiles all round. It's close, it's uncomfortable. Even with a team kill thrown in the mix as well, it will be the defuse coming in for Team Spirit.
Ever seen anyone flick a defuse?
No.
I think that's what he did.
Good stuff there. I think for both teams, pretty successful from Liquid. You lost that first kill. Ultimate goes down early. You get the bomb planted. Comes down to a 1v1 essentially there as well. As we do see a Donk close things out. Took out his teammate. Get the hell out of my way. I've got T's to find. And the defuse confirmed, but the defuse being the important factor here. The bomb was planted, so we will be seeing a force buy in the second. As per tradition, they've gone for no utility, the Landers. Galil's across the board and a scout means you have no grenades, and you just have the contact playing towards a bomb site. And that's exactly what they're doing.
It's kind of exciting to see. Kind of a rare sight. So close to the headshot there. I've got to be honest. Ultimate looked like he had it, but he's been hunted instead. Donk got a bit of a mission, and now he's coming back to that A bomb site where 3 people remain alive on the Liquid side. Bomb hunt did not happen yet, so they wasted their time a little bit. If they could have got the bomb down before Donk got here, I think that would have been a lot easier than it is now. And like I said, no utility. They're just fighting this one raw. Good work from Naf and Elige. Honestly, a respectable effort so far.
I think they've got a chance of winning this. It all comes down to this kill on Naf. Looks like the MP9 will find him. 1 versus 1. Zontics, though, ice cold in the clutch, as you might expect. They will be force buying going forward, Anders. This is the war of attrition now. The fact they get the bomb planted, a 1v1, I can guarantee you they're buying up into the next rounds. So that was a difficult one. You entered with the firepower, but you had no utility. So a post-plant situation, no smokes, no Molotovs, not even a flash. Always going to be very difficult. Donk certainly took the game to them. Easy does it, runs up middle, and it's a competitive round. It comes down to the wire here. They did very well to keep the CTs modest. As I mentioned, 100% chance of them forcing into this next round.
Yeah, such a close one. You're right. Definitely an opportunity to win it, and you're right again. They do force up into this. Shiro could barely put together an AWP, but it is limited as well on the CT side. How will they make this work? Some casual utility in the middle. We've all seen it before. Smoke up towards the B tunnel. That's a nice entry for Elige, but Magix obviously got away with so much. Almost takes down Naf. That's very nearly a triple for Magix.
Okay.
Oh, I'm going to be planted, though, I think.
The round is certainly on. It's alive and well, but Donk is here. Looking to shut down the hopes and dreams of Team Liquid, but Naf keeps them alive. 3 versus 2. Shiro on the AWP. Where is Tanir? He's nowhere to be seen right now. Unless they give Shiro a kill, I think this one might be done. Liquid have found their way into this first half of Mirage.
Yeah, this is looking very, very promising. It confirms the pressure that they've been putting on to try and keep the economy low and make sure that Spirit did not feel comfortable. It's all paid off in this round.
And there's a conversation to be had. Sure, they might be able to win this retake, but if they don't, they only get the $1,400 loss bonus going forward here.
Yeah.
Should be a kill for Shiro, no problem. Keeping them modest, containing the kills is absolutely fine, but you have to hold on to this AWP. You have to hold on to the M4 because you get absolutely nothing going forward here. Team Liquid, though, arriving early, no blowouts here, and it will be a timeout. Hallie knows the importance of this follow-up round.
They looked like they were in a good mood on the Spirit side. They were laughing after that pistol, but we've seen the opposite. We've seen what happens when the frustration kicks in. Donk, he's not always been able to put a lid on it. He's quite outspoken with his body language when things aren't going well.
Yeah.
Clearly deep passion for the game, so that hasn't been happening yet, but it's just to say it could be a contrast to later on if Liquid find a way to keep this going. Tough opponent that they're up against here early on with this new squad. They've had, what, like 2 days of practice with this one?
And I mean, it's a similar conversation we've had with the FaZe sort of situation as well. FaZe losing their coach.
Right.
Kind of alleviates pressure in a way. The expectations are like on the floor. No one's expecting much. Same with this sort of roster as well. You just turn up and play your best. Do what you can. Close games, take a map, you'll take it at this point. No one's really expecting you to take the trophy at this tournament. And Spirit, they had an absolutely woeful performance over at EPL. They did not look themselves. No. So, yeah, the pressure's on them. If they don't put Liquid to bed comfortably today, those are worrying signs going forward into a very important tournament here on the calendar.
now is not where they want to be crumbling. In fact, they want to be boosting Magic's as an in-game leader. They want to start to make all of the pieces work together, maybe including the auto shotgun as well on Tania.
It's back again. We did... Okay, Donk is also back. I was going to say, we saw in the previous series, didn't even fire off a shell. We'll see if Tania can have better luck with it. He's running through the smoke. Does he continue? He certainly does. Nafly one step ahead of him, though. 4-4. Do they want to reset the round now? They've understood what they're up against here. SMGs, shotguns, and that saved AWP of Shiro.
Very annoying that Donk is playing the middle of the map like this, because there are some maps where it feels like high-level teams have figured out how to avoid Donk a lot when he's on that CT side, but because he's playing the center of the map on Mirage, it's very, very hard to get rid of him. He's always going to be a couple of steps away from being, well, anywhere else on the map, really. Sue goes down. It's a 3 versus 4 here. So in spite of what looked like a decent enough opening maybe for Liquid, they need just a bit more. They are walking towards Sontix, who's in the shadow, but he's got Donk and Shiro right behind him. That's such a great kill. That's going to really slow them down, and they don't have a lot of seconds left there. They need to make a move. Sontix is doing it on his own. He actually wins both those fights.
He should not be getting that second one. Really nice teamwork, coordination. The crossfires were set up, but Zontix didn't need their help. He gets himself a double, farms a ton of cash for that MP9. And poor old Naf, normally watching the extremities, working toward that Palace position. Nothing left to do. 5 seconds on the clock, just playing for his life. 3-1. And Liquid will save that AK-47, but it's back to 4 spies. The war of attrition will continue here. Rough start for the North American squad. Let's have a look at this opening kill from Dong. This looks too comfortable, too easy.
Yeah.
Nice shot from Shiro, the double from Zontix as well. Yeah, just plays it so well. He forces their hand. They have to commit themselves to such a deep angle to even get a shot on him. He swings round, nothing you can do. Couldn't have played it better if he tried. And I was going to say the forces continue, but they've given in. They've allowed this one to go to an eco. Gimmicky play is normally required here when you have one saved AK. They go for the boost towards middle. Nothing found from it.
Yeah, they treat that saved AK like it was one of the hero AK buys. Just kind of see what you can manufacture with it. I respect it. They're all in the middle. Sontix on the one side here, certainly seeing the heads popping up and down towards the connector. Yeah, could be a very deep one landing. Tania's already found a headshot as well on the other side. Have to be Naf to really open this up. I say that, but Sue is actually the one who gets the opening frag here. Shiro catching Elige, who was trying to sneak in through the window.
Looks like they're trying to change their focus towards B. That's where Magix lies in wait here. Shuey gonna hold towards the ladder. Hoping to get another 1 deek. They've made the round interesting in a 3-on-3, but only with that saved AK still. 1 minute remaining. Shuey holds towards short. As I mentioned, back towards B. Magix, we haven't said his name too much as of yet. We'll see if he can step up here with the AK-47 in hand. Like a very defensive angle. You can see he's not comfortable having to look towards short, and indeed the B apartments themselves.
He's in a good position here, jumping past. Oh, they actually tried to fake it up for Naf to get the kill, but he couldn't quite land it. Sui is quick to follow up. 30 seconds here. Donk in position. They know where he is. Might want to have to get rid of him before they try and plant the bomb at this stage. Dodging back and forth. MOUZ on the other side. He's going to plant right in front of Donk. That seems like a crazy move. But it's worked out, but a strong headshot to take one down. Swings again, and that's exactly what you get when you're up against Donk.
Fancy footwork, ducking and weaving around the bomb site. He knows exactly what you're up to, and he completely shuts it down. Really impressive work from Donk. Had a pretty shoddy tournament at EPL, but looking to fight back here. Very impressive start from him. Pulling out all the stops. That kill especially. Just perfect. Great awareness. Great skill. And the vibes are looking good as well. Needs to keep his head in the game.
Oh, that's a little bit easier the way this has been playing out so far. 4-1 in favor of Spirit. Starting CT side here on Mirage. I think they're feeling quite happy. Haven't really heard from Ultimate on MOUZ yet. Boo jokingly said 0-12 on MOUZ, but then he was going to be doing a good job.
Well, he's 0-5 right now, so he's en route.
What have you done?
To do just that.
What have you done? Why has he done that? NA fans, get him. Get him now. That's a nice grenade. Tania being put under some pressure there, but they can't follow up on it. They don't have anyone in Palace or anything else like that, so... Mid control once again. It's a scary idea, but Elige you could never question his mechanics. He is so good.
That's true. You can question his mental,
yeah,
but you cannot question his skill.
Absolutely not. Still, one of the best riflers in the world, I think.
Absolutely
when he really
true.
gets going, it's wild how good he could be. So
that's a great opening kill, taking down the AWPer in the form of Shiro as well early on in the round. We've got a 5-on-4 advantage. In terms of map control, one player towards the ramp, towards the palace will be an A finish. Looking like they've got everything they need, but they need to get past the final boss, Anders, and you know who I'm going to say. It's Donk.
That's what I'm worried about. They are attacking right into it. No respect at all here. Trying to see if they can overwhelm it, and they will. Elige will get the follow-up kill, assisted by Ultimate in the middle, throwing flashes over. They don't cower away from him. They decide to fight him straight on. Now, MOUZ is on the scoreboard as well. He's taking down Magix. It's on 6 here. Even before he even waded through the smoke, he's already tagged up. I don't think this is a winnable round any longer. And they don't have endless amounts of money either on the Spirit side. Might have been better for Sontix to walk away from this 1 versus 4. Elige is going to find him. That's a triple. Very well done.
Needed that. Putting a stop to their antics early on here.
I was going to ask you earlier, if you had to choose between trying to sort of, you know, use the right utility and get the advantage in a fight against Donk, or just avoid him. Like, not just don't go middle.
I don't think you can have that philosophy of trying to avoid him.
That's not possible.
You've got world-class players in your ranks as well. He's not immortal. Sure, he's very good, but you need to be willing to challenge him. You can't let him have free reign of the map where he feels like he can go anywhere and you're going to be scared of him, because that's when you play into his hand. You have to be willing to take those duels. You've got players that can go toe-to-toe with him. And sure, he's going to have those moments, and it's about recovering your mental and making sure the team doesn't go down in the dumps if he does have a ridiculous 1v4 moment.
Well, they made him suffer in this round, taking the fight straight to him. It's really good to see. Bit of a timeout called here for Spirit, just to get everyone back on track. Hallie doesn't want anything to get out of control, doesn't want this to spiral into anything more than just a 1 round.
Well, let's see what they've got to work with here. Not much. MP7 for Tanir, MP9 for Magix, M4s and the AWP otherwise. I say the AWP, it's glass cannon. Shiro's known as a very defensive, passive AWPer. Sure. Shouldn't be a massive issue for him, but does mean you're very squishy to the grenades.
Oh, he's in the right position. Oh. Very fast against Ultimate. 0 and 6. That is not how you want to start this.
Yeah, he really has been in the hot seat. A lot of criticism coming his way as of late. He can be good. Pimp pointed it out. He's had some fantastic performances at big moments, deep in tournaments as well, but more often than not, this is the ultimate you get, and he's under a lot of scrutiny recently. Needs to step it up here if they're going to stand a chance. Early days, yeah. We'll see how he builds into it.
It's also one of those roles where you're very exposed. Like, people are going to notice when you miss those AWP shots.
Yep, absolutely.
Can't hide and say, you know, I did a bit of damage or I did something else. Like, typically you're just gone. Like this one, you did nothing at all, unfortunately. A minute on the clock now. Bomb hanging around the A ramp, and the rest of the Liquid squad are in the middle, so they could set up a very nice pincer movement if they can either get Tanir or Donk here. I think is the big deal. They have some utility to get rid of Shiro, or at least put some pressure on towards the ticket booth, so see if they're going to be successful. 40 seconds now. Tanir's moving forward right into MOUZ. A lot of patience, and that kind of pays off.
It's because they got no utilanders. They needed to get an intel play they couldn't be executed on. Ideally, you get flashed into that angle, but we've got no utility to speak of. Got to take some risks here, and Zontix from way downtown will maintain the man advantage. Donk's still alive and looking very confident indeed. Nice finish. So sure, Zontix goes down, but he has confirmed his activity in towards A, allows the rotations to come through, and they can focus their efforts towards the A side. So that death was not in vain.
No, it worked out very well at the end. Awkward burst fight coming out from Sontix there, but he did get the headshot on Leisure. Kind of funny. Look, he was going to spend all of the bullets just on that, but Shiro, glass cannon, AWP, and it's absolutely worth it.
Loving these replays from Donk's POV, the master at work.
Yeah.
And he's locked in right now, 7 and 3. We do have another buy for Liquid. Quite a lot of firepower, but once again, lacking some key pieces of util, but you're not lacking Donk. He gets himself 1.5 kills. Tanir will finish the deal on Shui. Oh, that's great work. Tanir coming into his own right now. When Donk goes down, he can rely on so many other players in this squad. Gets himself a blind headshot. That's round. Ultimate, you ain't winning this. 0-7 for him now.
I think for just 1 second, they actually had beat the timing against Donk. It looked like he wasn't ready, but you can almost see in him, like there's a microsecond when he realizes, oh, they're here, and then he's ready. Like, it doesn't take any more than that.
He adjusted his position. He hugged the right-hand wall, knowing that I could be swung on at this point. Need to give myself a chance at least at one. And that's exactly what he did.
That's so sick, like the speed with which he catches on to what's going on. Because that's a nice way to play it otherwise. Like, we talked about the utility, but sometimes if you play ahead of somebody's expectations, then that's it. You can catch them off guard. Not this time, though. Liquid will take a bit of a timeout. See if Flashy's got anything exciting to bring the team back online here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the show. You join us for the opening game between Spirit and Liquid here in Group B. Favorites, it goes without saying, Spirit, but they have not been in amazing form recently. It's Liquid with new boy MOUZ creating a North American roster, if you can believe it or not, for Liquid. Not much to prove today. They just want to show a competitive game and show there's some potential in this project.
Yes.
But it's going about as we expected. 6-2. As I'll say again, it's early days. And for now, we've just got the Tech 9s and a traditional A execution here. Smokes towards jungle, smokes towards steps, flash over, and see what you can do with it.
The 6th time that Ultimate has started 0-6 or worse at a big event. Oh, that's
not a great stat.
It's not great. We're doing him dirty now. We're digging up all of the bad news.
We got receipts.
We got receipts. Oh, dear. Shiro, missed shot. Okay, Elige with the follow-up. Tenier, though, will stand his ground. They do get the bomb planted. That's good for the economy, obviously, on the T side. Doubt if they can win this round. And Naf is already tagged up. Ultimate, they don't really have that much to work with here. They don't have the armor or anything, so it's going to be very tricky. There's the shot. All right, he's on the board now. That's good news. And being very careful here, yeah, they can pretty much defuse from safety, so not a lot that Naf can do. It's a very successful round. Honestly, for Liquid, given what they came into this one with, I'd be quite happy with this. Out of bullets.
You run out of bullets on the PT-50. Oh, at least he's taking it in his stride.
So not even the new patch yet.
No, exactly.
But it will be coming.
It is coming. Maybe for the playoffs. I don't know.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
We're just making
just speculating there.
As per usual.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, here's Donk. I'm enjoying these Donk cabs here. An absolute masterclass. Super comfortable. Didn't see him smiling too much in Stockholm. Great to see him back to his winning ways. 7-2 now. That was the partial buy. We have got the AKs out in full force. No ultimate AWP. It might be for the best at this point. This having part of the pack. Trading out kills if the orb's not working, and Shiro is one of the absolute best snipers in the game. Difficult to play him when he's so passive and just going for one pick, falling back. He doesn't give you much to work with.
So I think people sometimes they underestimate him in the sense that they think he's playing passively because he doesn't have the skill to do more, but that's not the case.
He's playing percentages.
Yeah, he's such a smart player, but if you get him, if he needs a flick, he'll get one. He can hit those shots. He's just so smart at playing with that AWP, so don't mistake that for any kind of weakness on Shiro's part either. So he's moving up here. Could be an interesting opening. Shiro is there. Oh, and it's right between his legs. I'd need to see a replay of that.
I don't know how Dong gets the kill in return, but it goes back to a 4-4 very quickly. MOUZ should have been picking that one up, quite frankly, but it's going to be Tenier taking down Elige. Best chance they've had in some time, and it's a 3 versus 1. Make it 0. Can't even finish the sentence before Dong just takes everyone down on the screen.
Just to follow up, that's why MOUZ needed to get the kill quickly, because when you delay, Dong shows up.
Yeah,
so you gotta be fast.
It felt like MOUZ, like by his standards, he should be hitting that shot. It's the in-game leader in B.
Does the shot actually? I feel like it went right between his ankles. It looked wild. But anyway, yeah, explain that, Henry.
I don't know.
Can you explain?
Look, there's so much conviction with the aim as well, and the burst he takes is just straight to the dome. It's unreal.
He's playing fine without those shots. He doesn't even need them. He's just doing it for the love of the game now.
Yeah, this one started off quite exciting. Here's Magic, the chance for him to get a couple of kills, and he is rising to the occasion, ladies and gents. Double kill. As long as he stays alive, that's pretty much round. Drops in a grenade for good measure. Chips away at Ultimate. They've got AK-47s in the hands of Shui and Roland. But Zontix, he might even get a slice of the action here. Yes, he will. Okay, another convincing round. Blinking, he misses. The first half's pretty much over.
Tide spins so quick. I actually can't believe it. Because it looked a bit competitive at the beginning. It looked like there was a way for them to do something more. Elige had some great openings in the middle that looked convincing. But now, I don't know if that's quite the case here. They look way too strong.
What do you even say if you're the coach? Is like, lads, unfortunately, we've turned up today and they are locked in. We are not ready for this level of competition. We can't keep up. We've had 2 days of prac. You're not going to be Team Spirit on 2 days of prac. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. Unless someone's like going above and beyond and having a life game, but no one's really turning up as of yet. The top fragger is Elige on 8 kills. Ultimate 1 in 11 right now, I believe. 1 in 10.
Yeah. Our resident Liquid hate watcher, Vu, he's eating good right now.
Is he a hate watcher?
I don't know. We dubbed him that now, I think.
Okay,
We just,
just trying to get a fan base after him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
I like it. Final round, Anders. It feels like we've had about 5 minutes of play here. These are the sort of rounds, though, when you're desperate, these ones seem to come through.
Yeah, get one more, win the pistol on the second half, like start to build.
You can't run a default here. You just be calling, right, we've got to have an intention out of spawn. Let's go for this, trade out our kills, and hopefully someone will find an entry, maybe through the smoke. No damage inflicted there by Shui. He's actually playing pretty well, considering the scoreline. He's finding some impact.
They know that he is on the other side somewhere. It's not that hard to predict where Donk is going to be.
Sure.
A lot harder to kill him, as it turns out. But so far, they're set up not that badly. If they win even one fight here, they could quickly roll it into even a B split if they really wanted to. Magic's playing over in the hallway with the AK. Picked up and stolen Donk here in the middle with another AK. Yeah, they're going to be at B split this time.
Here we go.
6 goes down. It's time to move really quickly. Magic's as well. That's Naf. Very nice shot through the smoke. He must have seen something there, but regardless, good work. Donk, though, is in route. Could he actually stop them? There surely is no way. One man with an AK.
Trust me.
There is a way.
There is a way.
All right, well, let's see. He's got the first one. Finds another route in the open spray. He's down Elige looking for a triple. He's taking even another one. He's eating the entire team. Finally, Naf has taken him down, but it's so ridiculous. Time and time again, Donk showing up to just wreck the opposition. Ultimate, that's an important kill, and leave Shiro. See if we get some of those flicks out, but I think he's looking the wrong way. Oh yeah, he's gonna get sprayed down. Naf to the rescue, and at least one more round for Liquid.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. Commentating, stressed, depressed, but look at me now. Headshots. Another headshots. Headshot again. It really is that easy. I'm here to teach you competitive Counter-Strike on maps such as Dust 2, the Power Plant, and of course, Meringue. And that's not all. We'll also cover advanced maps such as Infernio, the Egypt one, and Aztec House. With the Henry G system, you'll get your professional player certificate in no time. Have a look at mine. It's already arrived. Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning. For example, you throw the smoke, and now you wait. The enemy becomes confused. Come on, this is strategy. I've coached many players using this plan. Some of them improved, and some were already professionals. Now you don't need to memorize all of the smokes, of course, just the coolest ones, such as mid, the other mid, A room, and ban banana nana. This is a very strong flash. As you can see, it even blinded me. And this smoke will land somewhere near a bomb site. The enemy will not expect it and will run away. And if the smoke misses, that's fine, because you are smarter than them. I personally don't use smokes. I simply know where the enemy is going to be. And if you do lose a round, remember, it's not your fault. The other team is cheating. Go to http://www.henrygspots.co.com. Sign up now.
Yeah, we've got all the smokes and flashes you need here on Meringue. We're ready for the second half, Anders. It's 9-3 in favor of Team Spirit. Feels like that's enough to close this one out. The way they're playing right now, I'm not sure there's many players that could stop this force they're bringing to the server.
Doesn't seem like it, does it? They're getting the donk treatment.
They really are. They're getting a good hiding.
It's a bit rough out there at the moment. Bit of a potential fake coming out. Ooh, we got facts.
11 out of 15 kills on the CT side with an AK-47 for Donk. So he just took their weapons, used it against them. It kind of shows he didn't really die at all. He went 15-5.
Merciless, isn't he?
Okay.
They faked A a little bit. They threw some smokes. Shiro's been shooting his pistol here just to try and really sell the idea. I don't know how much they're selling it. I feel like Liquid are onto something. Some good calling coming out right now, honestly, from the NA side, because they're still here. 3 people. Is that enough to stop Donk? It should be.
Yeah.
It might not be.
You were saying that in the 5-on-2 in the previous round, and all of a sudden he got 3 kills.
I'm just saying they at least defensively kind of know what they're doing here. Now the rest of it is coming in, though. Elige has to step up with the USB. Saw the front of that Glock. Very nice shot by Shiro. He gets one in return. MOUZ here. You're the second line of defense, Donk. He's already been let loose, but not for long. Ultimate has a very nice shot. And there's still some time here. Bomb's being planted. 2v2. MOUZ low on help, but he's got the smoke in the kit as well.
Smoke in the kit is huge. Zontix is low, but so is MOUZ. MOUZ needs to be the cannon fodder here. If he can somehow throw that grenade towards Zontix's position, that could be massive. We will see if he can do it. Come on.
Corner. It should be impossible. He's not even going to attempt it.
Oh!
Headshot instead. That'll get the job done, but he's dead immediately. And they're trying to fight. The debris from the grenade might have made that very hard. And somehow it is going to be Spirit that pick up the round.
He died with the grenade in hand.
Yeah.
So not only did it do damage to his teammate, it took away all of his vision as well. It's so unlucky. I can't stress that enough. Like, it was looking so good on the retake. You got the nice one-taps coming in.
Yeah.
MOUZ hits a banger. You got a 2 versus 1. Look at this.
Oh,
Drops the grenade. It lands. Not only blows his teammate up, it takes all his vision away. Anders, no! They needed that. Oh, that's so rough. You got a full eco now. It was looking so promising.
Liquid need that kind of luck in their favor, not going against them at the moment. Oh, that's devastating. They can't control it, can they? 10-3. Just some pistols here being upgraded into, but really nothing exciting happening on the Liquid side at the moment. Could be a very, very quick first map. And again, you know, bit of an asterisk. Obviously, they haven't practiced a lot. MOUZ just joining the team, but you'd still love the sort of fairy tale story where it just clicks from day one. And like I said, he's a slightly wounded Spirit. I feel like it was a good story. Just it wasn't a true story, but it was good nonetheless.
Hey, sometimes fiction's good enough.
In our dreams, Liquid are leading this a lot.
Hey, there's always a chance. There's a chance they can win this round, Anders. I say that. There is a wide open B bomb site with no guns on the retake and no Kevlar, and the bomb being planted, but there's always, as Chad always says, every round of Counter-Strike is possible to win. Maybe not this one, I would say.
He's obviously not been playing Counter-Strike with me, I can tell. He's experiencing a different kind of Counter-Strike from what I am, but I respect it. I'm not gonna...
Best they can hope for is a gun, a kill. There's the kill. Nah, Fabio got a second for us. He's reloading his deagle, sheepishly in the window. But there we have it. This is one of those games you're not even mad if you lose, because you've been owned so badly. It's not like any massive mistakes were made. You've just been outclassed. You're a new team with a new player, 2 days of prac. I know we like to beat up on Liquid, but you can't really expect them to win this one.
No, I think the only thing that would be a bit sad is when you get back to the lab, you want to have more rounds than just
want some
couple.
data.
Yeah, it'd be nice if if at least they could make it to like a 13-9 type scoreline. You'd say, okay, well, we've got some more rounds to look at. There's something worked, something didn't. This has been pretty rough at the moment. 11-3.
You've lost both pistols. You've picked up a couple of rounds here and there. Feels though we're coming to the end of it. Ultimately, I feel like he's got one here, though. Perfectly played, but not perfectly timed. Actually just takes a nade to the face.
Ouch.
Is he glass cannon as well? He is, so he takes pretty much max damage there. All right. Back to the drawing board, I'm afraid. What's Helmet Watch looking like? Only one helmet, and there's 2 MAC 10s. Yeah, this could be a rough one, Anders. They might not be able to hold on. You'd like to think they can win this round and initiate the comeback without the helmets, and the free roam of the map MAC-10s can have is going to be very, very difficult to contain.
Yeah, they're just on such a roll at the moment here, Spirit. Not looking to be slowed down.
Yep. Okay. Connect to control granted. Tanir pops over the smoke towards shore. Someone certainly home, and Elige willing to take the fight. Man advantage here.
Again, mechanically, can't really complain. Naf has been playing pretty well. I think he's on a bit of a personal comeback. There was a point in time somewhere last year where things were looking pretty rough for Naf, but it's getting better. And Donk is out of it. So now, maybe a bit more encouraging here. Tanir sneaking around that back. That could really unsettle the defense at the B bomb site, but great work for Elige. Look at that, another couple of headshots. Now Tanir in a 1 versus 3. He does spray down a couple. Actually, it might have been a 1 versus 4
Bombs
there.
in the APSO. No time. It's going to be very close. Oh, good movement.
Okay.
Okay, he has got it.
Wow. Flying all. Oh, he's planning out in the open, though, so he's dead no matter what.
I was going to say, ultimately, if you miss this one, call it a day, bro. If that shot doesn't connect, we're in trouble.
I feel like Liquid are kind of sticking to whatever basic plan they had together. Like, there's not a lot of adventure, and I feel like maybe if Liquid tried deathmatching a bit more, they could have more fun in the game, but they also kind of need this space to learn, right? Like, they have to play some kind of structured Counter-Strike here because they're learning on the fly. They don't have a lot of space.
That was the must-win round, but it was the bonus round. AKs are coming out, but Tanir down to the Tech 9 there. You can see the money's quite low on the CD side as well. A couple of FAMAS.
Okay.
So we'll see what Team Spirit can do with it. They have 2 smokes remaining and a couple of flashes, slowing things right down. More of a default setup here. We have 2 players towards the Palace, 2 towards top and middle. So an A split through the Palace is looking very likely. Just want to get towards Connector first before they initiate the push.
Ultimate's playing by that ticket booth here, and MOUZ only worry is just 1 smoke on Magic. So I was going to say if they have enough utility on the T side, maybe they could get rid of Ultimate, but I don't know if that's going to be possible the way that it's set up right now. A minute. Spirit haven't had to find anyone in middle, or they haven't had a chance to. They probably would love for that to happen, but here we go. Towards the jungle instead, towards the window. They're going to try and set this one up and see if they can get any kind of production. 50 seconds on the clock. If they lose this round, which Spirit, I must say the defense looking pretty tight right now on the A bomb site, there's a chance for Liquid to start to roll this forward. Good shutdown at the beginning. MOUZ sprays down Sontix, and now they're down to 35 seconds. They're really running the clock down low here. Donk creeping out. It's so close. He almost had it, but MOUZ quick on the trigger. Magic's going to be shut down after a great double kill, admittedly. And again, there's just not that much time here. 24 seconds. Shiro hoping for any kind of an opening, but they're on
Nice work.
No respect here for Elige. He wanted to hunt him down.
The Doctor is in session. MOUZ MD with a nice sequence there towards the Palace. Gets the advantage, peels off the angle, doesn't give any more away. Makes them really commit to the angle before they even get a shot off. And it was close. There was a moment there where Donk looked like he was going to take that ultimate, but MOUZ played the angle perfectly. Took him down. This shot right here. He doesn't see much, but he gets the job done.
That's so critical, isn't it?
Yeah, the round is lost if Donk takes down the AWP at that point. They collapse on the bomb site, so very well done to MOUZ especially. We got a game. There's going to be a full eco here.
Oh, hi. Let's see how resilient they're going to be on the Spirit side. Are they going to be, quick to frustration, or will they recognize this might just be a temporary slowdown? We're going to be fine. Certainly set up to try and pounce on this bomb site. Bomb plant be quite nice, I guess, for a little bit of extra cash. Ooh, Donk, good headshot. Careful now. Elige, he's not afraid of anything here. He wants to take the fight, but gotta be careful you don't lose anyone else. Nice grenade. Will land on a Donk, so he is out of the picture, and I think that pretty much seals the deal. Liquid looking to make this a 6-11 scoreline. No bomb plant. They actually were a little bit too busy fighting even for that, so opportunity perhaps wasted slightly, but Liquid. All right, they're warming up a little bit at least.
Yeah, they're putting on a show. The mental looks okay as well. There's no more frustration out there. No one seems to be raging. That's what I want to see.
Right.
Keep your head in the game.
I'm going to drop my smoke on Molly Red. You can flash your red tomorrow.
They're still in this. It's the CT side of Mirage. It can definitely be done. Sure, the first half was rough. Felt like you were getting thrown around the server. But you managed to pick up that last round, number 12. It gave you a lifeline.
They want to take a fight to Donk. I respect it, but my God, he's quick.
Good luck, Ultimate. Nice shot of Magic's. Brave maneuver to jump down towards middle. It's got them back in the round. You can see the replay of Donk.
He didn't even take any damage. They didn't even hit him with anything.
He's a freak of nature. 21-10.
And I even love the double palace push. I don't think it gets used quite enough. And again, like, you got to respect Liquid for trying to take the fight to Spirit, but he's back again in the middle. Quad kill. They do line up for Naf at least, but surely he's done enough here.
I don't know. Naf likes a clutch if he's feeling it. 14-12.
He's been playing well.
He's been playing very well.
Okay, well, he's created a bit of space, created a bit of noise, and now he's trying to relocate around all of that noise on the map to try and see if he can catch them off guard. Honestly, it looked like Sontix wanted to go B. Imagine if Nab would have been there already, but I think now he's heard him. He knows that they're coming back towards the A-bomb site. Another smoke going up. It's so
He goes through this, though. He goes through quickly. He denies his plan.
Yeah, there's no one even guarding it. Or there is. If he was just a little bit more shallow, I think he would have been fine. Naf, it's a very nice attempt.
All he could do there, Anders. He played it perfectly, but Spirit, they're a world-class team with good protocols. They're watching and aware of that prospect. Unfortunate, that takes us to map point, but what can you really do against this? You can't plan for that.
No.
You've set up nicely. You've got two players ready and waiting. MOUZ with an AK in his hand as well, but Donk is just doing Donk things out there. He was on for the ace. Nice try there from Naf. You're right, if it may be a little bit shallower on the push, there's a chance. But that is indeed map points. We'll take another tactical timeout, maybe the final one of this first map. This is the Liquid pick. We move on to Ancient next. And Dust 2 if required. It's a brawler's dream, this map pool.
Yes, it is. And I really would love to see all three maps. Probably a bit of a dream by now. It seems like it's going to be hard to get to a third map, but I would love it.
Team Spirit are not in their best form right now. The last couple of tournaments have been pretty disappointing from a tactical perspective.
It's weird, isn't it? Because they were really just thinking about how to beat Vitality.
Yeah.
And now in the middle of that mission, they've had to divert, and now they're fighting all these other teams that suddenly could beat them.
Kind of rebuilding at this stage, yeah. Let's have a look.
Headshots for Sontix, as it turns out. 7 out of 8. That's pretty good. 6-round deficit. Money's not that great for Spirit, or it's really bad for Spirit. So you get one, you probably get another one for free after that. And on we go. Bomb is dropped at the A-ramp position. So right now, Spirit can pretty much pounce on that if they get the right opening. It's MOUZ and it's Sue that are playing that connector position at the moment. They're really the only A defense that exists, but we'll see if Liege wants to go into the middle here. I feel like he wants to play a bit more proactively, and I do like it. I feel like Liquid are very blind to what's happening on the map right now, so they probably need to find a way to get some kind of info on what's going on here. Ooh. Very dangerous, and so is the boost. They really are thinking about it here, but again, Shiro, he can get those flicks in. He's down to 4 health, though.
He knows he's about to get naded as well, so has to move. Oh, that damage might be all for naught, though. MOUZ has gone down. It's Elise trying to pick up the pieces here. Shui will answer back. It's Zontix removed. 35 seconds. Can Liquid hold on?
They're running the bomb back. They're not actually going for the A-bomb side anymore. Tania, he'd made a decision already. Shiro's walking into the B hallways. I'm kind of surprised to see this. Magic's, he's doing a great job selling it at the moment. He's just got a Mac 10 here in the window, and now he's controlling maybe 3 people's rotation, so all of it is down to Naf. I think he's the only one that could save this round. 15 seconds, they must be wondering, Liquid, where on earth are they? Now they're going to know, and it's all down to Naf and a single for MOUZ. That's all you need, 1 kill. Great spray down. He might have done enough here. Gets Donk as well. What a sick defense from Nafly.
That's what we needed. Running the clock down incredibly thin. It had to be nothing but perfect entrance in towards that B bomb side. Naf positions himself well, burrowed away in the corner there. We said he needed 1 to win the round. He gets all 3. Even after Zontix finding that cracking opener, it was Shui that responded towards the Palace position. But the man of the hour, saving the day, is Naf himself. Great sequence. Humbles Team Spirit. And we continue on Mirage. Their money is busted. Magic's will save over the M4A1S, but that's about it. They take a full eco otherwise.
I said a couple of rounds ago, if they could get to 9, then we have some rounds to look at. There's some more tape for Liquid to go over in the analysis after the game. But I mean, this point, it's looking pretty encouraging. Elige is up there with 14 kills. Not been a bad game for him by any means. Naf, though, with 18 and 13. That's very, very impressive. He's trying to catch up to Donk at the moment. It's not easy at all. But there might still be a way to do that. A little bit of a Existence timeout here. Just hanging out. Don't know how many people remember Existence at this point. I know you do, Henry. You felt the horror.
I've played against them, yeah.
The horror of being against them.
It was about 20 years ago, but I felt it. Yeah, basically just going to be slowing things down. Bleed out of util. Any kills you can get here, certainly worth it. Especially if you can remove the AWP, right? If you can take the AWP out of the round and even just throw it out there, just like that, get it out the map now.
Okay.
So they won't be able to rebuy it for the follow-up round. They won't have the resources to do so. Okay, Elige.
He's holding on. He's got the mechanics. Never doubt that. Never have. Shiro goes down to near last. Having Nafas this B defense has really worked out well for them. It's such a critical position.
Naf is looking super comfortable.
Yeah.
I think there is a lot of pressure relieved now. There's no expectation.
Remember at one point
and
he was...
And you know you're making the major as well. That's not a demon on your shoulder now saying you might not make the major.
That's a good point,
You're not going to make it. Unless you win this game, you're not going to the major.
Yeah.
That's gone.
It's off their chest. That's actually really important. Remember at one point it felt like Naf, like he was even tweeting like he wasn't sure if he was going to be allowed to stay in Liquid. Like it felt like he was almost volunteering to leave. Glad he didn't. He's playing super well.
This is going to go the distance. I don't think they win this round. MP7, Galil, A execution feels a bit flat.
Oh.
Okay, well, he's got Dong to be fair. I forgot about that.
I was going to say the timing is so good. He's not looking. He's always looking somehow. Tanir has gone down, though. Important kill for Ultimate. We do need another one like that.
Oh, the pathing from Donk is just beautiful to watch. Such a nuisance. This might be enough to send Liquid packing. They put up an admirable fight here, Anders.
Oh, yeah.
The fact they had a comeback and even a conversation of winning this map, I'm very impressed.
When he takes up that much space, Donk, he's creating it behind him, like his teammates can play behind that spearhead of Donk. It's very good. 4 versus 3. Very hard retake, if not say almost impossible here. But, oh, it's a good shot onto Sontic's Ultimate. Trying to make it work at the end, but Donk flexing his muscles a bit towards the end of the round. And it's Elige in a 1 versus 2, but the time is already running low here. He's made the jump down, but he's out in the open, and Shiro will get him. It will be Spirit to pick up this opening map against Liquid.
There were some question marks around Dong coming into this series. Could he find his world-class form once again? Well, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Donk is back, and he is looking deadlier than ever. Liquid have got their work cut out for them if they're going to fight back in the second map.
Sharp as a knife. That's Donk on the server, cutting straight through Liquid without much of a problem. Little bit of a surge there right at the tail end, but cosmetic in nature at the end of the day. Liquid were severely outmatched.
Yeah. Mike, if you only look at the scoreline,
okay,
that was a close game. That felt like...
Were you saying 13-8 is close in MR12?
It was relatively close. I mean, certainly closer than if you watched the game. That was not a close game, Mike.
Emphasize on relatively. You know, that can mean a lot of different things. For once, I'm not surprised that Donk is bouncing back straight away. Of course, he's not going to have 2, I guess, bad games in a row, 2 bad tournaments in a row. He looks to be sharp. He looks to be back at it. Given the opposition isn't of the highest quality, so let's see what Donk can do when he faces better opposition. I agree with you. You know, looking at the scoreline, they kind of made a bit of a cosmetic comeback, 13-8. At the end of the day, I had no doubt at any point in this game that Spirit were going to win. It was just a question of time, Mike.
It did feel that way. I do want to talk about the macro a little bit, right? Because we can zoom in on the micro and say Donk was really good. We can also look at the macro and say they were moving around the map very nicely. And in particular, it felt like every time an execute started to come together for Liquid, magically Donk would just be there.
That's what I loved about this, the way they played as well. They were willing to give up sites in order to fight for middle aggressively in the beginning of pretty much each half. You saw Donk, you know, sometimes rushing all the way up middle. Sometimes he'd be around connector. Sometimes he'd get stuck behind the smoke and somehow, some way still find a kill through the smoke. spoke, it always felt like Liquid were a man down before they, as you said, even got into execute or even thought about executing in towards the bomb site. So in terms of the calling from Shuhei, I think his work conditions were cut short sort of by Dunk, and I think that's a fair thing to point out. One thing is him getting a lot of different kills, because that's what he's always going to do, but it came from, again, being aggressive, which also seems to be the case for Dunk. As you said, 40% entry rate at the tournament that we just saw. It wasn't much less in this game.
I think, you know, on a micro scale, you look at the game and you say, wow, Donk's really good. And then on a macro scale, you look at the game and you say, wow, Donk is in the right place to be really good really often. I mean, even Donk, he had just this incredible game. Tanir was there as well. I mean, Spirit had the rest of their roster activated. It wasn't just Donk, but at the same time, this is what you're expecting. This is the Spirit show where they just have 5 players that are incredible. Maybe 4 players that are pretty incredible, and you're playing against a Liquid that's just not quite practiced with this roster, and you're playing on Mirage, which is, on the bright side for Liquid, you get to go now from Mirage into Spirit's map pick.
That doesn't feel like a bright side. Let's see if we can find some bright sides here. Let's check in on the state of Liquid, right? Because we are looking at this roster. They've made a move. We're looking for some answers. One of the things you were highlighting in the pre-game, unfortunately, I don't think was an answer for them here, which is, unfortunately, we did have another big struggle game from Ultimate coming on in. Took him a long time to even get on the board.
It's a problem, and it will be an ongoing problem unless he figures it out. You know, I'd even say that 10-16 right here, it was looking worse in the first half. I think he was 2-9, 2-10 or something like that. So one would argue that he was part of that cosmetic comeback in some degree. But it's not that I want to focus on Ultimate as a person, you know, and single him out. It's more so the role that he occupies within Team Liquid. When you're supposed to be the AWP player, when you're carrying the, I guess, most expensive gun in the game, and when you're surrounded by players like Elise, like Nafly, like MOUZ, where you feel like your rifling trio is good enough to contest against better teams, then when you fall so short in that position, it's gonna haunt you. And it has been haunting Liquid for a long, long time. I don't think it's fair to say that Ultimate has been the only problem within Liquid, but I think with the change of MOUZ coming into Liquid, over time, it's gonna be even more evident that unless he steps it up, then he will have to be the next one to go. And I am, for once, not convinced that he has it to turn it around.
It's one of those things where, for a lot of teams, you look at Na'Vi, they were considering wonderful. You look at a lot of teams where you question who can they get to replace this player that's better. And I think the question for Ultimate still isn't the easiest to answer, because opping in CS2 is such a difficult task. But when you have a team with Elige on it, you have a team with MOUZ on it, you have a team with Naf, the way he's performing, the best player on the team for the last 3 months, you have to question where the problem lies. And if it's not in those 3, then it's got to either be in the IGL or the Opper. And I think the AWP has really been the struggle bus for Liquid for a while.
I'll put it like this, you know, if there's one thing Ultimate has nailed, as so has other AWP players at the moment, there's never been a better time to be awful at your job in that very position, because there's not a lot of people to replace you with. And I know it sounds harsh in a way, but that's the only reason why I'd say Ultimate and a lot of other AWPers are having their positions within their teams right now, because you're saying it as it is right now. Who is supposed to replace Ultimate? He's not a bad player, he's just not doing the job good enough for Team Liquid, but there's no obvious pickup, you know. Maybe we throw Dexter into the mix as well in terms of the individual qualities. He then have other issues with visas and maybe personality.
Hey, let's keep this trend going. Let's go get an NA guy. We got like Junior, we got Slight waiting in the wings.
Well, that's the issue.
Some guys who are out there.
That's the issue. There's no one to replace them at the moment. We're even talking about Bait, you know, bringing in a guy like Sissy. They're taking a massive gamble on a 16-year-old because there's no one other to replace them. So if anything, Ultimate has had a lot of opportunity to turn around the ship, and that's why I'm also starting to doubt that he ever will.
What's No Cry's up to? Let's talk about something else over on Liquid. Let's look for some bright spots. Elige having some shining moments as an individual, right? He has been the prodigal son returning to Liquid. He has delivered on that promise. We've seen the performance. We've seen what he can do. We're talking about what can be put around him, but Elige does continue to shine.
He was the only competitive player, dare I say it, from Team Liquid in this game. I think he was involved in 7 or 8 opening duels.
Naf?
Yeah, well,
yeah,
Naf.
Come on now.
Yeah, well,
let's not disrespect Naf.
In the first half, if you watch the game, Mark, you'd see at least he was the catalyst behind 2 of the 3 round wins.
The game.
I know you did. We did it together. He was the catalyst between 4-2 of the 3 rounds they won on that T side, involved in 7 or 8 opening kills in that first half over the course of the map as well. So in terms of raw impact, Elige definitely found more than Nafly, but Naf kept it real in the second half. He was the one that kept them alive, but without Elige playing well in the first half, you're not looking at a 9-3 scoreline, you're looking at 11-1.
Look, let me make a plea. directly to the NACS fans, the fans of the Elige, the fans of the NAF. Can I guarantee you that Liquid's going to win a map here? No, I can't. But what I can guarantee you is that top-level Counter-Strike will be coming to Fort Worth at the Blast Rivals Fort Worth. That's coming up very shortly, May 1st to 3rd. We're going to be in the arena. It's going to be some banging games. So get your tickets now. Join us in the arena there for some glorious Counter-Strike under the sun in Texas. You don't want to miss it.
If you can't play good Counter-Strike, you gotta import it. All right, and that's what they're doing. I love NA for that. Good mentality.
And they imported Elige from Phase 2, and Elige has not been playing like an imported talent, unfortunately, on Liquid. We're saying he had a great game. I've been worried about Elige for a little while. I actually think when he was on Phase, he was carrying that team across to the finish line, so they couldn't cross it, I should say. With his T-side performances on Liquid, he's been not missing completely, but not the same level he had. He was a world beater on Phase. I want to see Elige start to pop off a little more.
Well, maybe he will. Maybe he will in our second map of play, because there's more Counter-Strike coming through. And as much as these guys might be doom and gloom, I am looking for a little ray of sunshine, and I'll try and find it during this break.
It's raining outside.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
at this event here at Blast Open. What's your expectation? What would be a successful event for you, for Magics?
Successful event?
Oh. Oh. To beat Vitality? Anytime.
That's the dream?
That's the goal.
That's the goal. One head in your sight and it's Vitality, yeah?
What?
One goal in your sight and it's Vitality.
Yeah.
Locked in on the top dog, and Liquid might just be a stumbling block on the way. Hardest part of a Magic's interview? Tracking his head.
Yeah, fair enough, you know, but I like his attitude in this regard. You know, if you're Team Spirit, if you have Dunk on your lineup, you should always be shooting for the stars, so to speak. You should always be aiming to be the top dog. Now, in order to get there, you have to beat Team Liquid, and let's be completely honest, so far I haven't seen anything from Spirit that doesn't give me confidence that that's going to be the case on Ancient as well.
Yeah, I mean, you beat Liquid on Mirage. That's Liquid's map pick, not the best map pick. If you're thinking about maps that Spirit are generally pretty good on, Mirage is definitely one of them. And Ancient is certainly one where they can outperform OG, who already just beat Liquid. I mean, I can only bring that up for the fact that Liquid cut Cadian goes to OG and can already beat Liquid. That's your NACS GOATs.
Mike, help us. We need...
Let me find some silver linings.
Yeah, okay.
Let me paint a picture. First off, Spirit have had some stumbles on Ancient recently, particularly against the Astralis team. They just lost that at EPL. That happened.
But that was just luck.
That is a thing that happened. A fluke if you ask Magic's, apparently. Second thing, MOUZ is pretty good at Ancient, in particular at running out mid and headshotting a bunch of people. That was kind of what put him on the international radar in the first part. He owned G2 on a map of Ancient when he was on M80, and shortly thereafter they picked him up. So I think MOUZ could be a little bit of an engine to make this one happen. We saw him have some flashes on Mirage, a little bit slow to start as well. Maybe if he comes in hotter here, we can get a game.
I think that's a fair point to raise, and I agree with you. The only issue I have with that point, MOUZ running out middle, he's going to face Tenea or Dunk, you know, so...
Look, I didn't say it was going to be easy.
No, and that's fair enough, but I agree. I think he's a massive win condition, not only in this game, but for the future of Team Liquid as well. As we already described, and as people probably have seen at home, if you're paying just the slightest attention, Liquid have more than one issue. We spoke about Ultimate, sure, but we also have been speaking about Nerds not really getting the job done in his preferred role. Now, MOUZ is slotting in. I think T-side-wise, it's only going to make Liquid better. If he can find success, that's good. That also frees up some room and some movability for a guy like on your screen right here, which is Elise and Nafly for that matter as well. So I think in terms of painting the picture, Mike, you're doing a good job. It's just not going to happen tonight. It's not going to happen now. It's going to take some time for Team Liquid and some more practice before they fully integrate MOUZ into it. And once that happens, then maybe, just maybe, they're good enough to put up a fight against Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about confidence, I'm a little confident in MOUZ here, because this is the map where he did dominate Donk. You mentioned that he's playing against Donk on the other side. When you look at G2 with Donk, or with MOUZ rather, they were beating Spirit consistently on this map. They actually, I think they beat them 3 times in a row on Ancient with MOUZ at the head, with MOUZ dominating Donk in the head-to-head in that mid battle. So if they have any hope, it's the Donk, it's the MOUZ life game, not the Fuzi life game.
Well, if I know anything, it's that the doctor is in, and we'll see if he's got the medicine that Liquid needs to cure their ills. 2 experts in my health, Anders and Henry G. Take it away.
What do you know about Mike's health?
We talk about it all the time. He always comes to me for new advice.
You are one of the best proctologists I know.
Exactly.
You've always sorted me out when I needed help.
Warm hands is what they say, and that's what they call me.
Anyway, let's get into this second map. I tend to agree with the sentiment of the desk. It should be a 2-0 here. But I was quietly impressed with Liquid there. I don't think it was a shambles. Sure, the first half was a bit rough, but they brought it back. Like, Ultimate was 1-9, I think. He finished in double digits. I think they give them a run for their money. I think 2-0 all day long, but let's just hope for a good game of Counter-Strike. Group B continues here. A blast Open Rotterdam 2026, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Magic's and Co, Team Spirit on the T side, and they've got themselves a couple of smokes and a Molotov. They'll be heading towards the A side of the map. They do love these fakes. See whether they're going to be showing presence in towards B, and they certainly are. They're pre-firing angles, trying to keep CTs on that side of the map, which does suggest, Anders, we finish up towards A.
Yeah, I think you called it right away, and we'll see how quick Liquid are to catch on. I do like this proactivity. They're spotting nobody out there, so that's a big tell. And actually, Spirit have decided we're going to go right now. We've already been caught. MOUZ, he was highlighted on the desk, and for good reason. He gets the early headshot. Elise, unfortunately, is down and out. So now it's MOUZ here, dancing behind the box, trying to stay alive, but it only for so long. 2 versus 3. Smoke goes up here towards CT spawn as the bomb's going to be planted on the other side, or at least that's what they're hoping for. And certainly will now. Naf, he was a bit of a hero, honestly, for Liquid on that first map, but this is a big ask.
I mean, it's an impossible ask.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you.
Well, sometimes honesty is the best method, isn't it?
Sometimes I like to kind of spin a narrative. If you did X, Y, and Z, there's a chance, but there is zero chance, unfortunately. And there it is. Shiro will close things down. There was a couple of moments there. It looked like Liquid might be able to make a dent, but you never know. The force buy in the second round might bear the fruit they're looking for.
There was a moment where that looked defendable.
Yeah,
MOUZ
sure.
stayed alive.
Like I said, he needed one.
Yeah.
One extra than the one he got. If he gets another quick headshot, the round is on. But they just found way too much space. CT's having to fight within the smoke. It was a pretty comfortable finish there. We get into round number 2. No force buy. So 2-0 all day long. And it will be a 5-man stack over towards the B-bomb side.
Not that Liquid are treating this like a practice game, but they have to. I think they can't make big changes. Just,
okay.
Like I feel like if they have to sort of, whether the plan works or not. If you make changes now, you won't learn anything, right? So whatever that couple of days they've had, they've got to just keep going the way that they are. So I always respect the fact that there's no force up here. Try and get as many rifle rounds as you can.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
You try and make that work. Magic, though, having a great time.
I was going to say, you ideally don't want the MAC-10 to get all the kills. They would farm so much money, but he's confirmed it is a B stack. He was on a scouting mission there, gets all the information, wins in the round, and job's done. You've only given up a MAC-10. We've talked about it before. You do not really want that on the CT side. Even if you save it, they will probably throw it away in the following round. Although I say that Naf is the kind of guy that would probably try and use it. If ever there was a player that say, guys, no, let me cook, it would be Naf.
Okay, got the confidence for it.
Yeah, most players would throw this away, but I think he'll probably hold on to it.
Well, so far it's gone according to script for a Spirit team that have Vitality in their sights. Said this earlier, I mean, that's kind of what this team is meant to be doing, is to take down, finally stop the Vitality era if they can. A lot of questions about whether or not that's possible just from the recent results that we've seen out of them. But I don't know, on paper they look like a very strong team. Elige being very, very vocal as well in the team. Third round. MAC-10's gone.
It's gone.
They did not want it.
Need some firepower. Round 3. Be indicative as to where we're going with this first half. Spirits asserting their dominance on Mirage. The scoreline didn't tell the full story. 13-8, it sounds like a close game, but we all kind of knew it was over before then. And, well, this round is not starting well. Shui gets taken down through the smoke cleanly. Smoke down towards Donuts. Might try their luck towards Red Room here. Deep Molotov would be required just to allow them to get close. We'll see if they want to deploy that. Or just help themselves to it by walking in. Both are viable, I suppose.
Ultimate seems like he's got a bit of a read on this. He knows they could be around the corner, so he's being very careful. There's so many people here. Donk with the immediate headshot. Look, it's just a firing squad. You peek in thinking, oh, we've got maybe one person isolated. Not at all.
Yeah, they were more than ready for that, weren't they? Barely taking any damage en route. 4 kills found. Not even really running a strategy at that point. So let's get some mid-control. All right, Red's open. Oh, they've all run into our crosshairs.
Yeah.
And now we know where the last player is, and down he goes. Like, they needed to provoke a reaction at that point. Like, they've lost their in-game leader towards the cave. Unlucky spam, unfortunately, there. You're in a 4-on-5. You need to try and reclaim territory.
Yeah.
They've chosen middle, but they've allowed Dong to get in towards the red room. And that is a real issue, because he'll do these sort of things to you. So comfy, great movement, difficult to hit, won't miss a shot. What can you do? You can see it from his POV. What can you do about that?
They don't have the answer. I don't have the answer, certainly. 3-0. And unfortunately, that means for Liquid, it's back to just the pistols. A little bit of utility to add on top here, but a slower start than we would have liked to have seen out of the Liquid squad. On the second map, again, I want to see all the rounds that we really can get. Ultimate, hoping to catch somebody off guard here. Magic's kind of getting overwhelmed, but he took 2 people with him, so we'll call it a success anyway. Naf in the Sui left. Okay. Trying to bite back with the 5-7. It's another one on the map. It's our Donut. But nobody's showing up. And not a fight that you're going to be winning there. M4A1S. on Sontics, and another round for Spirit. They're quite enjoying the beginning of this second map, and I guess it makes sense. It is their map pick after all.
I mean, you might be on something there. So far, so good. Barely taken any casualties so far. 4-0, but a first real gun round here. We have the AWP for Ultimate. He had a very slow start on Mirage, but it wasn't a bad finish, to be fair to him. Managed to have some good impacts. Was instrumental in the small comeback they did have.
Yes.
See whether he can get things going here. It's going to be Donk. Slowly but surely making his way in towards B. Found by Ultimate. Tanir's there to pick up the pieces. He will fight back, get the AWP down, but it's going to be MOUZ MD. Holding strong. Man advantage towards Team Liquid. And quite comfy here.
Bit of a peek in here. Elige yet to get a kill on the second map. He was very good on the first one, but hasn't found the right rhythm at the moment. There's still plenty of time in this round. They got Naf buried deep on the A bomb site, so he's going to be kind of hard to get rid of, especially if they're all coming through donuts. But right now, Spirit are expecting. They're thinking there's going to be a push down towards that B ramp or anything like that. Suri instead waiting at the front of K. Very good work. He's got two already. Looked like he could have had a third, but how's that gone wrong?
It's still fine. It's all good. He's low HP. He won't be winning this round. Just keep two players alive here. Use the buddy system if you have to. He can plant here. It's not like you're going to damage their money by denying the plant.
All right, yeah, that's true.
Don't take the risk. Just play for the angle. Relinquish it if you have to. Uh-oh, he's spotted.
Elige's got to be very, very careful. Naf is walking close, so you're right. Let him plant the bomb. It's fine. Nothing is going to happen if he does. Naf is getting very close now, so that buddy system's coming into effect. And okay,
nice work.
It's very good work. Good work for Sui as well. Front of that cave position.
Yeah, he was on for 3 there as well. Very calm with the burst fire. Liquid are on the board. Nice shot from Ultimate. Nullifying Donk's efforts here. A Nico-esque sort of maneuver. Making your way up towards that B ramp unsuspected. Shui, like we said, nice, calm and controlled shooting. And it'll be a tactical timeout just after losing 1 round. Hallie wants to answer back quickly. The money is nice and strong. They could change the pacing up here. They know there's an open play. 2 players surviving for Team Liquid there. Elige to shut things down. Deny that plan, confirm the victory. They need a lot more where that came from, though.
Here's a bit of an interesting off angle for Ultimate. I think you could see Donk's crosshair wasn't quite on him, and normally he's pretty quick to adjust, but this time it was just too much to deal with. 4-1. And did they not get to steal any AKs in that previous round? I thought maybe they had a chance.
Apparently not, Anders. I think they just recovered the AWP. That was it.
Fair enough. Fight in the middle breaking out. That's very nice. Donk is out. That's Elige getting a second kill on the board, and now they're going to try and speed it up. Sontic's being thrown onto the A-bomb site, but too much to handle. Ultimate was already in position, and now they're retreating, and they probably should be. 5 versus 3.
Can't really call a save yet. Way too early on in the round. They're going to see if Tanir can find a gap, find an opening, anything really. But this is Team Liquid's round to lose. They'd have to make a series of errors and blunders for this one to come back to life. 4th Team Spirit, they'll smoke off towards the red room. Leaving B open's fine. Again, you can let them plant. Your objective right now on the CT side is keep 5 players alive. Retake together. MOUZ understanding that fact. Just playing for the intel here. Give them nothing.
Yeah,
if they plant, they plant.
Very disciplined for Liquid. I mean, trusting in their protocols for a potential retake if it gets down to it. Better that than to get picked off 1 at a time and somehow lose the round here. Big opportunity for them right now on the CT side. Good kill from Ultimate. Started to find his groove. He's up to 4 in total. They're going to get magics as well. Yes, the bomb is planted. There is a Molotov as well, which is kind of funny, but they have smokes on the other side. This will not impact the round. They're just going to smoke it off, and yeah. Otherwise, it's a really cool idea, and as soon as he hears the smoke even, he's just going to give it up. But there was an opportunity. It's good thinking, regardless.
Oh, he's dead.
There's 1, but you absolutely are right. Second kill in the round for Elige.
Opener against Donk as well. alleviates a ton of pressure.
This position, it feels like when you're on the CT side, when you push that close to T-mid, the flashes that the T's throw land behind you.
Yeah, sure. Well, that's why most teams will throw the Molotov in the close corner to deny that sort of access. It means you have to go around it, then you do get flash. That's the whole idea of that initial Molotov they throw. So, money's still okay. All things considered, lost a couple in a row here. They won't have the Shiro AWP, but Team Liquid now turning up to play. The initial util towards the B lanes does a ton of damage towards Magix. Oh, he's got a freebie though. He'll find a lead. This time he gets the open up. The damage wasn't in vain. Smoke down towards Donut. Mid control has been granted towards Team Spirit.
They did have an incendiary outside from the B-bomb side. Did Elish think that was going to hold back Magix forever? I feel like there was a bit of a miscommunication there on the Liquid side, but regardless, it's Shui with the spray down. They line up for him. Takes a third as well. They try to escape, and MOUZ is going to make sure that they get out, at least with one person alive. 3 versus 1 here. It's great work.
Finally, they'll break down the finances of Team Spirit as well. Has to be an eco going forward. No chance of a bomb plant here. You've got the C4 knocking at your door. Zontix would have to do something unbelievably good.
He's been pretty dangerous. 8 and 3, but unfortunately with the rifle in his hand, it's just not going to work. And Spirit in previous rounds, they were watching for exactly this kind of move. You see Spirit have been a bit paranoid about the bottom of that ramp because Liquid have been doing this, but this time they get completely caught off guard. Nobody's watching, nobody's ready. It's fantastic work. Yeah. It's a real moment there.
I'm enjoying this, Anders. This is looking promising.
Now, don't let it go to waste to Donk's AK. That's what they have in this round. They're saying, well, we got one super weapon. It's quite the weapon. We're going to put it to use.
Remember, you can live trade the game on polymarket.com, the official prediction market of Blast Premiere. Shui with a huge round in the previous, managed to get that triple kill and send them packing. They'll be operating with pistols here. A Donk AK, and they're feeling the force of it right now. It's going to be Shui going down with just one this time. 4 and 4. Always a chance when he's got this weapon in his hand, but MOUZ getting stronger as this series continues. He's got a positive ratio right now, 6 and 5. Shiro will recover the M4. Is there anything he can do with it? I doubt it. Magix will join in with no Kevlar, just a Glock. Suppose there is another rifle in the cave, but it's not going to matter. Bomb goes down. Yeah, throw that flash, I suppose.
He's already talking, right?
Yeah.
He's saying, all right, let's have a bit of a conversation about this next round. I like the idea. I mean, they were ready to sacrifice one player with a pistol to set up Donk for the kill. That's a good start, but MOUZ played it super well. He knew that there was a chance that Donk was going to push in front of the smoke that he just threw into the cave, and he did. And he was ready to receive, so this is something different. Liquid, they're going to tie up the scoreline early on here. Now, we haven't necessarily seen, I would say, Spirit frustration, but we haven't seen them laughing the way that they were at the beginning of Dust 2. They were having a great time. A lot of banter going on the Spirit side, but it seems like it's a bit different this time. Maybe a little bit more focused, more timeouts. Halley getting involved now.
Yeah, this one's slipping out of their grasp. Remember, they were 4-0 up, and Liquid fighting their way back into it. Some confident rounds. They're not cowering away from Donk. They're actually willing to take the jewels and the key choke points at the start of each and every round. Elise just found him through smoke a couple of times. Ultimate's found him with the AWP towards the top of B ramp, so he's not having his free reign at the map that he would like. Let's see what happens as the game continues. We haven't seen much mid-aggression from Spirit yet. Like, normally they like to send Donk out there through all the fire and flames and flashes going through, and he fight the openers, but let's see what we've got coming up next. Naf actually had a pretty decent showing. He top frag for Liquid on Mirage as well. So everyone's turning up. Like, no one's really looking too bad on Team Liquid, and this is quite a good look for them. 4-4. We're all tied up. Money's still a bit of an issue. Magic's down to the Galil. Bare bones utility. We talked about Don going out towards middle, Anders, and I think we're about to get it. Here we go.
Oh, he's right in the smoke, ready to wait, and it's going to be the incendiary in front. Just a bit of a delay, but there's a lot of people on the other side. Would have wanted to get set up with something there.
Well, go back to Old Faithful. As I said, Donk out middle.
Yeah.
It's a classic for a reason.
Do like it. Elige, perfect timing, takes down Magix, but there's still Donk on the other side. He crouches under his crosshair. and is able to find that kill. Pretty well done. The bomb is dropped temporarily in the middle. Sui is investigating outside of the B bomb site, so he's a lot of information. They should be able to start to rotate to the A bomb site. Whoever is left the Liquid here, at least they're going to be in the right position. Very nearly a double. That is close for MOUZ. He could have saved the round, and Ultimate still might. Sui, unfortunately, he did so much work. He can. He gets one more flick, takes down Tanir, and he's on for a third. That is brilliant AWPing from Ultimate.
He had a very slow start into the series, but that is a world-class finish there in round number 9. That's what Ultimate's supposed to do for this team. Doesn't choke the moment. Finds the shot, finds the position, and absolutely destroys them. The bomb under his remit forces the hand of Shiro, and what a cracking shot to close things down. Great stuff from Ultimate. Takes Team Liquid into the lead here and shuts down the money once again. We're going for an A rush, Anders. Can they hold them off and find a 2-round game?
But they're back against Ultimate. They want more of this, and they're going to get it as well. 3 kills. He keeps it going. This is the kind of AWPing that Liquid need. If he can deliver this consistently, then it's a very, very different team. Magix and Donk. Yes, the bomb is planted, but surely they're going to get hunted down. Incendiary to force Magix back out into the open here. Donk has got the Galil, and he's boosted up, so he's got a little bit of a respite for a couple of seconds here. I don't think it'll be for long either. The entire Liquid team is coming for him, and this Galil's got a lot of bullets, but one at a time is not the way.
I could see into the future there for a second. I thought, oh no, this position, Donk, if they do swing by one by one, he's going to have you all. But speaking of 1 by 1, Ultimate takes it in his stride. 3 shots, 3 kills, pulls out the Julies. Does so well with this one. This is the Ultimate you love to see.
Oh, yeah.
This is the potential they saw in him when he first joined the roster. And we have seen these games from him before. It's just the consistency this is the issue. But right now, we're loving it. 6-4. That was the partial buy. Back into the gun rounds here. Penultimate round of this first half of the second map.
Oh, it's a very different flavor all of a sudden. Imagine if they get 2 more rounds. He's not out of the question. Donk back in the middle. It's the recipe that you called for, and it did work very well. So they're going to try it one more time. I think Sui, rough position no matter what. Just the top of his head showing, and Donk is not going to miss that opportunity. Missed chance for Ultimate. I think they jumped right over the shot that was ringing through. They planted the bomb in front. Elige, he's getting a kill. But that's a very fast bomb plant. Donk still in position in the middle. Oh, he's just a savage, isn't he? Couple of quick shots, and whatever retake they were dreaming up, it seems to have been just wiped out already. What do you do? How do you deal with that? Nobody knows. Nafa's got some health. Ultimate's tagged up. I mean, they've got so much money. They could just go for it here and still buy, but...
If anything, yeah, just limit the resources. Every kill you do get, you know they're going to be missing a couple of pieces, whether it be a Molotov here and there. You're not winning this round anymore. Try and contain them. Every kill you can get has a knock-on effect here.
Funnily enough, Donk was so far away that maybe there was a chance, but he's back out hunting. Then that's an ace for Donk, because why not?
He deserves an ace, the way he's been playing today.
Yeah. Don't think that's going to cool him down. That's now he's down to the field. Like, all right, it's a bit of a rough start, to be honest, on Ancient for Spirit as a whole, but yeah, that'll do it. Ridiculous.
Sequence. It's just a thing of beauty. You can't teach this.
No.
It's raw mechanical skill.
Or maybe if you go to, what is it, Henry's G-Spot?
HenryGspot.com.
Yeah. Possible, maybe. Elige for Donk, though. He's down and out of this round. Won't be having an effect at least, so maybe they can still find that 7th round. It'd be huge for Liquid if they can. Sui, it's been very good in the cave, to be honest. One of their best players on this part of the map, but he goes down to Tanir.
Tanir will have to step up now. Was brought in to be the second star to Donk. Currently with 55 HP. 3-on-3.
Such a strange career for Tanir because he was brought in as a temp for Heroic.
Sure.
And then he just did so well that everyone said, all right, he's really good. We need him.
I think Ultimate's got this.
Right, you are. What a first half for him. 13 so far. Just one defender here. Oh, it's close, but MOUZ gets to live, and I think smartly he decides to fall back. He knows they've got the man advantage, and Tanir is just one bullet away. So if you get him, not a lot Shiro could do. You got to be careful, though. Again, Shiro, a crazy strong AWPer. You run out of one at a time, it could be dangerous. I think Ultimate's pushing the smoke on the other side. He's walked through the smoke, but Tanir was holding it, and now it's all up to Nafly. Needs both, will get none of them. Fantastic work as Spirit try to catch up, but still, Liquid looking very competitive in this first half.
Linus springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah, someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you back.
Look at this man. Yep. He's enjoying himself. Oh my god, he's playing the guitar. What does this man not do? Man, you think to yourself, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon. Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the Rovers meet the road a little bit. They're
I think it was fair to say expectations were low for Team Liquid today, but after this second map and this first half, Anders, I'm pleasantly surprised. Everyone looks like they're locked in, they're going toe-to-toe with Team Spirit, and they split it right down the middle at 6-6 with ultimate top fragging and having some magnificent moments. Do you tend to agree?
Yes, I think it was really quite impressive. Good work overall. I'd love to see them win this pistol round, and they're going to be very quick with it, headed towards the B-bomb site. No slowing this one down. Naf hoping to poke away and get a headshot at the back. It'll be MOUZ to open, and he follows it up with another stunning kill. Donk out of the round. That's how you want to get started. The bomb being planted now in the back, and it's a 3 versus 3 for all of a second. They're not slowing this down, Spirit. They are quick to try and do this retake. They've got the kit as well. You got to be really careful. Smoke on Magix. Once that's down, you know it's danger time for the likes of Team Liquid here. Ultimate at the back, trying to reload.
Can he do it again, Anders?
Or maybe he can. Yeah, he saved them once, but this is going to be really quick. A 5-second defuse. I don't think he realized it. I think he must have assumed there's no kit in there. He gets the kills, but he cannot win the round.
Very good try. Was looking so promising there. First 2 kills from MOUZ MD. The bomb gets planted. You think that's going to be a perfect scenario for them. Here's the replay of it. Have 5-on-3, but then Shiro arrives. The dualies come into full effect, and Zontix with some fantastic work there. Ultimate tried his best. If there's no kid in play, he probably wins the round.
I think
it's a real shame.
I can't even blame him for. I mean, it's not every day you see the kids coming out on the CT side, so you've got to make a bit of an assumption there.
Man.
That's just Donk getting the kill and doing an enormous amount of damage. He gets one more headshot.
This guy's a freak.
Why?
He gets 2.5 kills. He didn't see anyone.
Imagine what he could do when he can actually see them.
Oh, you were feeling so good about their prospects there. They took all 5 players down in the previous. The bomb planted. They got a couple of AKs. Full speed ahead towards middle, but he kept mowed down by a Famus. And now, 4 versus 3. Sure, the round's not over, but it's not looking good, I can tell you that much. There's an Aplight, though, and there's a grenade. Shui, UMP in hand, needs to upgrade to a rifle if possible, trying to find one. There's a Galil. Doesn't have any bullets, 18 of them, but no head, no chance. That's a very convincing second round there. We will see Donk and Co. very happy with that one. Got to see the replay from Donk's POV. Did he see anyone? Did he get a bit of vision before he started the spray? I don't know. Let's have a look. Nope.
No.
Just straight up.
All he sees are the bullet traces coming in on the other side.
No one's popping the smoke, and he's done about 300 damage there.
Yeah, assisted on this last kill too, because just too much of an impact on the game. Rough start for Liquid in the second half. Donk super happy to fight them in the middle. Probably not even necessary to win the round, but we'll do it anyway. B ramp. He's found the leads as well. He's just going to keep on going. Up to 18 in total. Atinia doesn't want to be left out. He wants a little bit of action at least.
Okay.
9-6.
I don't want it to go down like this. I want to see a bit more fight from Liquid towards the latter stage of this one. Again, don't expect them to win it. I just want to see the character, the guts on display. It's never over until it's over. Let's have a couple of big moments from Ultimate. Let's see if we can get Elise activated once again.
One of the talking point about MOUZ being able to maybe open up the middle, it is against Donk, but still, you'd love to see him give it a try.
He's one of the masters of that position for sure. Made a name for himself in Ancient. One of the reasons he got signed for G2 was his performance in this particular map. Okay, nice grenade though. Oh my, they're taking so much damage on Rue. They're losing players, but they will answer back. But Donk is still alive and well. I say that.
Nice.
Doctor will find him. We have got MOUZ very low. 3-on-3, best chance they've had in some time. Comes down to this kill, really. As we said, MOUZ is low. Easy pickup for Magix. And it has to be the speed ramp.
That's got to be a close one there. Magix will spray down Naf. Ultimate AK, and he's not getting the repeat that he's dreaming of here. At least give him a chance for something. Shiro's there on the other side. Oh, he was more exposed than he expected. That's a bit of a mistake, I must say, but Magic's done very well with the Galil. I thought Liquid did fine in the middle of that. Like, they traded evenly. That's pretty good for given who they're up against. Unfortunately, it was not enough to win the round.
Tactical timeout this time by Team Liquid. Running out of time and space here. If you're not aware, this is no Swiss format. You don't get 3 opportunities. Go down to the lower bracket if you give this one up. And this being a stacked tournament, and as things go from bad to worse down there, it could be a nightmare situation. You'll have NIP waiting for you, and it's an NIP that are looking very good right now. They're off the back of a LAN victory. They narrowly lost out of PARIVISION earlier. They're going to be a very difficult team to put to bed.
Yeah, you have to fight Kaspersky.
Yes, absolutely.
That's not going to be easy either. That could be a quick back-to-the-wall scenario for Liquid, losing this one.
Oh, starting to shrink. Starting to feel this one slip away. Losing faith. Running out of space on the map. Running out of weaponry. It's a partial buy, a desperate one. Need a miracle here, Anders. Can Elige find it? He's got a bit of space in towards middle. No CT's home. He's calmed that. Magix, though, confirming that they have not taken that area. It's towards A we go, and Zontix will be playing with the incendiary in hand. As soon as he spots a pixel, deploy the incendiary, and then both players can focus towards A main. It'll be dropped any second now. Off we go. Just needs to get the gun ready. Mowing them down, and that's very well done. No need to overcommit. Take it easy.
Big difference in a round like this one between jiggling that position with a smoke or an incendiary.
Yeah.
Smokes, they probably run right through and hunt you down, but...
Very good point.
Incendiary, not that easy.
Because they have to stop to shoot you, and then they're taking massive damage.
Yeah.
Every second, they stand in the flames. And yeah, round over. Shui just hoping they get a bit greedy. But they've got the bomb on their side. No one needs to be pushing to try and take down a Tech 9. It's just at this point, use this as a moment to chill. It's going to be 11-6.
Great map for Ultimate. I mean, you've got to give him a lot of credit for 18 kills. I mean, it's wild. He's almost catching up to Donk at this stage. Was probably outdoing Donk at one point we look at it, but... Yeah, Sui eventually gets bored of waiting. Endlessly patient on the other side. Worse Spirits, they will get the round, and it gets them a lot closer to winning this map and the series. Nobody came into today expecting for Liquid to really cause the upset here, but again, all the rounds, if they get more of them on board, that's more to look at. It's more practice, it's more time with the team, which is what they really need more than anything else here. So yeah, be on the server and see if they can find something else. Reinventing the handshake there, but why not? Round number 18. And we do have some better weapons coming out. Sad to see that Ultimate doesn't have the AWP, because, again, he's been hitting shots on this particular map with it. AK will have to do for now.
Okay. Nice little dink there. Through the corner of the wall, though, takes Shiro down to 18. This is looking promising, Anders, but you have got to get past Dom. And that's the problem. You can't really...
Still the problem.
Yeah, like any other player there, you'd think, okay, they're about to trade him out. But yeah, of course, he gets the double. And now Shui down to 9 points of health. He still bravely makes his way through that smoke. 4 on 3. Looking for map and series point.
He's got the bomb in Red Room alone here, Ultimate. That is a big job, potentially. Him and Naf are the only ones with any real health here, so I guess if he can walk in there and find an opening, I mean, it's as good as way as any. Oh, the timing is so bad, unfortunately. Sui's going to be going down. Ultimate will find the kill in the middle, and Donk is over on this side. They know that Donk has got to be either towards the donut or maybe the bomb site, so yeah, they're going to fight elsewhere. Ultimate.
Wow.
What a madman. 3 kills with the AK. He was on he had the bomb. If he dies, the bomb is lost in CT spawn somewhere. He had to go through that flawlessly.
I don't think Donk can win this. As crazy as that sounds. The HP's not there. He's got no grenades. You just wait for him to touch the bomb at this point. You don't even have to challenge him.
Yeah.
Make him tap the bomb. One of you sacrifices yourself, get 1 bullet on top of his body, it's over.
Yeah, Ultimate's repositioned so nicely. He realizes Donk is not coming from this direction. It's very smart play. He will get shot in the head, but again, bomb out in the open here, and it's no problem for Naf.
Almost went awry there, but it's fine. They stick the landing. Just had to have a little look.
You know what might be unfair? When Ultimate is having a performance like that, like he is now, he's creating the contrast to the other games where he's not. Like he's becoming his own sort of critic by doing it. Because when he plays like this, you can see what great potential there is in Liquid if they can really make it work with MOUZ, with Elige. Like it's right there for the taking. Naf was great on the first map. Like they have a lot of the pieces they need.
I think a lot of the problems of Liquid is the mental game.
Yeah.
They tilt too easily. They're inside their own heads. And when the pressure is off, I've seen it so many times where they've been in this scenario when they know the team's dead, they're changing roster, Twist is leaving, they start enjoying themselves, they start playing good Counter-Strike. We saw it at Fisher Playground, right?
That was crazy.
And they made a deep run. This team has got such a weak mental.
Yeah.
And when the pressure's off and no one really expects them to win, and there's no major on the line, like this prime example here, they've kind of taken that pressure away by becoming a North American roster, you see a much better face of them.
I think you're right.
And I think we've got too much data to back that claim up that we can't deny it anymore. They just need help with the psychological aspects of the game.
Well, I don't know what kind of Dr. MOUZ is, but maybe he's got something for that too. They're going to be taking down Magix as a very, very good start attacking the bomb site. Donk is starting to get to the corner, so you're pushing forward right into the beast. So he goes down. It's a nice setup with a flash as well from Tinea. Got to give him some credit on that one. 45 seconds. It is still a 3v3, and Donk is at 3 health, and now he's dead through the smoke. the best possible way that you could get rid of him is not even having to face him. Naf, stunning headshot there. Swings wide. Now they're in the open, though. And they've spotted out Shiro. They know that he's going to be there. Committed to the bomb plant. You got to give MOUZ credit on that. And now just fall back again. Force him to get onto the site.
He's got to save. Again, you don't have to play the round. Make him come to the bomb. No one needs to peek. And that's exactly what they've done. Nice work. Okay.
It's interesting now.
Absolutely. It's been an interesting series. Like, the first map was a little bit slow to get going, but you saw the potential there. The individuals are having their moments. Sure, Donk's got 25 kills, but that's always going to happen. You're playing against Donk. You have to be prepared for that. Your individual has to step up, not to the same level, but at least be able to go toe-to-toe. And we're seeing that today. I still don't think they win this game. I don't think we get to overtime, but I think they'll be able to leave the server, their heads held high.
I think they're already getting really close to accomplishing that. Like, this isn't just a flattening of Liquid. It's not just Donk in a steamroller here. There definitely is more power behind this, so kind of encouraging, you know. A lot of other worse teams that Liquid could have drawn at this point in the tournament that would have made them, you know, maybe look a little bit better than they are right now. But it still is 8-11. And you're right, factoring in that 25 kills for Donk, and you got to wonder, what if Liquid had a bit more breathing room? Could they have done something more here? Sontix and Shiro both swinging. Oh, they line up. That could have been a 2-for-1 on the AWP, but MOUZ and Naf are out of the round already. And Shiro, you might expect him to fall back. In fact, it looked like he was going to do that, but he's taken an even more forward position, and you could have walked right into that if you were Ultimate. You could have thought, okay, that's it. He's probably run back to the A-bomb side, but he's still there.
Okay. Recovery required now. Plenty of map control. Middle is theirs, but obviously Team Spirit very aware of that fact. They'll be smoking up the red room, denying access towards spawn. Frees up Donk to make his way over towards the A sites, but that's not where they're heading. A B finish looking likely here. Waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Ultimate will park himself in the corner. And was hoping for a duel in towards the cave. He is hitting very hard right now. Top fragging on the server. Doing most of this good work with the rifle.
Yeah. It's been great to see him work.
And this round is not over yet. They've actually got some decent space here. Shui patrolling towards long. He's low HP though, needs to be careful. Flashbang goes down. Great shot. Can't find the tray, but does some damage towards Tanir. Keeps him in the round.
AK's very good burst here. Activated once again, Ultimate, trying to get the kills, but he's up against Donk. It's not the fight you want, and unfortunately for Elige, he's alone. 1 versus 2.
Shiro's very far away though. Yeah, they have no kit.
They don't have a kit, that's true. I don't know if there's one on the ground. I don't think so. No, there isn't. So this is going to have to be very, very quick indeed. Elige, just 1 kill, and now he could try and hide. The Molotov on top, but he's going to be forced right into it, and he had to go for it. He didn't have time for anything else. Great clutch for Elige, and another good round for Liquid. They are starting this comeback.
They're stealing some of these rounds away. Team Spirit had the man advantage throughout the entirety of that round. It all started here. Zontic, Shiro, giving them the man advantage, but Shui, that was the key kill there. Him finding one there kept the round alive. Sure, it's a 2 versus 1, but it's Elige playing it to perfection in front of the Molotov. There was no kid. He had to go for that full defuse there. Elige reads it well, and they keep their head above water. Team Liquid are alive and well. Third map still on the table here. Ali trying to resuscitate this CT side.
He's been very quick with the timeouts here, Halley. He doesn't really want anything to get out of control. It isn't yet, but it could be.
Well, you say that. They're going to be averaging, I think, around $3,000 per player. What have we got?
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, they don't really have much loss bonus to speak of. They've got a Shiro AWP. Is that going to be enough with the pistols? Like, this is the kind of round you can't afford to lose. If you're going to stand a chance to beat Team Spirit, you cannot fumble this one. You can't walk into the stacks. You have to be diligent. Oh, the boost could be a problem.
Wait a minute. Looking right over. Is there a gap on top? It doesn't matter anymore. He's already fallen down, but there would have been.
This is looking very promising now.
Got the Donk Deagle as well. Someone to be feared. They're in the red room. They've snuck so deep in here. I think this could be a very good position now for Liquid. Wrapping around through CZ spawn in towards that A-bomb site. Very tricky to deal with. Shiro's found a kill, but again...
surrounded.
They are pretty much surrounded here. You can see Donk pivoting all over the place, trying to find it. He's going to go down. They'll take care of Shiro as well. That's a multi-pronged attack coming in from Liquid.
Very well communicated. All of a sudden, Dust 2 feels like it might be happening. Magic's, these kills don't mean too much. He's just trying to hold on to the AK-47. The round is already over. We go double digits now for Team Liquid. Great work towards middle as well, avoiding the boost.
I'm so shocked that this is the scoreline here. Everybody thought this is going to be certainly a 2-0, maybe especially with Ancient as the second map. But Spirit, I think Des did mention, they've shown some weakness of the map in recent times, and that's fair to say. Still didn't expect this.
Bear in mind, Liquid lost both pistols as well. They were down 4-0 in the first half and down 5-0 in the second half.
Yeah. Well, you put it like that, Henry. It's almost a bit of a positive sign here for Liquid.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Started to turn the corner a bit.
It's not often that we say the mental resilience for Liquid is shining through right now. I don't think I've ever said that. And now they're actually like locked in. No one looks mad. Everyone's focusing at the task at hand. This is really impressive.
We'll keep it going. Just another couple of rounds and they're pretty much there. Money's dreadful for Spirit.
If they end up winning this in regulation after losing both pistols and conversions, that is a very impressive feat. In towards the A side we go.
Yeah, flying out is Sontix, but he's quickly traded out. Donk through the smoke. It's MOUZ to find the perfect lineup for it. And the bomb being attempted on the other side in just a couple of seconds here. Elise, I think, is the one punching into the digits. Tania will find MOUZ before the bomb is even planted, but Naf has picked up the AWP. It's unlikely sniper there on the other side. Shiro, he wants to be the hero and try and get back into this round.
Smoke available.
There is a smoke indeed, but I'm not sure if there's a kit anywhere either. Don't see one on the ground, so could be very risky. Elige back at it again. Not the most kills right now, but some very impactful kills in the last couple of rounds. Oh, he gets caught falling off there. Trying to see if he could get up from behind the side, and Naf goes down. That seems like a big mistake. A 2v1 that Liquid should have been able to win, but instead, it's Magic's to the rescue.
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
I couldn't explain that one to you. The bomb's ticking away at such a pace. He hasn't even touched it on the defuse. I guess you're worried about the possible smoke defuse going on, but you've got the AWP. I guess he was trying to get there before. I think if he just goes AFK in towards A main, he wins that round. So yeah, he hears that go down. But before it's even bloomed, he swings around there. He doesn't really give himself a chance to win it. Oh, that's such a gut punch. It was looking so promising. Like, fair enough. Magix plays it very well, but the fact they're both peeking him, Anders, before he even touches the bomb, I couldn't really explain that one to you. If you're going to peek, you both have to peek at the same time. Not one by one.
Yes.
We famously know one by one is not the way to win those rounds. If one of you wants to sacrifice yourself, the other one has to hide.
Yeah.
It can't be, I'll peek first and die, then you peek and die.
And if you sacrifice yourself, at least like you said it multiple times, let him tap the bomb at least.
At least let him on the bomb, and then we both swing around. Yeah. I'm thinking that because he had the AWP, he hears the smoke bounce, and if I'm not going to win this, if he gets a 5-second defuse here, I have to try and peek him before the smoke blooms. I understand that, but it's the way they operated in the 2v1 that beggars belief at that point. That felt like your round all day long. You're up against the in-game leader. Magix hasn't been fragging like out of his mind, and he didn't have to work too hard for that one. And that might be it. That's going to be map points. They can still fight their way back into this, but money is low. We've got Galil's and a Mac 10.
When it's a round as well where you didn't have to fight Donk because he was dead through the smoke, so that's changed all of a sudden. Magic's, it's a Sublime opening. Might have dropped low himself, but he's going to guard that cave. Donk is in the middle. A bit nervous because Magic's can't really fight for him on the back of him, so he's going to have to slowly start to walk away.
Oh, I'm so gutted, man.
I know.
That's the way it goes down?
It could be. It could well be.
I was on the hype train. I was the conductor. I was enjoying that.
Well, for good reason. Ultimate's got 23 kills. There was a good reason to be hyped as well. It wasn't for nothing.
Oh, man.
Now, it could all be for nothing at the end of it. Ultimate crouch down here is an interesting angle, and Magic's, he should be dead every single time, but Timing is everything.
Ultimate gets his kill on Magics, I think.
He should. Oh, yeah, there we go. Gotta have the gun out. And actually, the rotation for Spirit is pretty aggressive. They're trying to get as many people as they can over here. Shiro missing a shot. That's very uncharacteristic. Tania misses a spray.
Okay, we're back. We're back.
And the hype train could continue. Just want to remind you, though, the Donk is still alive. Grenade and the incendiary, they very nearly burn him out. They don't get the kill. If they had, maybe they would have gone for the retake here, but they decide it's not worth it.
They don't have any money. Gonna have to save these two weapons. A 5-on-4 victory there for Liquid. Not done yet. That nightmare 2v1. They pick up the pieces, they move on.
We talked about the Liquid mental. What about the Spirit mental if this goes into overtime? Is it enough to push them over the edge?
Oh, who knows? This game has been a roller coaster so far. At times it felt like, well, Spirit have turned up with Donk today. There's no chance Liquid to get a look into this one. But slowly but surely on Mirage, sure, they actually got some pretty decent rounds together. The individuals were having some moments. We then move into the second map where they actually managed to post 6 rounds after losing the pistol. They're down 0-4.
Yeah.
As we mentioned ago, they lost the pistol in the second half. There was 5 rounds in a row on this T-side campaign. And they're still here. They're still giving them trouble, and they have the advantage here in round number 24. It's commendable, to say the very least.
Oh, it's very, very impressive with absolutely no practice whatsoever and a brand new lineup in some sense. I think this is something to be admired for Liquid, but we'd still love to see them get the extra step here. Get it into OT. If you can get onto a third map, that would be even better. See if it's going to be possible or not. We're going into round number 24, the last round of regulation. Donk activated, pushed up in towards that B lineup, and he's going to be getting some great damage through. Saw even more players, so they know what's coming. This is not looking good for Liquid at the moment. Magix is caught with a grenade, and Nsue with a double opening out of nowhere.
They've taken heavy damage on Rude Anders, but is it going to be enough? They bring it back to a 3-on-3, but Donk and Shiro, I'm going to start to reel it in. The excitement, it's been prevalent throughout this series. Liquid have put on a great show today. One of the more promising performances we've seen from them in some time here. They had Team Spirit on the ropes throughout this campaign on Ancient, losing both pistols and somehow, someway, battling their way back to round number 24. As I'm going to say, don't discount John in these sort of situations, but it does come to a crashing halt. It's Team Spirit tested to the very limits of their ability today. You even had Donk with a world-class performance. He posted 28 kills on this map, 25 on the previous Anders, but still, Team Spirit 2-0 and Liquid, a solid performance.
A real game here on Ancient, a battle through and through right till the very end for Liquid. Some promising signs perhaps for the future, but for the right now, not nearly enough to overcome that donking.
No, unfortunately not for Team Liquid. Donk decided to show up today and play some of his best Counter-Strike, and we knew that was going to be probably enough for Team Spirit to win, regardless of how pretty it was. I will say, though, for Team Liquid, they did better than I expected. I did not anticipate them to be, I guess, a little bit competitive on Mirage, you know, at least to the later stages of the game. But here in Ancient, you know, overtime was definitely a possibility. I think the way they played was much, much better. So despite losing 2-0, I'm slightly more positive on behalf of Liquid than I were heading into the game.
I think they definitely showed us something here on Ancient. Someone who definitely showed us a lot across both maps of play. We got Donk joining us here on the desk. Donk, hell of a game today. Really strong performance from you. How you feeling after that one?
Good, but like nothing special. Like we know we are just better than this team, and like so it was obvious for us that we have to win it, but it was tough anyways. Like in T side of Mirage and like CT side Ancient, like it was tough really. Like they did great, to be honest, and so now all what we have to do is work out why it was so tough. That's it.
Any immediate thoughts, especially that CT set on Ancient? That's fresh in our mind. There was the 1v2 from Magix, and if we hadn't had that, I mean, that map could have gotten away from you guys. What do you think was going on there?
I think we don't understand what will they do, and like, yeah, that's it. And they have very good individuals, and they can make damage. So like, it's always a close game against the guys who can shoot the heads, and like it's always about the clutches. So like, yeah, we won that clutch, they won another clutch. So like, it's 1-1, to be honest.
Did you find that it's tougher to prepare for a team that's made a roster change? Like, is the preparation process a little bit different given they have a slightly different roster?
Not really, because they have the same core, they have like the same 4 people, and they have the same IGO and coach, so it's nothing special, to be honest. And maybe the only question was where is MOUZ about to play on Ancient, because like we were thinking about him being the second mid player, but it was Nav, and like the first gun round we were like 1v5. Nav is last one, and we like it's a big player, guys, and he's undonut.
There we go, Dong. I know you probably don't like too much to speak about yourself, but obviously in Pro League, you didn't have the best of time. Now you come in, first game against Team Liquid, you look like your old self in the server. Was it just a one-off tournament, or anything in particular that you can note from Pro League that made you not feel comfortable?
What can I say? Just yeah, one-off tournament, and it's fun. It happens one time already in like Köln 2024, I guess, and like I don't know. We did some decisions, and we fixed our mistakes. We found maybe a new way to handle these wet games, and we are open to try it.
Yeah, if anything, I guess it proves that you are a human after all, which I think some people are not sure if it's the case. You said fixing mistake as well. You said you were supposed to beat Team Liquid. The goal here as well is, I guess, to get into a grand final. Is it still, to be the #1 team? Or are you okay with just getting into the playoff and do better than a Pro League? Or is it only the win that counts for you?
I think it's not about winning or something like this. We just want to show what we're capable of and just show our power. What can we do and which damage we can make. So, like,
what are you capable of? Are you capable of winning now, or do you need a bit more time, you think?
No, we can beat anyone.
Okay.
Can I ask one question about, you've had some time now with Magic's IGLing. Is it just the same system with a different caller, or is there a difference between Chopper and Magic's as leaders?
I think with Magic's, like, he has more voice than Chopper, and like I don't know what to say, like, Boris is stable and calm, and he's always like we need to make him a space to call, because like with Chopper it was an issue, but like we were fine with it. And now like with Magic's it's a different guy who needs space to call, to show himself.
When you speak about that in space, is that like you need to be able to show up as individuals to make it as easy as possible to show what his plan is on the server, or is it literally maybe playing the rounds slower, taking more times with the calls? What do you mean by space?
I mean, we have to shut the fuck up and let him go.
Okay, communication in the server. One more thing I wanted to ask you about. It's something I talked about with Zontix in the pre-match interviews a little bit. He mentioned that one of the things he thought went wrong in some previous tournaments, and in EPL especially, was about sort of individual preparation to be lock solid as you come into the server. Is there anything you're changing up like that? Anything that the team's changing up to make sure that you're coming in, firing on all cylinders right off the bat in games?
Yeah, we changed something, but I want to review it, because we didn't try it during the official, I would say. And like we didn't have yet a late evening official, so we will try, and then maybe I will review it. Who knows?
Okay.
And about myself, not really, because like I think it's just an unlucky best of 3 and lucky for enemies. Like they beat us like not 0 times for like 20 matches maybe, and like it was like a pure wave game.
That's Counter-Strike sometimes. I'm looking forward to hearing about the secret weapon. If you use it, you got to tell us what's going on, Bear. But we'll let you keep your secrets for now. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win today. Donk, always impressive in the server. A lot of interesting words as well, right? Yeah. Just about what their ambitions are, the fact that he does think that this team could beat anybody right now, and about creating more space for Magic's, shutting the F up so that Magic's can call.
I like that. I like what I heard from Zontix coming into the game, basically saying that, yeah, it's Team Liquid. given respect to them, but it's a team that we should beat at any time. So, you know, their loss at EPL hasn't really changed how they look themselves in the mirror, so to speak. They still feel they're one of the top dogs, still feel they're supposed to go far into tournaments. And as Dunk also said right here, I don't think he believes right now that the final product, but even the non-final product within Team Spirit is good enough to beat anyone. So I like what I'm hearing from Spirit in terms of them believing in themselves.
And I mean, he's even questioning, they get the 2-0, they win, it was 13-8, 13-11, and he's still, we have to figure out why it was so close. What were they doing that got it so close? Like, you know, we're supposed to dumpster these guys 13-5, 13-5, and Liquid actually put up a really good fight. They had a great game from Ultimate. That was impressive from Liquid, but still, that's what you expect from Spirit.
I do want to spend some more time highlighting that. I mean, I think we're going to get more opportunities to talk about Spirit, so we'll leave them alone for now. Liquid, we did a lot of dogging on Ultimate in the first map, in the pre-game. I think we got to give him his flowers here. He had an incredible Ancient. He had a few rounds there that were just eye-popping, really showing up a whole lot stronger considering the super slow start on Mirage. This was a great turnaround.
Yeah, he was a big part of the reason why Liquid were able to make this game competitive. A huge round right here, 2 rounds in a row, as a matter of fact, where he stepped up and did a really good job with the AWP. Not the rifle, but the AWP. And that's kind of, you know, reverting back to what we talked about coming into the game, Mike. It's not that we haven't seen Ultimate play well before. It's just that we don't see it often enough. So, again, a game like this, that's hopefully something he can use to boost a bit of confidence, to get a bit of belief from the team as well, and then, you know, spiral it into a good positive segment right now. But for Ultimate, we've seen it before. He has pop-off games where he's showing what he's capable of, where he's reminding all of us that he's not a bad player. It's just not happening often enough.
It's not that we don't think Ultimate can pull off performances like this. It's definitely possible. Not to get all of Poland to hate me, but it reminds me a lot of Jacob, because you can see him have a pop-off performance from time to time, but what you need is a little more consistency to feel confident that the team can actually operate around him. And maybe with a rifler, it's not that big of a deal, but with an Opper, you need some steadfast backbone to work with where you know he's going to hold an angle, he's going to get his 1 or 2 kills when they walk into him, and when he's smoked, flashed off, maybe we don't need a crazy play, we just need consistency.
Well, speaking of a little Polsko Karam, there's another guy in the server, Mr. Johnny Jablanowski, who we can have some faith in. There's also Shuey, you know, it's actually a lot of Polish DNA in Liquid right now, but this is a guy that you know very well, one of your fellow Refrag spokesmen, investors, owners. So we're going to send Jacob on over to join Elige and talk a little Refrag to you, how he gets sharp on into the server and what he brings to it, because we know that Elige, look, maybe a quieter Ancient, but he was delivering on Mirage. He still has those mechanical moments. We know that this is a guy who's refining his gameplay to the utmost degree.
Maybe he needs this practice.
Maybe lock in for the next game. I do think genuinely that this wasn't the worst showing for Liquid, considering they've just made a change, considering it was Spirit they were up against. We heard MOUZ in the pre-match interview saying part of it for this event is just kind of seeing where they are. They haven't had a lot of practice figuring out where they are to team. He's getting used to a new roster. What do you think?
Mike, they could have lost and gotten like 6 rounds total, and I would have just said, they're playing Spirit. It is what it is. The fact that they can make it close, relatively close on map 1, actually very close, a 1v2 away from going to OT on map 2. With 2 days practice, that's really effective from Liquid. I'm happy with that.
I think there's a lot to like. There's some signs of optimism for the horizon for the moment right now. We got Pimp. We got Elige here to talk a little bit of Refrag.
Yeah, we're already into it, right? Because as we spoke about already, John, obviously losing is never fun, but it wasn't too bad after all. On Ancient, you made it very competitive, and you were close beating Spirit. One way to get better is by playing Refrag, and I'll be honest, you know, I'll declare it from the get-go. Me and John are both involved in this product, and we made it our goal to make sure to help as many of you guys as home as possible to get better at the game. I loaded up my coach routine right here in Refrag for you to duke out. Now, coaching within Refrag is something we created in order to help people get better at what they're bad at, which is why the game have suggested that you play a bit of Defender on my account. So by all means, Defender, what is it good for? You played it quite a lot, I know.
Yeah, I mean, I've played it a good amount, so it's pretty much like playing like different type of scenarios. So it's either like execs or different parts of the map where there's going to be like flashes coming at you, and you're just getting that muscle memory in these different positions and feeling good about them.
Is it a tool you use often, or?
I actually prefer more of like pre-fire and like angle trainer, blitz type stuff, so like more quick things. Yeah. But I think that it's very good, like just getting like that feel. So like here on like Mirage, like they are like coming out mid on Con, and you know, just having to like defend against this, dodge the flashes. So if I want to, I could just dodge the flash, come up here, top mid, and just getting like this muscle memory, especially if like you play like these positions. I think that it is really nice.
Yeah, you make it look easy. If you type, or if I do it for you right here, we can go past to the next task, which would be a bit of crossfire, which is what you talk about. A bit more action from the get-go as well. That's the whole point with Refrag, right? We're exposing you to different ways of playing the game and different attributes. You said a little bit more fast-paced, something like crossfire, X-fire, pre-fire. Is that your favorite mode?
Yeah, exactly. I like X-fire, crossfire, blitz, like anything that's like kind of fast, like more for like warming up. This is like the type of stuff. It kind of depends if I'm like wanting to warm up or if I'm wanting to, you know, get used to certain types of things and go for more training stuff. But I think that it's always something that feels good when I'm playing it, and yeah, it's enjoyable.
And speaking of, you know, two different things. One is training. That's where defender maybe comes into, and you learn to defend certain bomb sites. Warming up for a professional game like the one you just played, which would be your favorite mod to load up?
I usually honestly play my routine, and I kind of focus more on like the maps that I'm going to play. So if I know I'm going to play like MOUZ.CET, then I'll swap all the maps and put it to MOUZ.CET, and I'll play like more blitz and like pre-fire, angle trainer, sometimes even defender, or you know, I think even aimbots, like just things that are like getting me used to the angles on the map and getting comfortable with like the clearing. So everything that I'm doing.
Yeah, we know you've been around for a long time. You and I were ex-teammates, you know, I don't know, 10 years ago or something like that. And I guess the vision with Refrag is that we are creating the tools that we wanted to have ourselves back in the day to practice. Now, if I may ask you to be a little bit edgy, is there like a certain tool that we don't have right now that you would like integrated into Refrag? Something we need?
I would say the only thing would be like having like a super strong like 2D like a 2D viewer that like is similar to like what all the teams are using. We have it, of course, but just like having like that library that everyone uses and getting like all the updates for it that everyone is just using for practice and for preparing for matches. I think that's pretty much the only thing, because everything in game, honestly, I can't really think of anything that we would be lacking.
Okay, well, cool. That's a suggestion for the developers out there. I'm not gonna lie, me and Elise, we're just playing the game. We're coming up with the good ideas. We're not the ones coding all of it, not really involved in that department. Anyway, if you guys at home want to try out Refrag, get better at the game, you can head over to refrag.gg/blast, test it out for free at the moment, and then hopefully John will be playing some more Refrag and will be winning the next game. I'm sure he's gonna give it all. Thank you so much for watching. We're jumping on a quick break once we're back with more Counter-Strike for you guys here from Blast.
I think that Vitality definitely are somewhere on the road, and we will see how the next couple tournaments go.
I mean, I definitely think that it's still Vitality's era. I mean, they just won 2 events in a row.
What they have shown in terms of like team play and individual like brilliance, you can say, is I think unmatched.
Not going to give them a chance to catch their breath. Great recovery for the second kill on ZywOo.
What often happens when a team is creating era or they're winning everything else, all the teams under are starting to invest heavily, looking at their qualities and what they have that their team don't have.
Some other top teams, including us, haven't had the best start of the year so far. If this keeps happening, then they have a really good chance of winning even more.
Last season was the peak, and I think it's pretty hard to replicate what they've done there.
You cannot be playing like this for a long time. Even if they play like a bit worse individually, they're still capable of winning tournaments.
I think it's going to be a bloodbath after the major for the transfer season if Vitality keeps on doing the same. If they win the major and they win the Grand Slam, nobody can sit back and say no chance. And if they don't believe in the lineup, they're going to change a lot.
They're going to go down in history as the best of all time with the Prime Astralis roster. And you could argue already if Vitality is the better team.
I played in Astralis era as well. They were great. They were not unbeatable, but they were very strong. They went to the right tournaments. They knew how to peak at the right time. They won 4 majors. But what Vitality is doing is winning a lot of trophies, going to every semi-final. They're saying yes to a lot of tournaments as well. Means they're constantly under pressure.
Obviously, Astralis won more majors in the past, but for me, it's not only the majors. Vitality won Cologne, they won Katowice and Krakow, so they won a lot of important tournaments, including Grand Slam.
When you look 2018, the game is so different. Was Astralis great? Yeah. They were ahead of the game. But isn't Vitality doing the same, just a different way?
They had a smaller break now, so I'm not sure what's it gonna do to their performance. After this season, you can have the big picture and understand even more, so I just think that the CS fans just need to wait and see what happens.
I think if Vitality drops off a little bit, then there would be probably few top teams that would win some tournaments here and there.
Falcons, Spirit, and Furia for sure.
I don't think there will be another team that will suddenly start winning all the tournaments because of all the good teams, a lot of good players, and the game changed a lot. I would say that they're the best CS team of all time.
They have one of the greatest role players in each role to understand what's more important, the team. That's why I think Vitality is going to be greater than Astralis.
Blast Open Day is continuing. It's day number 2, and we're looking at Group B. But before all of the action that is CS continues, well, I mean, first of all, I have to address the fact that we got Henry on panel with us here.
What a pleasure for you guys.
That's what I'm
you needed
saying.
a Counter-Strike expert.
Yes, surely. Yes, that is right. Because we have a little bit of time to fill before we do head on into our third series. I thought it was going to be a little bit of fun to fill this up with testing the knowledge of history when it comes to Counter-Strike with these 3 lovely gentlemen. I didn't even introduce Dupree and, of course, Maui rejoining me here for the evening as well. But it's not the history of CS that I feel like many people would expect people to know, right? I've gone ahead and I've selected 4 different teams. I've deep dived into the 5 players, and I've found the history of their Steam profile pictures.
Their Steam profile pictures.
I can recognize some of them.
This is the Steam profile pictures of our Vitality roster.
How far in the history books are we going?
So this could be anywhere from, I did not pick anything from this year or in 2025.
Okay.
So it is anything from when they first created their Steam account up till about 2022, I think is the most recent one that I picked.
I'm not seeing as much anime as I'd assume.
So it is the current roster of Vitality.
That's the new generation. That's the one that's picked up the enemy, right?
So, you know, a bit of a collaborative work to really test. I told you guys you would not be able to reseach this.
I get nervous when it says Vitality because I should be knowing some of them.
As the most accomplished Counter-Strike player, maybe I should be leading the ship here. I should be working out where we go with this one. Where do you want us to start now?
Anywhere that you want, whoever you feel is you're most comfortable.
I have one tidbit of information though that I need to bring up, given that there are in fact 2 anime pictures.
There is.
I already have one clue. There was a famous, infamous, I would say, Rops tweet regarding people that watch anime. I'm not going to bring up anything he said. It's he used choice words I couldn't repeat on broadcast regarding anime.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's
and so
great
he definitely is not there. Definitely neither.
Okay, let's start with the first one though, right? The best
I recognize this one because this one has been showing on my Steam profile. Well, my Steam friend list.
Maui, go a bit closer. Is that someone's actual face, like photoshopped onto Buzz Lightyear? That's not the original Buzz Lightyear.
I think, yeah, it seems like ZywOo. It does seem like ZywOo, yeah.
But I am at a position now where I feel like it might be Apex because he's usually picking pictures of his teammates in some weird, kind of atmosphere. So this is either ZywOo's picture, but I'm fairly confident ZywOo is using right now. He's using a guy, Mario Kart, driving a Mario Kart. So this has to be Apex.
Okay, so you guys putting Apex for the first one?
I like the confidence.
Yeah, I like that
he didn't even, he wasn't even willing to hear your arguments for it. He's like, it's Apex.
True.
All right.
So we've got, is this Dragon Ball Z, Maui?
Yeah, definitely.
I believe that's one of the cartoons available.
Dragon Ball Z, I think this one's technically Super, maybe, but that's just like a spin-off.
Okay.
A spin-off of it, I think.
And then, of course, we've got Star Trek there, the 4th one.
The 4th
Surely
one?
not.
Surely not. Surely not. Play along. It's fine.
Yeah. That's actually the 5th Star Trek.
Is it Yoda, though?
I think it's Yoda. It looks like
Yoda. It is not Yoda. It is not Yoda. It's not Baby Yoda.
It looks like the guy from Mandalorian.
Right. Who is not Yoda. That's actually Grogu.
You're getting butt actually right now.
I'm getting butt actually. It is not Yoda. It is Grogu.
Yeah.
But I've seen this one I have seen before.
Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda.
Is that last one from Entourage, maybe?
I know, right? Like, what even is this?
Entourage is all I can think of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Suicide Doors closing down. All right, let's start with the Dragon Ball Z one.
This to me, it's giving Flamesy.
Yeah,
one of these is Flamesy, 100%.
Yeah.
I don't know which. They're practically the same. I think this is more of the old head type of guy. So I don't know who the older player would be, but this to me reads more Flamesy. But it's definitely one of these two.
By the way, I'm going to let you guys put all the names up, and then I'll tell you if you're right or wrong.
Okay. Do you know what? I've just had one of these is Mezzy, right? I think Baby Yoda.
I would take that.
Whatever. I think that's Mezzy.
Yeah.
I think that's Mezzy for sure.
I would take Mezzy for this too. He's a father.
Exactly.
I feel like I've seen it, and I'm not friends with Messi on my Steam friends.
Oh. Interesting. Why's
that in itself is a story.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, as a fellow Brit, you might know.
I would probably put this for Rops though, with the fact or
if
the
it is
clue.
Entourage, I think it might be Rops, and he likes cars, right? That's his whole thing.
It's just about like. Thinking about a city that you haven't been to.
Is it New York?
It's probably New York. I think it's New York, yeah.
But you want to put Rops no matter what?
How do you say this is New York?
I play a lot of GeoGuessr.
Right.
No,
sure.
I can see some yellow cabs there.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Could be.
And the what, like 3 pixels that we actually
That's
have?
what I'm working with. So, Robs, I'm happy with that. Now,
I feel flames on the left one.
Is ZywOo an anime enjoyer?
No, yeah, but yes.
No,
he
yeah.
watches YouTube.
I would do ZywOo Flamesy. I would do ZywOo Flamesy. That's me personally.
I'm sorry. I think we've made a mistake because I don't
What's the
think
name of this character? Is that Goku?
Yeah, or I think it's Gohan. Gohan. Son of Goku.
So is that like the final boss, the best one? Because he's going to represent himself as the most powerful character, I'd say, if it's ZywOo.
I mean, I'm just thinking who likes the blonde aesthetic more.
Okay.
ZywOo or Flamesy?
I think Flamesy on left.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's close.
I mean, Henry, you could be the decider.
I'm going to go Flamesy on this one.
On this one?
Yep. ZywOo on the
okay. That's fine with me.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
I'm excited about this one.
Okay.
I think there's.
So you're all on the same page.
I'm pretty sure
I'm really comfortable with this. I mean,
You're
like I said, I would have swapped that, but I'm pretty indifferent. That's a coin flip for me.
All right. Well, I'll start off with your first one. That is Apex. Yes, that is the history. Yep,
well done.
I knew it would pay off to have Apex on my friend list.
Then you guys put Mezzy for Grogu.
Yeah.
That one's also correct.
Let's go.
Right now, 2 for 2. Then you put in Rops. That one's also correct.
Oh, we're nailing
3 for 3.
Oh, it comes down to this.
It was down to this, right? Was ZywOo the blonde aesthetic, or was it Flamesy?
I'd take blonde for ZywOo, but.
It was ZywOo.
No.
That was the
I
one
made
aesthetic.
the
So
call.
you
It's my
guys,
fault.
yep.
I backed you up. I backed you up. I've started it.
This way around. You guys almost got the first
is a
team
great game.
100%. You almost, I cannot believe that.
They should
I should have been more convincing.
Yeah, you should.
You should have stuck to your guns, Mao. You were so close. You were so close.
It's tough. It was 2v1. It was 2v1.
Look, it was.
It's okay. It's okay.
It was very, very close. You guys almost.
I think
had
we're
that.
mostly forgiven for that. Actually, that was good, guys.
think
Well
I
done.
think-
Well
yeah,
done.
thank you.
It was also
Well done, gentlemen. Well done.
very good teamwork too. Okay, you have a choice. There's 3 teams that we can go through, and I want to. Yeah, so you can either choose NRG.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, which I kind of put in for you,
Yeah, that
Maui,
sounds
as our NAC. You want to go with that one?
What are the other teams?
Navi and Spirit.
Okay, Spirit's going to be nothing
Spirit
back.
was like 5 minutes.
That's gonna be
It'd be like too hard. It's just-
Spirit kind of is the hardest one. So
NRG's
maybe.
got the old heads in there. Let's do it.
I like NRG.
Okay. All right, let me change over the pitches. You guys can. I don't know. Try
We'll
and
mingle. We'll
preempt.
just mingle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
try and preempt what you might think is gonna come up here because.
What do you have right now as an out? You have Bart.
I have Lil Peep as Bart.
You have Lil Peep Bart.
Yeah, exactly. I've had that for like 5 years. Never going to change it. That's
Yeah.
close to my heart. What about you?
I have Yukio Mishima. He's a Japanese author that committed
All right.
seppuku
I remember.
because he tried to overthrow the entire government.
You thought that'd be an appropriate Steam picture?
I mean, it's cold.
Yeah, it's cold. It's cold. Yeah, you're right.
I have Winnie the Pooh.
He's a good author.
Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh.
And not as
I have a custom-made Winnie the Pooh using a Cobalt Disruptive Deagle and an Astralis shirt.
Holy shit.
Okay.
It's true.
Wait, Winnie the Pooh with all that?
Yeah.
Winnie the Pooh's got a deagle.
Yeah, well, it's a custom-made one.
Bro
I
went
told
all
the guy
out.
to make one.
I think it is what's it when something is like 100 years of it existing, so it goes into the public domain. That's what Winnie the Pooh is. So that's actually fine now. That
You're
you
fine.
can do that.
You're good.
Like the Winnie the Pooh horror
I
film.
see myself as Winnie the Pooh.
I just moved the
lock in.
whiteboard, but
Okay,
all right,
okay.
you gotta lock in.
Oh,
We're
this
on to
is
our
tough.
second team.
Now this is
yeah,
tough.
energy is pretty tough. I feel like you guys did so well with Vitality though
Oh my
that
God.
This is the Russian la 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 la.
Good call.
Oh, nice.
It's an old school meme. That's a boomer meme. So that could be Nitro off the bat.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a little bit more Eurocentric for me, so I may have taken Bro.
Yeah, but he's too young for
He's
that
too
meme.
young?
Yeah,
If
I
he's
think
too
he's
young-
too young.
Okay, if
This
he's
is
too
an
young.
early 2000s meme.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
think he's enjoying that.
you can come back to it. You don't have to
Yeah,
start
we
on
can.
that one,
Let's-
right? So you
Okay,
should right
okay,
now you're
let's keep going.
50-50
I'm saying if I had to pick one, Bro would be probably the guy in the middle.
You
The
think Bro's
corgi?
the corgi?
Yeah.
What corgi is that from? Is that from like
No,
Animal
but this is
Crossing or
this is
something?
one of the animated ones that you can now pick on Steam. He's kind of
Oh, that's just a newer avatar then.
It's a new avatar, so you know
the
could be.
Yeah, the one that.
It could also be some of the other guys, obviously, but I think could be. Bro.
Okay, OC's got to be the one with the sniper, right?
Yeah, surely.
And he has
surely.
glasses as well.
Yeah,
Let's just
yeah.
lock that in.
I would
OC.
take that. I would take
Okay.
that too.
Cool. Is that
I like it. I was gonna say you guys are right now humming and hawing on a look.
Yeah.
Goat? Or is it?
I would personally do Sonic, and I'd probably do Grim. I think Grim's a Luca fan.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's lock
Okay,
those in.
you at least definitely Grim. But it feels like
I'm
you guys...
pretty confident about Grim being that
Okay.
one.
That does leave us with Nitro being the la 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 guy.
He's the oldest player.
Yeah.
It does kind of make sense.
I don't know. This is giving dad energy though.
It is.
You know, like when
energy in the corner.
I see that, I think dad energy.
But remember, this is anywhere from 2022 to when they created their Steam profile.
Okay, yeah.
So it could have been well before anyone was a dad.
They have those kinds of records.
Yeah.
There's a website for this.
There is a website.
okay.
There is a website for this.
Okay.
I still think it's a valid point that it would be Nitro on the left, since it's like that.
Yeah,
old and
if it's that
everything. I mean,
if it's that old of a meme, I didn't even know it.
Really?
So, yeah.
You
so
never
that's-
seen it? I gotta show you. This is
No,
hilarious.
yeah.
This is hilarious.
It's a dad meme, and you can see why.
Okay.
Well, it was also me before I got that.
Technically, I'm older than him, but I think it's more European, right?
He's Russian, so
Okay,
or
yeah,
like Ukrainian or
Okay,
like
we got to make some choices here, guys. Sonic, let's go with the go on Sonic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it.
This?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's a horse, but that's okay.
Horse, goat, you know, same thing, really.
I said go to, I think, yeah.
Then the dog, I'll go with Bro.
Yeah,
Dog.
sure. We'll take Bro.
And then the old head, go for the old meme.
I like it.
Nitro.
I'm comfortable
Okay.
with it.
I think it's
after you guys explain the lore of the far left one,
Yeah.
it makes total sense to me.
I'm gonna look in. I'm gonna go through the order in
Okay,
which
I
you
think we
looked
were
it in,
most
right?
confident about these two.
You were.
Yeah.
That is definitely OC. You guys
Let's
are
go.
100%
Let's go.
correct on that one. Correct again.
Let's go.
With Grim.
Let's
So
go.
2 for
Let's
2
go.
right now.
I
Yes.
feel like a butt's coming, though. This is where things are
Yeah,
gonna start
yeah,
going wrong.
There's no.
Yeah,
buts.
I would say there is a lot going wrong.
Oh, no.
Your goat horse prediction was incorrect.
No.
This one was actually Nitro.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And your corgi was incorrect. That one was actually Sonic. Wow. which did leave your original 50-50. Either Nitro or
That's what I'm saying. It's a more European thing.
I didn't know what that was. You're kind of right. You're kind of right.
Why would he use that?
I don't know. How old is bro? Like what? 23?
I don't know, like 20 something.
Yeah.
Deceivingly old.
This is like from the 70s.
Old.
He's an old soul.
Maybe he just loves the internet and like
he's 23.
dived into it.
Okay. Production told us that.
Okay, all right.
No, I just threw that off.
A little worse than your vitality. I feel like you guys were almost at 5 out of 5 for vitality. You only got 2.
This was tough though.
Yeah, energy was really tough. I'm gonna move on to Na'Vi, and I wanna ask you guys, how many times do you change your profile picture? Would you say?
A lot.
A lot. You're
Yes.
just like, if we went through your record, that would be like 500 different profile pictures.
Back in the days, it was all about that you'd have 5, like you'd all had the same logo because that looked badass, right? And you'd have different colors, so you'd know like, okay, so I know the green one is Zipex, the yellow one is Glaive. I know exactly who's alive when I'm looking on top of my screen, right? And then it just turned into people having more like random stuff going on, myself included, having like an actor.
Kind of
like
annoyed me when I had my players. So if someone didn't have the logo, they had to have their own funny picture as a team profile. I was like, what are you doing? I'm paying you so much money. Just put the fucking logo on the thing, please. It was like an actual conversation. I don't know why, but just use the logo.
Oh my God, we got a rocket.
Na'Vi Jr. Oh, well, surely.
Okay, I feel like the fact that you're saying that you really wanted people to use the logo makes a bit more sense, because when I was going through this team profile pictures, like, bro, why do all these players just have team logos as their like profile pictures?
Professionals.
This is insane. Apparently they're way more professional than any other esports, unnamed esports I've ever worked in. So,
well, the TO's baskets by
this
now.
has got to be wonderful. Like he tried to look like that himself.
Why wouldn't this one be wonderful?
That's Haikyuu. That's kind of too normie of an anime for him.
Okay, dude, I was literally gonna give bonus points if you could name the anime, and I feel like that's just unfair. Like all the points would just go to Maui.
I know the logo in the middle.
I don't know far left.
Rocket.
I don't know what that is, but it looks like wonderful, so I would take wonderful.
Let's start with that. We'll put wonderful there for now. We won't lock it in. Let's just like get
keep thinking.
Now, is that Thundercats or Rockout?
No, that's Rockout.
I thought it was Rockout.
That's
Are you sure it's not Thundercats?
I could be. I was thinking
it looks
between
a
those
lot
two.
like Rocket. Right?
I know it does, but maybe
that's also a little bit weird.
I think it could be Thundercats.
You remember Rocket, right?
Of course. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure, like, why that would be relevant.
The peripheral company, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Other peripherals are available. Just put that out there.
I think then I would put like, man, because I was thinking either one of these two is Alexi.
Sure.
He's a koala
was one of his old teams sponsored by Rockat or something?
But is so. He played for Ents, and that was probably his oldest team we can recall. I don't think it'd be Rockat. He wasn't playing like...
Or Havu, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
It's a German company, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's if it is Rockat. It could be Thundercats.
Okay, can we do MongolZ for this though?
Yeah.
MongolZ, sure. Yeah. Maybe very light likelihood it's Bit.
Yeah, but did they have that?
That's kind of where I'm thrown off, but I would take MongolZ. It's more recent.
And I'd say Bit's more of an anime boy as well. He'd probably be fitting in around here towards the end. What is that anime you said on the end?
It's Haikyuu. It's a volleyball anime.
A volleyball?
It's super good at sports.
Who's into sports in Na'Vi?
What do you mean? They just play volleyball and...
Yeah, they play volleyball and I would say it's a little bit better than your typical sports anime where they're just doing
I feel like it was number one
powers.
anime for like a really long time. Like people talked about that, like this is the pinnacle of like slice, like, you know.
Mid 2010s, it was kind of taking over the conversation.
It was like, the most bought anime merch, I think, worldwide or something crazy.
Okay, Imma, I think, is the koala. That's where I'm at.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah?
It's nice, it's fun, it's simple. He plays with like a side duck on his desk, doesn't he, Imma? He has a little plushie.
Something like that,
So he likes cuddly things.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me. Makes sense.
Yeah. So now we've got either Thundercats or Rockat and volleyball anime. I've got the names already. Left.
You got Bit and Alexi.
I don't see how Bit would be. No, he's not giving energy of either of these personally.
I guess it has to, if we're thinking it's Rockat, it has to be Alexi.
Well, what if we put Bit as a Na'Vi Junior then? If you feel like this is not going to fit into any of them.
What would MongolZ be that?
He's more... How
he's more
recent
anime?
is this anime?
Mid-2010s.
Could be him, right? It could be MongolZ,
He'd be pretty young to have watched it then.
Yeah.
You can watch things after they release, you know that.
True.
MongolZ doesn't strike me as a guy that's going back in the backlog of greatest anime.
Probably not.
If we just settled on these, I would just go Alexi Bit.
Yeah.
Let's do that. That's what I'm
gonna do. That?
I'm down.
Yeah.
I don't think we've done well here. I think we got 2 right again. I'm happy with Imma. I'm happy with Wonderful.
Yeah.
Imma's the one standing out to me.
Do you know the lore of the Thundercats one? Do you know what a picture is? Or do you?
I know what this picture is, but I don't know the Thundercats lore, no.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So that's me kind of telling you what this isn't.
Okay. All right, let's go. Let's find out.
Okay, you guys, they're locked in 100%? All right, okay. So we're going to start off you were most confident with Wonderful being this one. Yeah, 100%.
Let's go.
Correct. Do you know what anime this is from?
Attack on Titan.
Nope.
I would have guessed Hunter x Hunter, but I don't know. I have no clue.
It's from Tokyo Revengers.
Tokyo Revengers.
Oh, okay.
I knew that.
Yeah, you knew that. I knew you knew that. You just needed a little bit of
I have
like,
this voice in my head
Yeah.
sometimes that just knows stuff.
Oh, okay. I don't know that.
So you guys, one correct. Then you put Makaze
Wait,
as...
before we do this, that looks like the old school Na'Vi Junior logo. I feel like that might be bit there because it's like looks like the old school version of the logo. Does that make sense?
I didn't know they changed logos.
I assume they did. That looks like old school graphics design. That's all I'm saying.
I get what you mean. I think he just
Listen, I'm going to give you your one and only chance.
Oh,
Do you want to swap
shit.
it?
I think you're right because that's what I think MongolZ has been using as well.
Exactly. I think we swapped that around. I think we do bits instead of
I
Makaze.
think you're right.
Okay. I mean,
can we make like a
do it?
Yeah, swap them both.
Yep.
I think I've made a great call there, lads. I think I've saved
This
the
is
day.
it?
Let's go.
Yeah?
That is a crazy
That is
read.
true,
That's a
because
crazy.
now, when you mention it,
I feel like I
you're
see
right.
it now.
Yeah.
Actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go to the next one. Emma? Yeah, I loved your reasoning. The Psyduck, loves cute, cuddly things. Yeah, he's the koala. So.
Lucky I'm here, boys.
Yeah, I know. That was honestly when you said that, I was like, bro knows these players. That's good. And then you elimination. You kind of ended up putting Alexi B as your rocket. That one's correct as well. And then your last minute change up of taking Makaze off of the Na'Vi Junior and putting Bit.
Come on.
I know.
Was the best call. 5 out of 5.
Let's
for you
go,
guys
Henry.
So the logo in the middle, that is Rocket, right?
Yes.
And you know why?
Why?
That's back in Counter-Strike Source.
Yeah, I
the
know.
Finnish guys, they were sponsored by CKRS, right? They had Rocket as sponsor. He's Finnish.
That's
He's a fan. He's a fan.
Dude, we did so well on this.
Oh my
You
God.
did
Proud of us.
really well.
What a
Yeah,
team.
and that last minute call to swap up, 100%. It was the old Na'Vi Junior
Amazing work,
logo.
guys.
You did really well there.
Hell yeah.
That's what it feels like to win.
Yeah.
I haven't had this in years.
This or Paris?
I'll take Paris. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair enough. It's close.
Dang it.
I'm going to get ready for your fourth and final one.
Okay.
So
It's just going to be like five
so
anime
it's gonna be
pictures.
so hard.
I was going to say,
Spirit-
enjoy the high now because I do think Spirit is one of the
Yeah.
toughest
You guys
ones.
are going to get zero help from me on this one. I've not seen a single anime in my life.
I've seen
No shot. Not zero.
I've seen Attack on Titan. Does that count?
It definitely does.
See, that's the only
What
one
about
I've
Spirited Away? Watch the movie?
Seen that.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Maybe,
I feel like
okay.
you're giving
keep
yourself
going.
less
Is there anything
credit.
else maybe I've forgotten about?
What's the one with the there's just like a dog.
Oh, a dog.
The dog.
A dog.
No,
There's nothing else than
I
just
don't know.
dog.
Miyazaki films in
no,
general, I
dogs are
think a lot of
attacking
people
bears
see.
and stuff.
Dude, I am so screwed on this. Well, I'm out.
Oh my God.
That looks like
Oh,
Castlevania to
shoot.
me. Is that Castlevania?
God.
Is that a thing?
We haven't voted.
Or World of Warcraft.
Okay, well this
That's
is.
what I've got.
I think this is Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
True, actually.
Yeah.
That is Attack on Titan. So
Yeah.
when you said the only anime you'd seen was Attack on Titan, I was like, well, lucky for you.
Well,
it was
I know
Script.
for a fact. I've heard in the quote, Magix hates Attack on Titan.
Okay.
So he wouldn't have
Surely
that. So I
not
can
then.
give you that.
Surely not.
That's what I can give you.
Okay. But who's the Dota player? Who's the Invoker
Yeah,
player?
exactly.
What's Dota? Okay.
Yeah, that's Dota.
You didn't even know that.
Dude, I told you yesterday, I've never even played Dota.
I'll give it, whoever can guess one other CS player who played yesterday is his own self-decreed best Invoker player.
Oh.
Played yesterday, I interviewed one of them, and he told me beforehand, he was like, enjoys Dota, and he is self-proclaimed best Invoker player.
Who did you interview yesterday? I'm trying to think.
So we had what games did we have yesterday? we had FaZe versus Aurora, and then we had
Lu and Furio.
You talked to Molodoy. You talked to Fallen.
True.
No shot. Maybe Fallen? Nah. Twist, Frozen. No. Madger, Soulfly. Maybe Soulfly, actually. Maybe Soulfly. G? I mean, they do love Dota in China. They do.
True.
I would probably say Soulfly. I just...
Okay.
I don't know, though. Because I don't know him, though.
It was Fallen.
Oh,
Yeah,
Fallen.
he said he loves Invoker, so obviously not going to be.
Did you ask him Quaswex or Quasexor?
I didn't, because I was like, I'm going to CS broadcast, I should focus up, and then I just totally derailed
What
us
are we
there.
talking about right now?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Just
Henry.
the way,
We're going
just
to
the
be back
style
on
that
track.
it's played.
Yes.
Style,
Why is Fallen and G being in the conversation? I thought we were guessing Team
We
Spirit,
are
right?
talking about Team Spirit. We got distracted by the Invoker profile picture here,
Okay.
who you will eventually get.
I don't know what these two are at all.
I think Dong is in the middle.
You don't know Gojo from JJK?
Oh, no. No, I don't watch that.
What?
Shonen.
We're blown away.
I am a little bit.
I watch
That's fair.
Seinens or Bus, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
Anyway, I still think that Dong is in the middle.
I
feel like I've seen this on his FaceIt profile as well.
Who's the most normie? Let's just... Henry, your opinion. Who's the most normie?
Out of this squad?
Out of everybody on
Shiro,
Spirit.
I would say, probably.
Okay, Shiro would be Kuroko no Basket.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a basketball anime then.
I should have watched more anime before coming.
Yeah, that was the only prep you could have done.
Yeah. I would have had a lot
like
then.
The Dota player, it's got to be all of them, right? Like, but maybe Magix, has he played Dota?
My instinct would have been Shiro.
I don't think it would be
because he's older.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, could be Zontix.
Let's go.
It could be Tanir. No, it could be Tanir. Tanir is actually the oldest on the team.
Okay,
I just realized.
Tanir with the Dota one. Let's go. Let's lock that in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Belarusian Dota players. Is that a thing?
And then we know
It would be
Attack
more
on
likely
Titan.
for a Russian, right?
I would think so, but that's just population.
You can let's put them all up and then maybe
Okay, let's just
maybe
we'll
have
see if we
another
want to move them
conversation.
around.
Yeah.
Okay, the only person that would use a girl would be. Oh, I thought it would be Magix. But if he doesn't like Attack on Titan, then what are we doing?
I've just heard him say in an interview he thought it was trash.
But that's just put a Shiro then. No.
No. What?
What? Okay.
Well, which
No,
one?
Shiro's
Okay,
over
which
there.
one's Donk? Which one's Donk?
I think Donk's in the middle. I'm fairly confident.
don't
You
even
did
know.
keep saying that. You did keep saying that. I'm just going to go with it because I feel like we're never going to get
Yeah,
anywhere,
but-
so we're just going to.
But do you think Donk reads manga? Because this is a manga still, not an anime frame.
Oh,
so
great
different.
knowledge.
Yeah. So.
Okay, that's
gotta
like
think about these
next
things.
level.
Yeah.
Okay, we just got 2 to go. Magix or Zontix?
Yeah, just put
Let's
whatever,
put
just put it.
Zontix towards the end on Attack on Titan. Magix on whatever this guy is. Batman, I think.
Sorry.
I think Zontix is confident enough to put
Magix
a
or
woman.
Yep.
Use
This
a
one?
woman as a profile pick.
And then Zontix at the end, yeah.
Okay.
Kind of.
Do you guys want to change anything around?
I think the fact she's saying
saying
that.
Tanir and Shiro. I don't think Shiro is so normie that he would use Kuroko no Basket.
I think Shiro on the Invoker guy. Shiro's
Yeah,
the
I would take.
Invoker.
That's what I would
Okay.
do too. And I think Tanir is pretty normie.
Yep. Okay, let's swap those
Are
around.
we still confident having Dong in the middle?
I don't know if I should call
If I
players
knew
normie.
that character
He
was...
messed with my brain saying the whole manga thing. Because I don't think Dong
I honestly
reads
think that's a pretty valid. If Donk's
Yeah,
not read manga, I would probably
I just
not
feel
put
like
him there.
Magix is more of a manga reader than Donk.
Okay,
Yeah.
Personally,
Okay.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take my L if it's
Well, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, you're right. He's like a connoisseur of this ship.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. If he's a connoisseur, he's a manga frame guy.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking Zontix for Donk right now. I think Donk would be playing that character. The long hair,
This
kind
is-
of like, that's what I'm thinking.
Wait, are you guys okay with that? This is the last change you'll get.
I don't see
No?
Donk using a woman
No?
as a profile pick, personally.
Okay.
I don't know the character. I don't know that
Well, it's from Attack on Titan. You watched that.
Sure,
Okay.
I've watched the first 2 seasons. I believe this.
I only saw the first season, so you know
Okay.
more than me.
Well, I'm gonna look it in. I feel like I gave you guys many
Yeah,
different
sure,
chances
sure. Let's just
to
see,
look
let's
it
just
in.
see.
I don't know. There's no confident one to start on, so we're just gonna start off. Yeah, not Zontix over here for Attack on Titans. That one was actually Shiro.
What?
Yeah, which is really funny. A little bit of lore. There is a Shiro player currently in Dota. Yeah, you would have thought maybe that would have been a nice connection, but no, not absolutely. Shiro has this, used to have,
Yeah.
I should say,
We weren't even
Attack
close
on
to that.
Titans there. It was Zontix.
Oh,
had
okay.
At one point,
Yeah.
the
He must play
Invoker.
with, he's going to play with.
Invoker is kind of a stoic guy.
Yeah.
True.
He is,
You guys last minute swapped it up. Magix. Correct.
Nice.
So you got
Okay.
at least one
Yeah.
there for
There you go.
yourself.
That one's-
And then, unfortunately, right at the end there, did drop the ball. So it was Tanir who had the JJK and then Donk.
Oh, Donk watches basketball anime. Losing a little respect, actually.
Well, how would you guys rate your
This one was
guessing of
tough.
historic
I peaked
Steam
in the
profile?
last team. I peaked with
Yeah, that was
That's
great.
true.
You
Yeah.
did, you
That
did
was
great on that one.
Here. I'm sorry about that.
That clue about Navi Jr. was clutch.
Yeah.
It was
sure.
super clutch. You guys
Great.
got it. You were all over the shop. 1, 2, 3. You got a 5 out of 5. But it was so much pleasure to get to play this game. Henry, thanks for joining us as well. I really
It's been a
appreciate
pleasure
it.
to be up here. I enjoyed the desk.
I love to hear it. And it's only the middle
back.
of the day,
I
which
will.
means things are going to get better for us. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, all the CS action continues. I said it was a short break because our players are already sitting down and getting ready to get into the server. It's going to be MOUZ up against the Mongols here, and you just have to question right now, where's MOUZ at? Are they really going to be that team that's able to bounce back from that EPL loss for themselves? And Mongols coming into this as well, they've been having a pretty good start to 2026. Not amazing, but I'd still put them in contention of a tier 1 team right now.
I feel like it's all about perspective when looking at these two teams. Yes, Mongols may have exceeded some expectations with CobraZera on the lineup. I feel like he's actually shown in various instances, various series. I'm sure Fury is still remembering the fact that that guy can pop off. He can do a lot of damage. But MOUZ on the other side, yeah, the semi-final, I don't want to say streak, but consistency was not there for them at EPL. So in some way, it seems like they're a team that's reeling.
And it's also, for my sake, you know, I've loved and enjoyed watching MOUZ throughout 25. I think they were an interesting team, and now we're just kind of just stale, where we don't really know where they're heading. Like, what is it going to be looking like in the future? Like, are we in a horizon where we're going to be seeing like a change? Like, what has changed? Because it just doesn't really seem to be getting better. And for the side of Mongols, I feel like it's also just a little bit that they haven't really found their footing since losing Sensu. I think that CobraZera and also playing a little with controls had a bit of you know, like upswing in performances, but it's still at a position where they are not really at the level that we've seen Mongols as of late.
I mean, when it comes to the Mongols right now, sure, they aren't really the same. They aren't hitting the same heights that they were with Senzu. However, I do feel like the win that they found over Furia recently at Cluj was enough to make you believe, and that's what the Mongolian side really needs. They need to actually entrust a lot of those star roles, a lot of their priority towards a guy that's on the up and up, and naturally, he's going to make some mistakes. There's going to be some ups and downs in his performance. He's not, the game plan or the style that he likes to play won't be as, I'd say, airtight as somebody like Senzu, but man, he can shoot. I mean, there's no question about it. He is really, really swift when it comes to just taking fights, and it just feels like you just walk into any LAN cafe in Mongolia and you're going to find a guy that could probably be 3,000 elo face it, minimum.
It's so lovely that, you know, that we had this idea that you just pick up the Mongolian players from the net cafes, because it's actually happened before. Like, it's such a fun narrative to see the players just coming out of that region. And for the side of the Mongols, you know, I think we can all testimony to that they are a team that play the style that they can do in Asia. You know, they are very mechanical gifted, but that the fundamentals sometimes seems to be lacking for that team. And for the likes of CobraZera, I mean, he's still very new to the whole tier 1 transition. He's obviously a guy that needs to be guided into the right direction. He had a good run with the Huns when he played with that team, and he was probably the one to go for if they had to pick up a player from that team. And obviously, it's now at a point where he just needs to get used to the setting, and you know, that will take some time. But if we just look at how the Mongols is ranked right now, being the 9th team, like the 9th ranked team in the world right now, you know, they're still inside the top 10 by losing their by far best player. So sure, they're still trying to find their footing, but it's not like a phase that is spiraling out of control as we're watching.
No, it hasn't slipped out of their grasp by any means. They're still finding some level of consistency, even if it isn't that same high when Senzu was on the roster. But CobraZera being here in the studio, well, I had to take my chance to get to talk to him. I wanted to ask, you know, how has it been joining a tier 1 team like Mongols?
I learned a lot. It's feeling great. The atmosphere is good. Yeah, just great. Amazing. Yeah.
I like it. Amazing. And did you feel that there was any pressure having to come onto Mongols and fill the gap that Sensu left?
Kinda, but there's pressure, but I'm friends with Senzu, so he gave me advice and, you know, make that pressure gone. Yeah.
What sort of advice?
Kinda, I know he says, I know you're a good player. Don't focus on the bad comments and etc. Yeah, sort of like that. Yeah.
It's nice because so often you want to look at these two players, and while we do want to compare them on the server, it's nice to know that behind the scenes, they're really supporting each other. Senzu is there saying, hey, you're a good player. You know it deep down. Don't listen to anything else. Just make sure you give yourself enough space to grow into that.
The mentality side is something that CobraZera, we're going to have to keep tabs on, but thankfully he's already passed his first test by winning an arena game and being one of the main reasons that they took down a top 3 team in the world. However, when I've looked at the demos just purely side by side between him and Senzu, unfortunately, I just don't feel like he's making as many opportunities. And I feel like that's kind of caging MongolZ in a way, whereas Senzu was a guy who was always willing to take that extra fight. You know, he's going to stand his ground for a little bit longer. He's going to see if he can get that one extra pick before falling all the way back to the bomb site and assembling a crossfire. Senzu just so frequently was able to take those fights, win them, and then it's just that you're shaving so much more off of that oncoming opposition as they're trying to make their T-side happen.
I also guess like the opportunity that you're talking about maybe also just comes the more comfortable he gets inside the team. You know, one thing is that he's been picked up from the Hunts coming into the team, having to fill shoes of Senzu. You know, it's big shoes to fill because he is you know, the standout player for the team for a long time. Now it's about finding the opportunities, and we're still left in a position where we don't know if he's going to be as good as Senzu. He's going to be even close. You know, he's the best pickup they could probably have gone for in that region, and it's just a matter of time now for him to find that comfortability, maybe try and figure out, okay, the team as of right now, they need me to do something. I know I'm not fulfilling that right now, but it obviously needs more time to actually get comfortable and also find my boundaries within the team.
It isn't just time as well. Something that we have to note is that MongolZ don't have their coach with them here. They also didn't have it at EPL as well, and I feel like having that outside voice to be able to sort of mitigate anything that is arising within the team is important, and it's like this is a new player, so we have to factor in that that's not going to be a fallback for them too, that maybe there's more responsibility on other players that need to step up now.
It makes it even harder for an IGL in Blitz who is already struggling on an individual level. The fact that he now doesn't have his right-hand man in Mara to help calm the team down, see things with a broader overview of what's happening across the map. Now he's going to have to come up with more answers on his own while trying to maintain his individual level, which unfortunately has more or less dropped off. I mean, I feel like these numbers are... 2026 is surely lower than that. I mean, so far I feel like if you look at Blitz for this year, I know he has like around a 0.89 rating actually. Yeah. So either way, I mean, the thing is about Blitz right now is that he just has to do too much because the way Cobra Zero wants to play is just a little bit more tuck tail and run, just get into a bomb site. Blitz to me is sometimes overextending himself. Sometimes I'm seeing Blitz just try to fight to the death a little too frequently. And even though he held the moniker of the best fragging in-game leader last year, he still doesn't go toe-to-toe with all the best space takers in the world. That's
exactly also my thought when I've been thinking about Blitz. You know, I've been playing against the Mongols ever since they were IHC, you know, coming back into, you know, bringing the whole Mongolian team up. And, you know, he was one of those in-game leaders that would stood out and, you know, actually frag more than the frequent one. And now it feels like he's chewing on too much, like he wants to be taking that many fights. Maybe he needs to feel like he has to overcompensate and be a little bit too much of this leader. Like, and the MongolZ has always been around like playing a hard mechanical skill gifted playstyle, whereas it's more like for Blitz, maybe just needs to understand that he doesn't have to do everything. Like he is thinking, he is maybe the guy that needs to also showcase Cobra Zero how to do things, but it's maybe not necessary, and maybe that's also just a part of the time that he needs to figure out.
Yeah, I would say that it is something that we have to put in that conversation of eventuality that we will see that, right? Give them the benefit of the doubt that that's going to happen there. But when you make mistakes like that, maybe not every team can capitalize on it, but I do think a team like MOUZ is going to be able to see that and really go hard on it.
People like to say that the Vitality v MOUZ head-to-head is not a rivalry because Vitality wins most of the series. It is simply not even competitive when you take MongolZ versus MOUZ. In the last 8 maps these teams have faced off against each other, MOUZ wins every single time. Wow. It's just the style that MongolZ like to play, where it's a little bit more spread out, a little bit more individuals poking and prodding. It just gets completely dismantled by one of the best systems that we have in modern Counter-Strike in MOUZ.
It just plays out in their hands. I mean, MOUZ is comfortable, and they've just beaten them. I think it goes back to also 24 since they lost to them. So it's a matter of fact that MOUZ is very comfortable playing the Mongols, and they've played them twice this year as well, where we can see that the Mongols has also decided to go for different maps. The map pools has been a little bit different because they've been trying to figure out how can we actually, you know, beat MOUZ, because we've had our issues, and it is just. That's what happens sometimes when you find a team that you just have a solid playstyle against. And I think the only way that I see MongolZ actually beating MOUZ is that they will just shoot as hard as they can possibly do. They need to bring their A game in terms of mechanics gift. They need to win all the opening duels and then make MOUZ uncomfortable. But it's just hard when you are not really finding your groove, then you don't really get into that comfort zone. And that is also why I believe that MOUZ is taking the majority of the wins.
Yeah, but we do also have to factor in that caveat of what has just happened over at EPL for MOUZ, right? People coined that as their event to win. It feels like they should have been able to go the distance, lift that trophy, and now you wonder, has the mentality been broken? Have they had to reset for themselves, and have they had that time to be able to do it with how close Blast Open is right now?
Looking at the loss at EPL for MOUZ, to me, felt like they were just blindsided by a Foot team that stylistically matched up really well. Like, Foot like to run really quick, poppy plays. They don't like to stretch out a default or anything. They don't like to get picked off. They just group and they go. That's not really how the Mongols like to play. And so there is something to learn from MOUZ's recent loss for the Mongols, but I don't really expect a seismic shift in how the Mongols want to approach this series. And in my opinion, that's probably what they need to in order to keep MOUZ stirring, wondering what's going wrong for us. Because if the Mongols just play to their game and what we've seen in the past, this should be pretty clean for the MOUZ side.
And it just stings from MOUZ. Like, you know, they probably looked at the teams attending EPL thinking, okay, this is actually one of the opportunities that we have to clinch that title that we've been trying to get since winning clues last year. Like, it's looking them and seeing Vitality not being there, and then they go into the quarterfinals, and then they lose to Foot thinking, what just happened? Like, how are we not doing better? And I think there's also probably a mental aspect playing into them that, hey, this tournament, we are probably the favorite to go in. We're setting a position where losing is hopefully not an option, but that just happened, you know, and they played pretty poor. And not to take anything away from Foot, they have really been on the rise lately, but it just puts me in a position also where I'm a little bit worried for the MOUZ Sports team, because the players gotta be thinking at one point, right, that when do things change? Like, when do we think to, like, are we looking at getting a change? Do we need to do something specific to actually get back into a winning ways? And I also feel like the coaching staff has to get something going. And we've seen Spinks say that they're just trying to chase that one win. If they can get that one win, we can actually get that over the finish.
That's the change, right?
That's what I realize.
When we win, that's the real
sure, that
change.
is the change. But how do we get there? Because the majority of the tournaments they play, they will be there with Vitality, and they can't seem to beat them. Like, is it a change of players? Is it a change of leadership? Is it a change of playstyle? And that playstyle is something that they talked about coming into Krakow. In the beginning of the year, they wanted to be more like, usually it's just Exertion and Brolin that want to go and create the plays. It needs to be spread out across the team, because if they only have those two guys from the plays, it's going to be too predictable.
I actually will agree with part of that sentiment, that sometimes it's only part of it. I mean, I don't think that I would want them to do anything and just throw the entire playbook out the window, but it would be nice for certain players to call their own number a little bit more. I want, for example, in the beginning when MOUZ had Torzi, he was a lot more explosive. He was willing to take a lot of fights. I feel like Yimpat is also a player who never really imposes himself on lurks. And so sometimes I think the method that MOUZ go through, despite how successful it is against teams that are not named Vitality, it can be a little bit predictable when they face the elite opposition. So I would eventually want them to toy with having other players, you know, spread the opportunities at the beginning of rounds, be a little bit more like Na'Vi, where you don't know who's going to be the first guy up to the plate.
It really also speaks into Spinks, you know, like, we know how good Spinks can be, and I've played with Spinks, but one of the things that we had to work with him when he was in Vitality is that he's a guy that likes to go for the favorable duels. Like, if he can get a duel that's like 60-40 in his favor, he will take that. But if it's like 50-50 or 60-40 in his disadvantage, he might not go for it. And you need to create that space regardless, and I hope that a guy like Spinks will also be able to step up to the occasion.
Yeah, we're seeing our Vito there on the screen as well. And so a nice simple question for you guys, with Nuke being our first map, who really truly is favored? And I love that eyebrow fur right there from you, Maui.
Yeah, well, the thing with Mongols in this is that they just don't know where they want to go. I mean, I'm kind of surprised they actually let Inferno, MOUZ. So MOUZ actually are picking, is it MOUZ picking Inferno?
It looks like it, right?
Okay, MOUZ picking Inferno there.
Which makes sense. I guess that's one they like to go.
Actually, that totally makes sense. I thought
graphics
kind of messed me up there for a second. Yeah.
That makes sense with the Inferno pick. It's for a long time it was Mirage. They've found some inconsistencies. Now Inferno has just been their go-to map for a long time, and the fact that they get nuked, you know, it's a map that speaks into an interesting matchup.
Okay, but the real question, MOUZ?
I'm still a MOUZ supporter, so I'm going to go with MOUZ.
I
think Mongols gets one today. Mongols get one. But still MOUZ win.
I like it. We've still put it all out there, because what would be a desk without a little bit of a prediction? And what would be a CS broadcast without Scrawny and Launders?
Oh, smooth, Nat. Thank you, gentlemen, for your insights. And yeah, let's get this Counter-Strike back on the road, Mohan. We got MOUZ versus Mongols, and I'm just happy there's no Mirage, because back at Pro League, that was such a one-sided stomp that nobody needs more of that. What do you make of our first game today?
It's still it's hard to find a map that's going to work here for the Mongols, unfortunately. That is the story. We're talking about every series being a 2-0 for MOUZ. 5 back-to-back. It's just non-stop domination. This is Mongols' Vitality. And Mongols also have Vitality to worry about, who they also have trouble beating. So it's interesting from that perspective, and it's a nice reminder that MOUZ even though they can't get that one win to take them over the line, there are still teams that absolutely fear them at every single event consistently.
Nuke is where the party starts. And I lied, it wasn't Mirage that was the blowout. It was Ancient, excuse me, 13-1. It just seems like there's a lot of this map pool where MOUZ have the number of the Mongols. Will Nuke be added to that list? Torzy tucks down into Unbreakable and then finds a 9-10 trade frag right back at him. Xerxin smoke stuffs Zemzinho, who thought he was going to get tricky with the play out through the ramp. We do have 2 players tagged low here. Roland and Jimmy better be careful. 9-10 going on the hunt for his second frag in the pistol. Gets the duel that could have been. A second chance at it as well. And then Jimmy from long range taps into him and establishes the 4v2. Dangerous towards the vent drop. Spinks makes sure to chase it. It's the bomb as well. I think it's definitely well worth that additional risk going in for the chase. We'll see what Blitz can piece together 1v4.
That's one of those moments where Spink shows you why he's the star of the show for MOUZ for sure. Like, he knows when to fight. He knows when to be passive. He's very good at pushing and pulling. And right there, like, just getting that bomb away. Techno didn't really want to fight. Oh, that's a great chance, actually, for Blitz.
Halfway there.
Halfway there. And there's a lot of HP remaining, but you know it's all about the headshots.
Xerxin gets tagged down lower as well, trying to keep him positioned and trying to buy time for Spinks to have gotten in on that flank. But what we didn't see was Spinks just missing the timing.
10
there
seconds.
was no kit. And as Blitz goes back into the duel, Xerxin's going to put him on ice. So halfway through the 1v4, credit where it's due. Low HP dealt with by Blitz, a little bit of extra money as well. Not bad, but it is ultimately the MOUZ.CET pistol win.
Ah, Mara. Mara.
Why does that make that feel like it's that feels like a
shrine?
Yeah. Yeah. A little Mara shrine. I mean, we could all use a Mara shrine, but hey, don't make it look so negative.
Yanko actually brought up something interesting. Well, he said one characteristic of MOUZ is that they're particularly really good playing against brawly teams.
Okay.
Now, he did say that before they played against, was it Foot, and then ended up losing or
they
something
lost
like
that one week ago.
I didn't think it was possible either, but I thought it was an apt point still. And I think Mongols are like the best example of MOUZ's record versus teams that just they never give up in terms of playing super aggressive all the time. And you'd think, oh, a team that doesn't have all of the superstar potential, they might struggle versus a roster like that. But that's really not the case. They have super solid protocols versus fast-playing rosters.
Yeesh. Not getting over Zemzinho. Hate to break it to you. There are still 2 Galils out on the field. Make it 1. Blitz dies empty-handed. And Xerxin's going to keep that pressure up. You know, looking for a brawl kind of outside with those numbers, looking for a duel, somebody to go one step too far, but you find nothing in return with the full-in investment here from Mongols. Not a single death on the side of MOUZ, so they have a reason to be hyped out of the gate.
Yeah, no, definitely. So now begins sort of another grind for MOUZ. It's another tournament. You know, it's like Pro League, it kind of reinforces everybody's view that, and it's actually, you know, a first round of playoffs, which is a little bit worse than they normally do. You know, getting into playoffs for some teams consistently is an achievement. For MOUZ, unfortunately, they set the bar at semis, and they're trying to break into finals, so that was a step in the wrong direction. And yeah, it must be tiring just to think, well, now we've got to get back to playoffs just to keep everyone placated.
Torzy, meant to have been blindsided by that Tech 9, still manages to hang on to the pressure. And the hut fallback for Cobra Zero will have him tagged down to 60 health. So potentially back-to-back rounds here. Yeah, guaranteed. Where MOUZ don't even lose a member. So rock solid start to the CT side. And unfortunately for the Mongols, no free entries as of yet.
No, not yet. That was actually shocking that Torzy could peek into hut that way and live.
Tech 9 was basically on his head.
Yeah, and you can't, like MOUZ's punish game is exactly why they're so strong, and moments like that are where you've got to be able to dish it out too. So full buy comes in here for the Mongols. Saw a smirk on Cobra Zero, so Spirit seemed to still be high over there. This T round could change that. Blitz getting sneaky and going pretty quick as well. There are eyes outside, but he's really joined up with these smokes quite efficiently. He's going to be super fast on his timing. Xerxin's still worried about it.
Yeah, Xerxin understands what's going on.
Wow, they had
Roland
so
even there
many
to deal
pairs
with
of
that.
eyes on that.
Oof. Blitz was feeling tricky. Swept under the rug, no contest. Torji, missed shot on the op, goes for the fallback, dropping fire behind him, and Brolin tries to take a duel unexpectedly inside of the flames. That's going to put him down and his team down to the 4v4. And Techno now looking to try to pressure that gap caused by the death of Brolin.
That, and they know that the op has gone lower, so they can walk around a little bit more. CobraZera wants to be so careful with his life right now.
Jimmy's out there in the open. Xerxin still has a chance to blindside people here, but they do just lose their player in Garage. And Xerxin knows if he dies, this A site's so fully compromised, so still trying to stick around for a second. He'll smoke it off and just give himself this corner, because we are talking about 35 seconds on the clock. Torji from Secret perfectly clips CobraZera, and now they're gonna have to come through this. I think Xerxin's done a wonderful job of creating that pocket of cover. Spinx's position now known. Tries to chase you down on main. Big headshots coming out from Techno.
Yeah, that's 4. The closing kill and the opening when they came in through ramp. That's a really beautiful round out of Techno. It's a guy who, like, he can show off with his aim. It's just, like, in terms of volume of kills, he's never up there with, you know, the teammates that he's got on this roster. But that's a great response here on T side.
Man, I really thought Xerxin's play to drop the smoke at that, because you could feel Xerxin feeling the pressure of the squeeze when he gets into the site, and then you could almost see the moment it clicked. Wait, hit that smoke. 35 seconds. You see the pressure it applies to the player that has to walk in blind through smoke. Felt like he had really done a great job of creating that moment for himself, but the instant headshot trade frag coming out through main. I mean, that's just an example of mechanics from Techno that takes over what was left of the round.
Yeah, it's like headshots when he's on it. Always right for the dome.
That's 4 AK-47 kills that round, 3 of which come by way of headshots.
What do you think he's drinking? He's got a spoon in it.
It's got to be a tea, of course.
Yeah.
Potentially, I think I saw a box of mint tea had been opened at the studio.
Always a solid choice. I would run through a brick wall for chamomile, though, for sure.
Well, it's a little too early, Mo. We've got 2 best of 3s still.
I know, that'll make you sleepy.
Can't be having your chamomile just yet. That grandma drank. Clean as need be from Techno. So first real gun round for the Mongols, and they post it on the scoreboard. Let's see if they can go back-to-back with 9-10 now on this op. We do have a limitation, though. Eyes on Techno. Mac 10, all he's got to play with. And unfortunately here, Mongols could have already been comfortably in the 5v4. Torji now scouring outer, looking for the counter pick. And as the smoke fades, that gap opens perfectly for him.
That was a big chance. Now the power changes hands a little bit as Torji has open lines. Flash to help him get back. Spam is nearly on the money. Blitz only takes 1 bullet.
Flames in front of the trophy approach.
They want to go off this bad.
CobraZera doesn't dive it. Frag grenade will find him for an additional 40 damage.
Ooh, they were really not willing to cancel. It's kind of perfect play from Jim Pat with every piece of utility.
Yeah, nothing but flashbangs now across the board for MOUZ at 45 seconds, and still with pretty healthy looking execute to be had for the Mongols. Weird duel for Spinx outside is going to give Mzinho something to work with. Back to the 4v4 we go.
It's just that it's outside, so you don't really have to respond to it because it's this late in the round.
He's got CobraZera back there with him. That's 2 bodies for the Mongols outer. The other double trying to work towards Squeaky Door. Mac 10 entry's huge. Techno's been finding his impact in these moments. 9-10's op coverage over top is great. They drop the bomb, and they get 4 separate engagements. Every single one goes the way of the Mongols with no rebuttal out of MOUZ.
I mean, if they had not got that Techno kill in the vent, that might have been the round wrapped. So, yeah, there was a couple moments where if anybody from MOUZ got a frag, it throws things into disarray, but they couldn't get anything.
Am I crazy? I felt like MOUZ had that round in the bag for a moment. I was sure that one was going their way.
For sure, they had outs, but all those 50-50s, and also with the way the Techno's been playing, he's winning his 50-50s. It felt like the vent drop was actually just the one wrong move,
right? With bomb. What a perfect way it would have been to get things back under wraps. Instead, now already towards that B site go the Mongols, so they won't waste a moment here in round 6. That's the bomb supported by 2 additional teammates. And what was the solo Brolin M4 never even has a chance to be the hero of this round. He'll be lucky if he gets to save it. Currently kind of swarmed here between the hut and outer control that the Mongols have. Sure enough, back turn to MZinho. That'll be lethal. And a great chance for the Mongols now to kind of spread their wings here on map 1.
I've always kind of, you know, theorized that, like, there are tournament windows that you've got, and like for MOUZ, I think they unfortunately in history will be remembered for sharing the same tournament window as Vitality. Otherwise, they would have got a couple wins for themselves earlier on.
For sure.
Last year. But what that also means is that it doesn't necessarily mean just because you got second place a million times that eventually you'll get first. It actually means that, you know, if you miss that window, that's normally when roster moves happen, and that it can actually get worse, you know, for breakthrough ultimately. If you look at Astralis back when it was the Glaive Kerrigan switch, that was the move that turned them from a semifinals team, they were known as chokers at the time, to being able to turn out wins at events. Maybe they could have done that with Kerrigan on a skill basis, but they just needed a change of scenery somewhat. And so it's possible. A lot of people are thinking that might happen with MOUZ, but they also do seem like such like a tight-knit family in some sense that that's not what they want to try to do. I mean, they've stuck it out with their players for so long. And also, there's lots of teams where you can point to a player and be like, that's the one that has to go. How can you even really do that with MOUZ? Who exactly has to go?
Right, I think there are opinions floating around, whether it's a tool that needs to be sharpened or the tradesman himself. But it won't be Cyclone or Zipex because contracts renewed. Torzy versus 910 in the duel. Beautiful setup there with the boost. Such a small detail, and yet deadly opening comes through for the Mongols. Nothing but success again.
They will never waste your time. The Mongols, they keep Counter-Strike very simple, and they make simple look correct.
It's the best looking simple I've seen in 2026.
Okay.
Spinks, though, here's your answer. Double kill back. Dealt with by the nade. They'll put a swift end to him, and maybe Brolin's lucky he gets to live. The Mongols have firmly come into nuke with a statement. And even this save, no guarantee. MZinho, beautiful lurk this map, this round. Two kills to his name.
This map, for sure. He's been outside a couple times. Like,
I will come up and I will hold HE for the...
That was a nice game of chess we had here. Both ops on the line, and 910 takes the high road. It's a devilish detail that opens up the ramp, and then right there we see the floodgates just wide open. Mongols moving it quickly down into the B site. No hesitation and no need to be.
And it's the hardest flick to do is moving your mouse up. Like, there might be a couple of exceptions with people that are comfortable with that for whatever reason, but, you know, naturally speaking, that's really awkward.
That round caused for a reinforcement over towards the ramp. This time, the yet again limited MOUZ.CET side with an MP9 on Spinks. And still, for the time being, 3 pistols inside ramp room. But the thing with Mongols, sometimes they're so hard to pin down, right? You could successfully take ramp 4 rounds in a row.
Can't condition them.
Doesn't mean the Mongols are coming in the 5th. Mongols slow down slightly this round just because they know the looming threat of MOUZ going for some kind of a stack, surely.
Bomb's pretty far back here outside, so, I mean, it feels like it looks like they're going lower, but they've got to escort this back, and time is starting to run out. 40 seconds, they're pretty late to grab this. That makes it very scary, in fact. Man, is MZinho really going to walk all the way across? Ooh. Oh, and now they're going to find out there's a lot of players lower.
And Blitz, so tough to push through this door when you've got a guy on this position. And also distracted by the player in the backdrop. MOUZ have done this to damn near perfection. The slowest round out of the Mongols so far in this map, and it doesn't suit them nicely, does it?
Yeah.
They ultimately die here with no kills, offer an AK over to Brolin, another gun to be grabbed surely, and no guarantee even that these T's survive. Ooh, I thought Jimmy maybe would have another in him, but he'll be put to rest, and so, tied game.
Wow, Cyclone's hyped about that. I mean, it's great coordination. It's obviously a couple of good shots that get hit, but it's mostly getting Mongols confused by not getting the info they were looking for quickly enough. Ken, we got this ammo update, and yet 5.7 still haven't got nerfed.
Hey, man.
What's happening? Priorities.
Well, when people run out of bullets in their primaries, they're going to have to start buying more 5.7s.
I want to know the guys who would be outraged that 5.7s can no longer one-shot headshot.
I'm not allowed to say me, but... because I know you're right. Torzi, no sidearm needed. Primary's got blitz dead to rights. Better be careful, though. That threat looming on top of main? Maybe not. Maybe it's CobraZera who should have been a little more cautious with his life, because right now Torzi's on the speedway to a multi-frag moment, hunting down a third as that flank comes out from Spinks, turns around what was left of the Mongols. And MOUZ really showing no fear here in round 9. They sign up to these early engagements. They bank on their Opper's ability. He delivers the double kill. And
now
also pretty like
with them.
pretty quick, like nail in the coffin move from Spinks, who otherwise I think would sometimes kind of slow play those lurks, but this time he was right onto that rooftop, made sure we had everybody pinned down. Can we go check Techno's POV real quick? Does he have the new gloves? Switch. Can you make Techno switch to his knife, please?
I am getting dizzy.
Yeah, they are.
This is tortugas.
He's got he's got it like that.
I'm getting dizzy. And it's Shrewd's AK.
Shroud?
Shrewd?
Admin?
Uh-oh.
Got a Pasha biceps.
After time.
He hanging on, buddy. Oi!
Killing them all.
And the sidearm. Takes 4 players to push him out of it, but that is Techno's money gone.
3 for 1, though. Normally that sucks, but 3 for 1's not a bad trade.
You sell those fancy new gloves, you can buy another AK.
Yeah, that is a problem.
That was a bit of a freebie for Torzi, huh?
Yeah. That was that looked easy, but it was actually quite a nice adjustment. If he missed right there, CobraZera had him dead for sure.
And it felt like once again MongolZ was pretty ready to make a move if Torzi dies outside.
And so, you know, with those 3 deaths, it does take a lot of money out of the hands of MOUZ. Mongols are still threatening in this round. Techno on Tech 9. Or Mac 10, I should say.
Popping through into the ramp room. Jimmy gives up some space. Look at this pack.
Yeah, the 5 crawl.
It's sometimes it's horrifying how tight-knit they play. They really are the embodiment of the Horde. And Jimmy's sitting down in the Astralis plant. Bodies fall down above him. Mac 10 hits the ground. And there come the trade frags. Spinks is on the hunt as well. You've got 4 players still down here on the ground. Spinks does find one in the blitz clip. Ooh, and then pops up perfectly for the headshot on Mzinho. CobraZera brings it back, and 910 uses that window of opportunity to even things out 2v2. They don't know where these last 2 MOUZ members come in from, and they're about to get blindsided, I thought.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he noticed that a gun was sticking out. CobraZera grabs that easy.
Now, Torzi, who just rattled off a round, surely, right? Heard the op shot, unless that was 910 scared towards control, but it's all good, you'd think.
He knows, yeah.
The USP headshot connects, smoke in front of it, sees the shadow, knows he's on this control panel, and it's off in hand, but Torzi goes to the sidearm. That's fucking cool, boys. Round 6 secured here by MOUZ. dangerously close in the end.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the shadow, essentially, that makes the difference right there. It's a good clutch here from Torzy, and it's a round that I think MOUZ could have won even sooner if not for some, you know, excellent trade work. But the mistake here for the Mongols, if it wasn't understood that lore was getting taken, then, you know, maybe you don't need control and decon, and you could just rely on your smokes, get the bomb down, and go back to ramp. And then you have, like, a post-plant. But MOUZ had rotated because they were worried about lower with full control side, like 3 players waiting for him.
910 is the only Mongols player with 910 is the only Mongols player with to find an opening kill this map. Sure thing, B-Tramps.
What if we find out that he didn't write it?
Yeah. Xerxin not spamming the smoke, and good for it because we've got that player close proximity on him, but that's the duel he finds instead. So Blitz down for this one. Round 11 is a 5v4 for MOUZ yet again.
Man, they move together, man. Just like Mongols. Ooh, so much damage on that extra spray.
Nicely done, but the trades are clean, huh? Back and forth for both teams. It is still that 3v2 edge for MOUZ secured.
It's like Xerxin did, I think, an extra 50 to 2 guys, and they're still benefiting from that. 910's low. Might be able to score a plant. Oh, maybe a little bit more. That's wild. The thing is... Oh, what?
Womp womp.
How'd he cover that?
I don't know. I don't know if he just turned. I mean, he climbed that ladder pretty fast, but I didn't hear any audio.
Oh no, was it too fast? Is that what happened?
I mean, let me turn my game sound up.
Yeah, maybe he gave that away by accident. Because surely he wasn't trying to make noise, just seeing someone in hell.
I'm getting reports that Torzy saw him from below.
Oh.
Torzy just happened to turn around and clipped it, I guess.
Spidey sense.
It's that, you know. That was a call from Torzy from down beneath. Brolin reacts. You moved up that ladder fast, but not fast enough.
Thickums. This is so good. The rounds that Mongols won made it feel like they were in control of the game, and here's MOUZ just winning so many rounds. Like,
you know, I almost wish that this head-to-head in terms of results was a little more even, because it's so one-sided to the MOUZ side, but I really like this matchup.
Definitely.
Like, stylistically, like you're saying, you know, MOUZ are a good team to deal with this kind of play. It really pushes Mongols to a test.
Not gonna lie, I think that's also because Mongols versus anybody is always fun because they just play so fast.
What you're telling me is I just love the Mongols.
I think so, yeah.
Guilty. Well, here they come again. One final attempt on this T side to rock MOUZ in the ramp room. Torzy, it's just the one. Ooh, and Blitz, hot on the chase. Does allow for Xerxin to get away, but grabs the op instead.
I think they're also worried. They've taken ramp a few times, but like when they try to go lower, there's always someone in a really annoying spot waiting for them. This time it'll be Spinks making a cameo here.
He's gotten a lot of value out of control rooms so far when the Mongols do come downstairs. We've seen multiple multi-kills from Spinks.
They make the correct lean again. They've got 2 here, control side.
I think smoking him off is a good decision, but he's trying to test it as if there's a gap. Won't be able to find one. And on top of that, loses Brolin. So suddenly Spinks really has to be the difference maker. And with all 4 of the Mongols downstairs, numbers advantage here for the Mongols post plant to close out the T side, but it is low health on 2. And 910, the lowest of the 4, hits the ground. And again, Spinks isn't instantly traded back. Xerxin reveals himself, putting all the attention back on Spinks, and so the Mongols will find one for the road. A 5-round T side, something to be proud of.
There aren't that many esports organizations that have been around for as long as MOUZ have, but they're one of the first organizations that I think really took the talent side of it seriously. It paid off massively. The The number one thing probably to mention is got to be Kerrigan. You know, rewind time long enough speaks to his legacy with the game and just how much, you know, he's managed to do. And the other one probably is Nico, who was picked up, you know, pretty early on. That was, you know, that was his first escape from the Balkan scene, playing with iNation and all the rest of it, and then he came in and played with MOUZ and was essentially the whole team. It was Nico trying to carry every round for a long time there, and probably set him up for what he's been doing for the rest of his career, more or less.
By one more, the Molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shox is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
This current MOUZ core has almost too many storylines. Like the classic one is about how the roster came from the academy side and they consumed the entire team. Cyclone and his longevity with the team and what he's managed to build across multiple rosters, which I think is really impressive. And the most recent one for me is probably Brolan. Having to take over as an IGL, I still feel like under somewhat unclear circumstances, and the whole entire community, probably including myself, thought that was going to fail on almost day one. And then they managed to actually make it look amazing. I'm actually still kind of blown away by that fact. It's so hard to judge who is going to be better on MOUZ. I think it's one of the things that makes them sort of dangerous. Torshi and Exertion, they played such different roles that it's hard to match them one-to-one.
Look at the energy.
I think Torshi's explosive personality is one of the things that actually makes him insanely valuable on the team. You can tell when they're playing how much he contributes to the overall energy. But Exertion's lurking capabilities and like how much he can turn around a game on his own, for me, that's super rare, and so I'll probably pick him over everybody else. In my opinion, there's no reason why MOUZ couldn't win a major. I think they've got all of the essential ingredients. There's a certain chemistry in the team when they're winning that I think is really hard to stop. I know that they're living under the stigma of constantly almost making it and then not quite making it and, you know, losing to Vitality. All the rest of it is going to be down to, I think, coincidence and timing, and I can't see why they wouldn't be able to.
MongolZ with a bit of tenacity tonight, trying to upend what is otherwise a very lopsided head-to-head. MOUZ tend to have the MongolZ number, but 5 rounds on a T side, MOUZ know the job's not done on this opening map just yet.
No, it's definitely not. Of course, scoreline is everything, but now that we get to the second half, we can see both teams, you know, they can pull this off. It's just going to come down to who's got the better rounds, who's got the better calls. And if Techno is going to continue to be the main carry here for the MongolZ.
The MongolZ did not have a benefit of a T-side pistol win. Could really skew the score at the top of the screen if MOUZ can win this one and hold on to that momentum. And you'd think with that climb over top, Spinx was going to catch somebody off guard. Instead, he is the victim of First Blood. And CobraZera is going to extend that to the 5v3. Let's see how long they can hang on to it, because it's a quick answer by Torsi, trying to topple this lower site. Slick move by Mzinho, but Brolin's gone unnoticed. He'll find that low HP of Blitz, and Mzinho never really pushed all the way out.
Ooh.
This is Brolin trying to get the bomb away.
Oh, he missed up.
Almost escaped. Would have loved to have joined up with Jimmy and gotten the hell out of there. Instead, now it's Jimmy on the retrieval. And executed. Beautiful full house here between Mzinho with 3 frags and CobraZera on the other 2.
Yeah, that's very clean. I mean, great frags all around, and now I wonder, if we're talking about a CT comeback, how easy should this be actually for the MongolZ? Man, it was like Brolin hit his head and then got tagged, but it looked like he bounced back because of that.
Physics bit. The Mongols have not beat MOUZ in a map of Counter-Strike. A map of Counter-Strike since Perfect World Shanghai Major 2024.
That quarterfinal?
No, it's a best of 1.
Oh, okay. Because they also got 2-0'd, I think, in that quarterfinal.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
That was one of the 3 overtimes that they have had in the 15 maps.
Okay, so when's the last time they've won a map in a series?
Won a map in a best of 3?
Yeah.
They have never won a map in a best of 3 versus MOUZ.
That's an unreal stat. That's a pretty big flex.
That's a pretty big flex.
That's a pretty big flex. Yeah, we're flexing on them right now.
No, I don't want to do this anymore.
You can't escape.
Blitz down to the B site, trying to hold back these now grenadeless pistols. Spinx's solo smoke should never be enough, but maybe you don't need utility. Maybe it's just the pistol duels that managed to come through. Man advantage taken back by the Mongols, and 910 stays close enough to punish the bomb plan. So Spinx's Desert Eagle, with 37 health, now to the MP9. Oh, they just keep that pressure on. He's just not ready for them to full commit like that.
They just keep committing.
That's the thing, is the Mongols keep it on thick. And so, tied game at 7 rounds all.
Yeah, that's always going to be their signature style, and you're never going to get a break. And sometimes you can stop it, as MOUZ have shown. There's a way to stop it, but they never give up. Unconditionable, that's going to be the best thing that you can say about the Mongols. But kind of crazy that in every series now, there is this stake that even if they win a map, that's pretty historic for the Mongols in this series, in this head-to-head. And that seems entirely possible right now. Is that the recession indicator for MOUZ? They finally, after years, lose a map in a series, and they don't even have Mara there versus their arch nemesis in MOUZ.
And that's one of those sketchy realities that MOUZ are starting to face, right? Is like, this is a team that we always said, like, semifinals is guaranteed, and then it slipped a bit where it's like, playoffs is guaranteed, and that does continue. Not that they would miss out on playoffs with this loss, but when we're talking about things that MOUZ are always guaranteed, such as victory over Mongols, it's starting to slip.
Yeah, the only thing that's really it's not guaranteed for anybody is just being good forever. That's just
whoa.
Yeah.
Am I washed?
Still my goat.
Not yet. Oof. 910. Gonna try to flex the gun advantage this round, but you better be careful. Still leaning back long range on the M4s, though, making quick work of most of those outer players. Jimmy down to 7 HP, and Brolin still with just the Tech 9. But a 2v3 is a 2v3 here, MOUZ. You got a minute and 15 seconds to figure this one out.
It'd be nice for them if they had some kind of lurk opportunity, player they could prey on right now. But Cobrazera is just sort of in the ideal spot. There's no molly to get him out of this position. The guns aren't great. The HP isn't high. The one upside is he'll definitely keep peeking.
Good instant headshot. Jimmy drops lower with the bomb, but we've already got this rotation downstairs because of the ramp push that they went for, and denied. It's going to be 2 alive for the Mongols as they take one step closer to the finish line.
Yeah. This could be a big deal for them, absolutely. Because again, you look at the series and they've tried all kinds of things, and it's not, there just isn't a place where they can provably go. That's, you know, a win for them for sure to get them close to taking a series versus MOUZ. But got to be able to break ground somewhere.
These teams have played on 5 of the maps in the current pool, trying to find a way for the Mongols to break in. Nuke has started to become a consistency, or rather was a consistency in the past. First time they busted out in 2026 for this head-to-head. And it could damn well work. We've also had some close affairs in the past between these two teams, so let's not count MOUZ out just yet. Ooh, well-timed peek there from Blitz to damn near finish off Brolin. See how MZ deals with the ramp pressure, dropping utility. He's got 910 to kind of bolster his control of the situation. But 910 gets flushed back, and that's going to cause MZ to also retreat.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they just didn't like two-prong it with him still standing there. I guess that smoke coming down.
Yeah, utility pressure really got the Opera out of there. MZ didn't want to do it on his own. He floats around here, base of ramp instead. Insta-kill from Spinks. You've already got Xerxin in a good spot, but CobraZero's going to catch you off guard. Comes through with the kill to Spinks. Bomb is, trying to take that fool. Him and Techno combine. And with it, everybody dies inside that bomb site. Total stoppage of MOUZ thanks to CobraZero's triple.
That's just fantastic rifling. No other way to look at it. And, you know, the one trend that didn't exist for most of their series is they haven't had CobraZero. So he doesn't really know about this long history of losing to MOUZ, really. He's new to it. That would be a good story for them. They make this change, and then he's the guy, especially to take out, again, who is essentially their strongest competition outside of Vitality. If he can be the reason that that difference is made. And he did get all three there, and then it was Techno got one. Wow.
Yeah, his kill feed was full. Our HUD dropped one. HUD bug. All 3 kills on site, plus Techno holds back Xerxin. And I mean, Mongols haven't had to look in the rearview mirror since this CT side kicked off. This is 4 rounds in a row now on the defense, uninterrupted. And MOUZ trying to squirm their way back into this game, banking on Spinks as the solo Galil.
Awkward.
Very awkward. 910 not having the op posted and also dropped by half his health, but he'll try to spam through while he still can. And they're trying to close that gap. That's MZ dead. 910 clips Xerxin off the background. You know this Galil's getting dangerously close, and you predict the peek out of Spinks, who tries to go into this like slow walk into it. I don't know, that one, it lacked a little gusto.
It was a nice adjustment. I mean, 910 pre-aiming up top, ready for that move too.
Galil gets taken back, plus that AK retrieved. That's the bomb up in heaven now as well. We'll see if A-Site gets compromised. Staring up was Techno, but...
Oh, he's missed it. Oh, his own guns blocked that.
Yes, sir. Torzy denied thanks to his view model, and then Brolin's gonna have to try to dive this bomb site instead, but never gets out of the rafters. The Mongols to double digits first.
They might win a map. Step 1, obviously, but... That's a pretty big comeback to make.
Do you have the view, the view model switch from left to right side? Do you have that bound at all? You one of those guys that plays with that?
Yeah, I don't use it because like back in the day it would just switch, but you wouldn't be switching your gun.
Yeah.
So
now it's risky business.
Yeah.
But that is one of those moments where left-hand view model sees that player back sight. C'est la vie. That was a light buy for MOUZ. Spinks jumps around and Blitz ready for it every step of the way. Confirms more bodies outdoors. That's going to be 2 players now known to be here. Add the third that's still on the other side of smoke, but we've got this split coming into the A site very quickly. Jimmy finds timing off of that double from Xerxin, and so no guarantees here for the Mongols. Feeling like with man advantage, they could put that pressure on the incoming outer attack. Instead, it is MOUZ's chance to get this game 1 round closer.
And that's one way in which MOUZ can get criticized that some people say it's boring to watch. The actual gameplay, I cannot ride with that at all. Like, they play top-tier Counter-Strike. They can play fast and slow. They've got the tactics, the individual entries, and the explosiveness to really keep your attention. This round is an example of that. They aren't just one note about the way they approach the game.
This was that 5v4 that the Mongols decided to kind of step into. Could have gotten a frag and just let MOUZ keep crawling towards them, but nope. Mongols tried to take control of the reins. Cost them around. 10-8, Mongols still lead. Their map pick of Nuke.
And everyone's got a few bucks left over.
Nice grenade cameras, J-Raz. And Spinks took every opening duel for MOUZ this half.
Which is crazy to talk about with Spinks.
Yeah, it is insane. Great catch, B-Trams. Everybody doing a good job tonight.
For one, no.
Mzinho, nice pop-up. Knows he can't really go back into that with 11 health and multiple players waiting. 9-10 hoping somebody crests a smoke, but that's not the case. They go 3 players sliding down into secret, leaving Jimmy on his own on the lurk.
I mean, excellent time to go for that lurk out of hut if he wants to. But they want a bit more information, it looks like. Oh, Cobrazera's got his eye on it.
But it's all a matter of timing, isn't it?
But with the lower take, you're expecting Squeaky. So this is a move from Jimmy to be sneaky. It's going to get him a kill, surely. Yep.
Finds it in the end.
Really nice move here from MOUZ, man.
Just the perfect squeeze as well. And I'm so glad we cut to that camera where we see both of them holding the same thing. And Cobrazera gives it up first.
Because there's lower players. So, yeah, of course someone can lurk out of hut, even on a lower take. It just happens way less often. Usually you got a guy protecting the vent rotation.
This angle's held, but the Opper has the edge, and Jimmy takes that bullet. Drop to 20 health. That's a second body confirmed in this post plant, but it doesn't feel like the Mongols want to chance this. They're low HP.
Yeah.
Money's starting to become a problem here as MOUZ begin to catch up on this T side. And so, a nice slow burn moment and a very well called mid-round situation here for MOUZ, where they're still able to get away with 2 and a 9th round secured.
And so not a drop in the bucket, a sequence here for MOUZ. 9-10 even survives on low HP, saving in secret. Now, the money was very awkward. It might be perfect that they saved 2. There might be someone on like an MP9 here for the Mongols, but they had considerable money on a couple of guys, so it looks like buy's still very solid. They've got everything they need.
You'll find nobody behind those smokes, Mongols. This is MOUZ just letting things burn out of the gate for round 20. Is anybody going to be dislodged here? 9-10 plays against the back wall, and then Techno up in rafters. Yeah, Molly falls on him. He's going to try to get out of here.
The counter util gets him out, though.
Yep, he gets out all right, and 9-10's got that cover. Now he's allowed to lock in behind the vent, but he loses his teammate, and the pressure's on 9-10. Spinks coming through with another couple of entry headshots, a 4v2 on top of that. It felt like the hold could have still gone either way until Spinks shows up.
That, and yeah, 9-10's like, that's a shot. You've got to hit that angle. It's like perfect for you. Yeah, you're likely to get traded afterwards, but then Mzinho can get up to heaven and maybe help and make it worse. So it's a pretty good spot to die in, unfortunately. And Techno as well, even though he gets to the back of the site, he tries to fight again into hut instead of working with 9-10 to bait into that peak first so he can take the second.
Right.
Not the Absolute perfect order of events there for the Mongols. It'll be 3 in a row now for MOUZ. Very impressive to do this on T side versus full buys each and every time.
No guarantees for either team right now that these guns are held. We've got MOUZ, like you said, 3 rounds in a row, trying to build up a bit of a buffer. They lost the lead. They've tied the game again at 10 rounds all. And it may not have been a Spinks hard entry, but it is still big impact as he emerges out through that hut with the double headshot.
These mollies, but...
yeah, forced him to miss the op shot and then kept the pressure on the angle. 9-10's dead because of Spinks. And Torzy gives credit where it's due.
Wow, testy moment, man. They got the 9-10 op. They have 2 MP9s. Extremely low on utility. You know, I think for MOUZ, they know this has to be an aggressive round out of Mongols. They can't play standard and win. They can play it like an anti-force and find out what the investments are like. And for Mongols, hopefully by that time they get a kill. That's kind of what they're looking for. Trophy push. Looks high yield. No one's in here.
Sudden swarm outer and Blitz's far back angle in the garage gets traded. Good on Torzy to make sure that stays at just the 1 death. And it didn't force Spinks to really slow down in his timings either as he climbs up into heaven. He didn't have to go deal with the garage player and Blitz, so he's kept this pressure on.
Upper can get taken. I mean, MP9s can hang out, threaten that, they can peek out a hut, but that's all they can do. They can't really come back onto the site without some help.
Jimmy's going to confirm that they've pushed forward. There is still this MZ threat, though. Now they're going to know about Spinks up in the rafters. The idea of climbing heaven now feels impossible if you are the Mongols down beneath.
And another great round out of MOUZ.
You can't climb this ladder without throwing somebody at this climb up outer as well. But how many times are the Mongols just going to recede back into a save? Spinks catching Techno down beneath. Caught off guard by MZ, who barrel stuffs point blank. Does he want to take a look at this retake, though? He is playing with the kit.
So much pressure, but yeah, it's just a farce.
Yeah.
He'll be walking away. Because they've been doing a good job losing, but saving guns.
Sure.
Yeah, they want to keep that trend happening.
Yep. Keep your odds high as it is MOUZ back to the lead now on Nuke. Taking control of the game once more with a streak of rounds of their own. Now 4 consecutive without the Mongols being able to interrupt it. 11-10.
Again, so impressive. And there's a moment here where, like, okay, 9-10 misses a shot. Maybe that changes the outcome. But a couple of these rounds are so well called. It just feels like the odds are so heavily in favor of the T side. I mean, this is after losing the first death. They get the instant trade. They get really good site control. They make it an upper hit again, but they dress it up differently every single time.
I got you, bro. Let's fucking go, man.
I agree with Torzy. Honestly, the timing on the trade, letting Spinks get up into heaven. We see it catch everybody off guard from that point forward. No, nothing got squirrely there, not a missed shot.
That's another chance.
No Spinks having to come back and help. It really was just Torzy making sure things stayed on the rails. And now Zershin seeing that fallback from the Mongols outside as his chance to really threaten lower. But there's a sudden pop-up here from the double doors. Good on MZ to find that timing, just as Zershin had gotten around the corner, really put himself on a silver platter.
Yeah, he'll be pretty upset about that. MOUZ have to manufacture another frag. Oh, and there was another chance, but how many of those are you going to get now?
Right, last round, the op did get back.
How did this happen? It was Cobrazera keeping an eye on Squeaky. Now Jimmy's out.
Cobra dropped lower. Just
oh my God. Not one of these situations.
Hello. Hey there, neighbor.
They're not looking. Okay.
Bullet to the back of the head. Jimmy gets sprayed down. Awkward one here for MOUZ the moment they have a lead.
Yeah, critical situation. Mzinho's kind of being followed a bit, but they're going decon side or back to vent. Okay.
How the hell do you get Cobrazera out of this corner?
You know he's up here.
They're just going to try to frazzle him. 2 guys come flying out of the vent. Maybe you catch him off guard.
They got to wait for Spinks to help him out, right? Or are they just going to take a risk?
Spinks versus Techno.
Fun with that.
There's the second. Okay. Yep. Do it. Pistol headshot for CobraZera. That's his third kill secured. That's a very weird round for CobraZera. If you only watched it from his POV, you'd be wondering, like, is this a professional game?
Yeah. Yeah, timings are everything.
Tied game again.
Mongols have not used a timeout yet.
Oh, yeah, they don't have a coach to call them.
Are you even allowed? That's hilarious. Blitz said, I'm the captain now. They need to have, like, be able to flip that, and he's doing, like, the T sign.
Sure.
That would be so good.
This was awkward.
Yeah. Friends. I mean, to be fair, like, he was there earlier. He was protecting Squeaky, and then when he came back, they still weren't really prepared for him. They were just playing it risky because they were not getting those opening duels won. So anyone's game. Again, what's on the line here for the Mongols is winning a map in this head-to-head. They have not done that in a series, period.
One single best-of-1 victory over MOUZ in 2024. The only trophy Mongols can really point to in this matchup. And now Brolin could be putting them on the fast track to the 12th round, but it does get traded. As Zershin tries to make his move outer, 910 finds the op kill. Torzi, no trade just yet, but we could have a battle between the oppers. 910 remains down in hell as Graj is taken over by Torzi. A minute on the clock and things slow down. Lower sight's been taken over. Mzinho's got that in his back pocket. No worry there for the Mongols.
You can really see Torzi so emphatic on the comms, holding in this position where, you know, he's not going to be able to have a lot of movement, but he has a lot of vision.
910 has to remain cautious, but CobraZera is freed up to Pete's secret and nobody feels ready. Brolin gets shaved off around the corner. Bomb drop. Cobra's got both because Mzinho right behind him has this layered defense set up. And now Torzi's really got to reclaim the situation. One kill sure. Bomb possession for the Mongols. And they are on the brink of securing themselves a map point. Spinks in a 1 versus 3 takes a ton of damage in the first engagement, and so that layered up secret push from the Mongols makes the difference here in round 23.
Yeah, and we talk about this series with all the history, but again, CobraZera is a new player on this team. Here he is, top of the board. Lots of multi-kills in this CT side, and they've had to defend against a comeback now, but round 23, he delivers again. We're going into the final round of regulation, a chance for Mongols to actually close.
CobraZera deciding that the third time's the charm in this matchup.
And another part of this recipe is also 910. He puts himself in positions to have good chances at an op shot for an opening kill, but he has been missing them a couple of times. This time, he sets himself up, he hits the shot, he gets out safely. And this is what MOUZ have to work with to make it an overtime match. It'll have to be their most impressive feat so far.
In the two previous series that CobraZera's played versus MOUZ, he's posted a 0.55 and a 0.56 rating over the two maps.
He learns fast.
Is him changing that story right here, right now, and given a chance at an opening kill, but knowing it would have been risky, he decides to just stay inside of main. These are limited weaponry for MOUZ as they face a map loss versus the Mongols.
Yeah, he's the guy to watch, staying active in mini. They're trying to get a good look at him. But he's got lots of support watching Squeaky for him.
In this position, one of the ones that CobraZera really started to impress us with as he joined the Mongols, becoming this main player
40 seconds.
Here's the drop, knows that he's going to be the linchpin, and so dropping bomb again in front. Jimmy's the only one to come through with anything, and so for the first time in a best of 3, the Mongols have bested MOUZ on at least a map in the series, and slowly they've worked away at improving their nuke. This one sends a message and a shiver down MOUZ's spine. Now they'll have to come back in this with Inferno and Mirage in the wings.
It's a great start for Mongols. I mean, Nuke was their map pick. We didn't really get to touch too much on what was that veto, but the fact that they pick up Nuke for themselves and we're wondering what exactly is going to happen. And finally, Maui, breaking that loss streak when it comes to maps that you were talking about.
You got it right.
You did.
Yeah, I think something about just the way
I think we're just looking like obviously the fact that the MOUZ side is looking at a deficit here and not really closing it out. I think like MOUZ really tried to manipulate a lot of the rotation. They really tried hard to make them guessing, and I think it also just comes down to the fact that the Mongols is a team that is they just always want to be fighting. You know, they always stick their head up. They always want to be going for these fights, and it's hard to deal with all these kind of things. And it's one of those things. Whenever you play the Mongols, you know that they always want to go for these 50-50 fights. Like they always want to try and get the information. They always want to be trying to figure out where their opponents are. They're not just going to be sitting back and just let the opponents do whatever they want. And I think for the MOUZ side, it's like they also had a good start to the game, but it just ended up in a many situation that they were being a little bit too eager. Like they wanted to close it out, and it's one of those returning issues with MOUZ is that they sometimes play as if they wanted too much instead of just playing up when they get the advantage and just play out the round. And that's also a little bit of the issues that we've seen this game.
Yeah, we had to nerf you, Mao. Your predictions were too powerful that we had to mute you at the start of that segment there.
Yeah, of course, it happens. I mean, I feel like, I mean, I'm a little bit impressed, first of all, in the way that the Mongols were able to construct some of the rounds that they had there. On the flip side for MOUZ, almost a little bit frustrated by the fact that their own offense seemed to just kind of be a little bit more one note. Like the A plays were good, but as you saw there in the last round, like once they try to start taking that yard control, feels like it just gets a little stringy for them. So all the credit to a Mongols team that also, every step of the way, were willing to battle MOUZ for all the space that they were trying to take.
Yeah, and there were certain rounds where you're like, this is where it's showing, right? We saw Mongols start on CT side for themselves, and so there were some specific moments that you wanted to have a look at, Matt.
I feel like this first one, round number 4, is one where we see that it's MOUZ who actually are able to inflict first blood here. They get the kill, and on the MOUZ side, you think everything's going swimmingly, that you're able to pick up this singular kill. I think it's Exertion that takes down, or somebody else that takes down Blitz. And then as the B plan comes into play for the Mongols, I'd say that this is a bit of a mistake, Dupree. I mean, I feel like you're in a 5-on-4. Your Opper, sure, he gets forced off the angle, but mollied off is Brolin, and he decides to charge right on through that. And let's just be real. Best case scenario, he gets one and also gets traded.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm talking about when it gets a little bit too eager, because he actually wants to try and get that fight. Torch is perfectly fine. He even drops his molly and drops down. What happens now is that when Brolin goes down, it forces the rotation to be turned around, and Jimhead actually ends up in Garage getting shot in the back because he thinks that Exertion sitting in heaven is actually there to protect him. But that's not the case. That one kill that Brolin is giving up, that forces MOUZ to make a different rotation and leaves gaps that they're not aware of. And in a perfect world, Brolin would just have accepted the fact that Torch has already dropped. He dropped the molly, he can get a reposition in the lower bomb side, and he would just protect heaven because that means Exertion can put his attention to inner and everything's fine. But that it gets too eager. Like, just calm down. You have the advantage. Just play it out.
But I'm also glad that at least Mongols are able to also win on their own terms and not just punish mistakes. That's why we have round 7 also, where it shows that they're constructing good openers for themselves, that they're able to just kind of by the sheer game planning and the tactics that they implement, it's not just MOUZ mistakes that gave Mongols the T side sort of advantage they had. It's the fact that they go for the boost. They assemble the standard ramp peak boost between the Opper and the Rifler there. They spot towards the out. I mean, 9-10 hits the shot a little faster, and then they just all swarm the player that's also there in Yimpat supporting him, and then great positioning for Mazinho to punish any sort of outside rotation as well. Like, this to me was one of the more well-constructed rounds for Mongols that just went exactly how you thought it would once you started running it in practice.
And obviously getting a double opening on ramp, it is a place where you just want to be going for that ramp control, and then obviously that just puts Messinho in the perfect position because he can start off the rotation, he gets a freebie, and at that point you just need to close out the 5v2, and MongolZ did that perfectly.
So much going right for them that they close it out, but like we already mentioned them out, being able to break the streak, I feel like that does so much for you, and it's also on the side of MOUZ now where you're coming into your map pick, but you also have to wonder why did that game go so close? Yeah, there was a chance where they could have seen themselves pushing it over the line, but ultimately it just was never actually really in their hands. They were always trying to play a little bit of catch up.
I felt like we had a nice balance when we shifted to the second half of players on the Mongols just being pesky enough to sort of funnel MOUZ into a one-note game plan. That 2 of the main rounds that MOUZ won in that second half were just A-pops, more or less, which is fine. If you have that in your back pocket, you should as a professional team. But as you could see, as they tried to explore other parts of the map, the Mongols had good rotations. They were able to catch the advancements of the MOUZ players. And at that point, Brolin just, I mean, he ran out of answers. He tried in the last round to go for a slow creep towards outside, but Mongols were just extremely ready, and they proved why they were able, or why they were so confidently picking that map.
I really feel like coming into the game, like also MOUZ, they like the Mongols could have closed this one out earlier, right? But MOUZ, they actually made it to claw their way back, and I actually feel like MOUZ had they tried to use the entirety of the map. They would use the A-pops you mentioned. They would also try and go ramp, but also using a lot of secret. And I do think that's also why they managed to claw their way back to the majority of the game. But whenever they got into that stride, we had that round where Exertion, he got so much free space. He would run down and he would try and find a timing. But that's also one of the issues that I do have sometimes with Exertion. He gets so much space, but he thinks he has like the right read. He goes for a play that is not actually necessary. He throws away the advantage, and then it just spirals out of control.
It gets stringy for MOUZ.
But that's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
And also the last round, they try to get that space. They don't really get the space they want. They're left going a little back and forth, like where are we supposed to be going? The time's running down. Let's go main, And it just, that's when they forget to clear angles. They forget to, communicate and get things together. And it's like if MOUZ gets into that kind of space, they also have a tendency of not finding their way back.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you work yourself up into a bit of a fluster and you're like, this is actually ours, we can do it, and then it just really does ultimately slip away. And I think a certain player on the side of Mongols that happened to be attributed towards this is CobraZero, right? We talked to him before coming into this, we talked about him a lot, and I feel like it's only fair that we now talk about what he was able to do on Nuke.
I would say that in a lot of the rounds for CobraZero, a little bit slower to start, oftentimes just used as a spearhead here for the Mongols. But once you swapped over to the CT side, he did everything that you want. Every position that he was trying to lock down, he was good for one, oftentimes the multi-kill. He was mobile enough that he even caught MOUZ off guard at times. Like, this is what you want if you're a Mongolian fan, because Senzu was so much more dynamic. And so CobraZero coming in to try to fill those shoes. To me, the biggest complaint I've had about CobraZero, he doesn't move enough. He's not rotating enough. Sometimes he just tucks tail and just sticks on a bomb site. But this was a map where I saw him really just picking between a lot of different options, and it feels like he's understanding all of what's allotted to him when he's playing mostly that door A rifler position.
Very instrumental, and as you just saw in the highlight, the fight out of Decom was perfect. That's how you should be fighting those. Like he picks his tool correctly. He had multiple situations where he would get off the multi-kills. He was fighting back, and as you just mentioned, Mau, I think it's right that he was moving around. He had a better understanding of what was actually needed of him. He actually was in the right space a lot of the time, and he was very vital to this victory.
Massive for the side of Mongols, and we do also have to credit, like we've talked about, yes, Mongols had such a good early start for themselves. You talked about all the highlights for one of their newer players, and whilst MOUZ has been together for a year, I guess technically Spinks is still their newest player, and he also looked really good. Technically, right? I'm like, how new can we say that? But yeah, it was recent for a while now, but what he was bringing to the server.
Spinks has just been the consistent factor for a MOUZ team where other people's form, even though over the course of a 3-month stretch in a map-to-map setting, can be a little bit more up and down. Even in some of their losses, even against Foot in their quarterfinal at ESL Pro League, it was Spinks that was the best fragger in that game. He's the only one that looked like he really checked in the server. And I unfortunately say that's kind of another example that we're getting right here, where he's always able to deliver. He's always able to pick his spots, and he oftentimes even kind of chooses to, in his own moments, to be aggressive. And I would say that in contrast to someone like Exertion, who doesn't know when to stop, Spinks does. He reels himself in. Okay, well, not with a football.
Not with a dunk.
Yeah, but in other moments, in game, he's extremely. I'd say it's always a well-concerted effort for him.
He's been by far the best player from MOUZ, like at least throughout this year. Now he's the one that's putting up the numbers, and it's a returning issue for MOUZ that they do take turns on delivering, and that is also the case that it's hard when you have one player that pops off regularly, and then you like the rest of the team doesn't really seem to be helping.
I like how we had
Why
to
do we
replay
We just want to showcase that they're not that great at football either. Oh.
Well, maybe, I mean, they're good at headshots, just unfortunately also to themselves.
Oh, damn. That was good. That was well played. Well played.
Thank you. I appreciate that one. But look, MOUZ, it feels like momentum a little bit stagnated. We were wondering where exactly they were going to be coming in after what felt like, you know, a bit of a crash out at EPL. And they were like, we need to keep the energy high. I hope it's still there, Dupree, but is it that simple to break back from a map like that? One that you feel like you should be the better opponent between two?
I mean, like, now that they have Inferno, it's their comfort pick. That's the one they go for the majority of the time. And if they manage to take it into a third one, having Mirage is also a map that they have been like to pick for a while. And it's not the first time that I hear it. We also heard that whenever they played Dust 2, like, we have some issues in our map pool. That's a strict thing, and they know that they have 2 good maps coming up. So I would not count on MOUZ as of right now.
Okay, so it's not actually as doom and gloom as people might think. There's still so much more potential for MOUZ, and there's so much more potential in this series with a map number 2 after this break. Mongols picked Nuke for themselves, and they get a win on Nuke for themselves. Now we're looking at map number 2, where it is MOUZ's choice of Inferno, a comfort that's pre-coined it for them. But would you say there isn't a little bit of a history, Maui, for Mongols and Inferno too?
If you go way back to when it was, what, Blitz and Techno on the IHC lineups when they were kind of making a name for themselves in World Counter-Strike, it was their hallmark pick. But that has, unfortunately, really left them. They are a much weaker team on it now. So far this year with CobraZera, they have actually flirted with picking this one at times. And I remember watching this game that they played at Cluj against Na'Vi, and they just got completely battered. And the honest truth about it is, Blitz just isn't the same player that he was 3 years ago when they were coming onto the space. And so because he's in such a pivotal role at Banana, especially on the T side, it doesn't feel like he has the same sort of firepower individually. And I don't think that their tactics are necessarily as well drilled as somebody like MOUZ, who just can have all different variations of Banana control.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Banana control is just like, that's the name of the game when it comes to Inferno. That is why you got to be fighting for map control, but also for like getting the rounds on board. And Blitz has had a bad time coming into this one, so sure, he's also going to be targeting this one. And when you go up against MOUZ that is so comfortable on Inferno, they're in for a very hard task.
It feels like it's hard to argue against MOUZ and Inferno, the history they have there, but we've already had our expectations subverted by Mongols. Are they able to do it for a second map in a row?
Ooh, it's a good question, but I do believe that there's value in the MOUZ Inferno, and that's, you know, it's one thing to win a map, it's another thing to win the match versus MOUZ, even in a world where they are slipping a little from those constants that we previously praised them for, playoff experience, etc. Inferno, that's a hell of a tall order, I'd say.
It is. Now, last time they played, that was one of the maps where CobraZera wasn't great. The last time they played, it was a 13-10 map, so it wasn't like beyond recovery for the Mongols. They could have much better time versus 3D Max on the map. You know, 3 losses, 1 win for the Mongols in their recent games. Not a huge amount of reasons there to believe, but maybe based on form today, there's a chance that the scoreline could be a bit better. I mean, 10-13 and CobraZera was bottom fragging. We saw what he just did on Nuke.
Pistol round will feature a Banana walk-up here for MOUZ. Two players home. Grenade pin pulled there for Techno, and then he's going to let those Berettas rip. They don't go charging through it immediately. Flashbang's not going to interrupt MOUZ, and then there's the last piece of util that the Mongols had. Then there's the sudden pop. Doesn't catch them off guard. Total stoppage at that B bomb site, laughing in the attempt of MOUZ to catch them off guard.
Oh, they just had a great time. I mean, everything went picturesque. That was that smoke pop. They threw that smoke down right when MOUZ wanted to exec. They perfectly flash dodged from CT spawn. They get this first kill, which sets up an easy second one for Techno. He has another good start to the game. CobraZera went into fallback protocols. It's like they're so happy because everything that they planned for this attack, the counters, all lined up.
MOUZ have lost just 1 opening group game since Spinks joined. 11-13 to VP in Austin.
Damn. And that's that floor. They got a floor.
Some nice marble tiles. Quality grout.
I am grout.
All right, close. Hey, we removed the excess graveyard from the HUD.
Oh
that
my
request
goodness,
I made
you
yesterday.
actually got it removed?
Look at that.
Within a day.
Got it removed.
Connor's being humble. He was here all night. Removing it himself.
Yeah, you think I have the technical skills to do anything useful?
We can all use paint.
Yeah, but it moves and scales and... Ugh. I'll let the button pushers push the buttons. They let me do the talking. MOUZ, you got to do the walking. But right now, stagnant at the bottom of middle. MP9 pressed down in the hands of Blitz, supported by Techno in the backdrop. Forced team kill in the middle of that first flurry. And Techno happy to just drop utility and find Sanctuary backside. But surely MOUZ are going to still just test this.
And the push down mid as well.
Flash comes through from CT Spawn to support Techno. He shaves one player additionally off of the bomb site. And as they'll attempt that bomb plant, pressure comes through here from Coffins. Jimmy whittled down to 4. Torzy's looking for the bomb plant and a little injection of money, but they're not going to let you have it. Nicely done by the Mongols to keep the majority of live. Just that early warning sign at the base of Banana. Once MOUZ decide to make their move, even as they sprint towards the bomb site, still never a chance to plant.
You see, like, even when they're being aggressive, they're already planning to take their next risk with, you know, this 9-10 push through the smoke. And even when this B attack comes in, there's a lot of conviction in the rotations. They immediately run down mid. They know this is going to be a B pop. They're actively updating the information with Blitz at the bottom of Banana. So they land the second round. And Techno's got dualies. Mzinho as a Tech 9.
I feel like Techno is one of those players that loves to do this, though. Just keep pistols.
Yes.
I'm just happy it's not a USP, because sometimes that's what he does.
And 910 said, Mzinho, save for my op. Why don't you?
It's a certified Sanji moment.
See anything there?
Couple Tech 9s and Boiler ready to go. 9-10 on the fallback as CobraZera also gives up his forward position.
Excellent nade.
You can sense that pack of players coming here for MOUZ. One more slight adjustment from CobraZera as he's down to half of a magazine now. And a willingness to peek behind the utility just because that way they can't charge into him even if he were to die. Bolstered, of course, by that rotation in through CT spawn. So MOUZ are just kind of meeting their maker as they're slowed down to a snail's pace because of this utility.
They're moving really nicely here in terms of where MOUZ want to go right away. Plus, on the other side of the map, they always have all the map control.
CobraZera happy to just dive into the bomb site. Again, giving over the real estate to MOUZ, but not letting them in to the neighborhood. They lock it down inside of the bomb site, convert it for the 3-0 start. 2 players keeping pistols, doesn't get punished, and Mongols are off to the races.
Seriously, they look suspiciously good. We've seen the last couple of times Mongols have played Inferno, watching that, you know, it's been like, oh, it was good. And even in that game that was 10-13, it still felt like MOUZ had control, so it didn't really feel like that is a true talking point. It's just that because of the nuke win that we just saw, now I'm wondering, you know, we're like, okay, how good are Mongols playing? But this has been an interesting series of events in these last 3 rounds. Really good shooting, really good tactics. Very careful about their opening kills.
Not many kills to speak of here for MOUZ so far. 9-10, first kill in the gun round. Jimmy's got the trade, and that is it right there. Double up onto the short side. 9-10 missed chance to strike another one down. He's trying to hunt it now with the Tech 9, but he's got a set of helping hands in Techno. Bomb got dropped in the middle of all that, so they really lost some tempo. But they do catch that lurk.
Yeah, that's a push from B. They've got to take this only opportunity to just do something right away. They're probably half worried about getting beaten there, which they're right. Techno will be just in time. No smoke, so they have to fight into this. And Techno's just going to go ahead, start to cross over to Con. I mean, they know his rotation would come in, but Brolin's got the trade. Denied.
Instant headshot and a clutch demanded of 9-10. No kit here. It's deep inside of the church. The player that Brolin killed is the one that had the kit.
This will take some thinking for 9-10.
Loud steps to confirm where he is. Now they know they're just going to let him have that space. He finds the kill to Jimmy.
Oh my goodness. He got tagged.
What was almost a moment there for 9-10, but Brolin will be the sole survivor. He gets 2 kills in that 2 versus 2 rotation to the B site. Good on them catching that flank from Blitz in the apartments. But it's one of those odd moments, Mohan, where if the bomb didn't get dropped in the middle of that push, I feel like there would have been more pressure to the bomb site. He would have gotten into the 8th play. Blitz would have had the apartments flank going for him. But because things pause unexpectedly for the Mongols, they get caught flanking.
It's a life gives you lemons moment, and they make the right decision for that specific situation. Find an opportunity where there wasn't one, and it's hard for Mongols to know that they actually had them totally beat for a second. Still a very close call, not convincing by any means. And Exertion starting off a little slow here, was very strong in a few rounds back on Nuke, but he's going to be the one to really give him hell when it comes to taking Banana on T side. Oh, will they actually walk into this? Yep.
Ooh, missed chance for 910.
Yeah. He just misses a lot of his first shots.
Arch pressure now, 1 player cut off. Brolin survives. There's the kill for 910, but we get this quick readjustment. Beautiful second one for 910. Oh. There we go. Sequence inbound as he slays on their arrival.
Oh my goodness. No, who needs a first chance? 910 was ready for the full-on A attack, wanted to just encourage them to try to rush him down on the A site. That's nasty stuff.
First shots be damned. Headshot on Jimmy, that high pressure shot to Xertion, and a beautiful close. Nice! And I thought that was a pretty good decision from MOUZ. The really quick readjustment from Arch to just have those 3 players sprinting up short instead.
Yeah, and when Brolin got that kill, he wasn't supposed to.
Right?
Yeah, that was...
You'd think that would be enough to topple the defense, but 910 goes nuclear. As you said, 10-1 his scoreline now, 5 rounds into play, and it's going to send MOUZ spiraling back to upgraded pistols only. We're breaking new ground for the Mongols in this head-to-head as they have a firm control of the start of this Inferno map. And Mzino sees you jumping back towards brackets.
Yeah, that's the bomb spotted, and they've already got the flank in place.
Techno didn't skip a beat. And as he slays Xertion, nobody there to trade it immediately. He finds another headshot. It's just separate 1v1s for Techno. Fine by him. Third duel, also there for the taking on the tagged up Jimmy. And finally, an M4 hits the ground. So we'll watch MOUZ pick that up and see what kind of damage they can do in the dwindling 30 seconds left.
Now they're ready for these fast plays too. They've got the perfect counter utility in all these situations. Techno continues to just deliver high output, kick the map off. Oh, unnecessary roughness.
Trying to just pop past Cobra Zera, but no entry allowed at this A-bomb site in back-to-back rounds now. No escape either, as he just tries to tuck his head down.
This is a really worrying moment for MOUZ. But the story is, if you're watching, that Mongols are earning every single one of these situations. Like, they're kind of dominating here. And equally good on A and B. Cyclone's got ideas. Did we go the entire last map without a timeout for Mongols?
Again, they don't have a coach?
Yeah, but still, you can use timeout.
Nah, I don't know if they know that.
Pause for blitz. Like, I mean, genuinely, like, a timeout is huge even for an IGL to have. It's always been an impressive thing to be able to pack as much information as some of these callers do within a freeze time. Sometimes you get the timeout just to get extra info, and they didn't even burn one.
Not even like a blowout game where there was like a period of awkwardness, just a legit 13-11 close nail-biter of a match.
Yeah, the strong T-side comeback and everything.
No timeouts needed. Blitz knows what he's up to. see if they buck that trend coming into the second map. But with this scoreline so far, no reason to put a pause on the game from the Mongols' perspective. It's MOUZ that are left squirming, trying to get into this match. I mean, Brolin 4 kills at the top of the board for MOUZ. It's been a struggle of a game so far from Xerxin. So he'll try to tap into what he sometimes does best, this attempt at a B entry, but instead now 0 and 7 and a frag grenade that just gets over the half wall to chip away at 2.
They've already supplanted the position of the last guy. They have 2 in B. Smokes to drop this off, and yeah, MOUZ, I mean, they're still going to consider the B play with this setup. Late grenades coming in. 2 extra damage on the chips. This is kind of the round where you don't want to do too much. You want to really trust your B anchors now that the other team doesn't have 5. A lot of utility's been used.
Roland tries to pounce on the orange drop, but then the repeat from Cobra Zera is good for the double. Rock solid again.
That's chemistry.
That's 2 players versus all 5 of MOUZ.
Yeah, literally. That's, I mean, we saw it on the pistol. Perfect chemistry. I mean, that's the kind of thing where, you know, they have prep on pistol, and we saw all their protocols go perfectly. But here's a little bit of just like, I know exactly how you're going to peek in the micro, and they're baiting off each other so well, and they're hitting their shots. It's kind of insane that MOUZ don't even get a plant. That had the makings of a guaranteed at least post-plant situation, even if it's like a 1v2 or something like that. This is pretty nuts for the Mongols. Kind of loving this Inferno out of nowhere.
Fact that we've gone 7 rounds into this game, and in the 6 rounds the Mongols have won, they've not even given up a bomb plant to MOUZ. And there have been moments, even like this one, where you can see real pressure on the brink of the bomb site. Go back to the 9-10 sequence with the quad kill. Another moment where MOUZ are like 2-3 feet from the plant, and you can't even find those entries.
Yeah, no space.
It's just a very confident look out of the Mongols here for Inferno. Maybe that confidence comes from having already shown promise on this map in this head-to-head. But not just looking to win another map versus MOUZ, this time looking to dominate at this rate. MOUZ will bring decent tools for the job to the table here in round number 8. Utility for Torsi to try to set up that banana control.
Mongols didn't dump a lot of early utility on banana. They're just playing back. And I think they know they've got a certain amount of fear from MOUZ, obviously. They've done such a good job of handling it. They'll sort them later retake utility to the top of banana. But now we cross a minute, and they can be a little bit more liberal about it. That's a perfect call out again. Their HEs have been landing in all the right spots. It's still a position where if this becomes a B attack, you know, it's 2 guys. Like, one dies, the other could die without a kill easily. Spinks wants to make it a lurk. 9-10, eyes wide open.
Ooh, catching you awkwardly with nades in hand. Xerxin will get the better of Techno this time. Flashbang very interruptive from Blitz, but the pistols prevail here for MOUZ.
There's that lurk.
A triple pistol entry coming through from MOUZ, given real estate towards the B site. They get dangerously close, and the follow-through made easy.
I think Mongols almost felt like we've been aggressive every round. It's always worked, but they didn't want to bet on black too many times in a row and tried to do it a little differently. Threw in some late, deeper nades. It was more like, you know, big clan style where when they were really good, they were never really playing at the top of banana. They were just staying in the site, retake utility, deep grenades, never trying to actually fight anybody. But again, you could chip like Tech 9s down, but it doesn't really matter. They're going to just try to pack up and run towards you and get their instant headshots. They find that. So as much as Mongols have done a great job of trying to keep it fresh and have been mostly aggressive, which I think are the 2 keys to success for a good CT banana defense, this almost called for just another round where at least they have 3B or they just push down a bit more. Still, I mean, you look at it, it's just pistol shots, right?
Fucking run, boys. Nice call to that. Nice suggestion, guys.
Cyclone getting his flowers for that one.
And that's a coach we're not surprised to hear that about.
Right. And so in Mara's absence, coach advantage,
Oh,
MOUZ.
that's gonna hurt.
Xerxin, does he get away? Nades flying towards him. Still, it's the gun of Blitz that catches the headshot instead, and Brolin's got the punish with the trade frag.
They chased his ass down.
Yeah, you're not getting away.
They knew he had like 10 HP. They just wanted to make sure that he never tries that again. Man, they're going to really leave Techno here alone, though?
That's pretty wild to me.
He's got a smoke, but, I mean, he's not even preemptively using it. This might be a little too greedy from Techno. He throws it. Ooh,
Yeah,
it's not the best.
Blinding him, finding him alone inside of this bomb site as well. Awkward here that the Mongols don't decide to bolster that off Blitz death.
Yeah,
especially with what felt like him confirming there was a lot of players there in Banana.
The hard part for Techno is like you're constantly gambling mentally. If I hold this smoke to 30 seconds, I've basically won the round. If I don't think they're going to go B, I'm going to hope for that chance because it's round winning. But if I throw it early, I've got to call for help. I break apart the structure. If it becomes an A play, I've forced the team to come and try to help me for nothing. So honestly, it's just a second or two too late to actually fully stop, I think, MOUZ from thinking about running through that. But that window is all they needed.
Terrorists win. You want yeah. You want breakfast on right?
I feel like in these last couple rounds as well, though, Mongols have started to shell up a little bit. You know, previously we had these peaks down middle. We had that pressure in apartments. The convincingness of their round wins had given them a bunch of extra cash. We're starting to burn through that now as well. Here we go. Mongols taking a fight down middle. Spinks will kill 910 in the background, but Mzinho's here to support the push to bottom mid. And he's waiting for somebody to challenge him, but Jimmy feeling stubborn about just keeping himself in cover, at least while these two CT smokes remain at the base of bottom middle.
And Jifet's going to look into mid for something, but oh no, did he give the info back? Yeah, he did.
Let's found him. Oh, but Jimmy still wins the duel. What he doesn't know about is the second CT still here, and that's going to blindside you. And then as those smokes fade, MOUZ are allowed to come back from what was Banana control to just take a look at mid, and they're going to reestablish a little open space here in the 3v3. Pressure on CobraZera.
I mean, this is the move. I mean, it depends if he wins this fight or anything. Oh, gets out of there. Don't know if that vision was given over.
I think
it's
he saw
a boiler
one.
crawl now. They're going towards Arch. Mzinho's going to spot this. And get the kill.
Tucked right back in. CobraZera on the follow-through has got the last couple frags needed. Mongols have to wait a while, but after 2 rounds to MOUZ consecutive, the Mongols respond.
They might have seen CobraZera and then thought it was a one-way street, but CobraZera had already spotted somebody pushing up earlier.
Yeah.
That allowed for the Mzinho rotation to come in. And that is a moment where, like the A push, like you mentioned earlier, that helps the B player. Techno wants to play back in the site, but you've got an alt wrap and someone who can late flank Banana. Well, that becomes a more reinforced B site, just not right away. Yeah, so 7-3 and another push down mid.
Taking it back once more. Ooh, it's Mzinho with the opener. Brolin's going to emerge, catching you awkwardly, throwing grenades, but he still gets away with it.
Spray.
Frag in hand when the first player walks on his screen. Blitz doesn't miss. 3 headshots on that A1S mowdown. Takes bomb possession and will take round 11 by storm.
We didn't really talk about it, but Blitz was like the only player not getting kills back on Nuke. But again, unflappable. Doesn't really matter for him. I can't believe it's that many mid pushes in a row in one half. That's something like the best of the best. They're throwing it down on an eco, maybe an anti-eco.
Right.
But just multiple rifle rounds.
I just like that there's no hesitation to the adaptation. You lose B site 2 rounds in a row. You let MOUZ get their 2nd and 3rd round win. And then the Mongols do just adjust with this aggressive move down middle and then commit to it because they know it solved the problem in the round prior. So Blitz taking control of the situation and not off of a pause, right? We go back to the TorzI credit to Cyclone off of the tack pause when MOUZ were able to break through on that B site. Is this MongolZ just adapting on the fly? No tack pause needed.
Yeah, it's kind of a nightmare game here for Xerxin. Like, he's been countered on B, he's been taken out consistently, and he's trying to go for his opening duels, which again, that's the way that MOUZ win these T rounds. He's normally coming out ahead in trades, but not right now.
Flailing around at the bottom of the scoreboard, 1 frag, 10 deaths for Xerxin. You know, Cobra Zero really caught our attention by the end of Nuke, but we know that Techno's output was constant throughout that first map. Here he is again, leading the charge across Inferno. Again with the grenades. Spinks and Brolin down to half health. Fire's gonna chip away even further. Blitz doesn't want to go for the full commitment.
Oh, bad nade.
Techno, though, gonna still make up for it. Could have been even worse for MOUZ had that second frag grenade landed.
What is happening? They're just crushing.
A 5v3 situation for the MongolZ in the final round of their CT side. Gunning confidently for this 9-3 half. And throughout the struggles as of late with MOUZ, it feels like Inferno has kind of been at least one bastion of relief for them, right? A sanctuary where they could draw games back and push to the third and still find their victories. But right now, MongolZ are taking that from them. And the CT side yet to come, a chance for the comeback for the MOUZ squad. But today, there's something in the air, and it's different. With such a lopsided head-to-head, we thought to ourselves, MongolZ, could they ever best these beasts? This is their vitality. We kind of painted that picture at the start of this series. Well, 9-3, rock solid, and very few openings for MOUZ. 2 times they catch Techno alone towards that B site. Barring that, not much else. MongolZ in full control.
Going into the stack on lower, though.
Yeah, you're right. TorzI's AWP is here, but it's only going to be that first shot onto Magi before the penny drops. The info flows. TorzI looking for more. Oh, he's got it another. Zatara's down. TorzI racking him up, farming him up. Beautiful.
This time Chopper up towards Palace instead. He'll have Jimmy inside of the Palace. Oh, what a move. Shiro given just enough space to get around that box. Deals with his counterpart in TorzI. Palace locked onto. Chopper tries to escape. Donk is on the scene. And he's not going to waste a moment here. It's blood in the water. Spinks with the answer. This is a 2 versus 5. Sent against them. Magic's back from behind triple. Spinks a quad kill needed. 3 frags deep. 15 seconds.
The HE.
Oh, rock solid on by Xerxin. He's gonna find the kill in the back line instead. Apex stays honed in on him, now awkwardly behind this red train. Spinks with a little fight left. Flamesy to make the difference. Oh, it's a team whose wins were so elusive. And Robs is the most elusive. The esteemed Estonian to try to clutch this. Stepping forward into 2025 with nothing but it won't come yet.
He's overstressed. He doesn't even realize it, but he's watching 2 positions. But here's Jimmy. Does he have to let this go? Brolin, you gotta watch something.
From both sides, Jimmy gotta step it up. He's got Xerxin to work with. And the attack's still on out from heaven. Here on high, Xerxin able to hold it back.
Well, 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 the winds of change are a-blowing, and MOUZ unfortunately have a massive catch-up to pull off here within Inferno. They're what's been pretty capable map pick, but not today, Launders.
No, this has been a big surprise, obviously. It's been pretty impressive. I think we had something of a masterclass in that first half from the Mongols, to be completely honest. Like, all the way from the pistol to some of those later rounds, it was confident, it was aggressive, it was tactical. It was painful, I think, if you're on MOUZ. Another comeback will be needed. That could start with a pistol.
Pistol could spell disaster here. Xerxion's second kill of the map is all he's going to find here in the pistol round. Taken down after that, and Mongols could just hit this pause button. But they opt to follow through here with the utility. Orange is burning. Spink's the only guy with a line for now as his support is coming through the church. It's a quick reposition for Torzy to try to get that movement still rolling forward. 3v3 with the bomb down. Spink's dead to the smoke spam.
On the CTs,
fresh mag on the Glock.
I think they've given up exactly, where they are altogether.
We've got no kit here for MOUZ. 10-second defuse needed. 2 players within pit. And Jimmy tries to take the fight back site instead. Oh, there it goes. Double digits secured by the Mongols. 3 rounds from victory in this best-of-3 series over MOUZ for the first time in history.
Yeah, and it's like, this match in the context of the year is not huge for either of these teams, but in their history, and in terms of the threat that MOUZ have always been to Mongols in event runs, this really does say a lot, especially to their potential, and validates again, their newest member, CobraZera, who's having another fantastic map, back-to-back versus MOUZ. He struggled versus them once.
Blitz making it look easy for the first kill. But the 5-7's going to hunt him down. Brolin down to 3 HP. This is going to activate the Mongols on the A site. Good coverage here from Techno as Torzy tries to get frisky. And beyond Torzy, they will be finding no resistance within A. 11-3. Mongols lead.
It's kind of unlosable.
You had to say it. No, I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? And MOUZ are the one team that I have a hard time ever saying that they've just outright choked. And again, I'll point to that. They make some of the best comebacks as well.
Sure.
They make other teams choke, actually. When they lose, it's usually just an honest game of CS where they were a little worse. Sometimes I think the calls from Brolin will be a streak of T rounds where it's like not the most inspired all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Fair.
I don't know if it's choking or not. I wouldn't call it that personally. When Spink says all we need is that win, I think, there isn't this sort of undercurrent of, well, actually, it's nerves, but we want to make it.
Right.
It doesn't feel like that. It does feel like they just get better. They face someone better than them on the day.
No one's ever said throw everything out the window with MOUZ, because there is still a lot to praise.
Definitely. So it is they are one of the teams in moments like this that can make huge comebacks. Like, they aren't a team that, I mean, and again, like, they just don't ever get stomped by the Mongols ever, first of all. So
here we are,
we'll sit here with pursed lips and wait and see. But with Xerxion on 2 kills, I mean, again, so much of this map has to do with him. He didn't put up his end of the bargain today. Thoroughly countered, though. Wilson's coming at A. Look at this setup. Man, there's no one on Arch, no one even peeking into mid, which is wild. The rotations are going to come in silently. A lurk starts to take effect. CobraZera is going to have a lead on the rotator. This is the perfect call for the Mongols. But they don't get the kill. Okay, they get one trade.
Trade's good.
Oh, what is that, Techno?
Again.
What in the world is that?
A multi-kill mowdown from the MAC-10 again for Techno.
That was every kill. Oh, no, it wasn't every kill. It felt like it. Yeah, Xerxion's just over here on B like, I've got this site if we need it.
Whoa.
Damn, man. Techno's had an incredible series.
And that's nice to see as well, because when we talked about this new MongolZ without Senzu, there was question as to like who's going to pick up the slack. It was obviously huge shoes to fill. And it was meant to be kind of shared across because people said cobrazera can't just be Senzu. He might bring parts of him to the table, but there was still more for the others to do. And
said he was a position, and he was.
Yep. Feels like Techno has kind of taken over some of that slack himself. And in today's matchup, that is undeniable.
But surely, Connor,
yeah,
cobrazera isn't a position.
No.
You can't just replace this guy.
No.
I mean, he's the truth.
I mean, you can't even replace Mara. How many times we get a coach stand in, you know? Just like throw in the analyst or something. No, no Mara.
Mara doesn't even get to enjoy this.
They love Mara so much that they'd rather have a photo of him taped to a chair than any other human being that could have helped.
Yeah. Did they take it? They haven't taken. Have they not taken a timeout this series?
No.
Out of respect.
For the first time, the Mongols are going to beat MOUZ in a best of 3. I'll say it. Brave, I know. And they've done it without a coach. They've done it without a timeout. They've done it on this second map without a moment of doubt. Techno dominating at 20 kills, 7 deaths on this second map into the instant kill. The guy's still playing with a Galil.
4 and 15 now.
4 AK-47s around him, fast control into the apartments as well. MOUZ have no fight. And while all these other things are happening elsewhere, why don't we just keep it on Techno? Because this guy is showing no signs of slowing down. New gloves, who dis?
If you're not about Techno, it's time to join the club.
Nasty impact throughout this second one. Blitz is going to find his headshot. MOUZ have not been able to slow down the Mongols whatsoever. The 2 times that they really had control of the game was when they stormed into that B bomb site and were able to best Techno. Barring that, it has been nothing but the Mongols. And so, for the first time in history, Mongols have defeated MOUZ in a best of 3 series. A BO1 in 2024 is all they had previous to claim. And unfortunately for MOUZ, they spiral out of control in this matchup as the Mongols have left a message. They have come to play at Blast Open Rotterdam.
Yeah, it was a strong message sent there either which way, but a massive win for MongolZ. Loving everything that they were bringing. We were like, okay, a map win for yourselves on Nuke once you pick it. That's fantastic. Inferno, though, let's be real, MOUZ have had this on lock for so long, but there is just something in the Mongols' water right now that was able to break that and take it away.
A strange non-starter there for MOUZ team where they could so usually comfortably rely on an Inferno map that really they showed no strengths on. But on the flip side, Mongols, I was saying I'm not sure if Blitz is going to have it in him to actually put up those banana defenses. His form has been wavering, but he had a couple great multi-frags. cobrazera and Techno both had a couple, but my goodness, I mean, the 9-10 round on A is what I'm not going to forget.
Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, like, I think this was a little bit unusual for MOUZ, and I think that looking at MOUZ, sure, they come from an EPL defeat in the quarterfinals, and now they start the tournament off by having such a defeat. Whether this is an off day or if this is like a way forward for them, that's gonna be the big question. But today they really dropped the ball on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many more questions that we get to ask to one of our winners. Zinho, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations. What a series against MOUZ. How are you feeling right now after 2-0ing them?
Oh, yeah, we broke their streak. So
yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, when you guys won Nuke, were you like, this is it, we've won a map against them, we can take it all away from them now?
Yeah, for sure. Like, we prepared very good for them, and without coach, we need to like prepare more. So yeah, we did good preparation, and we like play same as we do in practice. So yeah.
Are you gonna be feeling now that Mara is not here to coach you guys that he should just stay home because you play better without him?
Like this, like calling. I mean, like before match, he's like giving voice message to us, like, okay, pistol round, you do this, and after like fourth round, you can like play like this, and he's like video call, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
So is anybody else stepping up? I mean, you know, when there is a timeout that's called, usually Mara is obviously going to chime in a lot, but now there's kind of a gap there. Is anybody filling the void?
I don't think so. Like Mara coach said, like, okay, you can, if you like struggling, take a timeout and like talk, but we didn't struggle, so we didn't take pause. So yeah.
Okay, I guess not for this one. Sure.
I'm curious because you know it's been a little bit up and down since Sensu has left the team, and now you got Cobrazera. How has he slotted into the team? Do you feel like you are getting back into shape? Are you improving? How's it been to bring Cobrazera into the team, and has it been hard for you guys to incorporate him?
Yeah, like after Sensu left, it was tough for us, and Cobrazera is improving like very short time. And yeah, he's doing good, and we're getting back to in shape, and yeah, but it's like not fully shaped, but yeah, getting improved.
I feel like one guy who has stepped up since Sensu's left is, to me, 910. I feel like I get a highlight out of him once a map now. How do you feel like his demeanor or like the way he's carrying himself has changed at all? Because I'm seeing it in the server.
Yeah, like he's just like, he become more brave, like 1 versus 3.
Yeah.
He was just trying to take this round and he's winning it. So yeah, I don't know. He just playing face it against them, like opponents. So yeah.
I realized that you guys didn't take a single timeout this game.
Yeah.
And was that just because it was too easy, or was it because Mara was not there?
Yeah, because Mara was not there, and we don't want to give Sikron chance, like timeout. So yeah, and Inferno, it was very clean from us. So no timeout. Yeah,
that makes sense.
What did change? Why was this Inferno so good for you? Because we're talking about Inferno being MOUZ's map, right? They have a good history on it. So what did you do exactly, do you feel, that broke that and took it away from them?
If you watch MOUZ's latest game, I think their Inferno is not good as they were. And yeah, like we did some preparation, 4 nades on Banana, and yeah, they took a lot of damage from utilities. So yeah, we did good preparation.
Yeah, it really showed. Do you guys have anything else you want to say to Zinho before we say goodbye to him?
I guess like the last thing I would say is that, you know, Techno's been on the lineup with Blitz for a really long time, and given that Mara's not there, do you find that is he trying to chime in even more now also? I mean, it feels like you guys are all just doing this as a group effort though.
Can I say again?
I guess like, okay, how is Techno actually chiming in? Because I feel like he's been with Blitz for such a long time, and they locked down Banana, like those two.
Yeah, like I don't know, they just, like their conversation is like very simple, like, okay, do this, I'm doing this. Like when Blitz throwing nades, Techno is ready for the fight, and something like that. Like very simply understand each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mzinho, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again. It was a pleasure to get to watch you take this series here. And what a well-fought battle against MOUZ it was for you there. And we're going to be seeing them continue in the upper bracket. Just giving a wave goodbye there. But yeah, we're going to see them continue in the upper bracket. Something I don't think a lot of people would expect. But it really does bring in that conversation. We thought MOUZ was going to bounce back, be really strong, but when you have so much out there, when you get studied as hard as it clearly MongolZ was able to do, there is that chance to be broken.
There's always this case that you can study really hard for your opponent and then you can get rounds off of that. But today it looked like a MOUZ that simply lost faith. That's I think it's the first time that I've actually gotten into a position where I feel like MOUZ is not believing in themselves, not believing in the calls, and I think that's one of the things. And this is a specific round that I really want to point out because they set themselves off as like an eco force here, where they do get Tech 9s and they get utility. We see Roland dropping utility onto the A bomb side, and it's a set play from spawn. You know, they know exactly what's going to happen. There's a molly that blocks off short. But look at the minimap. Like right now, the MOUZ players are just standing around. They're running. Like they're not even committing. Like they've used all their utility. It's like they're going back, and someone has either said we need to cancel, we need to do something, and that allows Tech to go through the banana smoke, get into a flank position, and then fall back and kill everyone in the side. And you know that's the issue for me right here. It's like this is one of the first time I've seen MOUZ look so discombobulated, and they just don't know where to go. Like they fall back from that set play, and then they just don't know what's gonna happen. And it also happened on Nuke that they wouldn't get that space that they were set out to go for. And then what? They need someone to take charge. I don't know if it's supposed to be Brolin or someone else or what the communication is like, but they looked like they had no idea what to do.
The fact that there's just no plan B almost means you can't cancel. If you have only 4 nades you bring into the round, you use all of them for a set piece you went over in the freeze time, you have to just go through it with it. Even if you're against all of that blocking utility, it's Inferno, everything is a choke point. There will be more counter utility coming later as the round progresses. It's not getting any easier. So I totally agree with Dupree that that kind of moment just sort of encapsulated what we're kind of seeing as the feeling in MOUZ, that you're just getting a team that just goes timid. They just go flat in these moments where they can't afford to.
You don't commit and you lose the round. You do commit, you might lose the round, but you could also win it depending on how things play out. And it feels like there really wasn't any win-win situation for MOUZ, especially with the way MongolZ individually showed up. Let's be real, it feels like you could almost make a highlight reel from every single player today on the server, but especially in Inferno. Techno, you already talked about it there when we had one of the players on. It's like he was just on another level too.
Techno was always picking up the pieces when Blitz was taking first contact at Banana. We had this flank round, of course, but a lot of the damage that he inflicted to MOUZ was after they had already deployed a lot of good opening utility. A lot of the players that he was killing were very much so softened up because of the HEs and the molly damage. I think he probably fell a little bit too in love with that pillar position. Like he used that maybe 3 times in the half, but that's when you're on one. Like that's the position where you're just flexing your mechanics and you're just dancing around a single piece of cover, just knocking heads off, and they're like bowling pins to him.
It's like this specific highlight. This is like, okay, I can just play here the entire round. We even saw him trying to go for one taps when he didn't even have to. Like he was so comfortable that he just wanted to go for it, and maybe that carried him a little bit too much away. Turning into
is that flow state though? Is that like you look at a player and you're like, bro, he's kind of almost there?
It's fine, you know. He gets his flow right. They were winning after all, but in hindsight, maybe he should also consider using a little bit different. But he went back to that one a couple of times.
Yeah. I mean, Techno, I'd even say that there have been little bursts of form from Techno. Thinking back to EWC last year where he was actually the MVP, he does have these little stretches where he can just, because he always makes the right plays. Like that's never the question with Techno, even though sometimes on the scoreboard he can end up pretty low. It's because he's just such a soldier. But when you get a soldier following all the plans to a T, but also just headshotting everybody en route, then you have a devastating force.
Yeah, and there was one more as well that we're going to talk about that we mentioned. It needs to have its honorable moment as well. Is 910. Let's be real. That man right there, it was just beautiful to get to see what he could bring to Inferno too.
It is just like, you know, 910 is like, we see him obviously mostly using the AWP, but he can also rifle. No, he's also a very capable rifle. But this round specifically where he's stuck onto the bomb side, he just gets a guy going out palace. He keeps getting these flicky shots. And I think that was actually the round prior to the one we just talked about, where they actually have to, where MOUZ is forced into using Tech 9. And it's like, MOUZ had a really good like situation coming into the A-bomb side. But the fact that 910 actually just completely demolished them, it kind of shook MOUZ a little bit, and then they kind of made them turn into this place where they didn't really believe in themselves. But yeah, well, 910 as always, you know, he is a guy that can definitely turn the heat on when it's needed.
He's a player that I really want to be in the top 20 for the year, and that's obviously what we care so much about for individuals. And I would say that much of his performance so far has merited it. I feel like from the eye test, we're legitimately getting a highlight per map from him. I just want MongolZ to go far enough in tournaments so he has enough meaningful wins, because to me, the play is already meriting that he's one of the better oppers out there right now.
What does Lawrence say about him? He said he missed too many of his first shots.
Yeah, Lawrence brought that up. He missed his first shot, and then he kills 4.
Opera, right?
Yeah.
He really put him on the bus.
That's like the worst trait you could probably have, but because sometimes you only get one. But if you could pick it up and just get a multi-kill after every first missed one.
Just half it, then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. That still feels like pretty good when you put it into perspective. And do you guys remember yesterday we took a little bit of a moment to talk about this series specifically, MOUZ and MongolZ? Most importantly, Dupree convinced us to go all in when it came to Nova shots. He's got his head down in his hands.
I take full responsibility.
Hey, we were there with
really
you, man.
Start.
We were there with you. But yeah, it wasn't great. So I might just give this one back to you, and you can try and remedy what you have caused us here. Because we did go all in. We fully believed the MOUZ.
It was probably not the wisest decision. So for everyone listening at home,
going all in?
You can go all in at times, that is for sure, but you also got to reassure yourself that it's the right decision. And obviously now we'll putting ourselves in a position where we have 596 blast coins to put out there. And Maui, do you think there's anything looking at the current stocks that looks tempting to us? Also taking into consideration the games tomorrow, maybe. How do you feel? Spirit is at a low for some reason.
I mean, I would do something crazy. Okay. I personally would do something insane.
You're normally like, we buy low, sell high. Like yesterday, you were like, we should just invest in Vitality because it's never getting cheaper.
Well, what's not getting cheaper now should be MOUZ. Okay. And you know, and the thing is that MOUZ are probably going to just be playing the loser of Vitality 9Z. I'm going to take a shot in the dark at that one.
A Vitality MOUZ matchup again, huh?
Not quite.
Calm down. Yeah. I know you're from Dota, but calm down.
Yeah. We love a good upset, but I don't. This is one where I think MOUZ are extremely safe.
Okay.
But if I'm thinking about tomorrow's matchups in particular, so we can just have some more instant gratification here, I've got to say,
Na'Vi could be a case.
Navi's kind of a fun.
That's not a bad one.
I think Navi's a fun one. I think Navi's a fun one too.
You want to go? Are we actually daring all in again, or we want to split it up so we go a little bit on MOUZ? Because I like your idea, but also
we can do 85.
maybe a little bit.
85, 15. 85 Navi, 15 MOUZ.
Huh. Can you do?
Because I feel like you want to go for someone
75.
75.
It's telling me 75. I'm pressing 75.
And this, for everyone listening on, this is just a lesson that you can also split up your stocks, so you don't have to always go on. You know, that's somewhat of a safer strategy. Just don't listen to me what I did yesterday. It's not always a great option.
Okay, well, look, it's fair that we're splitting up, you know, a little bit of what's happening over in Group A, but more importantly, what's currently happening in Group B, because that's what we're focusing on for our day number 2 here at Blast Open. We've already seen 3 series roll out for themselves, one of them getting to go to a map 3 that started off all the way with PARIVISION and NIP there, but what is left to be decided is who exactly is MongolZ going to go up against when it comes to the upper bracket. Is it going to be Vitality or 9Z?
What do you think, Maui?
I feel like
let's go 9Z.
You know, I'm known for a hot take. That is one that is a bit too scorching,
Is
even
it
for my
almost
liking.
too hot that it becomes no longer a hot take?
It almost just can only be a joke.
Cold stuff can also be warm.
But I mean, I say that there is a little bit of history between these teams. Okay, I don't know how deep we want to dive. I mean, IEM Dallas, 9Z got the better of Vitality. Okay, there was a
maybe we hold it a little bit, because I like where it's going. I do. I want to keep the conversation going, but I don't want to give it all away just yet, because the players still have to, like, you know, they have to have that time to warm up. They got to set up a little bit more, right? And we got to have a little bit of fun between now and then. There is going to be 9Z up against Vitality, but it is going to be a bit of a break before we get to see that action.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
said the fun would continue, and that's no lie at all. It's just that it's not only Blast Open Rotterdam where the fun happens for CS. There is going to be more CS happening for Blast in the future. More importantly, it's very close to what you were just talking about. You're saying the history of 9Z and Vitality happening over at Dallas. Well, just a hop, skip, and a jump away over at Fort Worth, we're going to be having Blast Rivals later this year too. So that one, you know, could be important. Maybe some more upsets there if we're not going to see it later today.
I hope so. There better be a couple of upsets. I mean, Americans love an underdog story.
That is very true.
So
that is very, very true.
Hopefully they buy their tickets. I saw that the prices are extremely reasonable too. So hopefully people go on the website and check it out.
Yeah, we could talk about the teams that are going to be there as well. Obviously, Vitality, again, that very big key to having an underdog is obviously having your #1 team there. Furia, Na'Vi, Astralis, G2 FaZe, Gamer Legion, and Foot. They are, there you go, right there on your screen.
That's a good lineup.
It is a good lineup.
You got your dark horses in teams like Foot. We'll see what G2's cooking with the latest edition of Nerds. And then you have some fan favorites like FaZe, like Astralis and Na'Vi. And then you have your heavy hitters, Vitality, Furia. It's a good show.
We like a little bit of Falcons though, but if we're looking on the other side, like Astralis and Foot, you know, two teams that I think is looking better. I mean, like Foot, it has kind of taken everyone by surprise, right? But the changes for Astralis now moving, oh my baby, moving from the international
I was about to try and make a joke.
national one moving into an international one, you know. Let's be honest, it's actually been a quite
it's good.
Upgrade. It's good.
It's
upgrade,
looking really good.
Yeah. I gotta swallow my sorrow.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna try and like dig at wounds there, but you were willing to do it yourself, Dupree. Yeah, you
They
sure?
still got your pictures in the halls.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, a lot of the trophies there are all yours at the end of the day. Yeah.
I gotta see a doctor or something.
They didn't win a single trophy without you, I don't think.
No, you're right.
No, so
now I'm happy
every
again.
single one in there. You got a claim to it.
Where would you put them? Are you putting them more in that dark horse sort of conversation as well, or you're just like, I mean, I'm happy they're showing up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with what they're showing because what they showed with Magic and Device, with all honesty, was not good. I mean, like, they're my favorite team, like, not favorite, my former teammates, obviously.
No, you could say they're your favorite former teammates.
They are my favorite and former teammates. No, but what they've been showing with Fuz in Rio, I think that's been great. I mean, I think also Hooks has stepped up tremendously. I think the lineup just seems to be working. And just in general for Astralis, it just looks like they are enjoying themselves. They feel like they enjoyed the workflow and actually playing Counter-Strike again. So that's a whole nother story, but I'm liking the direction.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like Texas loves CS as well. Like, let's be so real, the amount of events that have been there. I've seen photos, I've seen reactions of crowds there. Like, it goes wild. No event goes like a CS event. No event goes like a CS event in Texas as well.
Back to the CPL days in the 2000s, I mean, it's got a really rich history with the game. And obviously, we were in Austin last year. Crowd turnout was fantastic. That arena was shaking. When Elise got that clutch against the Mongols, I mean, it erupted. I think the Counter-Strike official Twitter still has it as their pinned tweet, that exact reaction.
That's what you gotta know.
I mean, they didn't do that for some other tournaments last year. I'm just saying, it was a Texas tournament where they still have it as a pin tweet. Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed my time going to Dallas. Whenever I got to play there, even when we worked there as an analyst, you know, that's a great time. And I think it's one of those places where you can feel like the passion for Counter-Strike is definitely there.
And also, just like a side note here, it's just that it's actually a fun city to go to. Yeah. I mean, it's got a really deep, I care about food. It's got a really deep food culture. The barbecue is killer. Some people think they have barbecue in their city, then they go to Texas and they realize, I've never tasted barbecue before this.
I will say it's so different though. Barbecue is like such an overused word because you have like Brazilian barbecue, then you have Texas barbecue, and you also have Australian barbecue, and none of those barbecues are the same because I've had all three varieties of barbecue, and they are so individual when it comes to it. But I don't want to like betray Australia, you know, and obviously Korean barbecue as well. I forgot a fourth on top of that too.
Sure.
But Texas barbecue kind of takes the cake.
The worst stomachache I've ever had was when I went to a Texas barbecue with Sonic. You know, with all due respect, Sonic's a big guy. He can eat a lot, right? And we went to that counter and we were looking at the prices and we could get like a lot of meat, right? And he was like, 500 grams each, that's not enough. And we were like, sure, let's get a kilo each.
Okay.
I think we managed to do like 500-600 grams or something. I've never felt so. I was literally.
There's no way you actually thought you could eat a kilo.
I was sweating brisket walking home from that
the meat sweats. That's what most barbecues result in.
And then you took a 12-hour nap.
No, I went to the gym.
Oh my gosh.
I had this idea that if I would go to the treadmill and just walk, you know, I would like, you know, my digested, right?
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Oh, okay.
That was horrible.
Outside of the food, what else could you really recommend highlight Fort Worth goers.
They got the stockyards too. The stockyards are where they have the big longhorns. If you've ever seen those in person, I mean, they are big animals. They got, I mean, for people that like wildlife or anything like that, I mean, technically they are cattle, but at the same time, they're just majestic beasts. Okay, they're just moseying around. They have to walk them through the center of town. Everybody watches them walk across, and then pick your bar. Then you just go get a drink right after. It's a great time. It's a hollering and hooting time.
I feel like you've already planned out my whole holiday when it comes to going to Fort Worth, when it comes to going to Blast. If the CS wasn't enough for you guys to consider going to Blast Rivals in May, then maybe the food, maybe the stockyards was enough. But the CS does continue here. We're going to go on a break. When we come back, Vitality 9Z, our final series for today.
Has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years. only saw him for a second there. The monster is back.
Let's play a game.
There are some players that are just born differently.
Some try to intimidate you.
He doesn't try to. Everything he does is deliberate.
You never really feel outplayed. You just feel late.
There is no pattern.
And they can't find him. And he's been so slippery.
He doesn't move faster. He's moved first. He makes it look easy. And that's the scary part. He was made for this.
It's not about losing to him. It's about arriving at him.
I can't believe it. Oh, he stopped. Beautiful work there from ZywOo. It is ridiculous.
ZywOo doesn't need the help. Nails every single shot. Right here, right now on Mirage. Oh my God. ZywOo knows he's gonna fight right here, right now.
The most efficient player in Counter-Strike history. No wasted ammo, no wasted movements.
Where there's a chance, there's ZywOo.
If you try to, I will catch you.
blast. Open Rotterdam Day continues its day at number 2 with our 4th and final series. Yeah, Vitality and 9Z have been waiting in the wings for a little bit to get out here on stage in our studio and show us really what they've got going for themselves as their first performance.
I think it's one of these matches that people are looking forward to watch. But if you take Vitality out of the equation, then people would probably not tune in and be so excited. I think people are excited for this one because Vitality is playing. Because everyone wants to see them do well and, you know, continue their streak and create and break more records, as if it's not been enough already.
I feel like...
you got something, a little chip on your shoulder there? Do you want me to dust it off?
I'm living my worst nightmare right now. Pinch my arm. Cool, they're still here. Right? The thing is, with everything that I also managed to achieve in my career, they're just breaking everything right now. It's not fun anymore.
It's actually like a goalpost. They're like, oh, Dupree did that, but we can do it better, so
it's
whatever.
fine.
Just one
I'm living rent-free in Apex.CET for now until he gets his 5th major.
That's actually true.
So,
and then it's rent-free in your head.
That as well. He's also rent-free. Like, we're living rent-free in each other's head right now. He will agree to that one if he gets up.
I mean, every time Apex sees you, he always has to give you a little jab.
He said that
every single time.
He said that he had a picture of me by his bedstand, just, you know, to remind. No. Just to remind himself every single day what he's chasing, and that's true. I think.
I like it. I do like it.
Maybe it's not true, but
yeah, until he surpasses you, and then he's gonna have to replace that with himself to remind him that. You know,
the next guy.
Exactly, the next guy right there. But we're actually going to focus on 9Z a little bit more because Vitality, I mean, that's a household name by now. Everyone knows what this roster is going to be able to bring for themselves. But on the side of 9Z, rebuilding themselves, let's be honest here, it hasn't been the easiest 2026 for themselves. And now we're finally seeing them come across the waters and show what they're going to be able to bring to an international event.
It is a team that's revitalized because the prodigal son in DGT has since returned. He obviously had a nice little stint with Pain, but I feel like now against South American opposition, they're showing that they're a cut above. I mean, they're on a 9-match win streak coming into this one. They've beaten a couple of the other tier 2 teams in that circuit, and so they've absolutely earned their spot here. They've also won their last 2 lands in the Brazilian space as well, or the South American space. Pardon me. However, still, seeing them against this level of opposition, it doesn't necessarily inspire you to believe that they're actually going to take it all the way versus Vitality. But if they're able to at least just play their game, stay competitive, and some individuals can pop off, they can build confidence into hopefully some other sort of European wins.
It does remind me a little bit of the situation with Tyloo yesterday, where they come from the Asian region, they beat everyone there. Now we have 9Z and beating everyone in the South American region. And then they go to Europe, and then they face Vitality, right? And I think right now for the 9Z, they know that they're going up against by far the best team in the world. Probably, man, it's going to come out of my own mouth like the greatest team of all time, right?
Wow. Wow, really? Really? You're willing to give that? Okay.
Not until they win the 5th major, but it's close.
Okay. I was gonna say, we might need to get a doctor in the building to make sure you're okay.
But the thing is, like, 9Z have nothing to lose. Like, literally, they have nothing to lose. And I think that is probably one of their strongest cards right now.
Yeah.
Like, they go into this series in a way thinking that if we just get like a couple of rounds, we play our game, we can get some confidence, we can get like a little bit of repetitions and playing against the best teams in the world. We can test our map pool. That's fine for us. If we can challenge them and actually make them sweat, that's more than enough for 9Z. If they, I mean, I don't think we're in a position where 9Z is going to bring in and actually, you know, win against Vitality, but I think it's a good test of where they might be as a team when they face a caliber of this one.
I also just like the fact that coming into it, I mean, I went back and looked at some of their games that they play in South America, and it's not just bully ball. They're not just death balling. They're not just trying to take duels across the map everywhere. They're not just letting individuals speak for themselves. They actually have a lot of different formations. They have a lot of different finishers. They have a wealth of tactics because, I mean, the core of these guys played with DGT for nearly 6 years. So they have a well-drilled playbook that even though he himself was gone to play with Pain, they just kept leveling up themselves individually. So they have a huge foundation to work with, and I feel like it's like they're getting a second honeymoon, you know? Like, it's almost like that doesn't really happen very often for these kinds of teams, but now DGT's bringing in his experience. He gets to be a star with all these new ideas, and they've leveled up at the same time.
And there's just also the case for Vitality taking a break coming into this one. You know, they hadn't spent that much time practicing, and whether that's going to be good or bad for Vitality with 9Z, you know, grinding and winning events in their own region and coming here, it might play into, I wouldn't say in 9Z's favor that they can make it very competitive, but at least maybe have a little bit of an edge to actually make it a little bit more fun.
Yeah, I think there's definitely, you know, legs for a showing here for 19. You've talked about DGT, everything that he can bring. I think there's also comfort for himself as a player coming back into an organization that he just has those internal connections with. You know, I joked about it yesterday. It felt like starting new school, right? Whilst this is a similar thing for me, it's still a whole new game, new plays. For him, that's the same thing when you go to a different org. Sometimes coming back, there's just that comfort level. It feels like I know what I can do, where my limits are, and how to push that a little bit more.
Also, he gets to speak his mother tongue again.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Hugely important. It was almost that when watching DGT with Pain, it was almost the very beginning when he was let loose, when he was able to be free because Pain didn't really iron everything out. They didn't have to develop the structure. He didn't have to play into the Big Azera system. That's when he was at his best. It was only kind of later as he played with them that it felt like he started to get stifled, that he started to fall off. Well, now he's back to his old antics. As a lurker, he gets to just test the waters on the extremities of the map. He'll take 1v1 fights if he thinks that there's an opportunity because his space-taking pack is at least drawing enough of the attention of the opponents. And so I think that DGT is one of the most skilled players that is out of South America right now. And so when he gets to actually take those kinds of challenges against Vitality's extremity players, then he gets to fully limit test, and that could actually inspire confidence even in a losing effort. If he wins a couple 50-50s versus Mezzi or Rops, that's going to feel great.
Yeah, he's been the standout player for also in the old iteration of 19. You know, there was a reason why he was picked out of Pain, or picked to Pain, because he had an outstanding performance, and then sure, that was maybe not his best time, and I think it's good for him to go back, and then we'll see where that will take him, if he's going to get another shot at another time. But seeing him back in 9C is definitely a strong card for himself, but definitely also for the team.
Yeah, I mean, there's been that shake-up for them towards the tail end of last year. We've already coined it, that rebuild for themselves there, and I actually got to speak to one of those building pieces in Mayern. You guys have been playing so many qualifiers and events, obviously in South America. Now you're coming over into an international event. How are you feeling about? How excited are you for that?
Oh, I'm feeling great. Everyone is feeling great. I think we were playing good tournaments in SA, and we are in good shape. We are in good moment to play this tournament. So excited for it.
I mean, you're coming up against Vitality, #1 team in the world. How do you prepare for that exactly?
We usually saw these demos, like we learn from them. Every time I'm seeing ZywOo demos, I very like them, and I think it's gonna be fun because we know how they play, and it's gonna be hard. They are a strong team, but yeah, it's a good challenge for us. It's the first time for this team. We are playing a Tier 1 team, and yeah.
What would look like a good start for you against Vitality? What would need to go right at the start of this series to feel good?
Actually, we need to feel like we are a good team. Like we need to start confident and try to do our thing. Like I think we're going to play our stuff. We are confident on our stuff. We know how, like their tendencies of them, but yeah, we only trying to do our thing, and that's it.
Yeah, he's talking about the confidence needed for them, and I know maybe that didn't necessarily come across in the interview. That was just because he was a little bit nervous talking English, right? I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that when it comes to CS, when they get into the server, there is going to be that confidence, and he's talking about the fact that he's watching ZywOo demos, right? He's a fan of what he's able to do. I mean, most of us are, let's be real here, but he's ready to be like, we're at an international land. We're taking it to what? You can't do that off camera. We're all fans of ZywOo, right? Right, Dupree?
I'm a fan of the guy. Okay, I'm a fan.
Okay, all right.
I'm a fan.
We're all a fan, right? And we totally get where he's coming from for that. And yeah, he's talking about everything that needs to happen for 9Z, but at the end of the day, Vitality, they're sitting at #1 for a whole reason. ZywOo, a big part of that.
Just look at the numbers. I mean, the numbers in this case really speaks for us. So like 142 for the year, you know, this guy is just a monster in every single part when it comes to Counter-Strike. He's so incredibly skilled. He's a fantastic teammate, and he is... The thing is, if he's in a team, he will have these rounds, so he'll just turn things around and win it by himself. You know, he will put a performance pretty much every single time. I feel like he's just so consistent, and obviously the way that he just plays Counter-Strike just brings so much confidence to the rest of the team. Not to mention that he's very hard to actually, you know, beat in terms of the MVP ratio, and I think that's something that's also been in the talking point of this Vitality team, because he has some very skilled teammates. But right now, ZywOo is just playing so well that it's hard to actually beat him in that race.
I would have a really hard time picking 5 players in history that I would say are smarter than ZywOo too.
Yep.
Because he has excellent mechanics. I would say nearly the best in the world at that, but still what always impresses me to this day is that he's just in the right spot where he needs to be 2 seconds before he needs to be there. So he makes it look so effortless that all of the action so comfortably comes to him. And I'd say that's due in part because Vitality is such a well-drilled team that people are calling for rotations when they need to, that they're giving him the right bits of info. But I mean, I feel like if you ask him at any point in a round, draw where you think all 5 opponents are, it's almost like a radar hack is built into his brain.
That's a fun experiment. We should try that.
Yeah,
I would love
we should try that.
Just pause the game live at this match and just say, do it now. Do it now. Where is DGT on the map?
Or he will just be like, I don't know, but he still wins.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun day when we could definitely do something like that with him there. But Vitaly, you were teasing it just before a moment ago, Maui, where you're like, yeah, it might seem that this team is indestructible, though. There's no way you're going to be able to take them down. But
it's not completely unheard of that Vitality drop a series at an event, okay? Obviously, I mean, you think about last year, the most famous one was probably the BO1 to Legacy at the Austin Major. That caught a lot of us by surprise. They go on to win the tournament. But also last year, they lost, and the last time they lost to a team that was outside the top 20 was Gentlemates at the beginning of ESL Pro League. They go on to win the tournament.
It happens.
But it does happen. So it's not completely impossible that they come back a little bit rusty, that they aren't completely in form. I still would have full expectation that they play themselves back into shape and are championship contenders, if not favorites. But we just have seen now, even with this 5-man lineup that seems nearly indestructible, one series can sometimes actually elude them.
Yeah, but it's just incredible what they're doing, right? And they also have the privilege right now where I feel like they can go to tournaments and they get these matchups where they sometimes can test their map pool a little bit. They can get in a little bit of extra like leeway of trying out some things because they know they will just win, well, most of the time win regardless, right?
yeah, and it isn't just that they get to kind of pick and choose for themselves. There's also tournaments that they get to attend, right? And that was one of the questions and things that I wanted to ask Apex and FlameC about. Apex, thank you so much for joining me. We obviously didn't see Vitality at the previous tournament, EPL, and now you guys are back for Blast Open. So what did you do with that time off?
Well, vacation, first of all. Ooh, screaming. Now we had some time off because it was pretty needed, because we had like a full month of CS, and sometimes it's better to just take a step back and have some rest. And of course, we came back and practice to get into tournaments. We have we call that blocks, and we have 4 tournaments in this block, starting by here in Copenhagen and maybe Rotterdam. So yeah, focusing on here.
And what does it do exactly for Vitality? Like, what does it do for you as a player to be able to segment it like that and have tournaments off?
Well, for me, it's really good. You know, I'm getting older. I have a long career behind me, and for me, it's really important that I know that we are working hard for a month or more sometimes, and then we have like the reward, having like a week off or sometimes a bit more. It's really needed. I mean, we're not machines, and if we want to perform at the highest level, I think my favorite thing is quality over quantity. I think it's really important, and that's what we do for a couple of years, and it's working pretty well.
And I mean, being the #1 team in the world, there's always new records, new streaks to break, things like that. Is there a certain objective for you guys here at Blast Open?
No, not really. We want to close the Grand Slam. That's one of our main goal for this block. But we have 4 tournaments. But we come with Vitality. We can each tournament to win them. So it starts by today, but step by step. We're not in that conversation yet.
Yeah. And you're talking about step by step. Obviously, something big that happened yesterday was that there was a bit of a patch drop. I know you guys aren't playing on that for Blast Open, but I want to have your point of view as to this change up and how you think that it's going to affect CS in the future.
I don't know how much it's going to affect because I need to see that. I need to feel that. I know I'm one of the players that should have like more problem with this because I shoot a lot in through smokes, etc., and I reload. So I will have to take care of that, but it's just a habit, I guess. We're not used to it yet, but in a couple of weeks, days, it's going to be over already and back in the head.
Hey, Flames, thank you so much for joining me. Obviously, 2025 was an amazing year for yourself and Vitality, but it feels like you individually for 2026 are playing even better. What do you think is attributed to this? Like, why has your form improved so much?
I think in the second season of 2025, I had a bit of a dip in form, like a big dip in form, and I took time to reflect on that and kind of saw what I could do better. And I think towards the end of the year, I stepped up my game in 2025, and I kind of keep the same habits in 2026. But I also think, you know, the team has been doing pretty good on the practice side, and I think everybody's working really hard. So it obviously makes my job easier. So I say it's like, I think it's a half-half in this case, because I feel like, you know, thanks to my team, I can also perform really well because everybody backs you up, sort of. And obviously you have great individuals who can win crazy rounds, and you keep having opportunities on opportunities, and yeah.
What would you say some of those habits are that you changed at the end of 2025 and still have now?
I think I didn't work that hard in the. I was just playing Face-It, and I thought that's enough. And I think sometimes you kind of need to look on your game and analyze more, and kind of just do a bit more prep, kind of. I think back then when I used to play Face-It, it used to work really well for me. Nowadays I need to do that, add more things on the side, and that's what I'm doing right now. And obviously some things outside of the game, but this is like just, you know, keeping being consistent in things like gym and stuff like that I slacked a bit.
That's nice to hear. And final question is, what's your prediction for your series against MongolZ?
Well, I don't like to give predictions. I think it's just CS is so up and down. You know, you could win everyone in the world and then lose to the name that you didn't expect to lose against. So I think if we play our level, if we come today strong, we'll beat them.
A lot of information coming out from Vitality. I love it. Just an open book between both of them, Apex and FlameZ there. And I like that he was owning up to sometimes I just wasn't disciplined towards the end of it. And I really worked on that. And we're seeing it translated in numbers, how they're playing. And what we're seeing on our screens right now, a veto for our series where we're going to be seeing Overpass as our first map.
I think for the side of MongolZ, I think it's important for them to just look at their own strength. But they also mentioned in their interview that they were looking at tendency. So maybe they've spotted something they can use against Vitality. But we got to be honest, like if you go up against Vitality, it's going to be tough regardless of what map you're going to be playing. And to turn it on to Vitality, you know, them picking Nuke and then starting on the T side maybe also indicates that Vitality wants to get more repetitions into the map pool, right? They want to be, you know, use it a little bit of a practice, get some more rounds in the T rounds, and, you know, really feel it out coming into the major.
Yeah, and I just think for MongolZ's Overpass, one thing is that I think they're actually pretty good at this map. I mean, I don't know if they're going to take it versus Vitality. In fact, I would say they're very likely not going to. But at least they have a variety.
A challenge is going to be there, right?
They have a lot of challenges, and they have a lot of answers for their T side. That's what I really like. I mean, I've seen them play maybe like 5 different starters on this map on their T side. So if one thing's not working, they're not a one-trick pony. They don't always have to start 3A. They don't always go for the B pops. They have a lot of different ways to get into rounds. So Vitality's gonna have to stay on their toes.
Okay, a lot of versatility is going to be coming out there, and we're going to be getting into our final series, our first map of it, Overpass with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, that's right, a little Overpass to kick this one off. It's an uphill battle for MongolZ, unfortunately, facing a team in Vitality that are 14-1 in 2026, coming into this game as well with an 11-match win streak. But the asterisk, Launders, is that event off with Pro League. You know, taking that bit of a break, the 1-month reward, that's 1 week reward, they don't work in months, that Apex wanted to kind of just enjoy vacation, refocus, and then come into this one. And we'll see how sharp Vitality can be as they attempt to hit the ground running.
Yeah, it's, I mean, you look at these stats, and, you know, this is the map that MongolZ retired RPK on, actually, in a very electric matchup once upon a time in history versus a very different lineup, 2 very different lineups. But in a map that they know and love, a map that they play a lot, and you see their win rate's good. They set up a chance on a day with both pistols and a good T-side game plan, and Vitality a little shaky. They could give them a run. We can give them that at least. So shouldn't be pushovers here.
FlameZ talking about his individual game and how sharp it's been so far this year. Lights out performances. And a good amount of consistency. But here comes the commitment into the B site. Rops is going to go down empty-handed. Wasso Peak with the double. Glock headshot back-to-back. Bodies on the ground in the B site. ZywOo's trying to find an answer before his teammates are in position. This is going to be a three-prong retake coming through from Vitality. And ZywOo, he's going to be charged down. Yeah, off that reload, DGT finds a bunch of open space. Now Apex is going to take the attention. Mezzi drops with nothing. And this is what 9Z were looking for. A T-side pistol win to try to make this difficult half all that much easier.
I love when you go to Max and he's just IRL zoomed. Like, that's how he plays CS. That's how he calls. He's somebody who's really in the action, really animated, really emphatic. And the style of play that 9Z bring are, you see some of these like kind of crouch double swings. Like, they do this a lot. It's aggressive, but it's quiet at the same time. So they find a lot of timings. They create interesting mid-round situations. They put a lot of pressure on a team. If the communication isn't that good, that's where they'll get you. So really good pistol from all perspectives. That's even with their nades missing.
ZywOo and DGT are 2 of the 3 highest rated players on Overpass this year.
It's good company.
Wowza. This is obviously, I talked about the streak of Vitality, but 9Z coming in on a 9-match win streak as well. That versus domestic competition. Kind of a parallel to draw with the Tyloo versus Furia game in our first group's matches yesterday, where Tyloo had been looking so great. We thought we were going to write them off as well on...
They almost got 3 aces in one half. So,
exactly. Yeah. So we'll see what else... Ooh, hold on. ZywOo's got the 5-7. And it's nasty. Triple kill for ZywOo on the bathrooms. Force buy panning out to perfection here for Vitality. And any hope of T-side momentum, well, that's dead in the water.
I said, no, I'm the #1 T-sided player. DGT's got an AK, so maybe he can at least end the violence here. But what a round of the ZywOo. And this is the kind of game that ZywOo can just show you who's the favorite. You know, he's not going to sit back and let his team contribute. He's going to totally stomp if he's given enough space.
We had this discussion yesterday as well about Overpass just being such a snowballable map.
Yeah.
You lose pistol, you get the triple kill 5-7. I mean, that's all ZywOo needs. He's got wind in his sails now.
Yeah. This is a lonely save here for DGT,
and
who is unfortunately being hunted at a very awkward time, but okay, after he gets this kill, I mean, it might only get worse.
Right? Surely you punish after the time expires. Now they've got him. Yeah, dead after time. Little insult to injury after the woo pops you in the bathrooms.
Damn. That's brutal. I mean, losing a second round is one thing, but dying after time with your AK save on top of losing to these 5-7 kills, it's the nature of which this really hurts. Dude, those are all headshots. Yeah, he did.
Gentlemanly. So just like that, world's #1 team is where they belong. In control of the situation with rifles, some freebies added in there, and an AK and a Galil. That's the other rough part too, right? You go into rifles there, 9Z off the pistol win.
Yeah, yeah. You're like, I'm taking this seriously. We're just going to make sure we win. We're not even going to try to make that much money. And then 5-7 gets all the kills.
We all know the call. Guys, buy rifles so we don't lose versus the force buy.
Yeah. Tried to be responsible about it, but...
spoiler.
One $500 pistol, Connor.
You done lost.
Instant headshot kills.
To the 5-7s. Actually, 5-7, singular. One $500 pistol for 3 kills. Excellent ROI. Rob's dropping nades ahead of this 9Z pounce, or at least what could have been the pounce. There we go. I was going to say, grenades are great, but you still need that kickoff kill, and DGT finds it on long. There's a second and a third.
Oh.
Pistols bouncing back here for 9Z. They gave space over Vitality, and Mezzi's going to have to bail you out of a tough spot. It's a single point of health here for Luchov. Wasso's dead, and now Hands busy off the bomb plant, but one bullet will get the job done, and Mezzi's always there, huh? When you need the guy to save the day, he's happy to lend a helping hand.
Yeah, you can count on him. And I think he went to school to be an accountant, so that makes sense.
He did.
Yeah,
but for you, but then for me it was shit because...
I love how
I just love that. I'd love to know the rest of that.
It's the sequence, right? I feel like if you give Apex a bad nade, he's going to be much more blunt about it. Whereas even when you screw up ZywOo, he goes, listen, I know that was great for you, but for me, it was a little, you know, left something to be desired. So maybe next time you can kind of think of me as well. You know, let's have fun though, all right, boys? Let's get after it.
Never heard a bad review about ZywOo.
No, sir. Not even his opponents can hate him. Hero AK here for Wasso Peak.
Man, 9Z really brought that close.
They were just given so much room. I mean,
yeah, they were.
Classic tale, right? You forego bathrooms control, you let those pistols have close proximity.
Rops is getting a little freaky with it. He did peek while blind into long, just be like, I'm going to get this frag, but couldn't see a thing.
Learned his lesson, hopefully, for their sake. No way that goes unnoticed. Yeah, Flamesy could have been a victim of that walk-up. Oof, and that's a Glock now in the corners of Connector. But that player was looking up the stairs when he was spotted, so I feel like it kind of gives away the intention of 9Z, and we start to see that shift of numbers from Vitality up towards A.
They are working on the lurk. There's no overreaction here from the CTs, but an op in place. One shot gets missed. He does see two people, however.
That's that.
And
AK.
at 30 seconds, it must be A.
Wasso going to try to peek into this off the pistols contact, maybe. Flashbang makes it awkward. ZywOo missed second chance.
Right.
And it's okay, because Robs has got it covered, including the bomb now stopped front sight. AK still in the middle of it. ZywOo's going to drop that gun, and it's 4 alive for Vitality as they secure the 3-1 lead.
It's a team that can afford a death. It's a team that can afford a few missed shots. They have the pieces in place. The extra guys. The stars.
I found it quite refreshing to have an event without Vitality in attendance.
Just to see, like...
Just to see the midfield
see how
up.
everyone else goes up against each other, yeah.
Yeah, and I saw this, you know, this MOUZ said it, but when you heard Bit on stage after the trophy lift, just kind of grab the mic from Stunna and say, you know, no Vitality, no problem. It's that kind of recognition from the opposition of Vitality that really makes it start to feel like it's kind of their time.
Yeah, I mean, even Blade does the interview here, and he goes, greatest team in history. Like,
right.
He says it outright.
Yep. This is interesting. Wasso Peaks found timing through back.
I found what? Got to catch someone in the back, maybe?
A little free space. You'd think you'd get one over ZywOo.
What even possesses ZywOo to just double check?
His sixth sense.
It might even just be one of his 5. I don't know which one he'd replace, but...
It's a tough question.
Psychic sense. Maybe taste?
Yeah,
you just get rid of taste. It's not really helping you in CS.
See ya. Rops is going to make sure that there's no tomfoolery here in Connector as he gets 3 separate engagements, one after another. Those AKs hit the ground. Nothing here for 9Z, just a stack of corpses inside Connector as far as Rops is concerned.
That was a buy round that did not look like one at all. That's way too easy for Rops.
I mean, every single one of these, though, 1v1s.
Rinse and repeat. We've casted some of the best 9Z moments ever.
Oh, dude, I've been there a long time.
Our favorite games casting 9Z. One of them was beating Vitality, obviously. Yep. The RMRs obviously was a special place for 9Z.
Oh, yeah. Antwerp, never forget. And although 9Z are no longer just fully Argentinian, the history goes even further than that. You know, you think of the Miami Flamingos that turned into Gale Force. The old Johnny Boy roster. It's a flag that's been flying in Counter-Strike for some time, and it's nice to have 9Z back at an event like this. Outside of the major circuit, you know, we always get some like America's representatives coming through the major cycles, but
yeah,
they secured their spot here at Blast as well, trying to take a swing for a spot in Rotterdam.
They were also one of those teams, they, you know, at home, you never know exactly how well they were going to play. Whenever they got the chance to play in Europe, they'd like impress you. Be like, oh my gosh, like how can they just transfer that skill? Sort of what Mongol showed us early on. We wondered exactly what their ceiling was when they would make the trip. But every day, the game just keeps getting harder. The teams get better. And the wins just, they aren't, you know, there's a point in like 2021 where it was kind of like Na'Vi, and then it was like almost Vitality, and then it was like no one else.
Sure.
You know, there just was no real competition at all.
Yeah.
But like, it feels like since then, it's just incrementally improved to the point that like Tier 2 today would crush in Tier 1, even just a few years ago. Very accelerated progress, a lot of iron sharpening iron,
and that's why Vitality kind of prioritizing an event off was so entertaining in my book. It's just the fact that we got to see kind of a midfield take a chunk out of each other. And we did get shakeups.
Everyone else in Tier 1 is just midfield, unfortunately. Yeah. It's like, there's the favorites, and then there's everyone else. Yeah, and like, even for ZywOo right now, it's like, you know, Donk is on a team where we don't know how well Spirit are going to be able to play. He had a really rough series, and so there's not even a number 2 player right now. Like, ZywOo's just, he's on his own at the top, as an op, even as a hybrid, and then Vitality are also. It felt like the dominance couldn't go up from last year because that was the 2018 Astralis. Well, boom, we have yet to see what Vitality can even do now. I mean, even other people are talking about how, I mean, even Xtaz is saying their team hasn't peaked yet because other teams are struggling right now to figure out, to find the roster that can defeat them.
Yep. Max is going to find Rops next to ZywOo, who's now finding himself alone and under pressure. Concerned about somebody else coming at him from long, but the bomb carrier is long, just further back, right? Mayern really not a part of this engagement. Trying to close that gap with an op while his teammates pressured the other side. He was hoping that ZywOo would get flushed out like that on his own, but ZywOo's already got that additional kill in his back pocket, and so 20 seconds. This op will be lucky if it gets to save. We'll see if Vitality really come hunting.
It's actually getting to an awkward time as well.
Yeah.
You see all 3 parts of the map are getting pushed. And...
ooh, fresh skins today.
Mezzi's,
Stat track? Damn!
Walking up on him. Very awkward. Kind of scared for Mayern, but looks like he'll be fine. I think.
Oh, Mezzi's got an extra second.
Nice try, he said. Oh, Mayern got the kill. Okay. Op saved.
Almost.
Mayron's got that highlight aim. I always saw clips of him on Twitter like years ago. It's never like translated to, you know, consistent top performances. I think it's the best, like most solid team that we've seen him play on, I think, so far in his career. Maybe his second really big chance, I guess you could call it. Sort of feels like a Jamyon for this lineup.
Hoping to catch a boost over towards long, but nobody's home. We've got this reposition from Vitality with just more bathrooms emphasis. The ops slowly getting closer to ZywOo's angle.
They're getting a bit spread for where the bomb's at. I mean, they can obviously come back and get this, but they're going without the inside of bathrooms.
I like that, though.
Which can create a weird timing. Oh, nice shot.
And now Robs is stuck out in the open, and the bathrooms players should be able to catch him off guard.
Oh, he's so careful.
Max is taking his time with it. Good on Robs to tuck into the cover there. We'll see if Apex is as cautious. Odds are he's not.
Nice.
So, yeah, Max has done a good job of slipping the net. And it feels like he's still considering, this push from Robs. You know Apex was coming to support somebody, so like they just keep scratching their heads as if where the hell has Robs gotten off to?
Back.
And Robs remains on the bomb site. We go 25 seconds. Robs starts to depart. And as he jumps down to the B bomb site preemptively, little does he realize 9Z are just starting to sink their teeth into A, and they will find that undefended bomb site free for the plants.
That is crazy. I mean, they didn't see Rops. They just thought maybe they'd get the kill and he'd be solo and that the guard would be down. This is kind of wild. Completely outplayed Vitality here. It's very nice. Love what we saw from Max. You know, without seeing anything, was putting a lot of pressure on Vitality to get everything cleared out so they could have confirmed information on where to stack. And you could drip feed these T-side rounds in. If you don't get a streak, whatever. You know, it's overpass. If you come away with 4 or 5 rounds on this T-side, you've done the job. So, nice that they do it with 5 alive.
He catch our attention with that one. This duel here from Mayerns just got the advantage on a ZywOo who takes one stepping forward. Logo.
What's that in French?
I don't know.
Okay, that was elite. That was absolutely elite.
Nice try, buddy. That's a little bit of ring rust, perhaps. That's what a week off will do for you.
And everyone's being super forward pressed. And I think if you're, you know, you have this like kind of dominant position, you know you're the stronger team, be aggressive as long as you can. Fall back to passive positions afterwards. I mean, you're not getting cleared now.
Robs times that one to perfection, just locking in behind the wood. Although he does lose Apex with that top connector play, and he doesn't have anybody else, so he knows that they're going to come hunt him. It's a matter of whether he feels he needs to fight his way out. And right now, Max toying with him, opening up this flank from behind. Rops knows he's pinched now. And so it's do or die. And he will find damage on Max, but he stands in this 4 versus 3 for 9Z.
He almost handled that situation. We've got low HP on a few players right now for 9Z. What they did well last round was they avoided most of their opposition, but this time there's 2 here.
There he goes.
And a first kill. Max finally gets picked off.
This is the low health player Vitality as well, trying to make a move.
He's trying to be aggressive to cut him off from going stairs. He's going to have some very early info. Yeah, that's a big play.
Again, kind of this like trickling into the single player though. Point blank, DGT will get the response back. You've got ZywOo in the bomb site to deliver, and he will on the long hold. Done with the 2 op shots out of ZywOo. Vitality right back to winning ways.
Yeah. Sometimes you look at these rounds, you're like, you just have to work so hard. And the CTs have the op. You get so much free space at the beginning of the round to push up to a place like Playground unspotted. Then you can fall back to bathrooms, you have more advantages. Then worst comes to worst, you've got the op on site. There's just so many ways to kill the clock safely. And if you can employ all those options and you've got someone like Rops who can push up by himself and be a threat even though he's like alone, you've just got so many different ways to win the round. We haven't really seen a full court press over on the B side apart from the pistol round hit. So that's something. But I'm not surprised a team like 9Z, who have a lot of reps on the map and, you know, are not one note in that regard. Wow.
Scared me for a second.
So is this real life or is that real life?
ZywOo down here on the B site, though. This could damn well catch 9Z off guard. Allows Mezzi to press in. Ooh, he's really going to go looking for it. And he finds both. ZywOo then clips Max in the background, and any kind of a setup that MongolZ thought they were about to have going for them gets ripped to shreds by MeZ and ZywOo.
I genuinely just feel bad sometimes. Like, they catch MeZ, like...
It's got to be soul-crushing,
right in the middle of a backstab. Yep. Like, it's perfect. Go ahead for the trade. Should be easy.
Setting yourself up for the B execute. You got 4 players there ready to go, and inside of the smoke comes MeZ.
Yeah, you didn't do anything risky. You were nice and patient. It was your side of the smoke you were waiting.
Fantastic read by Apex, though, to shake things up. We haven't seen ZywOo really down there going for those kinds of monster presses, but they read perfectly into it off of the pause. And FlameZ's got the other one body bagged inside of the A site. That's Vitality to the 8-2 CT lead.
So when do you think it ends?
When Vitality get 13.
I promise you it won't end then for Vitality.
Oh, you mean when does the Vitality era end?
When does the rain stop?
Well, you know what's crazy is the last thing we had to an era would have been Na'Vi, right? Prior to this Vitality.
It wasn't an era.
No, but like the close, especially now that we've seen this Vitality, it was not an era. But the last time we had such a dominant team, right?
Yeah.
And that took like global politics and a war to kind of upend and stop in its tracks.
Yeah,
it's like I don't see something. I mean, knock on wood. I don't see anything stopping this Vitality in that regard.
Let's get into it. I don't even know where this could go, but let's just get into it. Let's just get theoretical right now.
Welcome to the Blast Politics Podcast.
All right.
Ooh, nice shooting here for ZywOo. He sees more too, and he's not missing.
It's a farm.
Takes damage back. He's 15-4 off of this sequence, and this is another one of those gun rounds that just feels so flat. It almost makes you feel like MongolZ came in with pistols. It's not helping that Max has got springs in his shoes. Headshots here on a silver platter, but not able to do anything about it. Great shots from ZywOo to really put this half on ice.
I mean, it did take to think about that, though, it did take like literally a pandemic to stop Astralis.
To stop Astralis.
Yeah.
And a war to stop Na'Vi.
Yeah,
and we can't even compare Vitality to Na'Vi anymore, because it's only really just Astralis once we're at this level.
At this level? Yeah, I mean, you got Fnatic and you have SK Luminosity.
Sure. I just mean most recent Astralis to Vitality.
Sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. And also, it's like an international lineup that is like recruited just the very best, not even just from, the best of one place, which... If it works, then kind of adds to your longevity, you'd assume.
Yeah, you're not stuck in a, unfortunate situation where you can only work with one country. Like I think of Aurora sometimes, where I'm like, how many fantastic Turkish-speaking Counter-Strike players are there?
The funny part about that was, and there's a nice couple of kills, yeah. But even like Woxic on the desk talking about how communicating in Turkish is actually harder for them. They said it would have been easier to do it in English just because of the nature of the language, I guess. He said that the comms get way more chaotic.
Between ZywOo and FlameZ and sprinkle in Rops, there's been very little space for MongolZ to thrive throughout this T side. 3v5 attempt into the A site once more. At least this is where they have found success. But Rops is ready, and even with a ZywOo whiff, you've still got him making sure they can't find footing on the bomb site.
Damn.
Rock solid start to the Vitality return. 10-2 on the CT side of Overpass.
I don't even think he saw him for a second there. The monster is back.
Let's play a game.
There are some players that are just born differently.
Some try to intimidate you.
He doesn't try to. Everything he does is deliberate.
You never really feel outplayed. You just feel late.
There is no pattern.
And they can't find him. And he's been so slippery.
He doesn't move faster. He's moved first. He makes it look easy. And that's the scary part. He was made for this.
It's not about losing to him. It's about arriving at him.
I can't believe it.
Oh, he stopped. Beautiful work there from ZywOo.
It is ridiculous. ZywOo doesn't need the help. Nails every single shot.
Right here, right now on Mirage.
Oh my God. ZywOo knows he's gonna fight right here, right now.
Most efficient player in Counter-Strike history. No wasted ammo, no wasted movement.
Where there's a chance, there's ZywOo.
If you try to, I will catch you.
A comfortable double-digit half here out of Vitality as they return to bless us with their presence in the Counter-Strike server. And unfortunately for 9Z, it was always going to be a tough battle. That will not end here at the beginning of the second half. CT side could bode well for them. We'll see if it at least gets us into the respectable score lines. Right now, Vitality, a pistol and a little more effort away from victory on map 1.
Vitality are doing what they're supposed to. They're playing opened up. They're taking a lot of individual risks and basically telling 9Z, if you can beat us on this level, then we'll take it to the next one. But on that front alone, they've sort of won. They won a lot of rounds with just Rops, a lot of rounds with just ZywOo, Flamesy, Mezzy, like everyone's just sort of put up a round solo. And that leaves 9Z with 2. He's heard that, but he maybe literally heard that and thought that must be a bait. Something to draw attention, or I have an extra second.
Instead, his Berettas gifted over to ZywOo. Not the guy you want to give a pair of Berettas to. A 16-5 ZywOo with Kevlar and Berettas in a 5v4. What a slow squeeze Vitality are putting on the pistol round here.
Oh, they said just go scout A and take some frags if you want to. And he said, yeah, sure, let's do it.
And he will just rock and roll his way alone to this A bomb site. You don't give ZywOo Berettas.
He's ascending, man.
Kind of rule number 1. Max will put him on ice, but all the while, that distraction served up a perfect opening for the rest of Vitality, who are just as deadly when 4 of them are alive, and just as adamant to end this, boosting a player up next to Heaven with it smoked. I mean, talk about sweaty. You never expect Flamesy in this position, so... Oh my God. All right, respect.
Max is a genius, by the way.
He's trying to piece it together. Wasso still trying to exit through Heaven, but now he's allowed the T to get back into the cover, and he doesn't have the kit for the defuse.
That was an incredible clear.
That was a great clear. I mean, maybe the smoke makes it a bit obvious, but hey, respect. Vitality an 11-2 lead with a pistol advantage on their opponent's map pick.
It feels like at this point in ZywOo's career as well, he's kind of playing with house money. He's got his majors, his MVPs, his #1s, his insane consistency, and like he's only been more aggressive this year, which is just like that much more entertaining. Finishing off that that Furia game on Overpass, the back-to-back 4Ks, I think, to finish Krakow. And it's like, go ahead and show off, because obviously he hasn't even had the overt risky gameplay that he can do and get away with. We always joke about that. What if he gets better? We say that about some players.
Yep.
And for ZywOo, we're on year 8, I think. Year 7.
Okay, Max. It's 2 kills deep. Pinch from both sides, but Rops gets one right before he dies. That's ZywOo to 20 frags now. 14 rounds into play.
And he's still alive, and the round isn't over.
It's going to be a nasty rating here for the Vitality return to LAN. He may have taken a break, but ZywOo still found time to buy a new set of gloves as well.
Yeah, what are those, Titleist?
Your first golf joke of the year, man. Spring is coming. And they go silent into this crawl as the CTs take over control of bathrooms. They don't know their bomb site's compromised. So pushing away from this is going to guarantee the bomb plant for Vitality unless they take too much time. But 20 seconds, their hands will be forced. They have reason to be concerned about the bank and whatnot. Oh, that's it. And the kit gets picked up here as well.
Spotted.
This is a very worthy flank from Wasso. For him to just scoop up the kit like that.
Oh, spotted.
ZywOo gets wind of it. Can't win the duel.
Oh, it's Mezzy, though, in the clutch.
And he's done for. Another round for 9Z at the very least. A denial here. As those players push off of the bomb site, I think, grabbing the kit to make sure you've got that much more time in the retake and just timing it to perfection, even though you get spotted by ZywOo. The fact that you kind of frazzle him and get the better of him.
They might not win this round. Okay, they're going to go ahead and defuse now. This is a kickstart at least. I mean, it's before 12. They get the money back. They picked up a win. It's CT. Let's see if they can at least show us something about why they love this map, why they're so competitive on it. And, as good as you are, it's not like they're going to be dominating all their T-sides at home. A lot of overpass does come down to the second half.
Oh, fun fact.
That's unbelievable. What in the world?
That's insane. 5v4, of course, for Vitality regardless. You've just given ZywOo more runway to amass kills in this, what would otherwise be, short map. They scramble 9Z slightly, force them to play inside of the A site without information, and now you group yourself outside of the B site. And now off these perfectly placed flashbangs, it's space given over. Wasso trying to get back into the engagement, drops one, but second is also his. Desert Eagle's out. Oh, he's holding, and the Tech-9 here for Apex. 1v3, that's everybody spotted, and an M4 to catch them off. Jumps back in behind the pillar. He's got the bomb, and he's got a health advantage over top of Max. One bullet from either gun finishes this 1v3.
Into the op. Will he adjust for the peak? Will Max even take the bait? He's looking to...
Oh,
he's dead.
Apex secures it. Fresh as a spring chicken off his vacation. And with that, it is Vitality on 12.
Chew on that, B-Trams.
Fun fact, Apex just clutched that 1v3. The timing.
That's great.
Hell of an effort there for Wasso, getting away with switching to the sidearm. But alas.
That's your captain.
Oh. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. 2 1. The rare ZywOo hoot.
Struggle session. FAMAS, no nades.
Yikes.
No kits.
They'll try to press into playground. ZywOo ready to receive with the double kill.
Oh yeah, eat him up.
He knows odds are Fountain got pushed as well. But FlameZ falters in the face of the FAMAS.
At least 3 on A on a push. They're not expecting this to be split. 2-3 to sites now. Wasso's alone. Rotation's slow. Wasso doing a great job, though.
Yeah, trying to be the savior here as these rounds continue to come at him in this B site. Wasso to the short duel is going to lose out to Rops, and a Mach 10 timing to just confirm that Connector's under pressure. Mezzi going to toy with them as the B bomb site can be fully taken. That's the bomb on site. That's Rops smoking off bottom con to really just keep them pinned into this one. And at least they go for the long wrap around through T-spawn. Rops could back up into it, but they kind of stomp the approach. Free frag for Rops and a damn near free map for Vitality, unless Mayern can pull off this 1v2. Knowing Rops is disengaged would have given him a chance at the duel, but you don't get much of a chance versus this Vitality if you're one of the best teams in the world, let alone a 9Z looking for the upset tonight. So no ring rust whatsoever for a Vitality off of a one event pause. Their opponent's map pick secured.
Secured is maybe a nice way to put it. I feel like Vitality just showing up, not unexpected by any means, but it's always nice to see, you know, when a team takes a break, how it doesn't really affect them. This team can keep staying in top performance because, yes, whilst it isn't necessarily an even matchup, people would say, Dupree, it's still great to see what Vitality's bringing. 13-3.
I mean, Vitality is still, you know, just playing as good Counter-Strike as they did before the break. I mean, maybe they should just continue taking a little bit of breaks. They don't even have to, they don't even have to practice this point. Like, they just show up for the tournaments and then make easy work of their opponents, and then they move on. You know, from what we just saw this one around, like, it's just one thing is the team play of Vitality, but the other thing that actually stands out the most is just like the individual decisions. Because most of the time when they get into situations, it's just the individuals powering them through, and it's just everyone. Everyone is so reliable, and that's also what makes them so good. Like, you can count on everyone on that team to step up when it actually matters.
I mean, Mezzi had a moment. I felt like the one guy that wasn't going to have a moment was Apex, but then he wins a 1v2.
Dude, it was literally the same round that the fun fact comes out. He was like, what was it, 4-8, 3-8, and then he just goes on to like 1v3, clutch it off.
Yeah, I mean, there's just class exuding from every player on Vitality. It's no secret, or it's really, I mean, even though you see them have these little slumps, they're all good for a moment eventually by the end of practically every single map. There's just a million superlatives you could throw in their direction.
Yeah, when Dupree, you're like, oh, they should just keep taking a break. I thought you were going to say, like, don't go to the mages. You know, you don't need another one.
That would be a start.
It's the only way to preserve the legacy.
My legacy.
Yeah.
That's what's important here. But no, I still think there is an importance for Vitality, because when we were talking to them in the pre-game interviews, right, they're talking about you can't ever underestimate, you can't count your chickens before they hatch. You still need to show up, and at any point, anything can go wrong. And that's why you're still seeing them come up against a team like 9Z, who are the underdogs by a long shot, and they're still executing. They're not underestimating their opponents by any means. They are still executing to the T of what we know is Vitality.
You could just still see that the communication between players is always constantly active, the way they are able to just angle off of each other. Yes, the individuals also have their moments where they're able to pop off and get a couple kills on their own, which just shows the individual class. But I'd say even just live on the fly, the spacing between them is always practically picture perfect. I mean, if you ever wanted to teach somebody the fundamentals of CS, you would just send them snapshots of different parts of rounds of Vitality in motion.
Yeah, but they're doing so many things right, and I also just feel like right now with Vitality, they're just at a place where they have this fear factor. Whenever they go to a tournament, whenever they go up against an opponent, everyone's going to be thinking, oh damn, we're playing against Vitality. You know, they all, like, we had that in the trials. Well, people don't like to play against that team, and they have that right now. And for the sake of everyone watching at home, you know, usually we pick out rounds that we want to be showing people that we can, you know, tell people how to approach Counter, what they do right and wrong. But I think today we're going to be trying a little bit of a different approach. So we've actually, I've manifested and created a frag move movie with a PG-13 filter where we get a little bit of a French, a French etiquette into it. So I really want to be showcasing you guys how good Counter-Strike actually can be played in a team like Vitality.
What is this music?
We're in France.
Paint the picture for us,
we
Dupree,
we get a bit of a bit of red wine. We're sitting. We have that.
Yes.
We can see the Tower Eiffel in front of. Right. We get a bit of a croissant. A guy walking down the street with a bit of baguette on his arm. Walking with a plateau of cheese.
We're into cigarettes,
Sacre bleu.
We don't smoke. This is a smoke-free zone. We only smoke in game, right?
That's not really French.
True.
So
Nice.
just to paint this just paints the picture that everyone in the team is reliable, right? And we gotta have some fun about it, right? It's not every day we get to see a team just showing up in the way like they've done this time around. And thought it would be fun to just crack a little joke about it.
Merlot guy.
What, sorry?
The red wine. You didn't. We want more detail.
All right. I'm not much of a red wine kind of guy.
Oh.
White wine then. Okay, what white wine would you have?
Chardonnay potentially.
Okay.
Is that even French?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Pretty sure it is. Yeah. It's okay.
I like how
I just
you
needed to add to the visual imagery
My
there.
brain needed to manifest it a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I needed more details to be able to.
I think it painted a pretty nice picture of someone standing by the Eiffel Tower, not smoking obviously, but with baguettes on his arm and everything.
Taking a selfie.
A bit of croissant, right? He's so very proud of their own country.
That's the second highest thing that they do. Selfies. It's smoking and then selfies.
Yeah, exactly. That's what French people like to do. No, they actually are. They're blog posts. They're still doing blogs. They're still writing.
Unironically, I think that is like a genuine thing.
Yeah, they're journaling a lot.
They're journaling a lot for sure. And I like to know a little bit more information, just like you need more information to be able to make a prediction, because a poly market, if we were to look at what predictions you could make over there, where would you put the ratings of, we got Vitality winning it. We checked it yesterday. It's gone up. You were right, Maui. It was never going to get...
Should have got in when it was low.
We should have. It was never going to get lower than yesterday. Vitality winning a Blast Open. That's what people are kind of looking at. But what about taking this series? What would you put the percentage at?
97.
99. No, 97. Okay, that's lower than I thought.
There's a weird world. There's a super weird world, but it just seems, once per quarter, you see a Vitality stumble. And it's rare. It's rare. They'll probably still go on to win the tournament regardless of those kinds of results. But, they lost to Gentlemates last season. They lost to Legacy the season before that. I'd say once per season. But, yeah. Actually, you know what? 99.
99. You're all going to, that's what I thought.
97 actually seems too low.
Okay, Dupree.
I'll buy into it.
Yeah.
It's going to be the easy way of just saying I'm going to buy into it, because that's just how it's going to be, right? Maui likes to predict, and I'm just going to buy into this prediction.
Well, I was actually going to make you do the prediction now. What do you think is going to be the scoreline when it comes to Nuke?
Ooh, yeah, put you on the spot.
Well, they
haven't done that enough.
Vitality is starting on the T side, so there is a case that it could actually be dried out a little bit, but I'm fairly confident we are going to be seeing 13-8 for Vitality.
Ooh.
Okay.
I would take the under on rounds for 9Z there. I would say something like 13-7, 13-6.
Okay.
Yeah, the way that I think that they even stumble on some rounds is they try some new things. And I think they're only going to try a few new things.
Probably.
Okay,
not 8 new things.
Not
8 new things.
No.
What about Apex going better than, what was it, 3-8 by round 14?
I just want to see a series where a guy drops below, like it probably happened before. We want to see a series where one of the guys drops below 10 frags and still win with quite a comfortable lead.
That happens with
it happens, right? But I want to see it again, just for the fun of it, right?
All right, and you're going to be seeing a lot more CS as well, because we do have our map number 2 in Nuke just after this break. MongolZ up against Vitality. Whilst there was a potential for an upset on Overpass, it did not happen by any means. Vitality came in swinging, got that one done, and you know the chances aren't over by any means. Nuke is up next for both of them, and whilst we're having a little bit of fun there, Dupree, I couldn't help but notice when you were talking about the Eiffel Tower, Tower Eiffel, you know, whichever order you wanted to say it in. How many languages do you actually think you could say the Eiffel Tower?
I can do it in Danish. I can do it in French. I can do it in... Apparently, I couldn't do it in English.
You couldn't do it in English. That's what I'm saying. That's the one you messed up. English off the record.
What else would I don't even know what it's in, like in Swedish or like Norwegian. I have no clue.
Wow. So only 2, huh?
2.5 maybe. I think my half point is valid for English, right?
Yeah, 3.
3. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're just giving him straight up.
I would give it to him. Give him a second chance.
All right.
You know?
All right. You can have a second chance.
The Eiffel Tower, please. It's
well done.
I don't know if that one comes through on the microphone.
Tower Eiffel.
From now on, it's like the Tower Eiffel. The Tower Eiffel. All right, never mind.
It's not that funny. You really tried to make that happen in the break as well. We didn't laugh then, and we're not going to laugh on broadcast either. It's fine. We can talk about something you're way more proficient in. CS, okay? And Nuke more specifically.
I'm just in a point now. I think it's going to be another walk in the park for Vitality. I don't think there's going to be any case where 9C can bring it back, regardless of starting on the CT side. They should get more rounds, and I'm just still left in a position where Vitality is just so much better than 9C that it's not going to be a difficulty for them to close out the match.
It's hard to disagree. I feel like Vitality, the only way that this is going to get weird is if Vitality decide to get weird. If they try some new strategies out, if they try some different types of executes, I feel like that's really all you have going for you if you're 9Z here. As for 9Z, on the other hand, you just want to see any individual get a multi-frag on any site exec. Like, that's all I would ask, and I would consider that little microcosm of a situation a win in itself, even if they lose the round.
I feel like, I'm trying to root.
We're not giving them a lot.
We're really not, right? I'm really trying to root for them right now. You go to Dupree, we're going back to your player days, right? You're in there with 9Z, you're like, fuck, man, this kind of really sucks right now, okay? But you have to give them a hype conversation. You got to build them up. I need to hear it from you.
Just play without too many thoughts.
I think you need to restart that. You need to go again from the top, please.
Get your shit together, guys.
Okay.
No, at least just for the side of 9C, like it's just about realizing that they are like the heavy underdog. They can do whatever they tried, right? But the thing is, like, we even saw them laugh when Saiwu went on and like went on dualies alone. Like, they're laughing when they get killed because they're like, this is not even real.
This
one's not even real. So. Sure, there's still this case that they need to bounce back. They probably will have a chance of doing so, but it's just they also just got to be staying true to what the situation is.
I'll just say, from my limited playing experience, just as sometimes being the 9Z, where I just am almost happy to be at that stage of an event, that's all it really is. You made it through whatever qualifiers to get to this point, and now that's it. Job done. We'll get them next time, folks.
Yeah, it's sometimes stacked up against you. That's okay. I like it that they're still taking everything so lighthearted at the end of the day. It is the #1 team in the world that you're coming up against, but we get to see what is left and in store for Vitality up against 9Z with Nuke now on the cards.
The reality of every Counter-Strike professional, some days you win, some days you lose. And not to say the loss is solidified, but we are on the fast track to that reality. 9Z, nothing to lose. Go ahead, take a swing here on Nuke. Not chumps either on this map, but 13-3 on the first one surely doesn't paint a very positive picture.
Yeah, people are watching this game to sort of enjoy, you know, Vitality playing around, going crazy. Saiwu pushing, Rops pushing, them getting away with everything, Mezzi clutching, Apex clutching. So from that perspective, yeah, pressure's off. No expectations is where you can play some of your most fun CS. It's a game where you just got to enjoy the moment if you're 9Z. And I think on Overpass, if we were going to get a better series, we would have got maybe a better Overpass. Maybe not the win. I don't think we could have expected that, but maybe a closer affair there. But right now, like, Vitality just looked too dialed.
I'd say the unfortunate reality here for 9Z as well is as though they can just play for fun and whatnot. That was something that Vitality didn't have that luxury in Overpass particularly because they're coming off of the break, right? They really want to hit the ground running. They want to show no ring. You don't want to show weakness to a pack of teams that are all looking to leave their mark on Rotterdam. Now that you've got that domination behind you, I mean, you just feel like you are the same Vitality no matter what. And this is the map now where Vitality themselves could probably have a bit of fun. And if they start having fun, then suddenly 9Z have to be prepared for the unexpected. Like you said, with clutches coming through across the board and a stomping performance out of ZywOo, you've really let the leash off Vitality. Bunch of dogs gonna try to take over Nuke. They sit behind the smoke grenades. We get this cheating move into main. Mayern could be blindsided if not for Flamesy's just straight up headshot entry. Bomb site
so sneaky.
Belongs to Vitality only momentarily. Heaven retake already coming through, and Luchov clean with it.
Oh yeah.
Triple kill off the dual Berettas. Wasso's got that one mopped up, and it's the Berettas out from Heaven that catch Vitality off guard because they felt like they had taken that bomb site with ease.
I know Rops didn't get a kill from that spot, but I do just want to see that again because he was so sneaky about that, connected from the squeaky smoke to the mini smoke and got to opposite vent unspotted. But it's another map where 9Z start off right. Quick pistol win. Now again, we saw them on Overpass win the pistol, and then they bought all the best guns that they could afford, and then still ended up losing because of ZywOo's 5-7. You know they're going to be worried about something like that happening again.
Ooh, Apex going to pressure that lower site. How much of 9Z gets scrambled here?
Yeah, it's just like a loose piece. It's like they know there's one coming up the elevator.
Duh.
No way that worked.
Unbelievable. Hut players also dead after just the one. Apex around the world from down beneath. Heaven again, though, going to serve up an issue. Apex waiting for that commitment to come out of what is now all three remaining 9Z players. Damage being dealt by ZywOo. Queues up Apex. Quad kill for Mr. Matisclair.
I'm sorry, that timing, Apex? When have we ever seen that before?
Nuts.
Straight across through Secret, up the vent, the first guy to entry into A site. He kills the mini player.
Guys, a lot of flash main, okay? It's important.
Okay. It's gonna be fast.
A lot.
I didn't do it right. That sounded kind of like messy a bit.
That's all right. Work on it.
A lot.
Those flashes keep on coming. Yeah, Flamesy set up for success in this one, so they may have lost the pistol, but the force buy is all Apex.
It is funny to hear that, like, it's not, okay, 5 flashes, you know who's throwing them? A lot. Whoever's got them.
Guys, a lot.
Flood mini.
All of them. And I mean, the man knows what he wants. Perfect call as well to just overwhelm the 9Z attempt to hold that upper floor. And here comes Flamesy, boosted up into Heaven, looking for a little bit more. He'll catch Max off guard and feast. Flamesy with a quad kill after the Apex quad kill. We got multi-frags on multi-frags in this Vitality nuke kickoff.
I'll also say most fun era since Fnatic.
Ooh.
Like Astralis were a great team, and also we're fun to watch, but not as fun as Vitality.
No.
And like Fnatic were the era where I was like, man, is it ever going to get as fun as this with the way they played?
Right.
And the players and everything like that. And there we go. Apex is 5-1, fun fact.
Not a bad start to map 2. But I agree with you. I think also, I mean, it's not just the Counter-Strike they play, it's the characters they have.
Yeah.
You know, the personalities they
Apex
own.
alone, I mean, he carries an era on personality.
Chemistry between the players, too. Like watching the Apex, Mezzy, French-British rivalry, tongue-in-cheek.
Flamesy doing the British thing.
Yeah.
Mezzy just being the punching bag.
ZywOo's growth from a very quiet, I mean, forever remember the Freya ZywOo interview in Face It. No.
Yeah. To the HLTV.
The HLTV award poses with his trophy.
Yes.
Ka-chow!
Love that.
On stage. And then Rops just, you know, puts a bow on it. Pretty cool guy, that Rops. Pretty cool guy. USPs aren't going to be able to say much about this one. 5 players up as Mezi survives on 1 point of health.
Astrals had Dupree.
They did.
Yeah.
He carried them.
That was in many ways. Missed that guy.
Dupree?
Retired.
Ah, yeah.
Haven't seen him in a while.
Seen him in a while. Now, Dupree lights up a green room the same way I imagine he lit up the Astralis locker rooms.
That's messy. Teams are 0-3 converting pistols rounds this series.
True.
Yeah. Ankara, Vitality.
Guns in hand for 9Z. Let's see if they can hold on to them this time around. We get this set up inside of Hut pretty swiftly. Vitality are just brimming with confidence, aren't they? They know what they want, and it's this upper floor. It's all they've hit. Thomas one and done. As Flamesy gets the trade, Rops holds off the vent fight, but we do still have that Rafters impact from Luchov yet again.
Yeah, nice 2K for sure.
Molotov hits the ground in front of the rotation of Max, however, and that's going to buy time for Bomb to be scooped back up.
Oh, could get spammed. Can't find it, however.
Does get him off of the bomb plant attempt. Kind of flushes Apex into the back of the site. Now he's a little bit worried that main peaks could come out again.
This could be a double crawl out on a timing from Heaven.
You can re-Molotov Heaven. CT forced back, and on top of that, 40 damage. And it also secures this safe plant. But still, you can see they're concerned about the main player that's just not there anymore.
Oh, that's a ouch. Tasty grenade.
But still, Apex in an awkward spot, and so headshots come out. 9Z eat that utility damage all day long. The reposition well worth it. And that'll be their second round, this time by way of retake.
It's great to establish with all the utility damage, but it didn't slow him down. Didn't scare him either.
Can you roll your R's like that?
No. I'm not even joking. That was... I'm ill.
And Vitality are sick. Another chance for 9Z to leave an impact on this game. Mayern locking horns with one player outside, calls for reinforcements, and Vitality have numbers here as well. Secret Peek's gonna pop up, perfectly timed. Nicely done between Mayern and Luchov to just cut down Vitality to size.
Got to be quite impressed with Luchov with the performance he's putting up right now. And those 2 kills he got last round actually resulted in the ability for 9Z to win, even if it was a 2v2 with others. Under stress, he put up a nice highlight.
Loud drop back sight, though. What's Robs going to do with that information?
So many guys up.
What are you going to do with that, Robs? I mean, that's big, too. Drop, push into lobby instead.
Yeah.
Let him have ramp. Let him have hell. I see what you're up to, 9Z, but obviously the lobby push comes with the site drop. I thought maybe Robs would go back, but nope.
I mean, they are kind of like, they're taking over lobby as if they've lost outside and are worried about, they're worried about so many things. But when you're too worried, you create timings. However, they're equally hard to find, and there's more of them. Got Wasso Peak on the flank. Nobody's moved into lower just yet, but they're all coming soon.
This flank, though, is going to find its timing to perfection. Rob's flushed off the bomb site. Tries to elicit the reaction, and he's going to have Max barreling down on him. So we've got 9Z starting to piece together a CT side.
Solid play. They had the flashes, they had the players to go ahead and try to reclaim outside. Just perfectly countered the default here for Vitality.
Go, Max starting to buy into the belief as this game's tied 3-3.
Oh, Aaron saw this, but can't fight back against it just yet.
I mean, MongolZ really owned Outer last round with that secret peek. Apex picks up the responsibility of it this time. You can see MongolZ very concerned about that threat towards secret, dropping nades, going for spam, and Apex really not giving them anything to gain. Pressure into the ramp room. Mayern looking to face. His teammates stuck along the wall. Oh, beautiful! Triple from Mayern on his own.
What a spray.
Teammate along the wall, not even called upon, as it's a one-man show for the lockdown. And another moment where Vitality will be trying to play catch-up in a round they have no business winning.
That's what I'm talking about with the Jam Young aim. Perfect crosshair placement and bursts right there from Mayern. He was not really a huge part of the equation outside in some of these earlier rounds. It's a great moment for him. Rops will do his own version of that when we switch over to the CT side for them. A two-man save as MongolZ take the lead.
Perfect. MongolZ doing some damage in that one, but the missed ZywOo shot made sure that that was costly. Still, the money keeps coming for Vitality. Oh, just missed it. Messy dual outer, and still everybody all right, but deep garage position here for Max. Catches Apex unprepared. Oh, that was awkward. With
it seems like he didn't see it. Yeah, he'll end up going down.
It's that weird silo pipe. So garage control taken over by MongolZ, cleared out by ZywOo from silo, and that's a lot of space for Vitality to work with. We get this push into Hut, but nothing beyond Hut just yet from DGT. Queuing up the trophy room push, though. MongolZ, are they setting a trap for this lobby presence? Yes! Catching one on the ladder makes it awkward. That's two inside of Hut, and Luchov gets deep through trophy, but doesn't collect the kill on ZywOo. MongolZ's now got this A-site opened up.
How did he not get that kill? Luchov's been stellar, to be honest, in most of these situations. Letting that one go by is the bomb.
And MongolZ were hoping they would be able to just come back and take heaven, but the thing is, MongolZ taking over position from outside, joined up for this pinch to perfection. Ladder is going to be maintained with ease, and Vitality find a way to tie this game 4 rounds apiece. Mayern may not get away with this op. MongolZ's going to hunt him down. Vitality surviving what felt like a great setup for MongolZ. I love the call to go fight lobby.
That was like the play to make, you know, bad go to worse. It was like a safe way to aggress. They had lots of teammates involved. It was really well coordinated, and I think, you know, honestly, it's just when bad spray goes wrong, really, they get this first kill. And I think, obviously, you know, MongolZ getting in behind them is huge. You take heaven, you take the A site at the same time.
Nice!
And that's the double-edged sword of constantly moving. Even if you are working on a great idea, you do create timings.
Oh, you signed up for that fight.
Not bad, Apex.
He makes sure to win it, but slight gap in that smoke, and Apex loses his head. So it's a death that MongolZ will have to stomach, but at least for their sake, it comes with one of Vitality's players too. Max awaiting the move towards the ramp room. Caught with the utility here. They're going to be ahead of that. Yeah, that's going to make it awkward for Max. He's stuck in with the fight now.
Oh, that's so tough.
He goes down empty-handed. Rumblings of movement here for ZywOo to hear. We'll see if Vitality go all in. They're already down towards this B site. They're pressuring it for sure. Nade pops the doors open. Position behind the Molotov, and FlameZ finds Wasso. So 4v2 secured for Vitality. Not afraid to just take that ramp room down towards B, and it's a hopeful save attempt now for 9Z.
That's so much nicer than even just smoking it. They have the nade blowing the door open with the what looks like a control side molly just to shove people back, and now you have a guy who's in a corner that you'd normally be able to stand in thinking he's safe, and now he just becomes a target. I'm almost wondering if it was in the back of ZywOo's mind, hearing everybody just, you know, hit the floor in the vents.
Right.
To think, oh, do we go back upper now? No, they had it under control totally.
Yeah, good idea, Mayor. Just let it go.
Keep the op.
Rough timing on that one with the Molotov pull, but that's why you gotta stay on your toes when it comes to the ramp holds.
He can play very well, but there will be no easy rounds.
I think it was nice that Nat had a chance to catch up with FlameZ ahead of this game, discuss kind of like how he's been able to really rise to this level of consistency so far in the start of 2026. Because between these maps, you know, there's been a big drop-off for ZywOo, but FlameZ's still right up there. Sitting pretty 14-5. He's had a couple of very critical moments kind of slipping the net and getting into that A site.
Yeah, with the bombs, I know.
Yeah. What a scary thought. You know, you mentioned it earlier, how we play that game with like the superstars of what if they get better. But one of the things with Vitality is like if FlameZ starts to find this kind of a consistency this year, think about the three of them, ZywOo, Robs, and FlameZ at that level. I mean, they might just never stop winning.
Yeah, and that's why they went to go for someone like FlameZ with, you know, who was still early on.
Yep.
So much potential to show.
Free transfer, by the way.
And FlameZ, I think anything will be coming of this, but they are going for a lobby crunch. And the bomb's back in spawn. Maybe they can cut this off. Yeah, unless
there goes
Rob wasn't aware of absolutely everything.
And FlameZ spotting another one up in heaven. Vitality going to make sure that they minimize any potential mistakes here, but full control in round 10 for the 6-4 lead.
I was really sauna buddies with FlameZ back at Cluj. Every time I'd go there, he'd be down there.
Yep.
And until you're in the sauna, you're talking about health stuff.
That's fair.
Obviously.
Yep.
How to optimize your day.
Just talking about the newest JRE.
Jury?
It's the Joe Rogan Experience.
Oh, okay. No, it was more talking about like the health guys, I guess, but also what he's been doing in his routine that's helped him be more consistent.
Sure.
But that was like a huge focus for him because there's like a ton of things. But he was saying when he had a dip in consistency last year, it was a lot of like what kind of nutrition, how much time in the gym and when, and like the structure that FlameZ's got and the structure that everyone, I mean, go look at pictures of them from 3 years ago. They all looked great and healthy, but like you look at them and compare them to today.
Oh yeah.
Like they're all like performance animals inside and outside of the game.
I think Mezzi's the guy who actually hasn't gotten that credit yet, but you go look at Mezzi from like Shanghai. I was watching the Durex content that he was in.
The Durex content.
Now watch Mezzi. I mean, you always see Mezzi with Apex at the gym. Go look at Apex's Instagram story right now, by the way, if you want to see his build. And they're all just, like you said, performance beasts. We're min-maxing Vitality so that this era never ends.
I mean, that'll be one of the reasons, for sure.
At least in the conversation
some people
of consistency.
fall off when they get healthier, right? Sometimes it's actually not a good idea.
Well, it's that golden ratio we always talk about in Counter-Strike, right? Big guy buff, you need the balance.
Yeah, you need one heavy god per team.
Yep.
Usually. Not anymore, apparently.
Dodged.
Fun is dead.
Apex hanging on to just a sliver of vision as they rotate down the vent. DGT says to hell with this, takes the fight, takes lobby control. Bomb plant still uncontested as Rops hangs on to the double door and Mezzi holds the other side. Yeah, easy for this post-plant hold. Vitality do not let you in an inch. But yeah, if you want to see a shirtless picture of Apex, it's on Instagram right now.
You mentioned that. I wondered how much time you spent on there.
Just going to bring it up a second time.
I might go check it out right now.
Let's go take a look. He's in the middle of a cut. 3 weeks left in his cut. Says it's hard to have cuts when you're traveling. It's one of the hardest things to hang on to.
Oh, is there a lot of details on there about like the plan?
Just a little bit.
That's fun.
But nowadays, you see Mezzi and Apex always side by side at the hotels, hitting the gym together.
Okay.
Feels like Mezzi's been infected with the health nut. Which is a good thing.
It's just that you see them running in the cold a lot. And,
well, running.
I just wonder what they're running from.
Running's a sickness.
Hope you get better, Jacob.
Yeah. No, that's cycling. That's a disease. Oh. See you later, Luchov. An attempt to hold back Apex, but even he's now tapping into the double digits on this half. No ZywOo impact throughout this T side. No need. Apex and Flamesy have been a nuisance when it comes to just kind of getting this like hook into the side of 9Z's setups. There's that one time 9Z caught Vitality off guard with the secret challenge and the pressure from Mayern on the side of main, but barring a couple one-offs, this has been Vitality all night long.
Nat, can you do a segment called The Secret Challenge and make up the Secret Challenge on the desk?
I did like that whole Steam Profiles segment.
So fun.
That we did earlier.
Because you can play along at home.
I had heard about Nat's notorious tier lists as well, apparently over in Dota.
Gotta love a tier list.
She's big on the tier lists. Love to see what she can come up with in that regard for us here at Counter-Strike.
What would be the secret challenge, I wonder?
The secret challenge?
Well, couldn't tell you. That'd spoil it.
Wouldn't tell you if I knew. Lower bomb site and the T roof all belong to Vitality. These lobby players are going to get blindsided by Rops while his teammates are planting on B. That is how elusive Rops can be.
At 8 seconds, who's checking the roof?
Unbelievable stuff. And if Overpass was where you had hoped to get the better of Vitality, then they've found their comfort zone throughout this T side. And this is with one unable to convert the pistol. Remember that 9Z had a little chance to get back into the game. But Vitality break through with the round 2, 3-round streak and close out the half with another 5. Rock solid stuff from World's #1.
In the process, Apex gets the better of his teammate. Now, he's got the utility to keep Donk out of this.
He knows he's going to swing.
Okay!
He knows.
Apex, baby!
Oh, it's a back! Who is it? Charge your mouse, charge your mouse!
Look, it's plugged in. Yeah, it's plugged in. There we go.
Yep. Char, even though you win, we love you. Okay, madame.
I'm gonna make sure that I always put 100% effort into it.
Don't know if that's coming through.
Then you lose this timing that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player
He
there.
wants you, baby! He wants you! You wish you would be here! Jimmy!
Even in the fucking train on pop, you shot me!
back into the action with Vitality versus 9Z. A game that for a moment was feeling like maybe we could get competitive, right? We had that 3-round streak of rounds out of 9Z, but the 5-round rebuttal of Vitality, all off of the back of the Flamesy impact. And remember, live trade the game on polymarket.com, our official prediction market of Blast Premier.
Odds are not looking too good here for 9Z between this and last map, and especially with that bounce back. Only for a CT side end, potentially, here for Vitality. Advance for a better spot for them. 2 hardest hitters here. 1 taken down, 1 headshotted.
Here we go. Little T-side pistol win kickoff for 9Z would do them some good. 4v3 advantage. B bomb site prime for the taking. Oh, yeah, okay. I was worried for a second. Waso's going to let that slide, but we get this double back from DGT to guarantee this pistol is wrapped up. No way Apex wins a 1v4.
It would only be 1 better than his 1v3.
No, they've got the positioning locked in.
They're giving him a chance to do something unbelievable right now.
Impossible.
They're coming to find him. They want this duel, and they'll get it. Nice one, Waso.
There we go.
Who's joining the Waso Peak Steam group? You can all use the Waso crosshair.
Now,
Waso giveaways.
Remember that not 1 pistol round in this series so far has been converted.
B-Trams is waiting, trembling right now, shaking. He's sweating.
He had
the opportunity.
He had it queued up, but I'm too quick on the trigger. What do the CTs come through with? Slim pickings. But we know what 5.7s can do.
I think those HEs will be a factor if it works out. I think. No kit, though. That's not planning to win. That might be a bit too brazen, where you could, get an extra nade or something. ZywOo 750, but he needs his op later. Looks like they'll just scoot by. Nice and quiet, nice and simple. Got to appreciate that. Not trying to be too tricky with these smokes. And this does give the clue over to, again, the 2 best guys to get worried about the lower site. That's 1 kill from Apex, but that won't change this rotation.
ZywOo's here, still smoke at his belt as well.
This is where you put yourself if you want a multi-kill, not if you want to get 1.
Robs has the responsibility of the control windows as well as that single door. Doubles open. ZywOo, what you gonna do about it? Both sides of the site open simultaneously. You've got support on the scene. ZywOo's managed to slip into the double doors, but he's lost all his teammates. He goes unnoticed. Now he's got a gun. And then Mezzi's right there. Drop the bomb.
No way!
ZywOo gets 2 with the rifle. You wanted the multi-frag. He delivers. And Luchov's at 9 health, 25 seconds. Never enough. You don't let ZywOo go unchecked.
He's ascending. You gotta love that. What a nasty clip here from ZywOo. And again, you put yourself in that spot specifically to go for a play where you open the door and turn it into a kill. But in the way that he did it, nobody saw him. His teammates are all baiting for attention. He just had to run in and get something.
I mean, when we saw that first player get as wide as they did to deal with Rops right above ZywOo, I can't believe you don't see ZywOo down beneath it. Like, I actually can't comprehend how he wasn't spotted.
Yeah.
And if he was spotted, how, like, the priority to deal with that didn't feel reflected.
There was a lot going on. There's also Flames, you got to kill at ramp. And then the guy
there's
up
layered
above him,
communication for sure.
Probably a lot of talking going on. But if they could see the name tags, they probably would have hit him first.
Let's get that stat queued up. 0 for 4 in pistol round win conversion.
Do we have the player names on the back?
Do we?
Of the players in-game on the models?
No, we don't have that.
No, can we?
Oh, can we do that? I don't think Valve like when we put things in-game. I feel like that, that's why we don't have like ads in-game either. Ooh, that's a much better stat.
Wow, okay.
All right.
64% of their 4v5s. Wow, that's a flex. That's a stat flex. You can't take his job, Connor.
I wouldn't want it. Just playing with your food, Flamesy. Yeah. Playing with your food. Feels uncertain as to whether somebody got downstairs, but that's not the case. ZywOo gonna lock down the ramp with a clean second on Max, but doesn't escape the wrath of Wasso Peak.
Such a fun name to say.
I know. And now Raps coming down from the B site.
What are you, from Boston?
Bolstered by Flamesy. MP9 along the wall. Player supports it behind him. It's going to be so tough to unravel. Flamesy just keeps the electricity up. Tenacity in these attacks. He will find himself the conversion. Big part of that one is Vitality pull further ahead.
So they won both. They won 4 pistol. Wait,
no, Vitality got stopped by a force buy as well. It wasn't. It wasn't all 9Z's fault.
Gotcha.
Leave 9Z alone. Yeah, back on Overpass, Vitality won their T-side pistol, and it was the only CT round win 9Z had, was the CT round 2 force buy.
It is like that sometimes. They got a lot of VRS to protect.
That's true.
Can't just give that away.
A big old loot tick in that regard. Big old sack of VRS points, these guys. But they also have so many that, like, they can't even be knocked out, right? You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of like a piñata.
You can pick who you want to be your, your next opponent, essentially. But that's actually, that might be called throwing.
It's also,
so maybe don't do.
It's also fun to play against Vitality because you don't lose any VRS points if you lose.
Yes, yeah.
You know, it's
you can actually gain, can't
it's
you?
really, yeah, sometimes you gain by losing to them. It really is house money. Flamesy, again, just looking to rack up the stats here as we get to the conclusion of this best of 3. 21 frags to this young gentleman's name. And he knows he's frying here on Nuke.
Mm-hmm.
Flamesy in 2026. Maui Snake, who loves to keep a very updated top 20 player list as the year goes on, currently has Flamesy as the 3rd best player of 2026. That is just a statement to his impact at the moment. Guns come out for 9Z's offensive attempt. An 11-5 score for Vitality on map 2. Flamesy looking to get back into the engagement, but we've got, yeah, not the prettiest smokes outside. That's gonna cost
nice shot. Lovely pick off.
Comfortable 5v4 here in what could be one of the very few gun rounds of this T-side attempt from 9Z. Nice shot, Mayor.
Okay, yeah.
Damn.
That's a message. Little one.
Sitting there ready for the peak. That's ZywOo done and dusted.
Yeah, but it's still like ball in the court of 9Z. You know,
100%.
What do you want to do? They know you're outside. Oh.
Well, well, well. Rops, though, looking to clear this. Yeah. Finds you from down beneath. Ready for it every step of the way, and now you're just going to try to trickle out through main, which does take the need for an entry, and Wasso delivers one on Mezzy. You've still got the Anchor and Flamesy back sight playing lights out CS, lines up those two, and he is just untouchable at the moment. Bomb down in the front of the site, DGT to the clutch, tries to close the gap, finds the headshot, doesn't know where Apex is off to. Now he does, spots him. Now he can't plant. Apex wins this unless he dies to the wall bang. Not gonna happen. It's a Vitality 12th round secured.
That's so nice from Apex. That's the unlikely option that he goes for a fake when he did even have time to jump back into cover, go for a plant. Doesn't want to second guess it at all. was happy to play a long 1v1 if that's what he wanted. And yeah, Flamesy is untouchable right now.
Kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, very fun.
As an impartial spectator.
Oh, he's been fun since Endpoint days, bruv.
It's true. 2 ex-Endpoint players in the server at the moment, both of which frying on Vitality. We get the trade frags back as 9Z, bit of a wounded animal situation, try to thrash their way onto that A site. Mayern's flank check gets punished.
I can't believe he's just holding that angle slightly depressed in that situation.
Of course he is.
Like,
it's Rops. What do you expect? ZywOo smoked off for the time being, but additional damage dealt to Waso, now sitting on 19 points of health as Max's Mac 10 looks like a liability.
How many more nades you got there? And he's still not even here yet.
Oh my God, Rops, another disgusting angle. It's just unfair. Unfortunately here for tonight for 9Z, up against world number 1. We thought maybe the break would cost Vitality a bit of form. Absolutely not the case. Untouchable throughout this best of 3. Vitality will show no ring rust at the start of Blast Open Rotterdam. And while 9Z have had their work set out for them in this opening game, it is not elimination. It's a temperature check as to what form this team will enter our event with. And I think untouchable really is the best word to describe this performance tonight.
Well, then I feel like half of our job is already done of putting it untouchable out there as their performance. And really, truly, that is one of the best ways that you can describe what Vitality were bringing to the table against 9Z.
Quite the walk in the park for Vitality throughout the series. I think we just saw a massive skill gap in terms of what teams bring to the table. I think we saw ZywOo continuing in the shape that he left also throughout the year. It's been incredible, and also got to give a shout out to Flames. You know, he's also playing incredible. You know, we've seen Robs fall off a little bit, but I still like Flames just picking up the pace.
I will say for 9Z's sake, I mean, at least we got a couple more moments from individuals, a couple multi-frags here and there, especially
Apex.
Well, I would say that, I would say, I mean, even actually, I mean, I remember a Mayern spray down. I remember a Mayern spray down at ramp. So
that's true.
A little bit of credit goes their way because they were able to, you know, just kind of lock in on the defense there. Like creating plays versus Vitality, as we saw in Overpass, is a difficult challenge. But you got to see just a little bits from 9Z though. So yeah, good for them. Good.
Glimpses definitely for them there, but at the end of the day, a 2-0 for the side of Vitality, which means ZywOo joining us at the desk. You guys had a bit of a break before Blast Open. How does it feel, you know, like dusting off the keyboard, shaking off the rust, coming for a 2-0?
I think for us, we were just tired of practicing. We are excited to come back on, like playing some official, just to show, like just to see how we are right now. To be honest, so now we're happy with this performance, and just to after like 3 weeks of break to be able to play good as well. So yeah, pretty happy for that.
How about your own performance today? Like how did it feel? Did you feel comfortable around today?
Yeah, I think all the team feels smooth. You know, like when we play like this, to be honest, like all the call from everyone is great